is a real dog. Chapter 429 Fang Shi has been wrecked. Violent Murray originally didn't want to agree, but he couldn't get out after trying for a long time, so he had to compromise. She swore a poisonous oath, and she had nothing to be afraid of. Violent Murray didn't doubt that Fang Shi could use the magic energy contract. After all, she wasn't even afraid of its electric attack. Fang Shi let the little black ball release the magic energy, and then signed a contract with the Violent Murray. At this moment, the little black ball was extremely proud. Its highlight moment has finally arrived. It's not a jerk now, but Niu Galu Shaukichiu. What kind of Chankan family, what kind of broken boots, what kind of tribulation thunder, all stand aside for me. I am the master's favorite, the #1 capable general under the master's command. It thought that Fang Shi would praise it, but unfortunately Fang Shi was busy with the words of the Violent Murray, so he didn't have time to pay attention to it. Little Loach, I often play in the Sea of New Moon, why haven't I seen you before? Violent Murray snorted coldly, the Sea of New Moon is so big, why is it so strange that we haven't met before? Fang Shi immediately got the first piece of useful information, the sea water did indeed flow in from the Sea of the New Moon. She continued, I think the arm-foot monster at the entrance of the Dark River seems to be quite powerful, you can't beat him, right? That's a watchdog, I'm too lazy to fight with it. Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. It seems that the Brachiopid monster is indeed guarding the entrance of the Dark River, but why is it guarding here? Was it spontaneous, or was it ordered by someone or a sea beast? At this time, the Violent Moray eel got impatient. Don't talk about this mess, how do we get out? Fang Shi has also been thinking about how to get out. There is no way to activate the magic talisman in Zan Hunhai, and the enchantment is no exception. It's not realistic to forcefully break through. The Violent Moray eel has been bumping its head for a long time, but it has no effect. She put her mind on Ji Lei. You find a way to drill a hole in the barrier, and if I work harder with the Violent Moray eel, we will be able to make a gap. Ji Lei didn't want to do it. It finally charged up a little bit of electricity, so it didn't want to do coolies. I'm in trouble every day, and the earth is not working, only you can save me from danger. Just let this Violent Moray appreciate the heroic appearance of the future Thor. In front of Thunder God, these formations are just floating clouds. Ji Lei was dizzy from being coaxed by Rainbow Fart, so he agreed in a daze. It's annoying. How did it agree in a daze? The power of thunder and lightning that hadn't been warmed up was exhausted. It's all Fengu's fault. And that silly fish. If it weren't for it, the Phoenix dog would not have entered the barrier. But I have promised, and I cannot go back on my word. Besides, if the Phoenix dog can't get out, it's meaningless to be stuck here. So, it began to drill holes. Fortunately, this barrier is not big and not too strong. Ji Lei spent half an hour finally getting a glimpse of the barrier. Fang Shi and Violent Murray worked together to attack the barrier, and finally made a gap in the barrier based on this eye. With great difficulty, Fang Shi and Violent Murray got out of the barrier. The Violent Moray eel was a little confused. It seems to have seen a thunderbolt. No wonder the stinky girl is not afraid of its electric current. It turns out that the electric current has been absorbed by Ji Lei. She was able to subdue Ji Lei, not to mention the Lord of Thunder and Lightning. Even the Mother of Thunder and Lightning would not be an exaggeration. It has to terminate the contract with her quickly, and run away. I will never come to this ghost place again in my life. So, he urged Fang Shi to terminate the contract with it. Fang Shi said slowly. Have you ever heard a saying, one time is the main thing, and the whole life is the main thing? From now on, you will be my magic pet that I keep loose in the Sea of New Moon. Usually you get me some good things in the sea, and bring them to me on the first day of next month, and recharge my Ji Lei by the way. Although Ji Lei felt that she had said the wrong thing, but when he thought that it could still be charged, he selectively ignored it. Violent Murray looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. Aren't you afraid of the poisonous oath that will backfire? Fang Shi said with a smile. Don't be afraid, I am such a kind person, Lord Demon God would not bear to punish me. Violent Murray. It thought of every vicious word it could think of. Then, he said, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Fang Shi looked at it, the fish will definitely die, but the net will not be broken. Violent Murray. Just as Fang Shi was about to trick it again, she found that someone seemed to be coming from afar. She kicked the Violent Murray. You can get out. If you dare not come over on the first day of the next month, see how I will deal with you. The Violent Murray wished he could swallow her in one gulp, but he didn't dare, and swam away in despair. The cloud-stepping moon boots, which had always been quite well behaved, suddenly started going crazy again. It ejected Fang Shi in an instant. Elder Hua, who was looking for someone, saw a waterline passing by him, accompanied by screams. It seems familiar. Not only he saw it, but other elders soon saw it too. Zhu Wuyu darted around like a flying fish in Zan Hunhai, and occasionally performed some difficult moves, such as kite turning over, carp rolling, wild boar climbing a tree. In the middle of the journey, a lot of kelp was hung on my body, swaying with the waves. The picture is beautiful. Many elders did not forget this scene until the death. Every time I encounter unhappy things, I will recall this scene, and the corners of my mouth will instantly rise. Fang Shi is already in a mess. Never mind. Image is something that is meant to be ruined. Anyway, what does Zhu Wuyu's embarrassing incident have to do with me, Fang Shi? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 430 Your courtesy is a little light. The cloud-stepping moon boots had been having fun in Zan Hunhai for more than an hour before it stopped. Fang Shi ignored it and swam ashore. Jun Wen quickly came over to help her pick off the kelp on her body. The poor little junior sister was about to be wrapped into rice dumplings. After Fang Shi cleaned up the kelp on her body, the elders also went ashore one after another. Fang Shi hurried over, bowed and thanked each one. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other, she asked Elder Hua to introduce her. Elder Hua felt that she didn't hold her fart well, but she still helped introduce her. To be honest, those elders felt that they deserved it. After all, they didn't help with anything other than watching a good show. Elder Zui asked, I heard from Yizun and the others that you were chasing and killing a violent moray eel. What's going on? Where did that violent moray eel go? The drunk elder asked many people's hearts, and all of them pricked up their ears. Fang Shi laughed dryly twice. Speaking of which, there is some misunderstanding here. After I jumped into the sea, my brother and I were picking up leaks in the shallow water area, but who knew that the cloud-treading moon boots suddenly went crazy, so they took me away. I met that violent moray eel halfway, and I was scared to death. But what I never expected was that when I released the magic energy to rob the thunder, it turned around and ran away. I was surprised and delighted. I wanted to run away, but who knew that the broken boots actually chased after me? No way, I can only bluff and pretend to hunt it down. I guess it was scared out of its wits too, and I chased it away like a lost dog, and finally ran away. At this time, Junwen on the side interjected. Little sister, could it be because your Geely was blessed by the demon god? That violent moray eel was afraid of the breath of the demon god, that's why it ran away in fright. Fang Shi silently gave Junwen a 360-degree praise. Fifth senior brother grew up too fast. Now she knows how to flatter her without even winking. At this time, the drunk elder said in surprise, the weapon you transformed with demon energy is Tribulation Thunder. Have you been blessed by the demon god? Fang Shi nodded. Well, back then, when my grandfather, it wasn't my current grandfather, but my own grandfather Zhu Tianjue led me back to Awaki City, I was blessed by the demon god. The weapon I originally transformed with magic energy was a sword, but after I blessed it, it became a Tribulation Thunder. Later, I received the blessing of the demon god again in the secret realm of the blood family, and I had an additional mark of Tribulation Thunder on my right wrist, but it disappeared later. As Fang Shi spoke, he released the Tribulation Thunder transformed from demon energy. Many people at the scene exclaimed. The elders began to make up their minds, and even made a reasonable guess. Although the violent moray is in the mid-stage of transformation, it relies on electric current. Seeing that Zhu Wuyu can use magic energy to transform into thunder, it mistakenly thinks that its attack method is ineffective against Zhu Wuyu. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Wuyu wore the cloud-stepping moon boots at an astonishing speed, it might have mistakenly thought that she was hiding her cultivation, and her real cultivation might have reached the stage of transformation into a god. Later, Zhu Wuyu kept chasing him closely, which made him more and more affirm his guess, so he panicked like a bereaved dog. Fang Shi originally prepared some excuses, but found that they were useless at all. The brain circuits of these elders are extremely broad, and the arguments they found even surprised her. Many people's eyes fell on Fang Shi's boots. The speed of this thing is quite fast, but it can cause trouble too. It's better to take this kind of thing back to Juabao Pavilion. Feeling the danger, treading the cloud and plowing the moon boots sent Fang Shi the emotion of pleading with his spiritual sense. Fang Shi said with her spiritual sense, if you take it off on your own initiative, I will keep you. The boots of treading the cloud and plowing the moon slipped off Fang Zai's feet, and Fang Shi put it into the storage ring. Although this thing is a bit annoying, it is still reliable at critical times, so let's keep it for now. When everyone saw this, they didn't say anything. I want to keep it, so I can't force it. At this time, Tao Xunglin and others greeted the elders one after another. These personal transmissions are the treasures of each peak, so the elders all know each other. Mu Wanwen, Yaoguang Peak's personal heir, walked up to Fang Shi and said with a smile. Zhu Wuyu, thank you for saving us, these are the magic charms I made, please accept them. If you need any help in the future, you can come to Yaoguang Peak to find me. Fang Shi gave way and accepted. Although she can draw magic talismans, Lang Yinyuan must have more styles of magic talismans than the outside world, so she just learned from gourd painting. At this time, Ken Ziheng, Yuheng Peak's personal heir, also came over and said a few polite words, and gave Fang Shi a bottle of elixir. Yi Zun of Tianshu Peak gave Fang Shi magic crystals simply and rudely. Fang Shi's favorability towards him has skyrocketed. Other in-persons also gave Fang Shi presents more or less, but Fang Shi pretended to decline a few words before accepting it. If you don't accept it, it will make these direct disciples feel alienated from her. Because the most difficult thing in this world to repay is a favor, it is better to pay one by one, and owe no one to anyone. In the end, only Tao Xunglin, the personal heir of Tianquan Peak, remained. He faced Fang Shi out of affection and said, although we can escape even if you don't help, but after all, you have contributed, and this defensive magic weapon is given to you. Fang Shi curled her lips, then I thank you for thanking me. However, your gift is a bit light, let's add 100,000 magic crystals. The remaining 2 chapters can be finished around 7 o'clock. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 431 seems like I'm scolding myself. Tao Xunglin was taken aback for a moment, and then became a little annoyed. You open your mouth like a lion. You're trying to repay your kindness. Fang Shi nodded. That's right, I'm a lion and I'm trying to repay you, because your words are ugly. If you don't want to accept my love, you can just shut up, and I don't care for your thank you. But you just ran over and said some annoying words, you are obviously making yourself uncomfortable. Either you give me another, magic crystals, or you take back your defensive magic weapon, and you owe me your life in the future. Tao Xunglin was so happy. I owe you my life. Why is my life so worthless? Ha! As if I was scolding myself. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Shang of Tianquan Peak frowned and said, Xunglin, apologize. Tao Xunglin, Master, I. Seeing Elder Shang's gloomy expression, he didn't dare to continue, he gritted his molars and said to Fang Shi. I'm sorry, I was offended by my words. Fang Shi said with a smile. Senior Brother Tao, since you apologize sincerely, then I will accept it. In fact, I didn't want 100,000 magic crystals at all, I just felt that I had to protect your dignity as a personal disciple under the watchful eyes of everyone. 166 novels. Otherwise, if the matter spreads out, if someone says that you Senior Brother Tao speaks eccentrically to your benefactor, it would be bad if you don't repay your favor. You say, right. Tao Xinglan almost died of anger. If you don't say that, maybe no one thinks that way yet, now that you say it, everyone thinks so. He wished he could kick Feng Shi into Zhan Hunhai, but since Elder Shang and the others were all there, he had no choice but to grit his molars and remain silent. Feng Shi said again. Senior Brother Tao, although your mouth is a little broken, you are still a good person. I'm sure you won't retaliate against me for what happened today, right? What Tao Xinglan could say was only one word squeezed out between his teeth, yes. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief, then I can rest assured. Everyone, if there is anything wrong with me within 3 years, you must remember what happened today, most likely it was me who was killed by Senior Brother Tao. Tao Xinglan almost fainted from anger. What's the matter, are you still relying on me? I still have to keep you safe for 3 years. However, Feng Shi really didn't want his magic crystals, but just accepted the defensive magic weapon. Elder Zui was afraid that Feng Shi would offend others, so he smiled and said to Elder Shang. Wu Yu is a naughty kid. He likes to make some harmless jokes when he has nothing to do. He probably fell in love with Xinglan, so he made a few jokes. Elder Shang said a few polite words and gave Tao Xinglan a hard look. Disgraceful thing. Why are you arguing with her, a handyman? It's fine if you can fight against others, but you were left speechless. Waste. Besides, don't you know what to say in the scene? It seems petty to have to say something that is not to be listened to. This Zhu Yu is also sharp-tongued, and doesn't look like a girl at all. No wonder he was taken by that old scourge of blood-devouring Huan. Seeing that the matter was settled, the elders left one after another. Those personal disciples also left. Feng Shi felt that it was meaningless to stay, and when she was about to leave with Zhen Wen, she suddenly saw Old Man Chai. I saw this old man leaning against a stone as if he had no bones, sipping wine and meat. He felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing Feng Shi's sight, Old Chai raised his head to look at Feng Shi, but his eyes were not very friendly. Feng Shi thought to herself that this old man really didn't know what to do. You obviously took the wine gourd I gave you, and you also took me a roast chicken. Why do you look at me like I owe you millions? However, she quickly thought of a problem. Didn't it mean that the old man was almost drowned back then and never got close to Zhan Hunhai? Why are you here today? Thinking of this, she leaned over. Master, does my wine taste good? Old Chai said angrily. Less than bridge. Let's make do, it's better than plain water. Feng Shi was not annoyed when he heard that, and said with a smile. The wine is okay, how does the roast chicken taste? Old Man Chai curled his lips. It's not very good, it's tasteless, like chewing wax. Feng Shi, originally, I wanted to give you some wine and roast chicken, but since you don't like it, then forget it. You drink slowly, I'll go first. We are destined to see you again. After Feng Shi finished speaking, she jumped away. Looking at her back, Old Man Chai took a sip of wine, covered his heart with his hands, and looked in pain. Someone nearby saw it and said in surprise. Look, everyone, Old Man Chai seems to be belching. Anyone who knows medicine, show him. It's probably because he remembered the last time he drowned. He shouldn't have come here. Isn't this self-conscious? I see, maybe he drank too much alcohol. He drank like a drunk every day, and sooner or later he would die of drunkenness. Ellipsis. Just when someone wanted to feel the pulse of Old Man Chai stood up and shook his sleeves and left. Everyone didn't take it seriously, because Old Man Chai was usually crazy, and since he was able to walk, it was probably fine. Feng Shi and Zhen Wen returned to the market, strolled around for a while, and then turned back. Feng Shi was in a hurry to verify the pill seal she made up and smashed, so she didn't go back to Long Yupon with Zhen Wen, but went back to the alchemy pavilion. Feng Shi returned to her residence, opened the isolation formation, and took out a defective alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace lacked a handle. Feng Shi felt that although it was a bit inconvenient, it did not affect alchemy. After she lit the fire crystal charcoal, she began to refine the hemostatic pill. What kneels down to worship the demon god, what is placed neatly, are all flashy clouds, there is no need for it. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 432 Donkey Dung is a conspicuous bag. Feng Shi began to refine the hemostatic pill. Very casually, all the herbs were put into the alchemy furnace. 2 pieces of fire crystal charcoal were placed directly below, and the heat was not adjusted in the middle. Play whatever you want. She even took time out to eat a piece of golden osmanthus cake during the refining process. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the hemostatic pill was ready. This is because Feng Shi slowed down. She lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace, and there were 10 chubby pills lying inside, all of which were top grade. Feng Shi felt dissatisfied because there was no top quality pill. For such a simple hemostatic pill, logically speaking, there should be at least 8 top grade pills. It seems that the consciousness perception is not careful enough, careless. However, she did not continue to practice the hemostatic pill, because she was always thinking about the pill seal she made up. So after turning on the furnace again, she randomly threw some medicinal materials into it, and began to form the alchemy seal. The alchemy seal was hit on the alchemy furnace, and the alchemy furnace exploded in an instant. Fortunately, Feng Shi was prepared and was not injured. Her eyes lit up, and she took out an alchemy furnace that was missing 2 legs to try again. It's fried again. Feng Shi's eyes are shining, she seems to have invented something amazing. She is beautiful, the little black ball said meanly. Master, your pill seal is no different from attack spells and burst magic charms. So this thing seems to have no other use other than blasting the alchemy furnace. Fang Shi. It really makes sense. Although this Dan seal is different, it is tasteless. Who is free to play with the Dan furnace? At this time, the little fat bird said, Master, don't listen to it beeping. The alchemy furnace is so strong, there is no way to blow it up easily with formulas and magic symbols. At least low-level formulas and magic symbols can't do it. Besides, the Danyan looks quite different from the Faju, so you can use this Danyan when you want to make a fool of the puddle. At that time, it will be said that accidental injury, no one can find fault. Fang Shi couldn't help but look at the little fat bird with admiration, and really praised it. The little fat bird is very happy. The donkey dung thought it was very smart, but it was not enough in front of its owner's own daughter. As soon as it hatches, it knows how to choose a good tree to live in, and it knows how to change its appearance before looking for its mother thousands of miles away. Its brain is much better than donkey dung eggs. It's just that it doesn't show up until the critical time. It focuses on a low-key, unlike a donkey dung egg is a conspicuous bag. After Fang Shi praised the little fat bird, she didn't continue to make alchemy because it was not difficult. She remembered the corals she had obtained in Zhan Huanhai before, and took out a few to admire. Although I don't know what it is, but it looks very valuable. This thing doesn't have an owner, does it? Probably not. Who would be okay to cultivate corals in Zhan Huanhai? Besides, that enchantment has seen its age. Even if there is a master, the master should have been come long ago. The next morning, Fang Shi came to see Elder Death. The dead elder said, Have you bought an alchemy furnace? Fang Shi nodded, and took out the newly bought alchemy furnace. Elder Dead looked down on it a bit, thinking that the quality was mediocre. Forget it, let her use it first, and he will help her get a good one later. The dead elder asked Fang Shi to try to refine the hemostatic pill, but he still set fire to her. Fang Shi started refining step by step. She intentionally slowed down the speed, and when controlling it with her spiritual sense, she even took a little bit of time off. After finally dawdling for nearly half an hour, the exercise was completed. Elder Dead was even more excited than her, and lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace for her. Fang Shi looked inside, and there were 10 round pills inside, 5 of which were middle grade and 5 were top grade. Fang Shi was a little annoyed. I've been so drained, why there's still 5 high grade ones? It's too hard to hide clumsiness. On her side, she was annoyed, while the dead elder looked on blankly. My heart has already set off a stormy sea. Counting it, this is the second batch of elixir refined by Xiao Wuyu. The first furnace is fried, and the second furnace has a % success rate. 5 top grades, 5 middle grades. Back then when he was learning alchemy, he had to refine dozens of furnaces before the first batch of pills was produced. The success rate of pills was only %, and all of them were low-grade pills. For this, he was praised by his master as the #1 alchemy genius of the demon race. What is that little worry-free? The genius of geniuses. However, he calmed down quickly, maybe it was just an accident. So, with a sullen face, he asked Fang Shi to refine it again. Fang Shi murmured in her heart, could it be that Elder Dead is not satisfied? That's right, there are geniuses everywhere in Langyunyuan. Although the level of alchemy in the alchemy room is not very good, there may be some powerful ones among those who passed on their own. By the way, since she entered the alchemy pavilion, she hasn't seen Elder Zhang and Elder Meng. Maybe these two have been teaching her own disciples. It seems that she has to show some real skills, otherwise the dead elder really looks down on her. Therefore, when she started refining again, she put in less water. It took a quarter of an hour to refine the hemostatic pill. The dead elder frowned slightly. It seemed that the previous round was really super-level performance, and this round must have failed. Because each kind of elixir has an approximate time range, it is impossible to complete the refining in a quarter of an hour. He opened the alchemy furnace while thinking. A strong medicinal fragrance blows. At the bottom of the alchemy furnace lay 10 round pills, all of which were top grade. The dead elder shook his hand, and the lid of the alchemy furnace fell to the ground with a bang. After a long time, he said in a trembling voice, My boy, what gift do you want? Do you want a heavenly magic weapon? Is million magic crystals enough? Do you like the heavenly medicine? If you want to vent your anger, arrest Tao Schwinglen for your teacher and strangle him to add to your fun. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 433. After the dead elder finished speaking, he looked at Fang Shi expectantly. His hands clenched into fists revealed the tension and apprehension in his heart. It's not that he's not calm, the key is that he can't be calm. Such an apprentice with heaven-defying qualifications may not be born in tens of thousands of years. If he doesn't hurry up, he will have no place to cry in the future. Let's put it this way, if Fang Shi doesn't agree to be his apprentice, he won't be able to close his eyes on the day he dies. Fang Shi sighed inwardly. It seems that there is less water. Ugh. She worked so hard to hide clumsiness but was recognized by the dead elder's wise eyes. It's not good for a person to be too good, the brilliance can't be hidden. The same goes for the dead elder, if you want to accept me as an apprentice, you can accept it, why promise so many good things? Like I'm greedy for money. And the Tao Schwinglen, what's the use of strangling him? It's better to kill a pig and eat it. While thinking in his heart, he quickly knelt on the ground. Master, my apprentice doesn't want anything, I just want to learn from you and be filial to you in the future. The dead elder was so happy that he was brought back to life. A pair of experienced hands lifted Fang Shi tremblingly. Good boy, even if you don't want it, master will give it to you. The master is just you as a precious apprentice, what is the master's is yours. Just wait, master will let people announce your apprenticeship ceremony, let everyone know that you are my precious apprentice, who dares to provoke you. Fang Shi's eye circles suddenly turned red. Master, I understand how much you love and protect me, but my grandfather must have done something outrageous, and the people in Langyunyuan didn't treat me very well. I will be kicked out in 2 months. There is no need to mobilize teachers and people to hold the teacher apprenticeship ceremony. The dead elder sneered. Who dares to kick out my apprentice? If you are in a hurry, I will go with you as a teacher. Fang Shi shook her head. Master, what you said is all angry words. Can you tell me in detail what my grandfather did to attract people's hatred? Does Zhan Huanhai have something to do with him? Fang Shi moved a chair over while talking, and poured a cup of tea for the dead elder. The dead elder was indeed a little thirsty. After drinking a cup of tea, he said, not many people know about blood-devouring Huan, even if we only know superficially. After all, it's a bit old. I heard that blood-biting Huan was amazingly talented back then, and it can be said that he was the best in the entire Langyun abyss. He is very proficient in cultivation, alchemy, weapon refining, formation and so on. However, he is arrogant, reckless, and has violated the island's regulations countless times, and he is a frequent visitor to the law enforcement hall. He planted the crooked neck tree in front of the law enforcement hall in Tianshu Peak, and he even boasted that whether the trunk is straight or crooked, it can grow into a towering tree. The implication is that he should not be bound by rules. Fang Shi thought to herself, it's really my dear grandfather. Both of us have a soft spot for crooked neck trees. The dead elder continued. It's okay for him to cause some troubles. I don't know what he did to make a hole in the island guard formation, causing the seawater to pour back. Even if it is carefully repaired, seawater will still flow in on the first day of each month. Therefore, that river was named Zhan Huanhai. Zhu Bawan was punished 200 times for provoking public outrage, and kicked out of Langyun Abyss, and he will never be allowed to step into Langyun Abyss. Fang Shi asked suspiciously, my grandfather caused such a heinous disaster, and he received such a little punishment. The dead elder shook his head. Yeah, I also think it's not normal, but this is what I heard from others, maybe it's just a rumor. By the way, do you know why the 7 Peak Masters are unwilling to accept your brothers and sisters? In addition to Zhu Baihuan's bad reputation, there is another very important reason. The 2 Langyun tokens were taken by him when he was about to leave. Fang Shi. Let's go. Isn't that just stealing? She originally thought that Langyunyuan was too dishonest, but now she thinks that Langyunyuan is a gentleman. To treat the descendants of these 2 thieves, it would be good if they didn't directly type them out. Fang Shi felt that there was no need to change the inscription on the tombstone of Bloodbitter Huan. He deserved what he deserved. He deserves it. However, she felt that there must be something hidden in it. She suddenly thought of Old Man Chai, and asked Elder Death. Master, do you know that Old Man Chai from Tianquan Peak? The dead elder curled his lips. Of course I know. He is lazy and greedy, he has it all. By the way, he is still an old trash. The artifact refining pavilion turned a blind eye to him only for the sake of his master, otherwise he would have been reduced to a handyman long ago. Fang Shi asked curiously, who is his master? The previous master of the artifact refining pavilion has passed away long ago. Among Pavilion Master Qin's several apprentices, he was the only one who was ineffective. The others were all elders in the island, and the eldest apprentice became the Peak Master of Tianquan Peak. Fang Shi understands, Old Man Chai is a group favorite. Although I am useless, my brothers are all very powerful. However, she still felt that Old Man Chai was the legendary sweeping monk, and everything was an illusion. From now on, she will have to brush her face every now and then. Even if he is really a good-for-nothing, she can use this to catch up with his senior brothers, and it will not be a loss. At this time, Elder Dead asked a little unhappy, are you okay to ask him what to do? Fang Shi said with a smile, I asked him to buy an alchemy furnace before, but he wouldn't sell it to me, so I wanted to ask. The dead elder snorted coldly, he doesn't sell any good things, master will buy you a good one some other day. Only the heaven-level alchemy furnace is worthy of my good apprentice, but it is a pity that the sky-level alchemy furnace cannot be found. I can only settle for the next best thing and find a way to get a ground-level alchemy furnace. However, this is not too important, the key is how to keep the precious apprentice in Langyunyuan. Open black lens bracket continue it, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 434 I take an apprentice. Don't look at the dead elder talking very full, but he knows that it is not ordinarily difficult to let the precious apprentice stay. The hole that blood-devouring Huan dug is too big. Especially the 2 Langyun tokens were stolen by him. The existence of brothers and sisters of the blood family is 2 thorns, which makes many people feel uncomfortable. It is true that Zhu Wuyu is a genius, but what Langyunyuan lacks most is genius. Besides, is genius destined to go far? Not necessarily. Many people with outstanding aptitude end up disappearing from the crowd. Although he was worried in his heart, he said on his face, Teacher, leave the matter of your stay on the island to me. Taking a step back, even if the 7 Peak Masters disagree, it doesn't matter. From now on, you will enter the island once every 3 months and stay for 3 months at a time. There are always half of the year on the island. Fang Shi. Who said that the dead elder is a stubborn one? This heart is alive. She said with a smile. Master, this matter should not be rushed. Anyway, there are still 2 months left, you don't need to go to the 7 Peak Masters for the time being. In addition, it is not appropriate to publicize the fact that I worship you as my teacher for the time being, so as not to cause people to obstruct it. The dead elder agreed. He now has at least 10 feet of master-student filter for Fang Shi, let alone this matter. Even if Fang Shi said that he wanted to eat purple-finned dragonfish, he would jump into the lake and fish one for her himself. The master and apprentice chatted for a few more words, and Elder Shi continued to teach Fang Shi alchemy. Fang Shi was afraid of scaring him, so she put some water on. For example, in fact, she knows the pills taught by Elder Dead, but every time she finds a way to refine one furnace, the second one will succeed. Even so, the dead elder was so happy that he couldn't even find Bei. There are disciples like this, what can the husband ask for? After teaching a few alchemy recipes, the dead elder was afraid that he would tire the precious apprentice, so he asked Fangxi to go back to rest. Before leaving, he gave Fangxi 100 million magic crystals. Originally, he wanted to give million, but Fangxi didn't have the nerve to ask for it. After refusing for a long time, seeing that the elder had to give it, he accepted 100 million magic crystals. After Fangxi left, Elder Dead paced back and forth in the room excitedly. My dear apprentice doesn't let me talk about it, but I don't say it out loud. What's the difference between this and Jinyi Yexing? By the way, I can talk to Lao Zui. After all, he is also good to Xiao Wuyu, so it's okay to let him know. Besides, he is also an alchemist, so he understands me better. Thinking of this, the dead elder rushed to find the drunk elder. The drunk elder was reading in the study, because the door was open, so when he looked up, he saw the dead elder scurrying in. Drunk elder. This old guy won't taste some poison pill again, is he poisoned? After the dead elder came in, he laughed first. The elder got drunk with laughter. Old drunk, I have taken in an apprentice. Elder Zui weighed his mental state and felt that he was probably talking nonsense, but he didn't know what poisonous pill the other party had taken for a while, so he said along the way. Really, which direct disciple? The dead elder pouted. One of those personal transmissions counts as one, which one is worth my collection? I have accepted Xiao Wuyu as a disciple. And it's a closed disciple. In the future, I will not accept other apprentices. After hearing this, the drunk elder felt that he was talking crazy. Zhu Wuyu is good at burning fire, but being able to burn fire and making alchemy are two different things. Not to mention, she was destined not to stay in Langyuan, only a lunatic would accept her as an apprentice. At this time, Elder Dead handed him 5 porcelain bottles and motioned him to open them. After the drunk elder opened it, he found that it contained some low-grade pills, but all of them were high-grade pills. He was a little puzzled. For him and Elder Dead, refining these pills was easy, so what was there to watch? The dead elder put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and said proudly, "This is all refined by my precious apprentice. Each kind of elixir is only refined in one batch, and the second batch has a % success rate, and all of them are top grade. Just say, is it worth it for my apprentice?" The drunk elder thought he was talking crazy. What are you kidding? Even if Zhu Wuyu's troublesome grandpa Zhu Bawan can't do it, can she do it? Seeing that he didn't believe it, the dead elder happily talked about the whole process. It's a pity that the drunk elder still didn't believe it, and took the opportunity to feel the dead elder's pulse, for fear that his poisoning would get deeper and deeper. The dead elder flicked his sleeves. You don't believe me, do you? My good disciple is too tired today, you will find out when you visit my alchemy room tomorrow morning. The dead elder left angrily. If you don't show off, don't mention the aggrieved energy in your heart. The drunk elder shook his head. Although he didn't detect the poisoned pulse of the dead elder, he still felt that he was talking crazy. On the other side, Fangxi wasn't tired at all, not to mention those few furnaces of pills. Even if she refined another 180 furnaces, it would be fine. Seeing that it was still early, she strolled to the artifact refining pavilion of Tianquan Peak. Not everyone can enter the artifact refining pavilion, so Fangxi said she came to find Tao Xunglin. Tao Xunglin's master, Elder Shang, is the elder of the artifact refining pavilion, so Tao Xunglin spends most of his time in the artifact refining pavilion. After Tao Xunglin received the message, he almost thought he heard it wrong. What the hell? Zhu Wuyu came to him. She offended herself like that yesterday, how dare she come to him on her own initiative? It's okay to come, just to vent my anger. Thinking of this, Tao Xunglin gritted his teeth and went to the gate of the artifact refining pavilion. The next chapter will be around 6 o'clock. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 435. Fangxi started waving from all the way. If you didn't know, you would think that the two are close friends. Let alone other people, Tao Xunglin was a little confused. The key is that Fangxi's performance is too natural. He was about to speak, when Fangxi said sincerely, "Senior brother Tao, I'm here to apologize to you. I choked on a few sips of water in Zanhuanhai yesterday, my mind was a little unclear, and my words didn't matter, I'm sorry. Brother Tao, you have a lot of adults, so you will definitely not argue with me, a small handyman, a small waste, right? I came here with sincerity this time, and I even prepared some gifts for you, let's go in and talk." Tao Xunglin was stunned. Didn't you come to find fault? Are you here to apologize? When he was in a daze, Fangxi had already entered the artifact refining pavilion. The disciple guarding the gate didn't stop her either. The point is that Tao Xunglin is here, and it's not easy for them to stop him. Fangxi took a look around, and found that the artifact refining pavilion occupies a much larger area than the alchemy pavilion. The main reason is that the smelting furnace takes up too much space, and the things produced need to be knocked, and the space is too small to display them. Fangxi is more interested in alchemy, making talismans, controlling beasts and formations, but not at all in refining weapons. Because this thing is too tiring. And refining equipment is not like refining alchemy, just find a place at will. Unless there are special circumstances, the refining master basically refines weapons in a fixed place. In addition, refining equipment is too time-consuming. It may take several years or even 10 years to refine a high-level spiritual weapon or magic weapon, and she doesn't have that patience. When Fangxi was looking at it, Tao Xunglin said with a cold face, "Zhu Wuyu, there is nothing to talk about between us, and I don't care for your gift, so hurry up and get out." Fangxi pursed her lips. "Senior brother Tao, first listen to what gift I want to give you, it's not too late to kick me out. I will give you 10 magic sword residues." Tao Xunglin's eyes lit up immediately. The Janjian Hall originally belonged to the artifact refining pavilion, but it was separated later. Therefore, everything is refined here in the refining pavilion, but magic swords are rarely refined. But as a craftsman, who wouldn't want to refine a magic sword? Tao Xungelin dreamed of getting some magic sword residues to refine the magic sword. It's a pity that the remnants of the magic sword are under the control of Janjiantang, and he has no way to get them. He was of course very excited when he heard Feng Shi said that he would give him 10 magic sword residues. In the end, Feng Shi gasped and said, I will give you 10 pieces of magic sword residue, the stripped stones. Tao Xungelin almost died of anger. That broken stone is worthless, what do I want it for? Feng Shi said with a smile. Senior brother Tao, don't be angry. You also know that I have a good relationship with Elder Nangong. I can beg him to allow you to watch him splicing the magic sword. What do you think? Tao Xungelin was moved. Although splicing magic swords and refining them are two different things, there will definitely be gains in watching them. He said with a cold face, there is no need for stones, just take me to watch Elder Nangong splicing the magic sword some other day. For the sake of your sincere repentance, I forgive you, and you can go. Feng Shi chuckled, Senior brother Tao, I will send you a message when I make an appointment with Elder Nangong. Well, there is one more thing I want to ask of you. I want to buy an alchemy furnace from Old Man Chai, so take me to see him. Tao Xungelin looked at her suspiciously. Suddenly, she felt that she was here to find Old Man Chai, and apologizing to him was just passing by. However, in the end he took Feng Shi to the backyard of the artifact refining pavilion. Many people in the backyard were banging and banging, while Old Man Chai was sleeping soundly against the corner of the wall, wiping the drool from his mouth with his sleeve from time to time. You can tell that you are dazzled in your dreams just by looking at it. Tao Xungelin raised his chin with contempt on his face, you go to him. Get out as soon as you finish talking. After speaking, he turned and left. Feng Shi likes dealing with people like Tao Xungelin. He looked bitter and mean, arrogant, but lacking in heart. Best lied too. She can use him to get on the line of the artifact refining pavilion, and Old Man Chai can do both. While Feng Shi was thinking about it, she came up to Old Chai, but she didn't call him, but took out the wine gourd, opened the lid and shook it. Old Chai opened his eyes in an instant and took a sniff. Feng Shi smiled like a flower, Senior, I brought you food and wine again. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Old Chai gritted his teeth, and gave Feng Shi a hard look, get lost. Get lost as far as you want, you ugly thing. Feng Shi moved 3 feet to the side, is it far enough from here? Old Chetu. Feng Shi said with a smile, Senior, do you misunderstand me? Otherwise, why do you always speak sarcastically to me? What a fate we have. You like to eat and drink, and I like to eat and drink too. You like to cheat and play tricks, but I'm too lazy. You are an old waste, I'm a small waste. We are made for each other. There are only 3 words in Old Chai's mind, sin. How did he meet such a shameless dog-skin plaster? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 436. Old Man Chai gave Feng Shi a hard look. Where are the food and wine? He could tell that this girl's skin was thicker than a city wall. No matter how harsh his words were, she couldn't drive her away. In this case, it is better to mix some wine and food. Smiling, Feng Shi took out a small table, and took out 4 dishes, a jug of wine, and 2 small wine glasses. She poured a glass for Old Man Chai first, and then poured another glass for herself. Senior, come, let's have a clink of glasses, too trash. Old Man Chai. He ignored Feng Shi, raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Should I say it or not, this damn girl's wine is really good. Feng Shi picked up the wine glass and took a sip, took 2 more mouthfuls of food, and said with a smile. Senior, don't you wonder why I always come to your side? Old Man Chai glanced at her, and snorted coldly, there is nothing to be courteous about, either adultery or robbery. Feng Shi shook her head, you have misunderstood me, I am a man of temperament, I do things according to my heart, and I have never had those twists and turns. I just think that our father and I are very close, so I am willing to get close to you. What is there a word called? Yes, sympathy. When I see you, it's like seeing my future, and when you see me, it's like seeing your past. When you were young, you must have been more ostentatious and wicked than me, right? Old Man Chai. However, Feng Shi's words brought back some memories in him, some long past events. When I was immersed in the past, I suddenly heard Feng Shi say, Old man, there is a saying not to read the past is the past, so don't remember the past here. Old Man Chai, obviously you mentioned it, okay. Feng Shi raised her glass, Old man, I was born a bit late, so I didn't leave a strong mark in your memory, but fortunately, there is still the present and the future. In the future, we will just forget the year. Come, drink this for our friendship. Old Man Chai, you seem to be crazy. Seeing that he didn't raise his glass, Feng Shi said with a smile. Old man, even if it's not for friendship, let's have a toast for the evil fate that we can meet. Old Man Chai, you know how to persuade people to drink. However, he still raised his glass and drank it down. Feng Shi was also full of pride. Took a small sip. There's no way, the wine is very strong, and she doesn't have the capacity to drink like Old Man Chai. What if you get drunk? She filled Old Man Chai's wine glass and toasted again. Before she could speak, Old Man Chai drained the wine. Poor wine. Feng Shi. Whoops, why don't you just drink it yourself? It's up, absolutely over the top. She quickly helped Old Man Chai fill up the wine, and said with a smile. You're such a drinker. It seems that my dishes are a bit shabby, why don't we eat hot pot? After Feng Shi finished speaking, she took out 2 defective alchemy furnaces, filled them with water, and threw in a few fragrant herbs. Open black lens bracket 1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket small close black lens bracket open black lens bracket say close black lens bracket. Immediately afterwards, he took out a piece of Warcraft meat and cut it into thin slices with a dagger. Take out other ingredients. Old Chai looked at the bubbling alchemy furnace with a dull expression on his face. Fang Shi urged, don't be dazed, let's have fun. She took the lead in picking up a piece of meat and put it in the alchemy furnace to rinse it for a few times, then picked it up, dipped it in some seasoning, and put it in her mouth. Close your eyes and enjoy it. Old Man Chai swallowed his saliva helplessly, and quickly grabbed a piece of meat. Really fragrant. After that, neither of them spoke, just ate. After eating and drinking enough, Old Man Chai burped, go away. Fang Shi said crisply, okay. She put all the things into the storage ring, and then ran to chat with the disciples in the artifact refining pavilion in the backyard. After a while, they became familiar. Old Man Chai. Fang Shi was chatting with a disciple, when something hit her back, her body couldn't help but lean forward, bumping into a disciple. The disciple was forging materials there, when Fang Shi bumped, the hammer in his right hand hit his left hand, and he screamed. Fang Shi was taken aback, and quickly checked the other party's injuries. It's not too serious, but forging materials is definitely impossible for the time being. Fang Shi hurriedly apologized, took out a bottle of elixir for trauma, and offered to give him some magic crystals as compensation. The disciple said with a sad face. These are secondary, the main thing is what should I do with my job? Elder Shang is still waiting to use it. Fang Shi immediately said, can you ask other senior brothers to do it for you? The disciple shook his head. The brothers in charge of the forging process are all busy, and there is no manpower available. Fang's eyes fell on Old Man Chai. Before she could speak, Old Man Chai lay down on the ground and started snoring. Fang Shi. Now she is very suspicious that he hit her with something just now. He just wanted to cause some trouble for her, so that she would not be able to come to the artifact refining pavilion in the future. She gritted her teeth and said to the disciple, brother, if you trust me, I will help you continue forging this piece of material. I got home late, the remaining 2 chapters will be updated around 7:30. Closed black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 437. That disciple felt that Fang Shi was joking. She is not from the artifact refining pavilion, how can she forge materials? The others thought the same, even the Old Man Chai who was already asleep, pouted. Fang Shi didn't say much, picked up the hammer on the ground, and began to forge. Everyone was surprised. Although her movements were a little rusty, it was true. Fang Shi said while forging. I learned some when I was in the zoo family. Although I can't compare with the brothers, I can barely use it. 818 novels. She is talking nonsense with her eyes open, she is just using what she has learned. When getting close to these disciples just now, those disciples said some tips casually, and she remembered them. In her opinion, this thing is no different from blacksmithing in the secular world. Continuous folding and forging is mainly to remove impurities in the material. For example, the material they forged now is grey, but after forging out the impurities inside, the material will turn dark blue. The disciple was relieved when he saw that Fang Shi was forging in a good manner. Since you know how to forge, then help me finish this piece of material. I will keep the elixir, but forget about the magic crystal. Fang Shi still insisted on giving the magic crystal to the other party. After all, he suffered an innocent disaster. After discussing it properly, Fang Shi started his career in blacksmithing. What she hates the most is this kind of repetitive work, especially physical work. But it is still necessary to do it. Old Man Chai, just wait for me. You don't want me to come to the artifact refining pavilion, so I'll come instead. I come every day. I'm sick of you. She vented all her grievances against Old Man Chai on that piece of material, hitting it one after another. It was dark until the sky fell, and the material was only slightly blue, and it was still far away from dark blue. If it goes on like this, it may take until tomorrow morning. She glanced at the progress of the others, and they were all much faster than her. It's not that she was slowing down, it's mainly because the original disciple was a stupid bird. Fang Shi even suspected that Old Man Chai was deliberately using her hand to eliminate that disciple. Fang Shi swung the hammer until her shoulders were sore, and her right hand holding the handle of the hammer was in a burning pain. This is not what humans do. Can't these refiners think of other ways to remove impurities? Do you have to smash it so hard? By the way, what impurities are in it? She subconsciously used her spiritual sense to explore the inside of that piece of material. Inside are pieces of extremely small rhombic crystals, and some small dots are mixed in these rhombic crystals. It seems that these small dots are impurities. Fang Shi found that the distribution of these small dots was uneven, some places were very dense, and some places were very few. So, when she dropped the hammer again, she specially went to smash small densely packed places. To her surprise, a lot of small dots were lost as soon as she hammered it down. She woke up like a dream. It turned out that she had done a lot of useless work before. The whole piece of material was smashed over and over again, but few hammers actually fell into the effective area. With this understanding, when she smashed again, she would cooperate with her divine sense. Especially go to places with a lot of impurities. In this way, Fang Shi's efficiency has been significantly improved. Although the piece of material had turned dark blue, Fang Shi found that there were still many impurities in it, so he continued to smash it there. She didn't stop until all the impurities inside were gone. At this point, everyone else is done. Only Fang Shi and the injured disciple were left in the backyard, and even Old Man Chai was gone. The disciple had already fallen asleep in a daze. Fang Shi woke him up, pointed to the forged material and said, Senior brother you, do you think it's okay? The disciple nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, it's better than what I forged. Thank you for your hard work. After Fang Shi said a few polite words, she left the artifact refining pavilion and was about to return to the alchemy pavilion. Although there is no moon in Langyunyuan, each peak has some magic devices for lighting, which are somewhat bright. The night was extraordinarily late and extraordinarily quiet. Fang Shi was walking alone on the road, feeling a little homesick. I miss my master and my 4 senior brothers. I even miss the golden retriever Suani a bit. She thought about every plant and tree of Xuanshnong. At this time, a person came over from the opposite side, little sister. Fang Shi was taken aback. Brother. Zhang Wen ran over like a silly roe deer. Little sister, I can't sleep at night anyway, so I'll come and have a look. In the evening, Zhang Wen sent a message to Fang Shi. Fang Shi said that he was blacksmithing, and it was estimated that he would finish it in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, he came to pick her up. Fang Shi's nose is a little sore. She, the 5th senior brother, can always impress her with some simple actions. At this time, Zhang Wen took out a basket of fruit and handed it to Fang Shi. Elder Hua gave it to me, let me bring it to you, and said that this fruit is called Bainguo. Fang Shi. This is Chi Guguo's run on me. Call me a white-eyed wolf. Just want me to see him more. I don't know who it was, but I wished I could be photographed flying away. Thinking of Elder Hua, Fang Shi thought of Old Man Chai. Old Man Chai is obviously more difficult to deal with than Elder Hua, so impatient is definitely not enough, so he has to simmer slowly. While thinking about it, Fang Shi handed Zhang Wen a piece of fruit, took one herself, and began to gnaw on it. Not to mention, it is crispy, juicy and delicious. The two chatted while eating. At this moment, Zhang Wen said in surprise. Little sister, look. Fang Shi looked in the direction of Zhang Wen's finger, and saw that the top of Yuheng Peak next door was full of rays of light, with thousands of auspicious colors. It was blinding. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen looked at each other, and S.A. Yazzie ran over there. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 438. Not to mention the excitement in the hearts of the two of them. Definitely have baby. This is definitely a vision of a rare treasure descending into the world. Opportunity is whoever gets it. Now it's all about speed. Zhang Wen complained while running. Lang Yinyuan has many rules. Only when special circumstances are approved can Yujin fly, otherwise our Yujin will have arrived long ago. He recently learned how to fly with a sword from Elder Nangong, and he also got a magic sword. Although it is a magic sword without a sword spirit, it is still no problem for Yujin to fly. Therefore, if the island rules allow, he can fly with his sword openly and above board, not afraid of being questioned. When Fang Shi heard him mention Yu Jian's flight, she suddenly remembered that Yu Jian hadn't moved for a long time. The troublemaker is quiet, most likely acting as a demon. She immediately penetrated her spiritual sense into the storage ring, and after scanning around, she didn't find any trace of the wooden sword. She asked the Chankan family who were adding supper to the moon boots, where's the wooden sword? Qian Kun Ban thought for a while and said, it seems that I got into that pile of rocks before. Fang Shi's consciousness moved, get out. The next moment, the wooden sword emerged from the pile of stones. Mu Jian was very calm. Because it is eaten from the inside out, there is nothing unusual about the pile of stones outside. Fang Shi stared at the wooden sword with her spiritual sense, and was about to question him a few words, when Zhang Wen suddenly said, Little sister, flying man. Fang Shi was taken aback for a moment, then looked up, and saw many people wearing elder costumes flying by with their swords. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Brother, let's go there with Yujin too. You take me with you. Anyway, the elders are all flying, and there is nothing wrong with them flying. Zhang Wen immediately called out the magic sword given to him by Elder Nangong, and took Fang Shi into the air. Fang's eyes' attention was diverted, and the wooden sword didn't look abnormal, so she didn't investigate further. Mu Jian was somewhat dissatisfied. What are you doing with his broken sword? I will fly with you. Guaranteed to let you experience the extraordinary feeling. 100 times smoother than those broken boots. Mu Jian grumbled silently, then ran over and poked the cloud-treading moon boots a few times, and then got into the stone pile again. Half a quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen landed on the top of Yuheng Peak. Seeing the scene in front of her, Fang Shi felt a little dejected. What came into view was a towering tree covered with purple flowers, and the light was emitted by those flowers. She thought it was a rare treasure born into the world, but she didn't expect it to be a tree. This thing has just bloomed, and it bears fruit early. In vain. However, it's all here, let's take a look at the fun. She looked around and saw a lot of familiar faces, the kind of familiar faces. These people were all in Zan Huanhai to save her before. So, this guy smiled and went over to say hello one by one. Seeing her, many elders thought of the famous scene of kelp fluttering with the waves, and couldn't help laughing. But I was a little puzzled, why did this little girl come here? Fang Shi greeted Tao Xunglin in a circle, and when she saw Tao Xunglin's master, Elder Shang, she moved over. Elder Shang, what a coincidence, you are here too. Tell me, what kind of tree is that? Elder Shang didn't bother others when he saw her, but he didn't want to embarrass a small handyman under the eyes of everyone. He had no choice but to say, this is the primordial purple mysterious tree, and the fruit it produces is called the primordial purple profound fruit, which is very precious. The flowering time of the Hongmeng Zixun tree is erratic, and it will bear fruit half an hour after flowering, and it will mature before the sun rises. When Fang Shi heard it, her eyes lit up immediately. Will it be ripe before the sun rises? Then can she also get a few? Elder Shang didn't know if he had guessed her thoughts, and said with a sneer. Stop thinking about anything. not to mention that all the fruits of this tree have to be handed in. The key is that according to the records, although this Hongmeng Zixuan tree is full of flowers every time, the fruits it produces will die young, and none of them can last to maturity. Fang Shi's heart turned cold. However, he still asked curiously, why did you die young? Elder Shang said angrily. If I knew, I would have reported it to the sect long ago. All right, don't ask questions, just leave immediately if you don't want to read. Fang Shi retreated to the side in desperation, and Zhang Wen came over like a quail. The two found an inconspicuous place to sit on the floor, and then both sighed. The dream of getting rich was shattered. It was already midnight at this time. Fang Shi yawned, Zhang Wen also yawned, and the two just fell asleep sitting up. Elder Shang glanced at them and was speechless. At this time, Elder Zeng of Yuheng Peak came over to greet him. The two chatted and talked about Fang Shi. Elder Shang said. No wonder Zhuba Wan adopted her as his granddaughter, the two have really similar temperaments. As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial purple mysterious tree suddenly shook, and its petals rustled down. Elder Shang and the others couldn't help being a little surprised. There was no wind here, why did the tree shake suddenly? However, soon, the primordial purple mysterious tree regained its calm, and everyone didn't take it seriously. As time went by, more and more elders rushed over. Drunken elders and dead elders are among them. Seeing Fang Shi sleeping soundly there, Elder Zui couldn't help but frown, and was about to speak when Elder Dead gritted his teeth and said, 818 novels. This little Wu Yu is too outrageous. How did you fall asleep? Is this a place to sleep? Just as Elder Drunk was about to echo a few words, Elder Dead trotted over, took out a blanket and covered Fang Shi carefully. It's windy here, don't catch a cold. Drunk Elder. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 439 This is a good thing. The drunk elder was speechless. Although this is the top of the peak, there is no wind at all. How can there be such a strong wind? But seeing Elder Dead's diligence, Elder Drunk really believed what he said during the day. If it weren't for this girl's outstanding aptitude, the dead elder wouldn't be so abnormal. Although the dead elder's movements were very light, Fang Shi still woke up. She hurriedly stood up and said hello to the dead elders, because they were outsiders, so she didn't call the dead elders. The dead elder felt a little unhappy. Feel like a dark outer room. But he couldn't bear to blame his precious apprentice, so he spread his grievances on. Zhang Wen. How did you become an older brother? It's so cold on the ground, so you let your sister sleep on the ground. Zhang Wen. Aren't we practitioners all sitting on the ground? Is it possible that I have to carry a futon with me in the future? Fang Shi felt sorry for Zhang Wen for a second, then changed the subject. Elder Shang said that the fruit of the Hongmeng Zixuan tree will die young. Could it be because there is no pollination? Drunk Elder said. I also considered this reason before, and specially asked the bee garden to send some golden-eyed spotted bees over, but the Hongmeng Zixuan tree was very resistant, and frantically shook the leaves to drive away the golden-eyed spotted bees. Later, we tried artificially to help it pollinate, but the fruit still died after pollination. Therefore, it should have nothing to do with pollination. Fang Shi thought for a while and said, then does this thing have to be cross-pollinated? Elder Drunk sighed. We also thought that this might be the reason, but there is no second Hongmeng Zixuan tree in the whole world, and there is no way to achieve cross-pollination. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Then how about trying other tree species? Although the fruit they bear may not be so pure, a small bastard is better than nothing. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, the primordial purple mysterious tree shook crazily, its branches grew violently, and it came towards Fang Shi. Elder Drunk and Elder Dead are here, naturally they won't let Fang Shi have trouble. They attack at the same time, repelling the attack of primordial purple mysterious tree. Elder Dead was afraid that Fang Shi would be afraid, and was about to comfort her, but saw her eyes sparkling, just like that puppy seeing meaty bones. Before he had time to ask, Elder Shang said with a sullen face. Zhu Wuyu, since the primordial purple profound tree attacked you, it means that it does not welcome you. In order to avoid an uncontrollable situation, you leave quickly. The dead elder's old face suddenly stretched out. Just when he was about to make Elder Shang doubt his life, Fang Shi said. Elder Shang, it is a good thing that the primordial purple profound tree attacked me. This shows that it already has intelligence and can understand what we say. In this case, why not ask it why the fruit will die young? Fang Zai's words immediately caused a crowd of exclamations. That's right. Since the primordial purple mysterious tree has opened its spiritual wisdom, it is better to ask it directly. Maybe we can really find out the reason why the fruit died prematurely. If only the blossoms of this tree could bear fruit. Everyone hurriedly started to ask why the fruit of the Hongmeng Zixuan tree died. It's a pity that the primordial purple mysterious tree didn't respond at all, as if it was dead. Fang Shi coughed twice. Elders, I think, since this thing wanted to attack me just now, maybe it only wants to communicate with me. How about I try? Elder Shang snorted coldly. It wished it could beat you to death, would it communicate with you? Fang Shi said with a smile. Try it and you will know. However, I am worried about my life, so all the elders, arrange a shift, 7 people, and take turns to protect me. Everyone. You really regret your life. Besides, the attack power of the primordial purple mysterious tree is not that strong at all, and it is enough to protect you by just picking someone out of it. Before everyone objected, the dead elders began to roll the names there. Old Shang, you take the people from Tianquan Peak with you. Lao Zeng, you take the people from Yuheng Peak with you. Everyone. Is this the dead elder who can't speak a few words all year round? Could it be that he was taken away by someone? However, everyone still gave him face and did so. The point is that they want to know why the fruit of the primordial purple profound tree died young. Guarding such a treasure but getting nothing, is too aggrieved. Although the elders were divided into groups, the dead elders did not join any group and chose to be a jerk. No matter which group came to protect Fangxi, he was there. Because he is worried. Ready, Fangxi approached the primordial purple profound tree. He said with a smile. Are you angry when I told you to pollinate other species of trees? I didn't expect your tree to be quite conservative. Actually, isn't this a very normal thing? There is a saying that love has no boundaries. Don't talk about your trees, we demons have a lot of intermarriages with other races. Some are looking for the ravenous race, some are looking for the human race, and some are looking for the monster race. How wonderful it is to have a bunch of them. If you are willing, I will choose a concubine for you now. You can choose from the trees all over the island. If you are not interested in trees, you can also use flowers and plants. Even if it's a dog's tail grass, I'll grab one for you. Temporary going out, the remaining 2 chapters will be updated around the clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 440. The Hongmeng Zixuan tree was so angry that its branches trembled wildly, and the branches all over the tree grew wildly again, rushing towards Fangxi. However, all its attacks were blocked by the elders, and it didn't even touch Fangxi's clothes. Fangxi winked. I can't hit you. I can't hit you. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. Elders. You are a real dog. Hongmeng Zixuan was obviously furious. The branches are dancing wildly, and they are about to shake into a windmill. The ground was soon covered with a thick layer of petals. Fangxi slapped her storage ring shamelessly and said, This petal is a good thing, it can be made into cakes or jam, and even worse, it can be used to take a bath, it's delicious. Keep shaking, drop more petals. The Hongmeng Zixuan tree stopped shaking, and began to turn the leaves into arrows and shoot at Fangxi. Fangxi put her hands on her hips. It seems that I won't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how high the sky is, how thick the ground is, and how wicked I am Zhu Wu Yu. After these fruits are ripe, I will personally trim your hairstyle to make you stand out. At first, Hongmeng Zixuan didn't understand what it meant to stand out from others, but only after he touched the taste did he realize that she was going to shave it into a bald head. Dade is simply missing. Hongmeng Zixuan was so angry that he was smoking purple smoke. Fangxi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It turned out that Rizhao's sensor produces purple smoke is true. There is really purple smoke. However, she quickly thought of another thing. According to Elder Shang, the Hongmeng Zixuan tree will bear fruit half an hour after it blooms, and it will ripen before the sun rises. However, it has been crazy for a long time, and it is almost dawn, and its flowers are still blooming brilliantly. It means no result at all. How is this going? She immediately changed her face, and said earnestly. COZ, what I said in a moment of impatience may not please you, but the intention is good. I'm really worried for you. It's okay if you don't want to intermarry, you can tell me the reason why the fruit died. Only by knowing the reason can we prescribe the right medicine and help you, right? I'm sure you don't want to have nothing but flowers, do you? Seeing that Hongmeng Zixuan's attack had weakened significantly, Fangxi continued. You are the only Hongmeng Zixuan tree in the world, if there is no ripe fruit, you will have no descendants. If one day you die, your Hongmeng Zixuan clan will be extinct. You are the sinner of the Hongmeng Zixuan clan. Going far, are you worthy of your ancestors? Speaking closer, are you worthy of our Lang Yinyuan? How much manpower and material resources have we spent on you? Not to mention anything else, in order to let you have enough room for growth, there is no grass on the top of such a big peak, don't you appreciate it at all? The Hongmeng Zixuan tree's attack completely stopped, and the leaves also drooped. Fangxi nodded. It seems that you are a good tree that understands the truth, I really saw you right. Come on, tell me now, why did your fruit die young? Hongmeng Zixuan remained silent. 818 novels. The key is that it can't speak either. Fangxi slapped his forehead. I forgot that you can't speak anymore, how about this, let's sign a temporary contract to facilitate communication. After the communication, we will terminate the contract. I'm a little trash, and you're not afraid of what I might do to you, are you? Come, let's make a contract now. After Fangxi finished speaking, he began to use the method of contract. Hongmeng Zixuan slightly shook a few times, and finally signed the contract with Fangxi. A small tree suddenly appeared in Fangxi's sea of consciousness, and it said viciously. Smelly girl, you are finished. I want to devour your sea of consciousness and turn you into my fertilizer. Fangxi shivered. You actually want to harm me. I'm so scared. You're so bad. You scare people to death. You scare people to death. Primordial purple profound tree. When it was in a daze, several figures rushed over and beat it up. Among them was a pair of boots that beat the hardest. Kick its trunk one after another, and fly kick. Hongmeng Zixuan was angry and hurt, and cried. Your grandfather is not a human being, and you're even less human. The two of you, grandparents and grandchildren, can harm me with just one tree. You really lack the virtue of 8 lifetimes. Fangxi was taken aback. There is also something about her cheap grandfather. She curiously asked Hongmeng Zixuan, what did my grandfather do to you? Hongmeng Zixuan said in grief and indignation. Our primordial purple mysterious tree has always been one female and one male symbiosis, so that we can pollinate the same plant. But Zhu Bawan, a bastard who lacks great virtue, just because I didn't secretly hide a few fruits for him, he forcibly dug up the male tree. Our husband and wife have been separated for tens of thousands of years, I don't even know if it is still alive, woo woo woo. Hongmeng Zixuan cried until his heart broke, let alone his grievances. Tossing and turning is to scold the blood devourer for lack of great virtue, and it will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes when it meets him. It wished it could pull Zhu Baihuan out of the grave and smoke it into shreds. Fangxi. Grandfather. My dear grandpa. You can really be a demon. Regarding the immoral things you have done, how dare you ask me to change the inscription for you? It is not impossible to change, just remove the almost caused the catastrophe. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 441 Take the bamboo shoots. Fang Shi thought to herself, where did her cheap grandfather get that male tree? It won't be used as firewood, will it? Ha, and many more. Could it be the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the law enforcement hall on Tianshu Peak? But the dead elder said that the crooked neck tree was planted by blood. It's really possible, he can't go there to plant trees for no reason. As for his remarks about whether the trees need to be pruned, it is mostly used to cover up. After doing such a wicked thing, he even planted the tree at the entrance of the law enforcement hall with the most strict rules. Take the bamboo shoots. Fang Shi felt that compared with Zhu Baihuan, she was simply a beautiful and kind little fairy. Although Fang Shi felt that this matter was close to 10 or 9, she still had to make sure. After all, the crooked neck tree is really far from the Hongmeng Zixuan tree in appearance. However, it is not ruled out that her good grandfather made some kind of formation to cover up the original appearance of the crooked neck tree. When Fang Shi was communicating with Hongmeng Zixuanshu, all the elders were staring. How dare she? How dare she? This Hongmeng Zixuan tree is the treasure of Langyuan, and she actually gave it to the contract. How brave is she? At least you have to discuss it with us, right? We have to ask the 7 Peak Masters for instructions, right? Besides, Moji is different from Warcraft, and the contract risk is very high. If it is not done well, it will be a lose-lose result. In case there is a problem, whether it is a problem with a tree or a problem with a person, it will be difficult to deal with. The idea of the dead elders is completely different from theirs. It has to be my apprentice. This courage, I ask who else? My precious apprentice looks like someone who does great things. Whatever he does, just do it. At this time, Fang Shi said. Everyone, Hongmeng Zixuanshu said that he encountered some special circumstances, so he asked my grandfather to transplant the male tree to other places. 818 novels. I suspect that the crooked neck tree at the gate of the law enforcement hall on Tianshu Peak is the male tree of the Hongmeng Zixuan tree. It is best to send someone to send branches and leaves immediately for the Hongmeng Zixuan tree to confirm. Time is running out, speed must be fast. Primordial purple profound tree. You know how to talk. Obviously it was your grandfather who lacked great virtue who persecuted me, but when it came to you, it turned out to be helping me. Are you guilty of saying this? No wonder you are his granddaughter, you are all black-hearted. How did the dead elders know this? They were still sighing in their hearts, they didn't expect that bloody Huan would do good deeds. At this time, Fang Shi asked Hongmeng Zixuanshu. Didn't it say that you will bear fruit after half an hour of flowering? You also said that the fruit will ripen before the sun rises. Why do I see that's not the case? Hongmeng Zixuanshu sobbed and said. I was so focused on slapping you just now that I forgot about the result. Fang Shi. After Hongmeng Zixuanshu's explanation, Fang Shi realized that the so-called flowering and fruiting time is only an approximate range, and it is not static. The key lies in Hongmeng Zixuanshu's own control, it will choose the best time and result. It's okay to be idle, the flowers will bear fruit after blooming. But if it encounters something, it will delay the time of the result. Fang Shi repeated the words of Hongmeng Zixuanshu, and the elders were all stunned. It turned out to be like this. At this time, someone brought over the branches and leaves of the crooked neck tree. Hongmeng Zixuanshu immediately confirmed that it was the male tree, and urged Fang Shi to transplant the male tree here. Fang Shi immediately sent several elders who were proficient in formations to dig out the crooked neck tree, and specially reminded that there might be formations under the tree. Elder Shang looked at Fang Shi who was giving orders, and was a little confused. She seems to be a little handyman, right? Still a little handyman who will be kicked out soon. How dare she assign us elders to work? The key is to be very natural. It's as if we are the ones who should listen to her arrangement. The dead elder had a proud expression on his face. My apprentice. This is my apprentice. It's a pity that he can't yell loudly now, otherwise he would like to yell twice. An hour later, the crooked neck tree was brought over. Apart from still having a crooked neck, it was completely different from what Fang Shi had seen before. It is very similar to the primordial purple profound tree. Fang Shi thought to herself, it seems that her previous guess was correct, there really was a cover-up formation under the tree. The words of several formation elders also verified her guess. Leaving aside the character of Zhu Bawan, this person is indeed an amazingly talented person. He placed 3 sets of formation discs under the tree, and they were formations within formations. If it is not someone who is proficient in formations, even if you dig the soil, you will not be able to find it. Fortunately, he has no intention of harming others. Otherwise, if an offensive formation is placed in the formation, there will definitely be casualties. Those 3 sets of formation discs are very delicate, each only half the size of a palm. Blood-biting Huan is indeed a formation wizard. Ellipsis. Fang Shi was quite emotional, her cheap grandpa really had a lot of skills, he really deserved to be able to bury his treasure next to his father's grave. Feelings are emotions, she has not been idle, directing everyone to transplant the crooked neck tree to the side of the primordial purple profound tree. When she asked someone to transplant the crooked neck tree, she asked someone to fetch the spring water from Tianshui Shinton, which happened to be used to water the tree at this time. In addition, she also asked several elders who are good at cultivating magic plants to perform some magic formulas. Under several effects, the crooked neck tree quickly stretched its leaves. A moment later, the flowers of the Hongmeng purple mysterious tree suddenly exuded a refreshing fragrance and bore fruit. Everyone watched nervously, not knowing whether the batch of fruits would perish. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 442 is your family's wickedness inherited. Time seemed to pass extremely long. Finally, the blue fruit gradually turned purple. The elders who have always been stable and mature gave out cheers. They didn't expect that there would be a day in their life to see the ripening of the primordial purple profound fruit. They all looked at the great hero Feng Shi, and their praises were endless. Feng Shi was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her face turned red. Elders, the fruit of the primordial purple profound tree depends on everyone's collective wisdom and effort. At best, I am just a piece of broken brick that attracts others. How can you praise me so much? I would like to thank all the elders for their affirmation and encouragement to me. I have gained a lot from this experience, which will be of great benefit to my future practice and state of mind. Feng Shi said respectfully and bowed to everyone. The elders kept nodding. This little girl made such a great contribution. She was neither arrogant nor impetuous, and she didn't take the opportunity to make any demands. This kind of disposition is very rare. It's really good bamboo shoots. Unexpectedly, the great scourge of blood-devouring Huan had such a wonderful granddaughter. Even Elder Shang had to admit that although this little girl Zhu Wuyu was a little naughty, she still had a good nature. As everyone knows, Feng Shi is using his spiritual sense to have a friendly exchange with the primordial purple mysterious tree at this time. COZ, I'm a thin-skinned person, and I'm too embarrassed to ask these elders for fruit. So, when the fruit is ripe for a while, you sneak around and hide some for me, and I will come to get it later when I have a chance. It's not that I am greedy, the key is that my grandfather didn't fulfill this wish at the beginning, and he didn't close his eyes when he died. As his granddaughter, I have to fulfill his last wish for him. When I go to his grave in the future, I will present these offerings to express my filial piety. Primordial purple profound tree. Can you have some face? Seeing that it was silent, Feng Shi immediately said. You have to have a conscience to make a tree. Without me, can your husband and wife be reunited? Even if the crooked neck tree breaks its branches, you still have to continue to separate from each other. Is it too much for me to ask you to order some fruit? Not too much. It's okay if you don't agree. I'm not as wicked as my grandfather. I can't do anything that would separate your husband and wife. I'm going to get you some other magic plants. All of them are enchanting and charming female magic plants, so that your little days will be prosperous. Hongmeng Zixuanshu almost died of anger. Is the wickedness in your family hereditary? Your grandfather is not a human being, and you're even less human. Because of the lessons learned from the past, Hongmeng Zixuanshu was worried that Feng Shi could really do such a wicked thing, so he reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi said, not only this time, but leave all the results to me in the future, a quarter of it. Too much is not good, and I am not greedy, so it is almost enough. Primordial purple profound tree. As long as you are happy. While speaking, the fruit of the Hongmeng Zixuan tree was completely ripe. Although the elders found that some of the fruit on the tree seemed to be missing, they didn't care. Everyone guessed that it was the normal wear and tear of the fruit. After all, no one dared to do something under the watchful eyes of the public. If they could steal the fruit right under their noses, their lives would be in vain. It's a pity that they forgot that there is a word called self-stealing, and the fruit was hidden by Hongmeng Zixuanshu himself. Several elders of Yuheng Peak carefully packed the fruit into a special jade box, and counted the number in public. At this time, Elder Shang thought about the contract, and asked Feng Shi. The matter has been settled, can you terminate the contract with Hongmeng Zixuanshu? Feng Shi sighed. I also want to terminate the contract with it, but it said that it was just reunited with the male tree and its fruit was unstable, and it took a lot of cultivation to ripen the fruit, so it is not appropriate to terminate the contract now. If you terminate the contract rashly, it will damage its consciousness. I don't know if what it said is true or not, I always feel that it wants to rely on me. Hongmeng Zixuanshu, hash at % asterisk hash. Fart. And NBS greater than let your fart go. I can't wait to terminate the contract with you right away, it's clear that you don't want to terminate the contract with me. You are worse than your grandfather. Your grandfather is obviously wicked, and you are rotten. Sooner or later, your ancestral grave will be struck by lightning. The elders didn't know that Feng Shi was talking nonsense, so they all believed it. It's not that they are easy to deceive, the key is that Feng Xi's previous character design is too successful. Not seeking fame or fortune, not greedy for merit and being polite, who would have thought that she was full of twists and turns? 818 novels. There is another key reason, the primordial purple profound tree cannot be moved, so even if Feng Shi contracts it, it cannot be taken out of Langyan Abyss. Elder Zeng of Tianheng Peak comforted Feng Shi and said, since that's the case, it's hard work for you to continue to maintain the contract. Don't worry, the 7 Peak Masters will not treat you badly, and will definitely give you compensation. In addition, the primordial purple profound tree's cultivation level is higher than yours, so it will benefit your spiritual consciousness if you sign a contract with it. Feng Shi hurriedly said, Elder Zeng, don't say that, this is what I should do. Although I will be kicked out of Langyuan after a while, as long as I am still in Langyuan, I will be a member of Langyuan. It is my honor and pride to be able to contribute to Langyuan. When all the elders heard this, they felt strange in their hearts. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Zhu Wuyu brothers and sisters, it is because of their prejudice against Zhu Wuhuan, and even some anger. What a child. It's not impossible to stay. I got home too late today, let's update 2 chapters today, the next chapter will be around 10:30. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 443 who hasn't been a little competitive. Seeing this scene, Elder Dead became desperate. These people seem to have a good impression of the little apprentice, and when they do a joint name in the future, he will ask them to stamp their seals and press their fingerprints one by one, and don't even think about running away. It's a pity that the elders who came this time only accounted for 1/3 of Lang Yinyuans. If you want the little apprentice to stay, you have to continue to pull people's heads. Everyone chatted for a few more words, and said goodbye one after another. Fang Shi originally wanted to rub Junwen's magic sword, but the dead elder directly lifted it onto his own magic sword. Junwen could only watch helplessly as his junior sister was cut off. Forget it, get used to it, numb it. After the dead elder brought Fang Shi back to the alchemy pavilion, he asked her to go back to sleep first, and come to him when she woke up. Fang Shi was indeed a little tired, so she went back to her residence and took a nap. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. She ate something and came to look for the dead elder. The dead elder hurriedly called the drunk elder over. My dear boy, come, show the elder drunk the refining furnace hemostasis pill. Fang Shi. All right, if you want to show off, show off. She immediately refined a batch of hemostatic pills, and the time was slightly shortened compared to before. There's no way, she has to give master face. The dead elder was so happy that he can clap his hands together, just like that. Old monkey. Old drunk, how is it? How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? My good apprentice is a baby bump, and my future is limitless. Don't talk about you and me, even her grandfather is only worthy of carrying shoes for her. The drunk elder didn't hear what he said at all, and fell into deep remorse. Obviously he and the little girl were destined to be destined, why didn't he grasp it? Obviously he is her destined master, why was he snatched away by the dead elder? If time could be turned back and he was given another chance, even if he was stung into a pig's head by a swarm of bees, he would still want to be the leader. The drunk elder said a few words perfunctorily, and left in a daze. The more he was like this, the more Elder Dead felt that he had accepted the right apprentice. The old face is smiling like an old walnut. More than 100 folds. Elder Dead taught Fang Shi several alchemy recipes, seeing that she could learn it quickly, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. If it wasn't for the fear of exhausting his precious apprentice, he wished he could teach him everything. At this time, in the artifact refining pavilion, Elder Shang was instructing his disciples to engrave divine patterns on the forged parts. Tao Xunglin was among them. Although there are many direct disciples among them, he is the apprentice of Elder Shang, so every time he engraves the divine pattern, he puts his best effort into it, so as not to make the master feel ashamed. This time is no exception. He tightly held the engraving pen in his hand, engraving each stroke with utmost seriousness. Even though his body was soaked in sweat, he didn't relax at all. Elder Shang couldn't help but nodded, he was still very satisfied with this apprentice. Not only talented, but also hard-working enough. He couldn't help but think of Zhu Wuyu who was brilliant last night, and then shook his head. Although that girl's nature is not bad, she can babble with a small mouth, and she has made some contributions to Lang Yinyuan, but her biggest flaw is her lack of cultivation. It's okay if you have other skills, but unfortunately, apart from being able to burn fire, it doesn't seem to have any specialties. Therefore, the upper limit is not too high. In comparison, Xunglin is much better. Not only is his cultivation level much higher than hers, but he is also a genius at refining weapons. Thinking about it this way, Elder Shang's subtle soreness disappeared without a trace. Tao Xunglin was completely immersed in engraving the divine pattern at this time, he felt that he was in a particularly good state today. Today's parts seem to be particularly obedient, and he can carve a perfect divine pattern without consuming too much magic energy. He had a premonition that he might engrave a top-grade divine pattern today. You must know that it is very difficult for the soul iron there engraving to engrave top-grade divine patterns, unless the elders of the refining pavilion can do it. And NBSP, Tao Xunglin suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued engraving calmly. When he finished the last line, all the lines were connected together, with brilliance flashing on it. Tao Xunglin was very excited. Top-grade divine pattern. He actually carved a top-grade divine pattern. Elder Shang standing next to him also had a look of excitement and relief. He knew that the apprentices he taught must be outstanding. He patted Tao Xunglin's shoulder appreciatively. Not bad. Keep working hard in the future. Tao Xunglin expressed his determination excitedly, not to mention the joy in his heart. After the other disciples finished engraving, Elder Shang commented on it, praising Tao Xunglin emphatically. He still didn't think it was enough, so he took the parts engraved by Tao Xunglin to find other elders, under the guise of exchanging his teaching experience. After the other elders saw it, one by one became more sour. Who hasn't got a little competitive? Some people just want to find fault with the egg, and look at the parts over and over again. Then the problem was discovered. Old Shang, that's wrong. Even if you want to flatter your apprentice again, don't use such tricks. At first glance, this part is not the handicraft of those disciples, you forged it yourself, right? TSK, not only did you forge it yourself, but you also put a lot of effort into it. 818 novels. There are almost no impurities in it, let alone Tao Xunglin, any direct disciple can engrave a top-grade divine pattern. I decided to grit my teeth and write another chapter, wait for me. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 444. Elder Shang was taken aback. He snatched the part and examined it carefully. He didn't think much about it before, he just cared about showing off his apprentice. Look at it now, can't you? The purity of this part is much higher than the parts used by other disciples. This is obviously cheating. Elder Shang angrily called Tao Xunglin over, and threw the parts in front of him. Say, what's going on here? Why is this component so pure? Tao Xunglin was stunned. How does he know why? Obviously just took a piece casually. He hastily explained. Elder Shang was also dizzy just now, but now he calmed down and thought about it. He felt that Tao Xinglan didn't have such courage. So, someone called the disciple in charge of forging over, and asked him to find out who forged this part. After checking, the forging disciple was called Yu Tong, so I called him over. Yu Tong's face turned pale with fright, and it was useless for Elder Shang to interrogate him, so he just said everything. Elder Shang's eyes almost popped out. You, what did you say? Was this part forged by Zhu Wuyu? He thought it was ridiculous. How could Zhu Wuyu forge it, and the level of forging is still so high? Yu Tong stammered and repeated, adding that many people at the scene could testify. Elder Shang immediately called several disciples over, and they all said exactly the same as what Yu Tong said. Elder Shang was stunned. Tao Xinglan pinched himself severely. Pain. It appears to be true. Zhu Wuyu's little arms and legs could be forged, or a forging master. In disbelief, he felt a little lonely. Originally thought that today was his highlight moment, but in the end he was only stained with blood and worry-free glory. After a long time, Elder Shang said to Tao Xinglan, "Go and find Zhu Wuyu, don't tell her about the forging." He still didn't believe that Feng Shi could have such a high level of forging, so he couldn't startle her. He wanted to catch her by surprise and observe her reaction. Tao Xinglan immediately sent a message to Feng Shi, asking her to come to the artifact refining pavilion, without saying anything. Feng Shi was puzzled when she received the message. What did Tao Xinglan want her for? Could it be that he was anxious to watch Elder Nangong forge a sword? However, it's okay to go for a while, just refresh your face in front of Old Man Chai. She greeted Elder Dead and arrived at the artifact refining pavilion. Tao Xinglan had been waiting for Feng Shi at the gate of the artifact refining pavilion, and after seeing her, he brought her to see Elder Shang. Elder Shang's face sank like water. Zhu Wuyu, yesterday you helped Yu Tong forge a piece of material. Feng Shi's heart sank. It's over. The piece of material she forged must be substandard. It shouldn't be, isn't it qualified if the color becomes dark blue? However, she still said very responsibly. Elder Shang, that piece of material was indeed forged by me. This matter has nothing to do with senior brother Yu, he has suffered an indiscriminate disaster. If there is any loss, I will bear it. Elder Shang stared at her closely. Seeing her frank expression, he continued to ask. How did you forge it? Feng Shi said with some anxiety. I'm weak, and it's getting dark, so I was a little anxious, so I used my spiritual sense to check the inside of the material. Elder Shang, I was also in a moment of impatience, so I took advantage of it. Did I get into some trouble? Elder Shang was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. Tao Xinglan screamed out in surprise. You use your spiritual sense to explore the inside of the material. That is soul iron that has been forged at high temperature. Are you not afraid of damage to your consciousness? Feng Shi looked at him blankly. Spiritual consciousness will be damaged. I don't feel anything. Besides, when forging, don't you have to pour cold water on it? It's not that hot either. Tao Xinglan. You are awesome. You ignorant or fearless. You are not human. There was a moment of silence in the house. Seeing that their master and apprentice didn't intend to ask her to sit down, Feng Shi patted herself again as if she didn't cause any trouble, and then sat on the chair next to her. Seeing that Elder Shang's teacup was empty, he refilled his tea, poured another cup for himself, and started drinking. When Elder Shang came back to his senses, Feng Shi had already drunk a cup of tea. He said to Feng Shi, "Follow me." Feng Shi Pidian followed Elder Shang to the backyard. Elder Shang asked someone to bring a piece of soul iron for her to forge. Feng Shi was 120 unhappy. Although it is possible to save a lot of effort by borrowing spiritual sense to investigate, it is also a labor of effort. How tiring. But I couldn't stop doing it, so I could only pinch my nose and start blacksmithing. When she was swinging the sledgehammer, Old Chai came over with a chicken leg in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. Elder Shang looked disgusted and moved aside. After the old man Chai finished eating the chicken leg, he threw the bone away casually, and then rubbed his hand on Elder Shang's clothes. Elder Shang was so angry that his face was livid, but he was afraid of disturbing Feng Shi's forging, so he gave old man Chai a hard look. Old Chai focused his attention on Feng Shi, watching her hammering down one after another. His eyes narrowed. When Feng Shi was forging last night, he watched it for a while at first, but then left when he had something to do. Looking at it now, it is a bit interesting. While watching, I heard Feng Shi roaring. Shocking thunder. This sky-reaching cultivation base has fallen into my Zijin hammer. Purple electricity. It is said that the Schwanzen flame 9 heavens hanging sword shocks the heavens. I have something to go out tomorrow, so the update will be postponed until PM. Closed black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 445. The Phoenix dog loves it deeply. Feng Zai's voice was too sudden. The wine gourd in old man Chai's hand almost flew out. Tao Xinglan even staggered in fright. Feng Shi didn't care what their reactions were. She was really in a bad mood right now. She didn't yell, 80, 80, would be good. She had a sense of foreboding. She is about to be discovered again for her talent in refining weapons. But she doesn't want this talent. Whose watery little girl just swings a sledgehammer when she has nothing to do? She wanted to gain goodwill in front of the elders of the artifact refining pavilion, but that didn't mean she was willing to be a blacksmith. But up to now, riding a tiger is hard to get off, so I can only bite the bullet and strike the iron. Again, it's not good to be too good. Too eye-catching. Even if you want to hide your clumsiness. Ugh. She is so hard. On Feng Shi's side of Versailles, Gilet hidden in her sleeve pocket was floating in her imagination. Listening to the lyrics, there are thunder, purple lightning, and dark clouds. Isn't this a proper praise of it? Unexpectedly, Fengu even wrote a song for it. It seems that Fengu loves it deeply. In this case, it will try to treat her better in the future. The more Jilei listened, the more excited he became. If he hadn't been worried about someone nearby, he would have wanted to dance on Feng Zai's head. Not only does it think so, but so does the little black ball. It was almost sour. The unscrupulous master actually wrote a song for that shameless Jilei. Fangxi, you scumbag. Am I treating you badly? Am I unfaithful to you? Am I being inconsiderate to you? Why are you doing this to me? The little black ball is crazily jealous, crazily dissatisfied, and crazily twisted. The little fat bird rolled his eyes and said to the little black ball, you seem to be short-sighted. Let's not say whether Niangchen wrote this song for Jilei, or if it was written for him, it doesn't mean anything. The closer the relationship is, the less need for such fancy expressions. For example, my mother helped me catch a lot of fire essence. For example, my mother specially brought you to the devil world to eat magic energy. You can't see these, but you care about a song instead. Saying you are short-sighted is better than saying you are blind. Little black ball. Although you scolded harshly, I admit that what you said made sense. It is indeed the second spiritual pet after me, and she has a bit of a brain. Fangxi naturally didn't know this. She was still shouting and swinging the sledgehammer. Finally, she smashed out all the impurities in that piece of soul iron. She put down the hammer, then wiped the sweat from her brow, and said to Elder Shang, Elder Shang, I have tried my best, and I can only smash it like this. Elder Shang didn't care about the scolding, and carefully inspected the piece of soul iron. Sure enough, it was almost exactly the same quality as the piece Tao Xunglin used before. So, that piece of mixed iron was really forged by Zhu Wuyu. She turned out to be a forging genius. Not only is she a forging genius, she also invented the method of forging spiritual consciousness. Such understanding is really rare. He was about to speak, when the old man Chai beside him said, this soul iron is too poorly forged. This kind of quality, no one will pick it up on the street. Some people just do what they should do, don't come to the artifact refining pavilion to embarrass themselves. After he finished speaking, he thought that Fangxi would be unconvinced or resent him, but he saw the little girl's eyes sparkle. Looking at his eyes is like looking at a relative. Fangxi nodded desperately. Old man, you are so right. I don't have the talent for refining weapons at all, I'm just a little waste. The thing I forged is broken copper and iron, and anyone who can find it is better than me. Old man Chai. I think you're acting weird. As everyone knows, when Fangxi said this, she had real feelings, and she hoped that the artifact refining pavilion would look down on her. Unfortunately, it backfired. Elder Shang glared at old Chai. Don't meddle here, what should you do? After speaking, he looked at Fangxi. What kind of formula did you shout just now? Could it be the forging formula passed down from your blood family's ancestors? Fangxi. She shook her head quickly. No, I just made it up. Elder Shang felt that she was lying. Can the casual compilation be so catchy and exciting? It must be the forging method of their blood family. He said meaningfully, I can understand your feelings. Some things are secrets that are not passed on. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Fangxi. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Elder Shang took her back to the study again, asked her about the details of using her spiritual sense to detect impurities, and then said, your forging heart is very valuable. After I discuss it with other elders, I will ask you for credit, and I will never treat you badly. Fangxi said with some embarrassment, I also made a mistake, but it can't be considered any credit. I'm very grateful that you don't hold me accountable for my rashness. Elder Shang couldn't help but nodded. This little girl is neither arrogant nor impatient, she is really good. Then he saw Tao Xunglin standing aside. I don't know why, originally he thought this apprentice was pleasing to the eye, but now he feels not so good. However, he soon comforted himself. Xunglin is an all-rounder in refining equipment, and he is excellent in every process. Although Zhu Wuyu is talented in forging, he may not be able to do well in other processes. Not to mention anything else, such as seal carving divine patterns. For someone like her who doesn't know how to make magic talismans, wanting to seal and engrave divine patterns is simply a dream. Thinking of this, the soreness in his heart dissipated a lot, and he said to Fangxi, it's getting dark now, you should go back first, and I'll ask Xunglin to send you a message after the matter of asking for merit is established. After Fangxi saluted, she left the study. Tao Xunglin also followed. Fangxi said with a smile, Senior brother Tao, I want to talk to old man Chai. You are busy with your work, so don't send me off. Tao Xunglin was speechless. What do you have to talk to an old scumbag? By the way, don't forget to let me observe Elder Nangong's sword casting. Fangxi nodded. Don't worry, I will arrange it as soon as possible. After speaking, she walked away. Before reaching the moon gate in the backyard, I heard a voice coming from inside. Shocking thunder, this sky-reaching cultivation base has fallen into my Zijin hammer. Purple electricity, it is said that the Schwanzen flame 9 heavens hanging sword shocks the heavens. Fangxi. I'm too tired today, so I'll add 2 more chapters, and each chapter will be a bit longer. The next chapter will be finished around 10 o'clock. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 446. Fangxi sneaked behind the moon gate and looked inside. All the forging disciples were shouting, secrets of the blood family's forging, without exception. It's hard for them to piece together the complete lyrics. Fangxi was speechless except for being speechless. She could even predict that this brainwashing divine song would be played every day in the artifact refining pavilion. She was thinking wildly, when a chicken bone flew towards her. If she hadn't dodged quickly, her forehead would have been smashed. Old Chai walked over with 3 steps and 3 shakes. Little waste, what are you doing sneaking around? Fang Shi chuckled, of course I'm here to bring you food and drinks. Let's eat hot pot today. Old Chai wanted to refuse in his heart, but his mouth had its own ideas. Slice the meat thinner, yesterday's was too thick. So, the old and the young hid in the corner to cook hot pot. The disciples in charge of forging were a little embarrassed when they saw Fang Shi coming, but seeing that she didn't mean to blame, they shouted again. One shouted louder than the other. Fang Shi was already numb. Whatever. Fang Shi toasted Old Chai with a glass of wine, and then picked up the glass. She intended to just take a sip, but suddenly there was a force in her hand, and she just poured the whole glass of wine into it. Although Old Man Chai acted innocent, Fang Shi knew that he did it. This Old Man Chai has a bad character, he likes to stab people in the back too much. Unlike her, she is above board and never plays any tricks. At this moment, Fang Shi felt a small flame burning in her heart. She got it. Old Chai fiddled with the wine. It's not that it was poisoned, but the wine was much richer than what she poured. He wanted to get her drunk. Are you trying to trick her? That being the case, then she will make up her mind. She said to the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan. You absorb the wine in the meridians for me. 5 spiritual roots. Usually we help you absorb and forget about toxins, but now you still let us drink alcohol. To complain about it, they still help Fang Shi absorb the wine. Fang Shi instantly felt refreshed. However, her little face was flushed red, her eyes were slightly blurred, and even her smile seemed a little silly. Old Man Chai's eyes flickered slightly. Little waste, what did your grandfather tell you before you came? Fang Shi rested her chin with her hand. My grandfather. The one who crawled out of the grave. Old Man Chai. Yes. He told me that Langinyuan is full of geniuses, and asked me to come here and practice hard. But he didn't say that he has a bad reputation here. He made me suffer. Obviously I didn't do anything, but everyone hates me. When I go back, I will burn paper in front of his grave and call him a bastard. The green shell kingpin. Old Man Chai. Is this the word of tiger and wolf that I can hear? What else did he say? Fang Shi picked up the wine glass and drank it down in one gulp, then hiccuped. He also said that at any time, the interests of the demons must be put first, and the blood family has to stand aside. And let me swear. Do you think he is old and confused? It is estimated that it has been buried in the ground for a long time, and mushrooms have grown on its head. Old Chai paused slightly with his hand holding the wine glass, then drank it down in a gulp as if nothing had happened. Did he really say that? Fang Shi ignored him, but staggered to the side of the refining furnace, and put a basket of lotus sweet potatoes on the ground. Then, he said to a disciple who was forging. Brother, help me bake a batch of lotus cassava. Be careful not to burn it. That disciple. This is a smelting furnace, not a furnace for roasting sweet potatoes in the world. But because he stole the secret of forging the blood family, he still agreed. Old Chai saw this scene, shook his head with a smile, and drank it down. I don't know if I drank too much, coughed violently, and the eye circles were red from coughing. Fang Shi came back staggeringly, picked up the wine glass, and finished. What's the point of just drinking? Today I come to 100 poems on drunkenness. You listen up. 2 wastes come to drink, you have a drink and I have a drink. After eating shabu shabu and cassava, we are all big eaters. Old Man Chai. Now he is sure that she did not make up the formula for forging. She has no such ability. After a while, the lianxiang cassava was roasted, and the whole backyard was filled with the smell of burnt aroma. After Fang Shi peeled the skin, she gnawed on the cassava like a little squirrel, and then fell to the ground with a bang, bleeding from all of her orifices. The disciple who baked cassava for her was scared silly. He hurriedly said, I didn't do anything, I really didn't poison her. Old Chai put his fingers on Fang Shi's pulse, and doubts flashed in his eyes. However, in an instant, the doubts faded away. At this time, someone reported the matter to Elder Shang. Elder Shang hurried over. No matter how he feels about Fang Shi, he doesn't want Fang Shi to have any accidents in the refining pavilion. Fortunately, after the investigation, it was found that she was fine. It was probably due to excessive wear and tear when using the spiritual consciousness to detect impurities, so it was so. He immediately gave Fang Shi the elixir to mend his consciousness, and Fang Shi woke up. It's just that his eyes were a little blurred, and he said with a silly smile. Elder Shang, come, let's have a drink. There are only a few thousand glasses of wine when you meet a bosom friend, and we will never get drunk. Elder Shang glared at Old Man Chai who was eating cassava. It's fine if you don't make progress yourself, why do you want to drag a little girl to drink? It's getting more and more worthless. If the master knew you were like this, he would have to expel you from the sect. Old Chai said nonchalantly. Then go underground and complain to master. Elder Shang. Just when he was about to scold Old Man Chai, Fang Shi hiccuped and said. Elder Shang, you can't say that about my elder brother. He's not old trash, he's a genius. He is the dusty pearl, he is the hidden gold, and he is Zhu Huyu who is about to be driven out of Langyun Abyss. You wait, sooner or later, my elder brother will become a blockbuster. Elder Shang. You call my junior brother big brother. Then what do you call me? This girl looks really drunk, full of nonsense. Old Man Chai didn't speak, but took a sip of wine, and staggered away. Elder Shang shook his head. His junior has never shown any talent since he was a child, and he doesn't know what his master thinks, so he has to accept such a close disciple. However, since he is his own younger brother, he has to support him even if he doesn't live up to expectations. Elder Shang calmed down, seeing Fang Shi with a smirk on his face gave him a headache. If the person is sent back like this, the dead elder will have to find fault. He didn't understand, isn't this Zhu Huyu just a good fire? Why did the dead elder defend her so much? After much deliberation, Elder Shang asked Tao Xinglin to send a message to Jun Wen to pick him up. When Jun smelled it, Feng Shi had already sobered up. When he saw the drunken Feng Shi, he immediately became nervous, followed by fury. Which bastard made my sister drink? Get out. He even wanted to draw his sword. Seeing Feng Shi secretly winking at him, he was relieved. However, he still cursed outrageously. It has to be said that since he became a junior sister, his ability to swear without profanity has soared. Elder Shang's face was somewhat troubled. Although old man Chai poured the wine, after all, he happened in the artifact refining pavilion. He explained a few words, and then gave Feng Shi a bottle of elixir for awakening the mind and 2 defensive magical weapons of the mysterious rank. Only then did Jun Wen help Feng Shi to leave the artifact refining pavilion. The night wind was a bit chilly, and the blush on Feng Shi's face gradually faded. Jun Wen was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he asked her to add another dress. Feng Shi foolishly took out a piece of Lianxiang cassava from her sleeve pocket. Brother, I'm not cold, I brought you roasted cassava. It's still warm. Although Jun Wen knew that Feng Shi was pretending to be drunk, his heart was still warm. As soon as he took the cassava, Feng Shi took another piece out of his sleeve pocket and said to himself. That one is a bit burnt, but this one is better. Jun Wen. The boat of brother-sister love capsizes. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 447 Brother, let's have a drink together. Whether it's vague or not, Jun Wen's heart is still sweet. Because he thought of the 4 at home, they couldn't even smell cassava. People, get enough. Junior sister didn't take anyone with her, she just took him for a stroll in the demon realm. If he wasn't satisfied, then he would be too inhuman. Did the junior sister give him a piece of burnt cassava? This is the deep friendship to him. This is a testament to the friendship between brothers and sisters. Jun En and Feng Shi were afraid of being choked by the wind, so they found a place sheltered from the wind and squatted on the ground to eat cassava. Really fragrant. The cassava baked in the refining furnace is sweet and soft, with a burnt aroma. The two were gnawing on cassava, when Jun Wen raised his head. Little sister, flying man. Feng Shi saw several figures heading towards Kayang Peak Yujin in the distance. Incredibly fast. Little sister, something must have happened, otherwise what are you doing flying in the middle of the night? Shall we go and have a look? Feng Shi shook her head. Although she really wanted to gain favorability among Lang Yinyuan's senior management, she had to master the degree. She had just solved the problem of the primordial purple profound tree, and she showed her face in the artifact refining pavilion, so she should not be too prominent for the time being. Besides, she is still drunk now. Jun Wen saw that Feng Shi was not interested, so he ignored it. Jun Wen quickly finished eating the cassava in his hand, and he was a little bit unsatisfied. When he was about to ask Feng Shi for another piece, he saw his little junior sister smiling foolishly. Brother, do you believe in light? Jun Wen. He looked around subconsciously, but there was no one there. Is it necessary for junior sister to act here? The next moment, Feng Shi put the boots of stepping on the cloud and plundering the moon on her feet, and said to Jun Wen with a smile. Brother, I'm going to chase after all. After speaking, S.A. Yazi ran away. Before Jun Wen could even react, she had already disappeared. Jun Wen was dumbfounded. Junior sister seems to be really drunk. Now it's over. With those broken boots on, she might not have gone somewhere to be a monster. No, he has to shake people quickly. If the junior sister gets into trouble, he can also put out the fire. Elder Hua, my little sister was drunk in the artifact refining pavilion, and ran away wearing the cloud-walking moon boots. Elder Nangong. The dead elder. Ellipsis. Feng Shi was running fast at this time, and the night wind howled past, making him dizzy and very excited. At this time, the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan were drunk. They twist into a twist. As they fought, the struts that had been absorbed by them spread towards Feng Shi's limbs and bones. The little black ball was the first to notice something was wrong. It quickly reminded Feng Shi. Master, you are drunk. Feng Shi pouted. Am I drunk? I'm not drunk. I can still drink 10 altars. You bastard, the master will recite a poem for you. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming up from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Little black ball said in his heart, it's over. This is totally drunk. What if she didn't keep her mouth shut and exposed her identity? It urged thousands of times, but Feng Shi said. Don't worry, as a qualified spy, I can't tell the truth even in my sleep. You shut up, I'm going to fly. Then, the little black ball saw his unscrupulous master open his arms, and rushed forward screaming. The key is that her arms are still swinging up and down, as if they were her wings. The little black ball felt blind. This should be the conspicuous bag in her mouth, right? Feng Shi soon flied to Zanhuanhai. At this time, there was no water in the riverbed, only some stones and dry seaweed. Feng Shi ran back and forth inside, from the east end to the west end, and from the west end to the east end. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots are very happy. That's how it opens correctly. As long as you don't die, keep running. Feng Shi ran and ran, but suddenly Ta Yun Pai Yue's boots stopped. She touched her chin and wondered, she seemed to see the entrance of the dark river here last time, why it disappeared. Normally, she would just be puzzled for a while. However, she is drinking too much now. Wooden sword, get out. Dig for me. The wooden sword that was eating and drinking quickly got out of the stone pile. It has to behave a little more well-behaved, lest unscrupulous owners find out. So, even though it felt that using it to dig a pit was a small material with a great use, it still dug hard. It doesn't even need Feng Shi's efforts, it just digs there by itself. Fang Shi is very satisfied. New Jian is more promising than before, and has grown in skills. Thinking of this, something flashed in her mind, but because she was drunk now, she didn't bother to think about it. The wooden sword dug, and I don't know if it was a coincidence that the hole dug just happened to connect with the underground river. Fang Shi jumped in directly. She's going to talk to that brachiopod monster. At this time, at the entrance of the dark river, the arm-legged monster was sleeping soundly. Except for the first day of junior high school, it was almost asleep. It believes that this is an important reason for its longevity. However, as soon as Fang Shi approached, the eyes on one of the arms and legs opened. Fang Shi took out a wine gourd and threw it to it. Brother, let's have some drinks together. Brachiopod monster. Open black lens bracket continuate, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 448 I'm ashamed, you don't want to live. The arm-legged monster did not catch the wine gourd thrown by Fang Shi, and the scarlet eye on the arm leg stared at Fang Shi coldly. There is a conspiracy, there is definitely a conspiracy. That wine gourd might be some kind of magic weapon. If it catches it, it will definitely be tricked. This stinky girl looked like she was pretending to be crazy and stupid. Maybe she was trying to lure her into it on purpose. It cannot be fooled. Fang Shi curled her lips. It's a pity that I thought you had some skills, but I didn't expect that you would be as cowardly as a mouse, and you wouldn't even dare to drink with me. As she spoke, she took out a wine gourd and poured herself a drink. Naturally, drinking without meat is not enough, so I took out another chicken leg and gnawed on it. The brachiopod monster shivered involuntarily when he saw her acting like this. Carefully shrunk into the hole. Fang Shi's mouth was about to turn into a ladle. You said that one of your arms and feet is as thick as a beam. Why are you so timid? Could it be that he was beaten before? TSK, I was really afraid of well ropes after being bitten by a snake for 10 years. I have to give you a good lesson, whether it is a demon or a sea beast, as long as life and death are ignored, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's just talk about me. I'm just a piece of trash in the yuan condensation stage. I dare to come to you for a drink just because I'm not afraid of death. What is there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a matter of closing your eyes and kicking your legs? However, you are in trouble. You have too many arms and feet. You have to kick several times when you die. Otherwise, before you die, you will cut off a few wrists and feet and come down to drink for me, and then you will die with a kick. Brachiopod monster. What are you talking about? Why don't you cut off your arm and give it to me? Fang Shi took another sip of wine. Hee, your dead fish eyes can still glow at night. You give me one, I take it back and use it as a lantern. The brachiopod monster doesn't want to bear it anymore. It's too bullying the beast. It tentatively moved forward, and then heard Fang Shi roaring there. Shocking thunder. This sky-reaching cultivation base has fallen into my Zijin hammer. Purple electricity. It is said that the Schwanzen flame 9 heavens hanging sword shocks the heavens. The brachiopod shivered, and then shrank back in fright. This is both thunder and electricity. It must be some powerful magic formula. If it goes out, it might be struck to death by lightning. Don't think it doesn't know. The violent moray eel was kicked out like a lost dog last time. This stinky girl must have hidden her cultivation. Hey, not to mention anything else, as far as her behavior is exactly the same as that old man, maybe she is his apprentice. It was he who sent it to test it. It has to hold back, not to be fooled. Seeing it shrinking back, Fang Shi leaned forward, looking at the arms and legs of the brachiopod monster. She wanted to eat iron squid a little bit. The brachiopod monster noticed her eyes, trembled again, and retreated again, leaning against the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. It is now weak, pitiful and helpless. Fang Shi stood at the entrance of the huge cave and curled her lips, ignored it, but swam forward along the dark river. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, Fang Shi saw a transparent barrier. Fang Shi stuck to the barrier like an octopus, looking out. Outside the barrier is a piece of glue, with aquatic plants swaying with the waves, and occasionally small fish and shrimp swim by. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she now feels that Lang Yinyuan is like a prison. In an instant, she smiled. This idea is too ridiculous. Not far away, the violent moray eel is swimming here. Since the contract with Fang Shi, it has not been in a good mood. As soon as it thought that its majestic sea beast in the middle stage of transformation into a god was actually contracted by a little trash from the demon race, it couldn't love it. On the first day of next month, does it want to see her? If you don't go, I'm afraid she will punish it with a contract. If you go, it will be too bad. How does the finned walrus see it? How does the blue-blood sawtooth shark see it? What do other sea beasts think of it? When it was agitated, it suddenly saw Fang Shi sticking to the barrier. Because it is too close, the little face is deformed. The violent moray eel was so frightened that it even forgot its swimming instinct, and fell straight towards the bottom of the sea. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Little Mikyu, you came just in time. Dance for me to cheer up the drink. Violent Murray. I, incarnate as a mid-term sea beast, dance for you to cheer you up. What are you talking about? Go dream. The next moment, a burst of pain came from the consciousness. Rampage Murray twisted into seaweed. Although she doesn't get along with enchanting, Fang Shi still enjoys watching it. It's a pity that the fifth senior brother is not here, otherwise we can enjoy it together. By the way, I have a picture stone. So, this guy took out the photo stone and recorded the scene. The violent moray eel cried out. You don't even think about it yourself, but you still want to record it. You are too wicked. But it couldn't do anything with Fang Shi, so it frantically pulled the seaweed around it. Rip up. Rip it all up. I am ashamed, you don't want to live. There was a clump of seaweed that was particularly difficult to pull, and the violent moray eel used all its strength to pull that clump of seaweed up. The next moment, a vortex appeared there. If it wasn't for the violent Murray eel's fast running and its size, it would have been almost sucked in. Fang Shi's eyes almost popped out. That clump of seaweed is supposed to block this vortex, right? It's actually not seaweed, but a formation. She pointed at the violent Murray eel. Little Loach, you are in trouble. Violent Murray. You seem to have forgotten that I am your magic pet. If I get into trouble, you can't run away. There is one more chapter, about 6 o'clock. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 449. Sure enough, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Fang Shi is now more drunk than before. Because in addition to the strong wine released by the 5 spiritual roots, she drank half a gourd of wine by herself just now. She didn't feel at all that the violent Murray's trouble had anything to do with her. However, she didn't like the whirlpool. Because it delayed her watching the rampaging Murray dance. She said to the violent Murray, you stuff the clump of seaweed back. Violent Murray. Does that mean it can be plugged back in? If I don't make it right, I will be sucked in. Then, the violent Murray eel was stunned. The smell inside here is so pleasant. The surrounding seaweed that was torn off by its roots rerooted almost instantly and began to grow wildly. There are no sea beasts. Because the breath of the violent Murray eel is too terrifying, low-level sea beasts dare not approach. Fang Shi is going to die of anxiety. Even a fool can see that what comes out of the vortex is a good thing. It's a pity that she can see it but can't touch it. At this moment, the brachiopid monster ran over without knowing when. Before it was curled up in the cave, Fang Shi didn't see its whole picture clearly. At this moment, it looks like a moving hill. There are 12 arms and legs, each with a scarlet eye. There is also a red eye on the top of the head, but it is just a vertical pupil. In addition, the head is full of pimples, just like the pimples are in a meeting. Prestige is prestige, but it is too embarrassing. Fang Shi didn't want to take a second look after seeing it the first time. The brachiopid monster's attention was on that vortex, to be precise, what was inside the vortex. The red vertical pupil above its head suddenly glowed red, and a tiny gap appeared in the transparent barrier. At the same time, its body shrunk rapidly, and it quickly got out. Fang Shi grabbed one of its arms and legs and squeezed out. The brachiopid monster didn't have time to talk to her. After going out, Shutong released red light again to close the barrier, and greedily crawled to the edge of the whirlpool. Fearing that she would be sucked into the vortex, Fang Shi tied herself to the arms and legs of the arm-footed monster. Fortunately, Junwen spent a lot of money to buy a rope, which is strong enough. The violent Murray was almost scared to death when he first saw the brachiopid monster. Why did this grown-up come out? Seeing Fang Shi on the wrists and feet, he shivered even more. She actually subdued this one. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem to be a problem for her to dance. It's more or less an honor. After confirming that there was no risk of being drawn into the vortex, Fang Shi began to meditate. The 5 spiritual roots in her danshan didn't go crazy with alcohol, and desperately absorbed the things that escaped from the vortex. Fang Shi also released the little black ball, but hid it in her sleeve pockets that no one would find it. Even when she was drunk, she was always vigilant. Xiao Heichu and Jili are finally in the same frame. Although the two dislike each other, they can't take care of these things at this time, and both hurry up to absorb energy. Jilei was still wondering. What good is this? Why do you think it is more fragrant than the power of thunder and lightning? The little fat bird is about to die. The same is true for the Chankan family. Fang Shi slapped his forehead and let them out. In order to cover them up, they were simply covered with a black cloth. Although he was a bit careless, the only brachiopid monster here was a foreign beast, so it was fine to keep it a secret. As for the wooden sword, it jumped out by itself a long time ago, and was directly nailed to the side of the whirlpool. No one was as close as it. It feels that the recent days are almost bubbling. There are stones to eat in the storage ring, and good things to eat when it comes out. Sure enough, the harder you work, the luckier you get. In fact, if you think about it carefully, although the unscrupulous owner is a bit dog, a bit wicked, and a bit inhuman, he is also very kind to him. Okay. Forget about running away from home. Its wooden sword is not an ungrateful sword, so it must be her dog's leg in the future. The breath in the vortex drifted away with the sea water, and many sea beasts that went berserk at night also heard the breath and gradually calmed down. Some even began to gather here, but because of the existence of the brachiopid monsters, they only dared to look around from a distance. The violent moray eel wanted to absorb more, but it had already reached saturation and could not continue to absorb. Its cultivation base, which has been stagnant for hundreds of years, has taken another step forward. It almost did not die happy. It felt that it was the chosen beast. Originally, the sea beast in the New Moon Sea would go berserk every night, but because of its special physique, it would not go berserk except for being a little restless. Now that I have encountered such an opportunity, what is it if it is not the chosen beast? Even being contracted by Fang Shi, it feels that it is the favor of God. If it hadn't made a contract with her, would it have come here? Can it dance? Does it pull seaweed? Therefore, this little girl who lacks the virtue of 8 lifetimes is its noble person. At this time, in the main hall of Kayang Peak, 7 peak masters were discussing matters. The sea beasts in the New Moon Sea are getting more and more frenzied. If they don't think of a way, they might go berserk not only at night, but also during the day. Although the sea area around our Langyan Abyss will not be affected for the time being, if it is left alone, it will pose a threat to us sooner or later. But what can we do? For the current plan, we can only tell the 7 Supreme Elders about the situation and let them decide. Ellipsis. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 450 Ding Hai God Needle. While the 7 Peak Masters were discussing, Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak received a message. He had an unbelievable look on his face. After being stunned for a moment, he said. The elder who was in charge of the inspection sent a message saying that those violent sea beasts suddenly calmed down a lot, and they seemed to gather in the direction of our Langyunyuan intentionally. However, it was no longer close to us when it was about 30 miles away from Langyunyuan. The other 6 Peak Masters all suspected that they had heard it wrong, and they dared not believe it until they confirmed it again and again. Master Luo Feng of Kayang Peak said. Why did the sea beast suddenly calm down? Could it be that some supreme elders did something? His guess was recognized by other people. It is impossible for the sea beast to calm down for no reason, especially if it gathers in the direction of Langyunyuan. It must be the credit of several elders. Master Yao of Yaoguang Peak exclaimed. It seems that several supreme elders have noticed the changes of the sea beasts long ago, and have already worked out countermeasures. They really are Langyunyuan's pinnacle of Dinghai. Du Fengzhu of Tiangshan Peak echoed. Yeah, if it weren't for them, we would have been in a lot of trouble. So, people are really incomparable. These supreme elders were doing their best for Langyunyuan. That bloody Huan would not be able to survive after he died, and they even stuffed 2 descendants into it. Duan Fengzhu of Tianshu Peak said. Zhu Baihuan's character is indeed worrying, but Zhu Huyu is still a good kid. Since entering the island, he has made several achievements, and it is really good bamboo shoots. Master Yu of Yuheng Peak nodded and said. Old Duan is right, that little girl Zhu Huyu is really good. If it weren't for her, we still wouldn't be able to solve the problem of the premature fruit death of the primordial purple profound tree. Master Du of Tiangshan Peak shook his head. Speaking of the matter of the primordial purple profound tree, I have a somewhat different opinion. I think Zhu Bawan told Zhu Huyu about Shungshu a long time ago, in order to let Zhu Huyu do meritorious service and whiten his reputation by the way. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she reached the top of Yuheng Peak as soon as the primordial purple profound tree bloomed? Also actively asked for a contract with the Hongmeng Zishuanshu. Duan Fengzhu said with a smile, how could a little girl like her have so many twists and turns? Besides, with so many elders present, she would be too bold if she lied. Du Fengzhu sneered. Zhu Qihuan dares to poke a hole in the island guard formation. His granddaughter must be courageous. To put it bluntly, it is impossible for Zhu Bawan to accept her as his granddaughter for no reason. He must think that her temperament and temperament are similar to his. So, no matter what she did, she must be expelled when the 3-month period comes. Duan Fengzhu shook his head and smiled wryly, and swallowed some words when they reached his lips. At this time, Master Kong Feng of Tianji Peak said. Let's put aside the matter of Zhu Huyu, let's go and see the situation of the sea beast. After all, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Ellipsis. Seabed. Fang Shi was happily absorbing the good things that escaped from the vortex. Suddenly, the brachial monster turned around and ran back, as if it had seen a ghost. Fortunately, Fang Shi was tied firmly, otherwise he would have been thrown away by it. Fang Shi quickly put away the little black balls. As for the wooden sword, as early as when the brachiopod moved, it flew back to Fang Shi's storage ring. The speed is simply amazing. The brachiopod monster came to the front of the barrier, the vertical pupils on its head glowed red, and the narrow gap appeared in the barrier again. It slid and got in. After entering, the 12 legs frantically moved forward. Fang Shi took a ride and did not forget to order the violent Murray to leave the crime scene as soon as possible. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the brachiopod monster swam back to the cave. Because Fang Shi was tied to it, she also followed into the cave. Just as Fang Shi untied the rope, the brachiopod monster suddenly seemed to be dead, motionless. Although Fang Shi didn't know why it behaved like this, her intuition told her that it was best to play dead as well. So, she hid her aura. After a while, someone came. The eye on one of the arms of the brachiopod opened. After seeing the person coming, he closed it tremblingly again. The visitor snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be dead here, is there anything unusual? Fang Shi's heart skipped a beat, it was old man Chai's voice. She guessed right, all soppy old men must be sweeping monks. But the brachiopod monster started to mutter in his heart. Is there an exception or not? Your apprentice is here with me, don't you know? However, that dead girl has a sneaky look, can't she come here secretly? The point is that I ate so many good things just now, and I don't know if that thing has an owner, so it's better not to say anything. So, he said angrily, no. Old man Chai narrowed his eyes and said, follow me to the outside of the barrier. Brachiopod monster. Fang Shi. The two were in the same panic and guilty conscience. Suddenly I was allergic, my eyes were swollen, and I was dizzy. I will update these today. Closed black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 451 It really broke my heart. Suddenly, the brachiopod monster sneezed. Old Chai moved tens of feet away in an instant, with a look of disgust on his face. The brachiopod monster took this opportunity to stuff Fang Shi into its pouch, and then crawled out of the cave. No matter what, Fang Shi never thought that the brachiopod monster would have a pouch. Listening to the sound should be public. However, I have also heard that some of the sea beasts are male sea beasts that incubate their offspring. The point is, it stuffs itself into the pouch, won't old man Chai find out? There is an extra breath, how could he not detect it with his ability? However, Fang Shi was surprised to find that old man Chai had no special reaction. It seems that this arm-footed monster should have a way to hide its breath, and it really has 2 brushes. Fang Shi didn't dare to move at first, but seeing that old man Chai didn't notice at all, she became more courageous. She rolled in the pouch. Brachiopod monster. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Fang Shi soon discovered that there was a small hole in the pouch, which was probably used to let the cub breathe. Just convenient for her to peep. Old Chai and the brachiopoid monster soon reached the barrier. At this time, the seaweed outside the barrier has grown wildly, almost forming a small underwater forest. In addition, there are some small fish and shrimp. Although the brachiopoid monster and the violent moray eel left, the sea beast still didn't dare to act rashly and stayed on the sidelines. Small fish and small shrimps have no wit and don't have so many worries, but they took the lead. Old Chai's eyeballs almost popped out, his hands formed seals, and in the blink of an eye, a gap appeared in the enchantment. Peeking at this scene, Fang Shi couldn't help but click her tongue. Old Man Chai is really amazing. After Old Man Chai went out, the brachiopoid monster squeezed out through the gap. It didn't dare to shrink in size, because it was afraid of squeezing Fang Shi out of the pouch. Fortunately, Old Man Chai's attention was all on the whirlpool, and he didn't pay attention to these. After the brachiopoid monster squeezed out, it kindly closed the barrier with the vertical pupils on its head. It really broke my heart. Old Chai slowly approached the whirlpool, and stopped 5 feet away from the whirlpool. Fang Shi was horrified. Even the arm-legged monsters didn't dare to get within a foot of the whirlpool, but Old Man Chai dared to get so close to the whirlpool. But yes, if Old Man Chai wasn't powerful, the brachiopoid monster wouldn't be like a mouse meeting a cat. At this moment, Old Man Chai looked at the whirlpool with ecstasy on his face. Immediately afterwards, he stepped back for a certain distance, and then took out a blank array disc from the ring, and quickly drew on it with an array all in his hand. Fang Shi watched through the small hole in the pouch. She didn't know anything about formations, and it was the first time she saw the process of drawing formations. This thing seems to be similar to making talismans. It's just that the talisman making is a piece of talisman paper, and the array plate is composed of multiple array leaves, which is more difficult in workload. However, there should be something to say about the lines between these array leaves. Old Chai moved very quickly. He carved 16 array leaves in 15 minutes, assembled them together, and drew 3 circles of connected patterns on them. After doing all this, Old Man Chai placed the array on the whirlpool. Fang Shi noticed that the breath released from the vortex had obviously weakened a lot, and the vortex had also disappeared. At this time, Old Man Chai waved his sleeves a few times, and those dense seaweeds instantly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Old Man Chai buried 8 arrays that had been drawn before, respectively, on the seabed a few miles away. She instantly understood Old Chai's purpose in arranging the array. On the one hand, it is to cover up the existence of the whirlpool, and on the other hand, he spreads the breath of the whirlpool everywhere, so that more sea beasts can absorb the breath of the whirlpool. After doing this, Old Man Chai heaved a sigh of relief. He took out the wine gourd and drank a few sips, then looked at the brachiopoid monster. Such a big thing happened, you don't know anything, what's the use of me keeping you? Trembling, the arm-foot monster broke one arm, and the other arms were held and given to Old Man Chai. Give you a drink. Old Man Chai snorted coldly, go back. Fang Shi. She was just talking about scaring the brachiopoid monster, but Old Man Chai actually came for real. No wonder the brachial monster is so afraid of him, it was born out of fright. However, she noticed that the arms and legs given to Old Chai by the brachiopoid monster were only the part below the eyes, and she reckoned that this thing should be able to regenerate. She recalled that the 12 arms of the brachiopoid monster were indeed of different lengths. Thinking hard. Old Man Chai won't come to it every once in a while to ask for arms and legs, will he? Isn't this thing that Old Man Chai raised as an appetizer so poor? However, the poor beast must have something pitiful. Before this thing was tamed, it probably did a lot of crimes. When approaching the barrier, Fang Shi saw a group of people standing inside the barrier. She has never seen it. However, it can be seen from the costumes that it should be the 7 Peak Masters. Fang Shi gloated a little. Old Man Chai's vest is about to fall off. However, she soon discovered that the 7 Peak Masters didn't seem to see Old Man Chai, not even the brachiopoid monster. He pointed, and then left. Old Chai scoffed coldly. A bunch of idiots, not even that crazy little girl. Open black lens bracket continue o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 452 don't come. Fang Shi was startled. Old Man Chai must have found her, right? However, she soon discovered that it was a false alarm. Because after Old Chai finished speaking, he continued to walk forward without even looking at the brachiopoid monster. The question is, why did he say that? Could it be that the words she said in a drunken craving before were on the tip of his heart? Sure enough, even a sweeping monk likes to listen to rainbow farts. But where is she crazy? She's very quiet, okay. After returning to the cave, Old Man Chai said to the brachiopoid monster. Forget what happened today, if there is another time, I can only change to a gatekeeper. The brachiopoid monster trembled in fright, and hurriedly agreed. Old Man Chai said again, if the crazy girl sneaks over, stop her for me, don't let her run around recklessly, do you hear me? The brachiopoid monster panicked. She's already running wild. 80 or 9 out of 10 she created the vortex. Not only did I not stop her, I stuffed her into my pouch. I'm guilty. I am unforgivable. 80% of my 12 arms and feet are not enough for atonement, right? Fang Shi in the pouch kicked it, and then it mustered up the courage to say. I see. Although the acting skills of the brachiopoid monster are not very good, Old Man Chai really didn't find any flaws. The reason is very simple, because of the appearance of the vortex, his mood is now agitated, and he has no intention to observe the brachiopoid monster carefully. Besides, in his opinion, the brachiopoid monster would not dare to lie to him. Old Chai tapped a few more words, then threw it a bottle of elixir that would help heal wounds, and left. The brachiopoid monster held the bottle of elixir with complicated emotions. Is this because I am afraid that my arms and legs will not grow enough for him to eat? I must have committed some crimes in my previous life, and I only met such an old devil in this life. By the way, there is a little devil in the pouch. Fearing that old man Chai would turn back, Fang Shi decided to stay a little longer. In the end, because of the relaxed mood and the remaining alcohol, this guy fell asleep. Brachiopoid monster. You are so heartless. Are you not afraid of being eaten by me? However, it was also afraid that old man Chai would come back again, so he didn't wake up Fang Shi, and closed the eyes on his arms and feet. Half an hour later, the little black ball woke Fang Shi up. Master, I heard that the second idiot is probably looking for you everywhere, you should go out early. Fang Shi stretched lazily, and crawled out of the Brachiopoid monster's pouch. Brother, thank you. I'll find you for a drink another day. Brachiopoid monster. You don't come here. Do it again, maybe you'll have to get an arm. It thought that Fang Shi would go away after saying this, but Fang Shi asked it with a smile. Brother, let's talk about old man Chai. Before she finished speaking, Fang Shi was shot flying by the arm-legged monster. Fang Shi. If you don't say it, why are you getting angry? He deserved to be cut off. Fang Shi yawned, looking for a suitable place to leave. The hole she let the wooden sword dig before, closed automatically after she jumped down. So, you have to dig a hole to get out. Little Black Ball said in a low voice. Master, that old man Chai has something. When you fainted with bleeding from your 7 orifices before, he felt your pulse and almost discovered that you were not a demon. Fortunately, I covered you up with devilish energy, so you were able to get away with it. Fang Shi praised the little black ball a few words, and then scolded the 5 spiritual roots. After all, you are also spiritual roots. You can still be crazy after drinking some wine. What use do I need you for? The 5 spiritual roots trembled. What does she mean? Don't you want him to cut off a section of spiritual root for her to drink like that ugly monster? Fortunately, Fang Shi just scolded them, and then called out the wooden sword to start digging. The wooden sword is full of energy now. After 3 times, 5 times and 2 divisions, an exit was created. Fang Shi didn't dare to go out right away, but let Jilei sneak out for a walk first, and crawled out after making sure no one was there. At this time, Fang Shi received several summons. Some sent by Junwen, and some by Elder Hua and the others. It is estimated that the news in the Dark River was blocked before. Fang Shi decided to continue pretending to be drunk, otherwise it would be difficult to explain where she had been for so long. Drink a piece of it, it can explain everything. Therefore, she didn't reply to the message, and Yazi started running after landing. The boots of stepping on the cloud and sweeping the moon absorbed a lot of breath in the vortex, and the speed was faster than before, and sometimes even left the ground for a short time. Fang Shi was overjoyed. If this thing continues to practice, maybe it can really fly with her. That's right, it's called the moon boots for stepping on the clouds. If you can't fly, how can you step on the clouds? How to sweep the moon? Mu Jian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If this broken boot could fly, wouldn't its value be greatly reduced? So, it started flying in the sea of consciousness. Seeing its conspicuous bag, Fang Shi remembered the doubts in her heart before. The wooden sword seems to be much stronger than before. It is impossible for it to become powerful for no reason, and thinking about its sneakiness and not showing up recently, I suddenly have an ominous premonition in my heart. Say, what good deed have you done behind my back? _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 453. The wooden sword trembled and shook its blade violently, expressing its denial. The little black ball gloated and said, Don't hide it, even I can see that you are lying, let alone our wise and mighty master. Hurry up and take the initiative to explain. The master may give you a chance to reform. If the dead duck is stubborn, the master may not want you. You can only live on the streets in the future, and be a wandering sword. Mujian wished he could poke the little black ball into briquettes. Donkey Dung, you wait for me. It decided to confess. One is that Fang Shi has already become suspicious, and the other is that the pile of rocks has been eaten up by it, and sooner or later it will be exposed. So, it knelt down to Fang Shi. Kneel very skillfully. Master, I didn't do anything bad, I just ate some stones. Fang Shi gritted her teeth, and inserted her spiritual sense into the storage ring. At this time, the Chang'an family had already graciously removed the pile of stones, exposing the stones that had been absorbed by the wooden sword. The originally off-white stone has become pure white. Fang Shi took out the stone, and saw that the traces left by the original magic sword residue had disappeared without a trace. Her selling point is those traces, and now they are all gone. Now it really turned into a pile of broken stones. Fang Shi gritted her teeth in hatred. Did I say that the last time was the last chance? Our fate is over, you can go. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she cancelled the contract with Mu Jian, then threw it on the ground and walked away. Nothing sloppy. Even in his dreams, Mu Jian never thought that Fang Shi would be so straightforward that he really didn't want it. Mu Jian panicked. A great panic gripped it. Not only did it not expect it, neither did the little black ball. Its original intention was just to let Fang Shi teach Mu Jian a lesson, but it never thought that Fang Shi would really drive it away. The little black ball said weakly, Master, in fact, although it is a bit cheap, it also has advantages. Look at how hard it was digging a hole before. She is still afraid that you will fall into the vortex, so she takes the initiative to escort you there. When saying this, little black ball felt unconscionable. The wooden sword dog just wanted to get closer and absorb more, and had no intention of protecting its master at all. After speaking, it looked at the little chubby bird and asked it to chime in. The little fat bird really saved face, and said to Fang Shi, 1 time of infidelity, 100 times of disloyalty. I think the master did the right thing. Wooden swords that like to make their own opinions should be thrown out. The owner has taken good care of it by giving it freedom. If I throw it into the sword-making furnace, I will send it for a ride. Little black ball. Sure enough, the most poisonous woman's heart. Master, the wooden sword is not considered to soil, it just likes to steal. Fang Shi interrupted it. If you can't bear it, you can go with it. The little black ball was as quiet as a chicken. Little bitch, I've done my best. Luckily for you. Fang Shi soon met Elder Shi, who was looking for her from Manlang Yinyuan. Seeing her smirk, Elder Shi wanted to strangle old man Chai to death. He fed Fang Shi a elixir for hangover. Fang Shi's eyes gradually regained clarity. She pressed her temples with her hands. Master, why are you here? How did I come here? Before the dead elder found her, he wished he could scold her like a dog, but now he was reluctant to scold her. You got drunk by that old trash named Chai. That's all right, you go back to your residence and rest first. We'll talk about it when you wake up. Fang Shi agreed, and reported to Jun Wen that she was safe, and followed the dead elder back to the alchemy pavilion like a little quail. Fang Shi felt very tired. I ran back and forth on the riverbed a few times before, and then I tossed and tossed for a long time. It's strange if I'm not tired. So, lie down and fall asleep. Inside the sea of consciousness, the little black ball sighed. The little fat bird thought it was stupid. As long as you have a little brain, you can see that Yang Chen is deliberately sharpening the wooden sword, not because she really doesn't want it. The wooden sword deserved it too. If you cause trouble several times, if you don't teach it a lesson, sooner or later it will lead to a catastrophe. Ugh. Among these spiritual pets, Mother, it is the only one with a brain, and the rest are all 205. At this time, the wooden sword was chrysalis lying in the ground desolately. There is no way, for fear of being discovered, I dare not fly on the ground. Even if it was underground, I didn't dare to drill too fast, so I could only head towards Fang Shi's residence little by little. It feels as if it has been abandoned by the whole world. It is only now that it realizes how childish it is to run away from home. No matter how broken the home is, it will give it a sense of security. It was so dazed that it even wanted to run away from home. It's wrong. It really knew it was wrong this time. It wants to eat those stones, so it can tell its owner. Why do you have to cut it first and eat it later? Isn't it stealing? In Wanjianzong before, the master would rather endure the negative emotions of those broken swords in the sword mound for his consciousness, and did not expose its existence. He also said that he would protect it for the rest of his life. It was very moving at the time, but what did it do afterwards? It got into trouble again and again, which completely broke the owner's heart. It's damn it. Thank you for your concern, my allergies are better, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 454 It seems that talent is really inherited. Fang Shi was sleeping soundly here, but the 7 peak masters were looking for the reason for the restlessness of the sea beast to calm down like headless chickens. After searching for a long time, I didn't find any clues. I can only attribute it to the 7 elders. But when they went to visit the Supreme Elder, they were told that the 7 Supreme Elders were retreating, and they should not disturb them if there was anything urgent. The 7 peak masters couldn't help sighing in their hearts. The Supreme Elder is worthy of being a Supreme Elder. He did such a big thing, and he didn't even want to mention it. It can be said that fame and fortune are just floating clouds. Inside the refining pavilion, Elder Shang was pointing at old Chai's nose and cursing. Can you save me some time? You got the girl Zhu who you drunk, but you ran away, and the dead elder scolded me like hell. Who did I provoke? Old Chai took a sip of wine. You don't have a long mouth. She came to me for a drink. What does getting drunk have to do with us? Elder Shang choked, then said angrily. How old are you? How old is she? She is ignorant, and you are ignorant. Next time she comes to drink with you, you should stay away. Do you hear me? Old man Chai ignored him, and walked away staggeringly carrying the wine gourd. I don't know how the hot pot with sliced wrists and feet of Chitong Guijiang tastes like. Next time that girl comes to try. Elder Shang saw that he didn't eat oil and salt, his face was livid with anger. He could only tell Tao Xunglin to keep an eye on him in the future, and not let those two uneasy get together to drink. Tao Xunglin was somewhat out of his mind, he hadn't digested the fact that Fang Shi was a genius forging until now. How could she be a forging genius with her tiny arms and legs? Also, her consciousness can withstand the high temperature of soul iron, how is this possible? Elder Shang saw his thoughts and said. There are a lot of capable people in this world, let's not talk about it, let's talk about that grandfather Zhu Wuyu. He not only cultivated extremely high, but also had high attainments in alchemy, talisman making, weapon refining, and formation. When he was still a direct disciple, he was able to hang and beat a group of elders. When he succeeds in his studies, the 7 supreme elders will be able to draw with him. It's a pity that he has talent but no virtue, and later got into a catastrophe and was expelled from Langyunyuan. When Elder Shang said this, he was somewhat embarrassed. Everyone has a strong mentality. Even though Zhu Baihuan's reputation in Langyunyuan is very bad, but he has to admit that he is indeed a legendary figure of a generation. Elder Shang adjusted his mood, and said, I tell you this mainly to let you know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Don't underestimate anyone. Before becoming a teacher, he made such a mistake, thinking that Zhu Wuyu had no ability, but now it seems that he is narrow-minded as a teacher. Zhu Baihuan can accept her as a granddaughter, she must have something special. You get along well with her in the future, don't be an enemy of her. Tao Xunglin agreed with drooping head. Elder Shang was afraid that his self-confidence would be frustrated, so he said. The ruler is long and the inch is short, so you don't have to underestimate yourself. Although Zhu Wuyu has a strong forging ability, he may not be able to portray divine patterns, and your mastery of refining weapons is still very comprehensive. Only then did Tao Xinglan find the confidence he had before. That's right, Zhu Yu will also be able to strike iron, and he must not be as good as me in other aspects. On the other side, after waking up from sleep, Fang Shi came to see Elder Shi, and Elder Zui happened to be there too. The dead elder was reluctant to discipline his precious apprentice, so he scolded all the people in the refining pavilion from top to bottom. The drunk elder drinking tea at the side thought to himself, it's no wonder you can still know so many curse words. Fang Shi listened with her head down, like a little quail. After the dead elder finished scolding, she said weakly, Master, I know I was wrong, and I will never be greedy again. The dead elder snorted coldly, but said nothing. At this time, Fang Shi took out 2 pieces of roasted cassava from the storage ring. Master, elder drunk, this is the cassava I roasted in a refining furnace, it's delicious. I reserved it for you too. The dead elder took the cassava, and his expression softened a little. Anyway, the little apprentice has him in his heart. Maybe both of these 2 pieces were reserved for him, but because of sympathy, he gave Lao Zui a piece. Well, it must be so. At this time, Elder Zui asked, you went to the artifact refining pavilion just to drink with old man Chai. Fang Shi shook her head. Elder Shang asked me to go, he let me forge a piece of soul iron. You don't know, I swung the hammer for several hours, and my shoulders are sore. Both the drunk elder and the dead elder looked puzzled. He asked you to forge soul iron. Fang Shi nodded. Yes, it is said that the soul iron I forged has almost no impurities, and that I am a genius in forging. I just said a few words about my experience, and he said that this is my original method of removing impurities with spiritual consciousness, and he wants to ask for credit for me. Tell me, you two, is there no one in their artifact refining pavilion? Otherwise, why do you value me, a layman, so much? Ugh. He also asked me to go to the refining pavilion often. I really don't want to go. I am a delicate little girl, and I am not suitable for such a rough job as refining. The dead elder and the drunk elder were stunned. It seems that talent is really inherited. Zhu Bawan is proficient in various skills, and so is Zhu Huyu, the granddaughter. Of course, she is still incomparable to Zhu Baihu, and now, she is far behind. Fang Shi was still there bawling. I already have several errands. Elder Shang won't give me another errand in the artifact refining pavilion. Although I am willing to work for Lang Yinyuan, but I only have one person, I am really too busy. Ugh. Master, elder drunk, you said, is it a bit troublesome if you are too good? Dead elder. Drunk elder. It is estimated that this girl's alcoholism is not over yet. Otherwise, why are you talking so irritatingly? The dead elder said angrily. Okay, don't put gold on your face there. Come here to make alchemy. Okay. It stands to reason that Elder Dead taught Fang Shi how to make alchemy, so Elder Zui should leave tactfully, but he didn't leave with the cheek. Because what Fang Shi said just now inspired him. If the little girl can take on several job errands concurrently, then she can also have several masters. He missed an opportunity before, this time he has to seize whatever he says. The dead elder didn't know what he was thinking, he thought it was just a chance to show off his apprentice's talent, so he didn't kick him out. The morning passed quickly. Elder Dead was afraid that Fang Shi would be too tired, so he said, let's stop here today, you go back first. Just as Fang Shi was about to leave, Elder Zui said, wait a minute. He smiled kindly and kindly, Xiao Wu Yu, although Elder Death is indeed capable, but one person's learning is limited after all. For an alchemy genius like you, it would be a waste of your talent if there is only one master to teach you. We hit it off. When I first met you, I knew we were destined to be masters and apprentices. Would you like to worship me as a teacher too? As soon as the words fell, the dead elder picked up the alchemy furnace and threw it at him. Drunk, you dared to pry the corner of my wall, I'll kill you. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 455. It seems that my junior sister is going to cast a net to catch fish. The drunk elder dodges to avoid. You are wrong, no one stipulates that a person can only worship one master. Xiao Wu Yu is so talented, it is a good thing to have more masters. Besides, she has such a strong talent for refining, sooner or later she will get many masters of refining. That being the case, why not join the team? Dead elder. Never seen such a brazen person. The drunk elder continued. Old man, although I have selfish intentions in saying this, it is also for the good of Xiao Wu Yu. You also know that the 7 peak masters insisted on driving their brothers and sisters out of Lang Yinyuan. If she could have a few more senior teachers, maybe the peak masters and the others could change their minds. So, not only do I want to be her master, but she also needs to worship a few more masters. For example, Elder Hua, Elder Feng, and Elder Nangong, let her be a teacher to anyone who can relate to her. When the time comes, the 7 peak masters will have no choice but to agree with her to stay in Lang Yinyuan. It has to be said that the words of the drunk elder were on the heart of the dead elder. What he is most worried about now is that Fang Shi will be kicked out of Lang Yinyuan. Although he said to let the 3 of her go to the island, there are too many changes in this matter, and the master and apprentice may not be able to meet each other for a long time. But when he thinks that his precious apprentice will be shared by others, his heart is bubbling with soreness. He looked at Fang Shi. What do you think? Fang Shi said very firmly. Master, although Elder Zui is thinking of me, but he is a teacher for one day and a father for life, how can I worship others as a teacher again? Isn't that equivalent to having several fathers? I do not want to. If Fang Shi happily agreed, the dead elder might still be able to hold on to her. But when she said that, Elder Dead actually softened his heart. This matter is only good for my little apprentice, not bad. The more masters, the more benefits. In group fights, the number of people can still dominate. After some ideological struggle, Elder Dead finally agreed to Elder Drunk's suggestion. Apprentice. Many apprentices. Seeing that the dead elder persisted, Fang Shi had no choice but to agree with emotion. The drunk elder's wish was fulfilled, and he smiled from ear to ear. After Fang Shi performed the apprenticeship ceremony, Elder Zui gave Fang Shi 100 million magic crystals as a meeting gift. Although he wants to give more, million will do. But he had to take care of Elder Death's face, and he couldn't go past him. The drunk elder said to Fang Shi, "Disciple, you have to take to heart what you said before becoming a teacher, and find a way to get those old things to accept you as a student. Although they took good care of you before, but after all, it is not as good as the friendship between master and apprentice, understand?" Fang Shi nodded. "Master, I wrote it down." The dead elder's heart is so sour. Obviously, he was my only apprentice before, but soon he will become a shared apprentice. Forget it, as long as it is good for the apprentice, other things are not important. The three master and apprentice chatted a few more words, and Fang Shi left the alchemy room. Fang Shi remembered what she promised Tao Xuanglin, so she came to Tianshu Peak to find Elder Nangong. Coincidentally, Zheng Wen is also there. When Elder Nangong saw Fang Shi, he preached a lesson first, just to let her drink less in the future, and it is best not to drink anymore. Fang Shi obediently agreed. Elder Nangong nodded in satisfaction. "You came just in time, I have a happy event to tell you. Your brother has a good talent in kendo, and I hit it off very well, so I plan to take him as an apprentice." Zheng Wen was taken aback. He really didn't know Elder Nangong had such a plan. He subconsciously looked at Fang Shi, saw his little junior sister wink at him, and hurriedly knelt down on the ground. "Master, this disciple kowtows to you. If it was the former Zheng Wen, he would not be able to do such a thing even if he was killed. But now he is not what he used to be. One has to learn to be flexible. Obstinate will not work. Besides, Elder Nangong really treated him well, he was quite a teacher." He was still a little bit proud in his heart. The younger junior sister recognized Elder Shi as his master, and now he recognized Elder Nangong as his master. The two were evenly tied. Elder Nangong smiled and drank Zheng Wen's apprentice tea, and then gave him 100 million magic crystals. Fang Shi. The elder of Lang Yinyuan is really rich. Fang Shi said a few words of congratulations, and then said, "What a coincidence, I also worshipped Elder Zui as my master today." Elder Nangong was taken aback. "Didn't you worship the dead elder as your master? Why did you worship the drunk elder as your master?" Fang Shi said with a smile, "The two masters said that my talent is not bad, if more people teach me, I will grow faster." And NBBSP, Elder Nangong's mind immediately became active. A sheep is herding, and a flock of sheep is also herding. Elder Zui can accept Xiao Wuyu as an apprentice, why can't he? Besides, what he wants to teach is the method of making swords, and their alchemy does not conflict. After deliberating in his heart, he said, "Xiao Wuyu, there are actually some things I wanted to tell you a long time ago. In fact, compared to alchemy, you are more talented in sword casting. Do you think you want to worship me as a teacher? Your brothers and sisters all worshipped under my sect, this is also a good story." Fang's eyes expression was flattered. "Elder Nangong, I am happy in my heart, but I have to ask my two masters for instructions and ask them to make a decision." Elder Nangong nodded, this is what it should be. He became more and more satisfied with Fang Shi. She respected the two masters, Elder Drunk and Elder Dead, and she was a good child who valued affection and righteousness. Zheng Wen on the side. "It seems that my junior sister is going to cast a net to catch fish." He originally thought he could draw with her, but now it seems that she will soon have a bunch of more masters. After Fang Shi came out from Elder Nangong, she went to the law enforcement hall of Tianshu Peak for a stroll, mainly to visit Hall Master Ouyang. She didn't say anything about her apprenticeship, she just chatted about the law-enhancing team and a few more homely things, then she said goodbye and left. She and Hall Master Ouyang are not yet ready to accept disciples, so they can't be too hasty. In the end, she jumped to Juobao Pavilion to see Elder Hua. Elder Hua saw her and put a plate of fruit on the table. White-eye fruit. Fang Shi. Fang Shi just pretended not to know that he was acting strangely, and said with a smile about Elder Zui accepting her as his apprentice. The teacup in Elder Hua's hand instantly turned into powder. One or two are shameless. You also assigned the little girl to be a master. If I open my mouth first, what else will you do? However, he wants to save face. It is absolutely impossible to say this. Fang Shi didn't poke it, and chatted with him casually. Then, he went back to the Alchemy Pavilion's residence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the wooden sword kneeling there, with a thorn twig tied to the sword. Fang Shi. In the future, it will be changed to update 2 chapters, which will add up for about 4,000 words. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 456 The end has never changed. Fang Shi was angry and funny at the same time. Are you going to make me feel guilty? The point is this wattle pumping useful to you? Aren't you just messing with us? Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and went straight to wash up. On the other hand, Jilei flew around the wooden sword twice, laughing like a zigzag tilde 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 tilde. Mu Jian was so angry that he wanted to die, but he didn't dare to do anything, he didn't even dare to curse. It persuaded itself that the most important thing now is to obtain the master's forgiveness. As for the 205 Geely, it is not too late to deal with it in the future. The Geely was also bad enough, it flew around twice and set the Vitex on fire. Mu Jian wished he could poke Jilei into a sieve, but in the end he held back. Although Vitex was caught, she was still kneeling there motionless. Anyway, there is only one wattle, and it will not cause a fire. When Fang Shi came out of the wash, all the thorns had turned to ashes. Fang Shi, enough playing pleasant prayer, are you starting to play Nirvana Rebirth? The wooden sword began to kowtow. Fang Shi was speechless. You said that you have a sword, and you can kneel down at every turn, but now you kowtow. Should I say it or not, your flexibility is really good. Mu Jian kowtowed and confessed. Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't steal stones, I shouldn't make my own decisions, and I shouldn't do things without considering the consequences, so that you, the master, are in a passive situation. I'm ungrateful, I'm worse than a pig or a dog, I'm a white-eyed sword. I am impetuous, greedy, and stupid. I am sorry for your teaching to me, for your tolerance for me, and for your kindness in saving my life. 100 times my death is not enough to make up for my mistakes. Master, I promise that I will reform myself in the future, just give me a chance to make a new sword. I will definitely not make the same mistake again in the future. If I make it again, I will be struck by lightning and die. Fang Shi sat on the chair, drank tea leisurely, and ignored it. The wooden sword continued to kowtow there, cracking the bluestone bricks. Master, I know that what I say now is unbelievable, because I have failed you too many times. In order to express my repentant determination, I will tell you the whereabouts of the scabbard. As long as you get the scabbard, even if I want to, I won't be able to. Fang Shi finally put down the teacup in her hand. Where is it? Mu Jian hurriedly said, the longevity sect of the southern region. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Longevity sect. When the matter with the demon race is resolved, she will go to the longevity sect for a walk. It's not entirely for the scabbard, but for the alliance between the north and the south. Ugh. It's a pity that she has to work hard for the safety of the north and the south at such a young age. Could it be that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? Seeing that her attitude had softened, Mu Jian quickly struck while the iron was hot. Master, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. At the beginning you said that you would take me to experience the warmth and coldness of the world, and take me to see the prosperity of the world. I crawled underground for several days before I found you. I am running towards you with my life. Although I took a fork in the middle of the road, the destination has never changed, that is, to walk all over the mountains and rivers with you, the master, go to the sky and enter the sea, this life is not in vain. Fang Shi looked at the wooden sword. Grandma is a bear. Originally, it took a lot of effort to say a word of this thing, but now it can be a long story. It can be seen how rich the energy in those stones must be. It's all cheap for this white-eyed wolf. Why didn't I find out earlier? Those stones are treasures. Also, as a sword, why can you beep so much? Don't you think it doesn't match your temperament? At this moment, the little black ball in the sea of consciousness said to Fang Shi furtively. Master, is it almost done? Let me build a step for you. The little fat bird stared at Meng Bean and said. Don't think I don't know what you mean, don't you just want to invite Jiangxin? It's a pity, the master and Mu Jian have already terminated the contract, and it won't hear you even if you plead for it. Besides, what does the master want to do and use you to build the steps? She can build 9,999 floors casually. You better save it. Fang Shi. 1 or 2 are not worry-free goods. However, what little fat bird said was right, she never had to be handed the ladder by others, and went down the steps with ease. She also felt that the heat was almost ready, and said to Mu Jian. Okay, based on the previous friendship, I will give you another chance. If you commit the crime again, let alone pleading guilty, even pleading guilty with your back on your back is useless. Get up. Mu Jian jumped up excitedly. Master, don't worry, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future, and I will never make my own decisions again. By the way, I have grown my skills now, among other things, the flying is much more stable than before. From now on, you don't need to wear those broken boots anymore, I'll take you flying. Although treading the clouds and plowing the moon boots is still shallow in intelligence, he also knows that this is not a good word, and secretly hates the wooden sword. Naturally, Fang Shi would not use a wooden sword to fly, because it has not crossed a clear road and cannot see the light. She resigned the contract with the wooden sword, and then took out a stone that had not been absorbed by the wooden sword. Unfortunately, no matter how you look at it, there is nothing unusual about it. In fact, she didn't feel sorry for wasting how much money wasted. After all, if the wooden sword can increase its cultivation, how much money is worth it? What she was angry with from beginning to end was Mu Jian's self-assertion. Fortunately, it is now considered a stray, let's see what happens next. At this moment, Little Black Ball secretly sent a private message to her again. Master, don't worry, I will keep an eye on the wooden sword for you, but if there is any trouble, I will tell you as soon as possible. It is good. Although the Little Black Ball is a little short, it is still quite good. Fang Shi cleaned up the ashes on the ground and began to meditate. This day is as busy as a spinning top, only at night I have time to practice. Jilei squatted on the beam of the house, feeling a little unfulfilled. How did you reconcile so quickly? On the contrary, the infighting continues. I haven't seen enough dramas yet. Should I say it or not, Fengu really has tricks. As expected of my lord Jilei's trivial pet. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 457 just a ruthless accompanying arrangement. Fang Shi practiced until the middle of the night, and then she rested. She was a little puzzled. She had absorbed a lot of good things in the whirlpool, and logically, she should have formed an alchemy. Why there was no movement for so long? Could it be because her cultivation was transformed from aura, so she couldn't form a pill? But no matter what, when she transforms into spiritual energy in the future, she will definitely be able to form a pill. The next morning, Fang Shi received a message from Yaguang Peak's direct disciple Mu Wunwen, inviting her to visit Yaguang Peak. The last time Fang Shi rescued a group of direct disciples in Zanhuanhai, when Mu Wunwen said that she had time to visit Yaguang Peak, she only regarded it as a small talk. I didn't expect to send her a message. Fang Shi originally wanted to take a stroll around the bee garden, to refresh herself in front of Elder Feng, but now she changed her mind. She has to go to Yaguang Peak first, after all her fish pond has to be expanded. So, Pidian went to Yaguang Peak. Yaguang Peak and Tianji Peak are about 2 hours away, but Fang Shi has small boots, so it only took half an hour to arrive. Mu Wanwen was very enthusiastic, and a table was set up with melon and fruit refreshments. Of course, the arrogance of the direct disciples will still be revealed. Fang Shi didn't care about these things at all, she had to focus on the big and let go of the small. Mu Wanwen is still very friendly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mu Wanwen said with sparkling eyes. Warreless, I heard that you went crazy with drinking the day before yesterday. Tell me quickly. Fang Shi. She said with some embarrassment. I drank the pill and don't remember anything. However, I heard from my brother that I was running all over the mountain like a little lunatic. Mu Wanwen said with a smile. Do you still have that wine? Let's drink some. To tell you the truth, I usually like to drink some, but the wine I get is not strong enough, so far I don't know what it's like to be drunk. Fang Shi. You called me here just to drink with me. I dare you to be an alcoholic. Fang Shi took out a wine gourd and said. I promised in front of Elder Dead that I would not be greedy, but since Senior Sister Mu wants to drink, I will drink a little to accompany you. Mu Wanwen hurriedly said, okay, you can drink as much as you want. As she spoke, she took out a few plates of appetizers, and this level of proficiency showed that she didn't drink less than usual. After Fang Shi finished pouring the wine, Mu Wanwen picked up the glass. Warreless, I did it, you can do whatever you want. When you're done, drink it up. Fang Shi. Don't you even say a toast, is it so perfunctory? Mu Wanwen tapped her lips, although it's still not thick enough, it tastes good. Come on, let's have another one. After speaking, he poured himself a drink. Fang Shi felt that she was just a ruthless wine accompaniment. In a blink of an eye, most of the wine in the wine gourd was gone. Mu Wanwen became slightly drunk, and said to Fang Shi with a smile. Do you know why my master doesn't object to my drinking? Fang Shi shook her head. Mu Wanwen smiled proudly, because after I drink alcohol, the efficiency of making magic charms will be greatly improved. Let me tell you this, originally it took me half an hour to draw the magic talisman, but after drinking wine, I could draw it in a quarter of an hour. Not only that, but the rank of the magic talisman will also be improved. Do you not believe it? I'll draw you a mysterious G-gathering talisman right now, and give it to you. As Mu Wanwen said that, she went to the desk, took out the talisman paper, and started making talismans. Fang Shi watched intently. In her opinion, Mu Wanwen's talisman making speed was slower than that of Wang Ba's, and the magic energy output was also unstable. It was all useless to blind her half of the gourd wine. However, she also knows that not everyone can compare with her. In fact, Mu Wanwen's level of talisman making is still good, at least she can compete with the second senior brother Pei Zhou. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Wanwen stopped writing, and the lines on the talisman flashed brilliantly. It was a top-grade talisman. Mu Wanwen was very proud. Yu, how is it? Is my magic talisman not bad? I gave it to you. Fang Shi said with a smile, thank you, Senior Sister Mu, I only heard that there are hundreds of poems about wine fighting, and you have 100 wine fighting charms. Mu Wanwen was amused by her, and felt more and more attached to her. Sister Wu, you're so funny to talk, we're almost done drinking, I'll take you to a good place. Warreless has been upgraded to Sister Wu, which shows how much she likes Fang Shi. Because the people around her usually complain about her drinking, except for her master. It's better to be Sister Wu, not only has no opinion, but also drinks with her. Mu Wanwen took Fang Shi around to a reed pond. Sister Wu, do you know what these silver reeds are used for? Fang Shi guessed it after a little thought. Is it used to make talisman paper? Mu Wanwen nodded. That's right, it has always been used to make talisman paper, and the talisman paper made of this kind of silver reed is the best quality, called snow talisman paper. Because the number of silver reeds is scarce, it is difficult to buy snow talisman paper outside, so we can only make it ourselves. This batch of silver reeds is about to mature, and my master and the others are looking forward to it. Seeing that Fang Shi was a little puzzled, she explained. Originally there was still some snow talisman papers in stock, but my master and the others have run out of talisman treasures recently, so we can only make snow talisman paper after this batch of silver silk reeds mature. Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. Talisman is a good thing, much more powerful than talisman. Unfortunately, she won't. The jade slip in the sea of consciousness is only slightly mentioned, and there are no related production steps. If one can learn the treasure talisman, that would be a great thing. So, I asked Mu Wanwen, Senior Sister Mu, can you make talisman treasures? Mu Wanwen laughed so hard that her branches trembled wildly. Sister Wu, you think highly of me too. Only those who can make heavenly magic talismans are eligible to make talisman treasures, and the success rate is very, very low. Let's put it this way, my master has made a total of 10 talisman treasures so far, and this is still the best among the elders. After Fang Shi listened, she became even more interested. The greater the difficulty, the greater the power. She said sincerely, Sister Mu, in my heart, you are a genius at making talismans, so I think you will be able to make talisman treasures sooner or later. By the way, what kind of treasure is it? Mu Wanwen was a little dizzy from being coaxed by the rainbow fart, and immediately took out a talisman and put it in the palm of her hand, showing Fang Shi. Here, this is the teleportation talisman my master gave me. It can be used even in some places where the use of magic talismans is prohibited, and even in the enchantment, it can be sent out. Let's put it this way, if I'm excited, it can completely teleport me outside of Lang Yinyuan. The teleportation talisman is the most difficult to make. This is also the most powerful talisman made by my master. There will not be more than 10 pieces in the entire Lang Yinyuan. Fang Shi. This is a sharp weapon for escaping. This is much more reliable than little boots and wooden swords. However, Mu Wanwen quickly put away the teleportation talisman. She is careless and honest, but she is not short-sighted. It's already very good to let Fang Shi take a look. Fang Shi was like Zhu Baji who ate ginseng fruit, he didn't taste anything at all and disappeared. She could just roughly see that the talisman was much thicker than ordinary magic talismans, and the lines were layered on top of each other, as if they were stacked together. But what exactly is going on is completely at a loss. At this time, Mu Wanwen said, Sister Wu Yu, there is a kind of 9-section crystal shrimp in the reed pond, which is the best to drink with. Let's go shrimp fishing. After speaking, he took out 2 special shrimp fishing rods and began to teach Fang Shi how to catch shrimp. Not to mention, I don't know if there are more shrimps in the reed pond, or because they were lucky, and quickly caught dozens of 9-section crystal shrimps. Mu Wanwen couldn't wait to cook the shrimp and started to drink again. Fang Shi was helping her peel the shrimp wholeheartedly there, intentionally guiding her to talk more about talisman treasures. Well, is it easy for her to learn more skills? She, who never tells a lie, has started to learn how to grill shrimp blind. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 458. The monsters in the back mountain are very active. Fang Shi peeled a bunch of shrimp shells, but didn't get much useful information out of Mu Wanwen's mouth. It's not that Mu Wanwen is vigilant, but that she knows very little about Fu Bao. In his master's words, don't look at the height of another mountain. At this stage, her mind should be on making talismans. When will you be able to skillfully draw the heavenly magic talisman and then consider the matter of the talisman? In fact, Fang Shi has never drawn a heaven-level magic talisman, but she has drawn a sky-level magic talisman, so it is estimated that the problem with the magic talisman is not big. However, if you want to try to draw a sky-level magic talisman, you have to look good. So, she hooked up with Mu Wanwen and chatted about the heaven-rank magic talisman. Mu Wanwen's face was flushed from drinking, and she felt drunk, not to mention that she knew everything. Fang Shi looked at her stupid look, and made up her mind not to be greedy for drinking. Mu Wanwen said excitedly, and took out a heavenly magic talisman. Sister Wu Yu, look. This is a puppet talisman. After being activated, a puppet can be released to assist in the battle. Although the effect only lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the cultivation base was only at the initial stage of the magic baby, it could still be exchanged for a glimmer of life at the critical moment. Fang Shi. Mu Wanwen is really a treasure girl. Several things she said refreshed her cognition. She always thought that only a craftsman could refine a puppet, and it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, with many restrictions. Didn't expect to be able to draw it through talismans. This has caught up with the magic pen Ma Liang. She asked cautiously, Senior Sister Mu, can I take a closer look? Mu Wanwen said proudly, of course. When I can draw heaven-level talisman seals in the future, I will draw a stack and give it to you. Fang Shi smiled with crooked eyebrows and eyes, okay. She likes Mu Wanwen very much. Putting other advantages aside, the key is her personality. Straightforward, frank, without so many twists and turns. Just like the fifth brother. Inside the sea of consciousness, the little black ball poked secretly and said to the little fat bird. Our unscrupulous master has too many eyes, so we like to play with people who are heartless. Little fat bird nodded, well, it's like I usually like to talk to you. Little black ball. Fang Shi took the puppet talisman and looked at it for a while, then returned it to Mu Wanwen. At this time, a gourd of wine has bottomed out. Mu Wanwen's eyes were blurred, she had a smirk on her face, and then she lay down on the table and fell asleep. Fang Shi. Is that what she said? She was never drunk? Was the wine she drank mixed with water? Fang Shi had no choice but to feed her a hangover pill, and only after she sobered up a little did she help her back to the residence. As soon as she arrived at the residence, Mu Wanwen fell asleep again. Fearing accidents, Fang Shi had no choice but to watch in the bedroom. While guarding Mu Wanwen, she sketched out how to draw the puppet talisman in her heart. It has to be said that the drawing method of the puppet talisman is very complicated, and she is a little confused. What she didn't know was that there are also levels of difficulty in the heavenly magic talisman, and the puppet talisman is the most difficult one. Mu Wanwen's master, Elder Fang, knew that her apprentice was careless and careless, so in order to protect her, he gave her 3 puppet charms. The previous teleportation talisman was also used by the apprentice to escape in an emergency. Mu Wanwen didn't wake up until evening. Seeing Fang Shi guarding her all the time, he felt very sorry, so he insisted on giving Fang Shi a few more mysterious talisman seals. Fang Shi generously accepted it, then said goodbye and went back to Longyu Pond. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhu trotted over to greet him. Warreless, you're back. It just so happened that the purple water chestnuts in the lake were ripe 2 days ago, because there are not many in total, so I'll keep them for you. Warreless, I think your courtyard wall is a bit worn out. I brought someone to help you renovate it 2 days ago. Ellipsis. Fang Shi smiled and expressed her thanks, chatted with him a few more words, and then returned to her residence. After a while, Junwen also came back from Elder Nangong. He felt that the little junior sister was busier than the 7 peak masters now, and he had to see her every now and then. Brother, you came just in time. I want to draw a magic talisman, so help me keep an eye on it. Junwen didn't ask in detail, and immediately agreed. Holding a plate of purple water chestnuts, he peeled Fang Shi water chestnuts and listened vigilantly to the movement outside. Fang Shi took out the talisman paper, then the talisman ink, and finally the Shanhei Chankan brush. She recalled the drawing method of the puppet symbol again, and then began to sketch it. 818 novels. She painted so slowly that Junwen was not used to it. In his impression, drawing talismans for little junior sister is as easy as eating and drinking, and one can draw with eyes closed. What kind of talisman is she drawing? Why so slow? It took Fang Shi half an hour to finish drawing the puppet talisman. It is mainly the first time to draw, and there is no one to guide it, relying entirely on previous memories. It is already very against the sky to be able to complete the drawing. Fang Shi saw the brilliance of the pattern on the puppet talisman, and felt that it should be a success, and immediately activated the puppet talisman. The puppet talisman instantly turned into a wave of devilish energy, and then transformed into a pig. Chubby pig. The plate in Jun Wen's hand almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this? The pig's eyes were dull, and when it saw Jun Wen, it rushed over. Flame spewed from his mouth. Jun Wen hurriedly dodged, and then came to Fang Shi, protecting her with a shield of magic energy. Fang Shi. Although the fifth senior brother always wanted to protect her safety, she was very moved, but the thing is a magic talisman drawn by me, will it attack me? You stop it, then let it go out and run around. But it was too late. The moment Jun Wen got out of the way, the pig rushed out. Not to mention the door was knocked flying, the newly built courtyard wall was also knocked out a big gap, and the pig rushed straight towards the lake. Deacon Zhu is patrolling the shore. In fact, he wasn't on duty at all today, but in order to show off in front of Fang Shi, he stole Deacon Qian's errand. He was patrolling with his hands behind his back when he saw a big fat pig rushing not far away. Mouth is still breathing fire. Deacon Zhu. What the hell? Seeing the fire-breathing pig rushing towards him, he quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. The fire-breathing pig jumped straight into the lake and disappeared. It didn't disappear completely, there were little ashes floating on the water. Deacon Zhu felt that his brain was not enough. The ashes seemed to be the ashes after the magic talisman was burned. Could it be that this fire-breathing pig was transformed by a magic talisman? It's just that I have never heard of such a wonderful magic talisman. At this time, Fang Shi and Jun Wen also arrived. Fang Shi said slowly. Deacon Zhu, the monsters in the back mountain are quite active. Deacon Zhu, yes, recently the monsters in the back mountain often come to our dragonfish pond. Who told us to be closer to the back mountain? God knows, the back mountain is 100 miles away from the dragonfish pond. My dear, this magic talisman is not made by this evil star, right? She can still make talismans. This also prevents others from living. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 459 I am your confidence. Fang Shi jumped into the lake to check, except for a little ashes of the magic talisman, there was nothing left. I don't know if the magic talisman is afraid of water or if the magic energy just ran out. Mu Wonwen clearly said that what she released was a humanoid puppet. Why did she draw a puppet pig? Moreover, the cultivation base of this puppet pig must not reach the cultivation base of the magic baby, at most it is only the initial stage of the magic core. Where is the problem? When she got back to the house, she drew another picture. She had a lot of experience this time, and only activated the puppet charm when she went to the yard after painting. The puppet talisman still transformed into a pig, but it looked more fierce than before. As soon as he transformed, he sprayed a large ball of flames at Jun Wen. Because Fang Shi wanted to see how long the puppet talisman could last, Jun Wen focused on defense. He dodged around in the yard, while the puppet pig was on a rampage. Fang Shi could tell that this puppet pig had almost no intelligence, and only blindly acted recklessly. Half an hour later, the puppet pig was reduced to ashes. Fang Shi didn't give up, and drew several more puppet symbols one after another, making some adjustments each time. But the ones that were released were still puppet pigs, but their size and attack methods were slightly different. Fang Shi felt that her puppet talisman was a fake version. The original puppet symbol is a human puppet, and hers is a pig puppet. The genuine puppet talisman is the cultivation base of the magic baby's early stage, and hers is the early stage of the magic pill. The genuine puppet charm can last for a quarter of an hour, but hers can only last for a quarter of an hour. All discounted. Jun Wen thinks this thing is pretty good, although it is stupid, but if you release a few more heads, it will still be very useful. So, licking his face gave Fang Shi time to draw half a sack for him. Fang Shi. Fifth senior brother, you are floating now. Heaven-rank magic talismans are all about sacks. Have you forgotten that you had to serve the second senior brother for half a month just for a mysterious talisman? After Jun Wen left, Fang Shi sat in the room exposed to the wind and wondered what went wrong. After pondering for a while, I still have no clue. It seems that some things are useless to ponder on your own. You have to expand the fish pond. So, from this day on, she would visit Mu Wonwen every few days, and the two got along very well. Occasionally, Fang Shi would tactfully advise Mu Wonwen that it's fine to drink, but don't drink too much. Mu Wonwen hated people talking about these things the most, but Fang Shi was very skillful in speaking, she really listened to it, except for drinking before making talismans, she rarely drank at other times. On this day, Fang Shi came to look for Mu Wonwen again. Mu Wonwen's eyes were red, like rabbits. Fang Shi said with concern. Sister Wonwen, who bullied you? Mu Wonwen gritted her teeth and told the story. The owner of the Huifu Pavilion has always been vacant, and the most popular voices are Mu Wonwen's masters, Elder Fang and Elder Ni. Although Elder Ni's talisman making level is slightly inferior to Elder Fang's, he is used to gaining ground, and there are still many people in the talisman making pavilion who support him. In addition, Elder Ni's apprentice, Situ Shou, was very talented in making talismans, and he often overwhelmed Mu Wonwen, which also made some people in the talisman pavilion lean towards Elder Ni. Mu Wonwen was often squeezed by Situ Shou, and it was precisely because of the pressure that she learned to drink. This morning, in front of many people in Huifu Pavilion, Situ Shou dug a hole for Mu Wonwen, forcing her to agree to compete with him in making talismans. During the competition, some of his followers intentionally used Mu Wonwen's drinking as an issue, disturbing Mu Wonwen so much that she couldn't calm down to make the talisman. As you can imagine, the result was a disastrous failure. Situ Shou also specifically stepped on her sore spots. Mu Wonwen, if you don't have that ability, don't occupy that position. You are really ashamed for Elder Fang. Although Mu Wonwen looked straightforward, she was actually very sensitive. She always felt that she was holding back Elder Feng, otherwise Elder Feng would have become the owner of the Huifu Pavilion long ago. After listening to Mu Wanwen's words, Feng's eyes face immediately became gloomy. Sister Wanwen, let's go, take me to see that Situ show. I'll help you find the venue. Mu Wanwen smiled wryly. Sister Wu Yu, I accept your wish. Don't worry, I'm fine, come, let's have 2 drinks. After speaking, he took out the jug and appetizers. Feng Shi directly overturned the table. What to drink? Mu Wanwen, can you be brave? Can drinking do the trick? You are the only apprentice of Elder Feng, he gave you the most precious teleportation talisman, what does that mean? Explain that you are his apprentice recognized, or the apprentice who regards you as a treasure. Is your blind avoidance worthy of his love as a disciple? Even if your aptitude is really inferior to Situ Shou, what does it matter? You can work harder than him. Even if you still can't catch up with him after working hard, you can find another way to surpass him in other ways. Don't say anything else, you have my friend, does he have it? As long as I'm here, he, Situ Shou, will never step on your head in his life. I just SP, I am your confidence, I am your reliance. Mu Wanwen sobs. Although she felt that Feng Shi was talking nonsense, her heart was still warm. Sister Wu Yu is really a good person. Feng Shi continued, her talent is one who has both ability and morality, but Situ Shukong has talent but no virtue, he is Elder Ni's weakness. Either he, Elder Ni, is not virtuous, or he, Elder Ni, can't teach his apprentices, neither of which is worthy of being the master of the Huifu Pavilion. It's different for you, although your talent in talisman making is not particularly outstanding, you can still crush a group of disciples. The most important thing is that you are righteous, forthright and honest, and have a pure heart. It can be seen from this that Elder Feng is a good teacher who is highly respected and teaches students in accordance with their aptitude. Only such a person is qualified to be in charge of the painted talisman pavilion. So, Sister Wanwen, not only are you not your master's burden, but also his shining point. Mu Wanwen was originally like an eggplant beaten by frost, but under Feng Shi's banging, she suddenly turned into a pepper in the sky. After Feng Shi gave her chicken blood, she said, that Sikong show is just a mess, you take me to find him, and I will compete with him in making talismans. Mu Wanwen hesitated and said, Sister Wu Yu, I know you are trying to vent your anger on me, but. Feng Shi smiled, Sister Wanwen, I may have forgotten to tell you before, I'm the talisman genius of the blood family. It's just Situ Shou, I can beat him with my eyes closed. Mu Wanwen still doesn't have much confidence in Feng Shi in her heart, can the genius of the blood family compare with that of Lang Yinyuan? However, seeing Feng Shi's persistent insistence, she had no choice but to agree. Either way, Sister Wu Yu was right, there was no shame in admitting that her talisman making talent was not as good as Situ Shou's. Talent is given by her parents, all she can do is to work harder. So, she took Feng Shi to the big painted talisman room in the painted talisman pavilion. Once inside, Feng Shi sneered, who is Situ Shou? Get out. Situ Shou, who was surrounded by a group of people, looked at Feng Shi with unfriendly eyes. Zhu Wu Yu, how dare you speak disrespectfully to me, how brave you are. Feng Shi sneered, you should be grateful for Lang Yinyuan's island rules, otherwise it would not be as simple as letting you get out. Don't talk nonsense, don't you call yourself a genius in making talismans. Let's compare. If you win, I, Zhu Wu Yu, can do whatever you want. If you lose, you have to apologize to Sister Wanwen in front of everyone in Huifu Pavilion, saying that you can't speak human language and are a despicable person. Although Mu Wanwen felt that Feng Shi was too impulsive, she was so moved that she couldn't be more moved, and she looked at Feng Shi with tears in her eyes. At this time, in her eyes, Feng Shi was almost 2 feet 80 tall. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 460 alright, let's compare. While Mu Wanwen was moved, she felt that Feng Shi had talked too much. If you lose, just give Situ Shou some magic crystals, how can you say that you can let him deal with it casually? If it doesn't work, I can only ask Master to put out the fire. Anyway, no matter what you say, you can't make Sister Wu Yu suffer. Although she felt in her heart that Feng Shi was doomed, but the good sister had spoken out, of course she couldn't hold back, so she could only wave the flag for Feng Shi against her conscience. That's right, my Sister Wu Yu's talisman making skills are unparalleled in the world, Situ Shou, you are doomed. Situ Shou and the followers around him were rocking with laughter. Zhu Wu Yu, did you take the wrong medicine? Even Mu Wanwen was defeated by senior brother Situ, how dare you dare to compete with our senior brother Situ for making talismans? You are bringing shame on yourself. That's right, you're not even a handyman in Huifu Pavilion, how can you have the face to compete with our senior brother Situ? Ellipsis. Feng Shi curled her lips, Sister Wanwen, do you still have dogs in Huifu Pavilion? Why did you call them in broad daylight? Mu Wanwen was taken aback for a moment, then giggled. Sister Wu Yu really dare to say it. The followers of Situ Shou suddenly became angry and clamored for action. Mu Wanwen immediately blocked Feng Shi behind her, if something comes at me, it has nothing to do with her. Feng Shi pulled Mu Wanwen aside with her hand. Do you want to fight? Are you fighting alone or together? Many people are very happy. This Zhu Wu Yu is too arrogant. Either he took the wrong medicine or he was out of his mind. Someone was about to make a move right away, Situ Shou waved his hand. Zhu Wu Yu, does the bet you mentioned earlier count? If you lose, will you let me handle it? Feng Shi nodded, of course it counts. Situ Shou's heart moved. He heard that Zhu Wu Yu had received a lot of rewards, and the magic crystal came second, but the heavenly elixir and magic weapon were both good things. Especially the pair of cloud riding moon boots she was wearing. How do you want to compare? Fang Shi chuckled. You can compare it however you want. After all, there are only so many things that a trash like you can do. Fang's eyes words caused another burst of laughter. After all, in their view, Fang Shi is brainless and arrogant. Situ Shou lightly scoffed. I think you are at most a mysterious rank talisman maker. Since that's the case, for the sake of fairness, let's try the mysterious rank energy gathering magic talisman. The time limit is half an hour, and the quality and quantity are used as the judging criteria. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, let's compare this. Everyone immediately vacated the venue and set up 2 tables. After the 2 of them had arranged the talisman paper and talisman ink, the timing began. Situ Shou calmed down and began to draw. Fang Shi put the Shanhei Chankan brush aside, took out a meat bun and gnawed on it. I'm a little hungry, it's not too late to paint after eating. The crowd burst into laughter. It seems that Zhu Huyu has given up. Now I'm just looking for a step for myself. Mu Wanwen thought so too. She immediately sent a message to her master, Elder Feng, saying that someone was looking for trouble for her, and asked him to come and save them quickly, so that Feng Shi would not suffer. In the blink of an eye, half of the time passed, and Situ Shou had already drawn 2 magic talismans, and a quarter of the third one had been drawn. Feng Shi thought to himself, although Situ Shou's personality is not very good, but he is indeed very talented in making talismans. Mu Wanwen's talent is really worse than him. She took out the handkerchief and wiped her hands slowly before starting to draw. Everyone felt that she was putting on airs, and in the end she couldn't even complete a chi-gathering talisman. But soon, they were stunned. The eyeballs almost popped out. Especially Mu Wanwen, who covered her mouth with her hands, for fear that she would scream out loud. Because, in the blink of an eye, Fang Shi had already drawn a chi-gathering talisman, which was still top grade. Soon, the competition is over. Situ Shou felt that he played well today, because he completed 5 magic talismans, and all of them were top grade. There was a somewhat smug look on his face. However, when he saw the stack of magic symbols on Fang Shi's table, he froze. He thought he must be dazzled. This is impossible. Maybe this Zhu Huyu drew it in advance and took it out to make up for it. Yes, it must be so. At this moment, Mu Wanwen put her hips on her hips and laughed loudly. Sister Wu Yu, so what you said is the truth, you are really a genius at making talismans. It took only half of Situ Shou's time to draw 12 chi-gathering talismans, and they were all top grade. Situ Shou, let me ask you, what do you compare with my worry-free sister? You have always said that I am a waste before, compared to you and Sister Wu Yu, you are not even as good as a waste. Mu Wanwen was extremely happy. I've never been so relieved in my life. Situ Shou walked to Fang Shi's table and picked up the magic talismans. From the state of the talisman ink, it could be seen that they were indeed painted. Seeing the stunned expressions of his followers, he knew that Fang Shi hadn't cheated. But, he can't just admit defeat. This Zhu Huyu must have been practicing drawing chi-gathering talismans all the time. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, that's why he is so proficient. With other magic talismans, she couldn't compare to him at all. So, he said, I said before that 2 out of 3 rounds, this is only 1 round, we will compete in the second round with the Earth-level magic talisman. His followers immediately booed. That's right. There is no 1 game to determine who wins or loses, only 2 out of 3 games. Besides, our senior brother Situ proposed to try the mysterious talisman to take care of you. If you compete with the Earth talisman, you will lose. Ellipsis. Mu Wanwen was furious. You guys are going back on your promises, playing rogues. Fang Shi looked calm and breezy. Sister Wanwen, since it's a competition, it's natural to make people feel convinced and admired. If he wants to compare, I just want to accompany him. Mu Wanwen said in her heart, silly sister, let's not talk about whether you can draw Earth-level magic talismans. The key is that many magic talismans in Langinyuan are untold secrets. You have never seen them before. How can you draw them? Compared with Situ Shou. Sure enough, Situ Shou said, our competition in this round is a prison talisman, which is limited to 1 hour. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, let's compare. She has never heard of this kind of magic talisman, but it doesn't matter, she will learn it when Situ Shou finishes drawing 1. The Earth-level magic talisman is much more complicated than the Black-level magic talisman. It took Situ Shou nearly half an hour to complete the drawing, and the grade reached the top grade. Situ Shou was quite satisfied. He turned his head to look at Fang Shi, saw that she was still eating melon seeds, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, and then continued to draw the next picture. At this time, Fang Shi put away the melon seeds and started to draw. While drawing, she thought, 2 wins in 3 rounds is not enough, so she will change it to 6 wins in 10 rounds. In this way, she can learn a few more magic talismans. Situ Shou is such a kind and helpful person. Continue at 5 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 461 What are you crazy? It took Fang Shi nearly a quarter of an hour to draw the prison talisman for the first picture. She was a little dissatisfied, and muttered, the speed is too slow. Everyone. In the second picture, her speed started to take off. Many of Situ Shou's followers had already pinched their own legs because they felt they were hallucinating. Mu Wanwen kept rubbing her eyes, trying to make sure it was true. She thought Fang Shi was bragging before, but now it seems that her sister Wu Yu is too modest. Whereas she the talisman-making genius of the blood family, she is the talisman-making genius of the entire devil world. At this speed, even her master can't reach it. The key is that all the paintings they draw are top grade. My dear, it's too strong. At the end of the competition, Situ Shou completed 2 paintings of the prison talisman, 1 of the top grade and 1 of the middle grade. Fang Shi drew 8 pictures, each of which was top grade. In fact, she could go faster, but she was afraid of scaring people, so she slowed down later. This is still in the case of one hand. If it is two hands, even 20 cards can't stop it. Even so, Situ Shou's eyes were dulled by the blow. He doesn't believe it. He is Lang Yinyuan's top talisman-making genius. How could he be crushed by a handyman? By the way, he heard from his master that Zhu Wuyu's grandpa seems to have some skills. Maybe she has practiced drawing Grounder's prison talisman before. He wants to change another Earth-level magic talisman to compete with her. So, he gritted his back molars and said, Zhu Wuyu, do you dare to win 3 out of 5 rounds with me? Fang Shi smiled with eyebrows and eyes crooked. 3 wins in 5 rounds is not enough, let's win 6 out of 10 rounds. Although Situ Shou was a little surprised by Fang Shi's attitude, he had his heart in his arms and agreed immediately. Even Situ Shou's followers didn't see the next competition. Because Situ Shou was tortured by Zhu Wuyu, it was miserable. It seems that Zhu Wuyu is the elite disciple of the genius, and Situ Shou is a useless little handyman. Soon, Fang Shi had won 6 rounds, 818 novels. Situ Shou's face turned green. He wanted to die at the thought of admitting that he was trash in public and having to apologize to Mu Wonwen. No. He can't lose. Zhu Wuyu, I admit that you have won the previous competitions, but do you dare to compete with me to draw a heaven-level magic talisman? Fang Shi. And such a good thing. Okay, let's compare. Situ Shou vaguely felt that something was wrong, but now he was too eager to get the place back and couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and said, let's compete with the heaven-rank hidden magic talisman, the limit is 2 hours. If I win, all previous contests will be void. Fang Shi smiled brightly, okay. Mu Wonwen thought she seemed crazy. But Fang Shi agreed, so she couldn't say anything. In addition, she didn't quite believe that Situ Shou could draw a heavenly magic talisman. With his personality, if he could draw a heavenly magic talisman, everyone would have known about it. Situ Shou is indeed not sure. So far, he has not successfully drawn a heavenly magic talisman. But now for the sake of face, he decided to fight. If he succeeds, no one will remember the previous wins and losses. He is still a genius of Huafu Pavilion. Situ Shou swallowed 2 elixir to replenish his physical strength and magic energy, and then began to draw the hidden magic talisman. Fang Shi took out the purple-skinned water chestnut that Zhang Wen had peeled for her, and ate it slowly. A quarter of an hour later, Situ Shou's talisman burned and turned into ashes. Situ Shou gritted his teeth and changed another one. After changing several sheets in a row, they all caught fire in the middle. It can be seen that the output of magic energy is uneven. Fang Shi was worried for him. You should be more courageous, even if you fail in the end, I can even guess and know how to draw. Not to mention, Situ Shou's 5th attempt was smoother than the previous 4. It's a pity that when it was about to end, the talisman paper burned again. Situ Shou propped up the table with his hands dejectedly, swallowed 2 more pills, and continued to try. Looking at him like that, Fang Shi knew that it was impossible to surpass the progress of the 5th time. It was really disappointing. It seemed that he had only completed % of the progress before, and she had to make up for the remaining % by intuition. So she started drawing. After spending nearly half an hour, Fang Shi's talisman was completed. Situ Shou had given up at this time, and his whole body was soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of the water. The consciousness is even a little dull. When he saw that Fang Shi had finished it, he snatched the magic talisman with a grim expression. You can't complete the hidden talisman, it must be a random drawing. As he said that, he even inspired the magic talisman. It was too late for Fang Shi to stop her. According to her past experience, every time she invents and creates according to her own ideas, it will be different from the original version. There won't be any moths this time, right? But this time, everyone's eyes fell on Situ Shou. The hidden breath talisman, as the name suggests, is able to hide the breath. Because it is a heavenly magic talisman, once it is activated, it can be concealed even in the stage of transforming into a god. However, Situ Shou's aura still existed brightly. Situ Shou looked mocking. Zhu Wuyu, this magic talisman of yours is not a hidden magic talisman at all. Are you planning to use it to fool us? Although I am not as skilled as others, at least I am honest, unlike you who would engage in these small tricks. Fang Shi chuckled lightly. Are you out of your mind? Did I mention that this is a hidden magic talisman? I used it for practice. Besides, it's clear that you owed it to me, okay. Ah, I see, you know that you can't complete the hidden talisman. That's why you made such a move, disturbing my mind and making it impossible for me to continue the competition. You were so insidious. Originally, I didn't want to say some nasty words. Since you are so despicable, then I have nothing to be polite about. As a direct disciple, no matter what your aptitude is, your character is worrying. You are arrogant and complacent, you can't even compare to me, a little trash, why are you crazy? As the saying goes, if you are willing to gamble and admit defeat, what kind of loss have you made, and you still have the nerve to keep trying? If you don't keep your word, you're a villain. Situ Shou was so angry that his face was livid, and he wanted to defend himself, but it was a pity that Fang Shi didn't give him a chance to interject, and continued. You purposely suppressed your fellow disciples. What you know is that your character is not good, but what you don't know thinks that you have been instructed by Elder Ni. To put it mildly, you've ruined Elder Ni's reputation, and to put it mildly, you're driving a wedge between Elder Fang and Elder Ni's deep fellowship. Just because of your rat shit, what has become of the Huafu Pavilion? There is no camaraderie, only flattery and intrigue. So, you have no talent, no virtue, no merit, you are worse than a pig or a dog. Situ Shou was so angry that he was young and strong, otherwise he would have to vomit blood. Mu Wonwen was so excited that her hands went viral. A Weezin. So relieved. Sister Wuyu, you are my substitute. She couldn't help looking at Situ Shou, wanting to see what kind of bear he is now. As a result, it was discovered that Situ Shou's right hand was missing. Could it be that he was scolded by Sister Wuyu and ran away from home? But this time, Situ Shou also found that his right hand was gone. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and passed out with a choked sound. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 462 Children fight, adults don't care. Fang Shi didn't expect that Situ Shou's ability to fight was so weak. He suppressed Mu Wonwen so many times, and Mu Wonwen was nothing but a drunkard. He is fine, he fainted and vomited blood again. You don't want to touch porcelain, do you? As for Situ Shou's missing right hand, Fang Shi thinks that there should be something wrong with her magic talisman, and the hidden talisman probably turned into an invisibility talisman. The level is not enough, so only one hand is hidden. Otherwise, if the hand is gone, he would already be bleeding, and it is impossible for Situ Shou to be unaware. In order to verify her guess, she stepped on the position of Situ Shou's right hand with her foot, and the foot felt very solid. Sure enough, it is still there. Situ Shou woke up in pain. Subconsciously raised his right arm, there was still nothing under the wrist. However, he touched it with his left hand, but his right hand was still there. He looked at Fang Shi angrily. What did you do to me? Fang Shi laughed. You are really interesting, you stole my magic talisman and asked me what I did to you instead. Do you know that this is my original creation of the heavenly and earthly spirit hidden hand amulet, which is priceless? You provoke me without my permission, you lose money quickly. I don't want more from you, just give me 1,000 million magic crystals. Situ Shou almost spat out another mouthful of blood. 1,000 million, why don't you grab it? Even a heavenly magic talisman is not worth the money. Seeing that he was silent, Fang Shi sneered. What's the matter, want renege on your dead? I recorded everything that happened just now with a photo stone. If you don't pay the money or fulfill the bet, I will make you famous in the entire Langian abyss. Did Situ Shou spit out this second mouthful of blood? He trembled his lips. You. What about me? I have to do this as a last resort. You are a high-ranking personal disciple, and I am just a small handyman. If I don't record it, what if you renege on your debt? Now it seems that my decision is very wise. Hurry up, first give me 1,000 million magic crystals, and then apologize to Sister Wonwen in front of everyone, saying that you can't speak human language and are a despicable person. Situ Shou was stunned speechless. He expected those followers to help him strengthen his momentum, but those followers collectively became dumb. No one came out to speak for Situ Shou. Say what? In the beginning, the winner was determined in 1 round, then it became 5 rounds, and then it became 6 out of 10 rounds, and finally it became a competition of heavenly magic symbols. Situ Shou lost. Let alone him, even the presence of the demon god can't change the fact that he lost. Besides, there is another important reason, that is, Fang Shi is too strong. So much so that they didn't dare to beep anymore. Although Fang Shi is a handyman, but he can draw heavenly magic talismans. That alone is enough to crush them. Mu Wonwen stepped forward and took Fang Shi's arm, and said to Situ Shou. My little sister Wu Yu is right, for someone like you, you have to be reserved. You lose money quickly, apologize to me now. Situ Shou gritted his teeth and looked at Mu Wonwen, then said to Fang Shi. It's okay to lose money, but I can only compensate up to 100 million magic crystals. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Okay, for the sake of you vomiting blood twice, I will give you a discount for vomiting blood. 100 million is 100 million. Situ Shou was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. He reluctantly gave Fang Shi 100 million magic crystals, and then said to Mu Wonwen. I was speechless before, sorry. Mu Wonwen was obviously very happy in her heart, but for some reason her nose was sore and tears fell down her cheeks. She thought that she would be trampled under Situ Shou's feet for the rest of her life, and she would never be able to turn over. Even if the master took care of her, at most he just reprimanded Situ Shou. After all, it was just a normal competition. She didn't expect that one day, Situ Shou would lower his high head and apologize to her. She tightened her grip on Fang Shi's arm. She will remember Wu Yu's sister's affection for a lifetime. At this time, Fang Shi asked her, Sister Wonwen, do you think his apology is sincere? Do you want him to talk about it? Mu Wonwen sniffed. Then let's talk about it. Anyway, I'm not busy, I have plenty of time. Fang Shi nodded. Situ Shou, then you can talk about it. An apology must be sincere and deep. If you don't know how to speak, you can refer to what I told you before, and talk about it from both a private and a public perspective. Situ Shou. You can't kill without nodding your head, you two are completely damaged. At this time, someone coughed at the door. Wonwen, don't mess around. Fang Shi looked up, and an old man with a square face walked in from the door, wearing the clothes of an elder. Mu Wonwen immediately ran over, made a somewhat perfunctory salute, and then complained. Master, why did you come here? Elder Fang explained. Some things are delayed, what's going on? Why did your brother Situ get blood all over his body? Mu Wonwen immediately said the matter with dancing, and then said. I don't think his apology was sincere enough, so let him expand on that. At this time, Fang Shi, Situ Shou and others all came to greet Elder Fang. Elder Fang said to Situ Shou. It's normal for you brothers and sisters to quarrel, your master and I will let nature take its course and will not interfere with you. It was so before, and it is so now. I hope you won't hold grudges because of what happened today, and you still need to help each other in the future. Situ Shou was so angry that he knew the subtext of what Elder Fang said, that is, you should not expect your master, Elder Ni, to support him. Children fight, adults don't care. He didn't dare to say anything, he could only bow his head and say yes. Elder Fang glanced around at the followers of Situ Shou again, and said calmly. In the future, put all your thoughts into talisman making, and don't waste it on some messy things. Those disciples nodded their heads submissively one by one. Finally, Elder Fang said to Fang Shi, come with me. Mu Wonwen wanted to follow, but was stared at by Elder Feng, who pursed her lips and did not dare to say anything. Elder Feng took Feng Shi to his talisman-making room. After Elder Feng sat down, he didn't speak, just sipping tea slowly. Feng Shi bowed her head and remained silent. Look at the nose with the eyes, watch the mouth with the nose, and watch the heart with the mouth. Is this trying to hang me out? Then hang it. Just to replay the magic talisman in the episode 1 just learned. Needless to say, although Situ Shou's character is not good, there are so many types of magic charms he knows. In the future, she will have to find a way to compete with him a few more times. Not only can you make money, but you can also learn a lot of magic talismans. Continue at 5. Closed black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 463. She can help him find a mistress. Feng Shi felt that she could expand her thinking a bit. She can not only be compared with Situ Shou, but also with other disciples of Huifu Pavilion. One match in 3 days, one match in 5 days, it won't take long for her to know all the magic talismans they know. What a clever little ghost she is. At this time, Elder Feng was looking at Feng Shi calmly. No panic, no overwhelm, the little girl's psychological quality is pretty good. Although Elder Feng doesn't like to drill camps, he has deep thoughts. Especially when it comes to baby apprentices. Ever since Feng Shi and Mu Wonwen became friends, he had noticed Feng Shi. He learned about the relationship between the two from Mu Wonwen. Hearing that Feng Shi has been inquiring about the talisman treasure and the heavenly magic talisman intentionally or unintentionally, he guessed in his heart that Feng Shi was using Mu Wonwen. However, he did not intend to intervene. That silly apprentice of his is simple-minded, maybe he can gain some insight by getting in touch with people like Zhu Wuyu more. Besides, with him around, Zhu Wuyu wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. It's just that he didn't expect that things exceeded his expectations. Zhu Wuyu turned out to be a genius for making talismans. Genius of geniuses. He had to step in. However, there is one thing he is very pleased with. It is true that this Zhu Wuyu has a lot of thoughts, but he also has a sincere heart. At least he is really good to Wonwen. On the day when he dies sooner or later, it would be nice if she would take care of him Wonwen. He felt that the heat was almost ready, so he put down the teacup. Do you want to learn talisman? Feng Shi nodded. Elder Feng said slowly, although you are indeed very talented in talisman making, talent is not enough to support a person to the end. Talent, hard work, and opportunity are indispensable. In addition, cultivation is also very important. Let's just talk about the invisibility talisman you drew before. Do you know why you can only hide Situ Shou's hand? Because your cultivation is not enough. Only in the stage of transforming gods can one draw a qualified heavenly magic talisman. Even if you can barely draw it, the effect will be greatly reduced. Feng Shi agrees with this point. The puppet talisman was a shining example before. Even though it was a puppet in human form, what she drew was a pig. However, this situation should not be absolute, as the magic talisman she drew in the human race before was successful. It is also possible that the magic talisman and the spiritual talisman are not the same, and are more affected by cultivation. Seeing that she looked very educated, Elder Feng couldn't help but nodded. So, you have to work hard to improve your cultivation in the future, otherwise the upper limit will be so high. Even though you crushed Situ Shou today, once his cultivation reaches the level of god transformation, given time, you won't be able to defeat him. Feng Shi nodded receptively again. Elder Feng continued. Not bad. It seems that you are a sensible child, and you will come to Huifu Pavilion as an errand in the future. The disciples of Huifu Pavilion are too lazy, and having one more Zhu Wuyu will give them more sense of crisis. As for taking Feng Shi as his apprentice, he never considered it at all. On the one hand, when he accepted Mu Wonwen as his apprentice, he made up his mind to accept only this one apprentice and not to accept other apprentices. On the other hand, he knew that it was impossible for the 7 peak masters to let Feng Shi stay in Langyuan, so there was no need to cause this trouble. Of course, there is another very important reason. He felt that Feng Shi knew those Earth-level talisman seals before, including the invisibility talisman he drew later. Most likely it was taught to her before blood-devouring Huan. Although she said that Zhuba Wan only manifested for a short while, she might have given her a jade slip or something. So, although it was stunning, it was not to the point of making him cry and accept disciples. Feng Shi is not disappointed at all. It would be great to be able to enter the Huifu Pavilion as a handyman. She will discuss with Mu Wonwen for a while, and come up with a schedule for the competition, and if she has nothing to do, she will find someone to compete with. Before leaving, Elder Feng gave Feng Shi a heaven-level wind shield magic talisman and a bottle of high-quality talisman ink, saying it was just a gift for meeting. But both of them knew very well that Elder Feng was thanking Feng Shi for standing up for Mu Wonwen. Needless to say, Elder Feng is really kind to this apprentice Mu Wonwen. Feng Shi couldn't help thinking of Xiao Beidao who was far away in Shuanshnong. When things subside in the future, she will take her master to live in the world, eat delicious food and enjoy the beautiful scenery all over the world. If the master, the old man, moved Fangson, she could help him find a teacher. Feng Shi chatted with Elder Feng for a few more words, said goodbye and left the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Situ Shou. Beside him stood a thin old man. When Situ Shou saw Feng Shi, his eyes were red. Master, she is Zhu Wuyu. Feng Shi thought to herself, yo, is this called a parent? Useless goods. Elder Feng in the room frowned when he heard the movement. Although Zhu Wuyu had his own thoughts, he offended Situ Shou after all to protect Mu Wonwen, so he couldn't ignore it. He also came out of the house. Elder Ni, you. Before he finished speaking, Elder Ni interrupted him. Old Feng, let me ask, are you taking this girl as an apprentice? Elder Feng was stunned. No, but today's matter. Elder Ni interrupted him again. Just confiscate it, then I will take it. Elder Feng. Feng Shi. Situ Shou. Situ Shou felt that the sky was falling. Master, I ask you to come here because I want you to stand out for me. As a result, what do you say? Do you want to accept Zhu Wuyu as an apprentice? Have you considered my feelings? Feng Shi didn't expect Elder Ni to say that, she even suspected that Elder Ni was joking. Elder Feng also thought so, and said with a smile. Elder Ni, are you joking? In fact, it's nothing to have conflicts between children, they can resolve them by themselves. Those of us who are elders don't need to intervene. Zhu Wuyu, if you have nothing to do, go away. He was afraid that Elder Ni would find fault, so he wanted to send Feng Shi away. Elder Ni smiled. Old Feng, do you misunderstand that I want to harm Zhu Wuyu? You really underestimated me. After all, I am also an elder of a pavilion, how could I care about a little girl? Besides, my incompetent disciple really needs to be dealt with, even if Zhu Wuyu doesn't do it, I would have wanted to kick him twice a long time ago. In addition, he has been secretly taking some pills to enhance his spiritual consciousness recently, and it is a good thing to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It's too late for me to be grateful to Zhu Wuyu, how could I target her? Besides, I really want to take her as a close disciple. Everyone in the secular world likes to have both sons and daughters. As for me, I don't have children, so it's good for my apprentices to match men and women. Elder Feng. Feng Shi. Situ Shou. They were stupefied. Elder Ni smiled and said to Feng Shi. Warreless, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? If you think that Situ Shou is not qualified to be your senior brother, then you will be your senior sister and let him be your junior brother. Situ Shou. I want to die. Don't want to wait a moment. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 464. This is not a junior sister, this is a gold swallowing beast. Elder Ni didn't care about the life and death of his former lover, Situ Shou, and looked at Feng Shi expectantly. Feng Shi really didn't expect Elder Ni to come out like this. But after thinking about it, Mu Wanwen said that Elder Ni is used to exploiting. Such a person naturally knows how to be flexible, and it is not surprising to do such a thing. It's just that I don't know if he came here for his talent, or if he has other plans. Feng Shi first had a look of astonishment, and then showed a look of flattery. Elder Ni, what you said is true. Are you willing to accept me as a disciple? You don't mind that I'm a little handyman. You don't care that I will be kicked out of Langinyuan in more than a month. Elder Ni stroked his beard and said, heroes don't ask where they come from, it doesn't matter whether you are a handyman or a direct disciple. As for the matter of you being expelled from Langinyuan, although it is a bit tricky, it is not completely impossible. You can come once every 3 months. Stay for 3 months at a time. Feng Shi. You and Elder Dead are brothers, right? Feng Shi took out her identity jade badge and asked each master for instructions. Master, Elder Ni of Huifu Pavilion wants to accept me as an apprentice, do you think I should agree to him? The same message was sent out 3 times. Dead Elder, Drunken Elder and Nangong Elder each have a share. Elder Ni didn't know who she was summoning, but he didn't say anything, just waited with a smile. Situ Shou's eyes were dull, and he had nothing to love in life. A quarter of an hour ago, he was still Master's beloved apprentice, but now he has become a stepping stone for Zhu Wuyu to rise to the top. The love between Master and apprentice will disappear, right? Elder Feng was also a little dazed. He really didn't expect that Elder Ni came to snatch his apprentice. It's not right to say robbing, he never thought of accepting Zhu Wuyu as an apprentice at all. Not to mention being disappointed, just curious. Why does Elder Ni insist on accepting Zhu Wuyu as an apprentice? Just because of her good qualifications. Soon, Feng Shi received replies from the 3 dead elders. Although her tone was a bit sour, she agreed in principle to worship Elder Ni as her teacher. Feng Shi had a solid idea in her heart. Immediately knelt down on the ground. Master, Wuyu kowtows to you. Elder Ni clasped his hands. Disciple, get up, get up. Then he looked at Situ Shou. Hurry up and meet your senior sister. Situ Shou. Forget it if a thunder strikes me to death. Feng Shi said with a smile. Master, although I know that you love me, but getting started first is the best way to learn. I should meet senior brother Situ. Elder Ni nodded. My good boy, you are 100 times stronger than your ineffective senior brother. In the future, you must persuade him well so that he does not grow up. Feng Shi nodded in yes, and then saluted Situ Shou. Wuyu has seen the elder brother. Situ Shou. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Seeing him standing there like a wooden stake, Elder Ni glared at him. Busted. Didn't you see your junior sister salute you? Situ Shou almost cried. A trembling voice squeezed out a sentence from between the teeth. Master, junior sister, no courtesy. Elder Ni glared at him again, and then said to Elder Feng. Old Feng, you are laughing at the 2 children's quarrel. I will not bother, I will take the 2 children back to talk. Elder Feng, okay. Elder Ni immediately brought Feng Shi and Situ Shou to his talisman-making room, and sat on the chief seat. Feng Shi poured a cup of tea for Elder Ni with great insight, then knelt on the ground and offered it with both hands. Master, please drink tea. Elder Ni laughed from ear to ear. Good apprentice. Get up. Then he took out a talisman and said to Feng Shi. This is a shield talisman refined for the teacher. It can withstand the full blow of the late stage of the transformation of the gods. I will give it to you as a teacher's apprenticeship gift. Feng Shi. She really didn't expect Elder Ni to be so generous. According to what Mu Wanwen said, Elder Feng, as the person with the highest level of talisman making in Huifu Pavilion, only made 10 talisman treasures, and the number of talisman treasures made by Elder Ni must be even less. Now he actually gave her one. Or the most practical shield talisman. Dear Master. This is definitely a real master. Even if the purpose of taking her as an apprentice is impure, it can be completely forgiven. Situ Sho, who was standing next to him, was about to turn himself into sauerkraut. On weekdays, he was not allowed to look at Master's talisman a few more times, but now he gave Zhu Wuyu a talisman. Is this the difference between a real apprentice and a wild one? No doubt, he is the wild one. Fang Shi felt that she should also express her apprentice's love, so she gave Eldony a bottle of honey from the flame banana bee, as well as some tea and snacks brought from Zhu's family. Eldony smiled more and more amiably. Fang Shi turned her head and said to Situ Sho, "Brother, this bag of tea is for you." Although Situ Sho secretly scolded her for her fake kindness, he had no choice but to accept it in front of Eldony, and gave Fang Shi magic crystals as a meeting gift under the gaze of Eldony. "This is no junior sister, this is a gold-swallowing beast." Eldony signaled the two to sit down, and then said to Situ Sho, "You are arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and you often suppress new Wonwin. Do you know why your teacher didn't intervene?" If Eldony had asked this question half an hour ago, Situ Sho would have said, "Because master, you love me." But now, he wasn't sure. He hesitated and said nothing. Eldony smiled lightly and said, "Because there are some things that you can only know are painful if you have experienced them yourself. Even if I lecture you again, you won't take it to heart. Now that you have been cleaned up by your junior sister, you know it hurts, right? Know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, right? In addition to these, you should also know what your followers look like on weekdays, right? Only when people are in trouble can they realize what is cold and warm, and only then can they understand what is human heart. Only by letting you climb to a high place and let you fall down can you learn from the pain and make progress. If you have time to think carefully about what Master Wei said to you, you should understand Master's painstaking efforts." Although Situ Sho still had a little understanding, but he also knew that Master did not give up on him, but was thinking about him, which made him feel better. Eldony looked at Fang Shi again. "Teacher, if Lao Fang can see the problem, I can naturally see it too. The purpose of your friendship with New Wonwin is to enter the painted talisman pavilion. As a teacher, I don't think there is anything wrong with this. When people have nothing, they can only build contacts for themselves. It's just that you've got the wrong person. That man Lao Fang really lived up to his name, he was old-fashioned and didn't know how to adapt. He would not support you, let alone accept you as a disciple. Fortunately, we are destined to be masters and apprentices. From now on, you will learn how to make talismans with me. Tell me, what earth-level and sky-level magic charms do you know now?" Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Hee, the fox's tail is exposed. Open black lens bracket continued, the clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 465. Fang Shi finally understood Eldony's intention. He suspected that blood-devouring Wanzhao had given her many heavenly and earthly magic charms, and even treasures. That's why he couldn't wait to accept her as his apprentice. It's a pity that the grandfather in her grave gave her nothing except 2 tokens of Lang Yinyuan. Fang Shi didn't hide it either, and said, "Master, I only learned a few earth-level magic talismans in the blood family, and never learned sky-level magic talismans. During the competition today, I learned several kinds from my senior brother." Situ Sho finally found a chance to speak, and snorted coldly. "You learned several things from me. How did you learn from me?" Fang Shi said with a smile, "I just watched you draw it once, and I learned it." Situ Sho is happy. "Zhu Wuyu, even if you are bragging, there is a limit. Can you learn it by watching me draw it once? Then how do you explain the hidden hand talisman you drew later?" Fang Shi sighed. "I drew the front part according to your hidden magic talisman, and you didn't finish drawing the back part, so I drew it based on my feeling." Situ Sho didn't believe it at all. Eldony didn't believe it either. "I thought to myself, the little girl has a lot of eyes, but unfortunately she is still a little tender. Forget it, even if she doesn't say it now, sooner or later she will. Emotions come from everywhere, and when the emotions arrive, they will naturally know everything." When he was about to say a few words on the scene, Fang Shi said, "Master, brother, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, let's try it now. Brother, you can draw whatever you want, no matter what talisman or seal character you want, I can draw it just by looking at it once." Situ Sho held back his breath, and hearing her say that was naturally what he wished for. He chose one of the most complicated earth-level magic talismans to draw. Fang Shi watched from the side. When Situ Sho finished painting, Fang Shi began to paint. Although the speed is not fast, the texture is not bad at all, and the output of magic energy is also very uniform. The painting is still top grade. Situ Sho gritted his teeth. "You must be pretending. I'll draw another one." Fang Shi smiled with eyebrows and eyes crooked. "Okay. You should draw 100 of them. It just happened to be convenient for me to learn stealthily." Situ Sho drew 5 kinds of earth-level magic talismans in a row, and Fang Shi drew them all, and all of them were top grade. Situ Sho almost spit out another mouthful of blood. However, he still felt that Fang Shi was faking it. Eldony was also dubious. Seeing that Situ Sho's face was as pale as a ghost, he told him not to draw anymore. He said to Fang Shi, "I'm drawing a heaven-level magic talisman now, take a look at it." After speaking, I started to draw. Fang Shi watched carefully, memorizing those complicated lines with her heart. After Eldony finished painting, Fang Shi started to paint. Compared with the previous earth-level magic talisman, the speed this time is much slower. But the texture is still the same. Finally, this magic talisman was completed. It's just because her cultivation base is not enough, the effect of this magic talisman is worse than Eldony's. Eldony's expression changed. This magic talisman was improved by him on the basis of the original magic talisman, and blood-devouring who indefinitely wouldn't. So, what Zhu Wuyu said was the truth. Is she really using what she has learned? Master, in fact, even if you don't draw in front of me, and just let me look at the magic talisman, I can still draw it in 7s and 8s. Situ Sho couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just blow it. Anyway, bragging is not taxed. Eldony also thinks this is ridiculous. But he still took out a self-improved Earth-level magic talisman and handed it to Fangxi. As for why it is an Earth-level magic talisman, the reason is very simple: he has improved one kind of Sky-level magic talisman in total. It still took a lot of effort to eat and milk. Talent is something that cannot be forced. Fangxi took it and looked at it for a while, then returned the magic talisman to Eldony, and started to draw. It took only a quarter of an hour to draw the magic talisman, and it was still top grade. Situ Sho staggered and almost fell over. Is it really possible? Eldony's eyeballs also widened. In the past, he heard some rumors about blood-devouring Huan, which he felt was exaggerated. How could there be such a talented person? Now he believes. Zhu Wuyu is so heaven-defying, her grandfather is naturally even more powerful. Seeing that they basically believed in her, Fangxi took out the puppet pig magic talisman she had drawn before, and sighed. Master, I saw the puppet talisman at Sister Wanwen before, and after I went back, I drew a gourd according to it. I painted it successfully, but the one released was a puppet pig. Logically speaking, even if my cultivation base is not enough, my power should be halved, so why did I become a pig? Can you help me find out where the problem is? Eldony is stupid. Puppet character. This is the most difficult type of heavenly magic talisman. It took him 10 years to successfully draw a puppet talisman. Did you draw it just by looking at it? Somewhat stiffly, he took the puppet charm that Fangxi handed over to check. After all, he was the master of making talismans, so he quickly discovered the problem. There are 2 lines in it. Fangxi drew it wrong. Although the difference is subtle, the effect is quite different. Eldony felt a little itchy, and began to paint according to Fangxi's painting method. Then, it failed. He didn't believe in evil, so he drew it again, and the talisman was on paper. I painted it 8 times in a row, but all ended in failure. Eldony's face turned green. However, he would pass the ladder to himself, coughed and said, "You're a wild one. It's normal for someone from an orthodox background like me to not be able to draw well. Try to draw a correct puppet symbol." Fangxi nodded, and then began to draw. It failed the first time. It still failed the second time. Ellipsis. Eldony regained his mental balance. Sure enough, the ruler is shortened the inches long, and everyone has time to face. Fangxi frowned slightly. Whenever she drew those 2 wrong lines, even though she wanted to correct them in her heart, she would draw the wrong lines somehow. Why it came out like this? She suspected that she had fallen for the Shanhei Chanken pen. Shanhei Chanken pen is almost wrong to death. It's not that idiot of the wooden sword, how could it make its own claim? Eldony was in a good mood because he found the place again, and said with a smile. After all, your cultivation base is still shallow, and failure is normal. As long as you practice diligently, you will naturally be able to draw successfully when you reach the cultivation level of transforming spirits. Fangxi nodded in agreement, and then asked, Master, can you tell me how to draw Fu Bao? Eldony shook his head. Now that you haven't even learned the heaven rank magic talisman well, don't worry about the talisman. When you are able to draw heavenly magic talismans proficiently, the teacher will naturally teach you how to make talismans. Worry-free, you do have a talent for making talismans, but don't be too eager for success, you know. Fangxi nodded in agreement. Her cultivation is indeed flawed. Still have to work harder. At first, Eldony thought that he could get some drawing methods of heaven-level magic talismans from Fangxi, but he thought too much. Although a little disappointed, I still have no regrets about accepting apprentices. After all, with Zhu Wuyu's aptitude against heaven, anyone would rush to accept it. Lao Feng, that idiot, will cry sometime in the future. Disciple, in order to be convenient for the teacher to teach you, you can move to the Painted Talisman Pavilion to live in the future, and quit all other errands. Fangxi blinked her eyes. Master, there is something I want to tell you. Before you, I have worshipped 3 masters, and there are still several masters waiting in line. So, you asked 2A to quit all other errands, 2A can't do it. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 466. He can't afford to feed this gold swallowing beast. Eldony was a little confused for a moment. Has worshipped 3 masters. How many masters are still waiting in line? It's not like buying something that's in short supply, but still waiting in line. Also, you don't say these things before you worship a teacher, you only say it after the worship. What's the difference between this and the deceitful marriage in the secular world? Isn't this the same as making people small? However, he changed his mind. The 3 masters of this girl should have worshipped the Zhu family. She is talented and intelligent, and it is understandable that the blood family found a few more masters for her in order to train her well. Those 3 are incomparable to me. I'm a real deal. But what does that have to do with quitting your job? Situ Sho, who was languid at first, is now in limbo. Zhu Wuyu, why didn't you explain the situation to the master before you apprenticed? You want to cook the uncooked rice into mature rice, it's done, so master can't go back on his word, right? You are so mean. Besides, if you do this, are you worthy of your 3 masters? You call treachery, climb another high branch. Situ Sho felt that his eloquence was improving by leaps and bounds. Could it be that, as master said, vomiting some blood is a good thing? Fangxi lowered her head, like a little quail with a guilty conscience. After Situ Sho finished scolding, she looked at Eldony with tears in her eyes. Master, what brother scolded is right, it's all my fault. I'm too greedy, I'm afraid you won't accept me because I have worshipped 3 masters. So, that's why I kept it a secret. Situ Sho almost laughed out loud. Zhu Wu, you have today too. Master will definitely hold grudges because of this matter. I'm the most valued disciple of Master. You stand aside for me. Elder Ni's complexion is indeed not very good looking. Nobody likes being lied to. He is also included. But he was deep in thought, so he didn't attack immediately, but asked. What does your apprenticeship have to do with quitting your job? Fang Shi sobbing and taking a ride. My first master is Elder Shi of Alchemy Pavilion, my second master is Elder Drunk of Alchemy Pavilion, and my third master is Elder Nangong of Sword Casting Pavilion of Tianshu Peak. Those who lined up were also among the elders and hall masters. So, they wouldn't promise me to quit those few errands. Elder Ni. Situ Sho. Situ Sho felt that the sky that had just dawned was getting dark again. He will continue to live a dark life in the future. There will never be a bright future. He was puzzled, with so many people in Lang Yinyuan, those elders were short of apprentices, why did they all fall in love with Zhu Wuyu? Is it because she is damaged and damaged? Elder Ni was also very shocked. Others don't talk about it, just talk about the dead elder. He can hold back a word for a year, and spent all day making alchemy in the alchemy room, but he actually accepted Zhu Wuyu as his apprentice. He is still willing to share this apprentice with the drunk elder. Is this all crazy? However, in an instant he thought of the benefits of this matter. Those 3 are all respectable figures, especially the status of the drunk elder and the dead elder are half a rank higher than ordinary elders like them, and there are advantages and disadvantages to making friends with them. Now the position of the pavilion master of the Huifu Pavilion is vacant. He and Elder Fang each have their own strengths. If he can get some external support, his chances of winning will be great. Besides, those 3 are not fools, since they are willing to accept Zhu Wuyu as their apprentice, it means that this little girl is very good. He can draw talismans, make alchemy, and forge swords. His apprentice is really amazing. His apprentice was right, you got it right. So, with a kind smile on his face. Teacher, it's not your fault. When I accepted you as an apprentice, Lao Feng was also there, so it's not good for you to tell about it. It's my fault that I didn't communicate with you in private first, but I'm not the teacher. If your 3 masters complain about you, you can just blame it on Teacher Wei. Fang Shi's face was touched. Master, you are so kind to me. But don't worry, I have consulted 3 masters before I become a teacher, and they think it is my honor for me to worship you as a teacher. He also said that if there is a chance, the 4 of you old brothers will get together to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Elder Ni stroked his beard. Okay, we must get together when we have the opportunity. He thought to himself, although this little girl has a lot of thoughts, she is still reliable in her work. At least I still respect the 3 masters. Thinking of what happened just now, he was worried that Fang Shi would feel uncomfortable, so he gave Situ Sho a hard look. Evil creature. Swearing bad words at your junior sister before the matter is clear, is it because you have fed all the principles that the teacher taught you to the dog? You remember me. In the future, you must listen to your junior sister under any circumstances. Situ Sho didn't dare to refute loudly, and said weakly, then what if she did something wrong? Even if she does something wrong, you have to defend her. Hear you brothers and sisters, help relatives or not. If something goes wrong, there will naturally be a teacher who will give you all the information, remember. Situ Sho felt sore. Master, your heart is in your armpit. But dare not refuse. Seeing his bearish appearance, Elder Ni knew that he didn't understand his painstaking efforts. This idiot. Don't even think about it, your junior sister has such 3 awesome masters, and there may be several more in the future, but you are the only senior brother at present. If you get along well with her, isn't there a lot of benefits? His big apprentice is good at everything, but his brain is not good enough. Still a little apprentice. Not to mention anything else, this mind is similar to mine, it is all Civ. Elder Ni looked more and more pleasing to Fang Shi. Said with a smile. Teacher, since you have difficulties, you can continue to do other errands, and just come over when you find time later. If the teacher is not there, you can find your senior brother. Although he is a bit useless, the foundation of talismans is still very solid. You can learn more from him. Situ Sho's face turned green. Learn from each other. You don't want him to compete with Zhu Wuyu again, do you? There are not many magic crystals in his storage ring. He can't afford to feed this gold-swallowing beast. Open black lens bracket continue it, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 467 I treat you to eat something different. Elder Ni talked to Fang Shi for a while before letting her leave. As soon as Fang Shi left, Elder Ni scolded Situ Sho. Situ Sho was so wrong that he cried. Although a man does not flick his tears lightly, there is another sentence in the back, just because he has not reached the point of sadness. Elder Ni sighed. Are you still wronged? You don't understand the painstaking efforts of being a teacher at all. Let me ask you, why did you say that Zhu Wuyu helped New Woman out? Situ Sho sneered coldly. Don't you just want to climb high and please her? Elder Ni smiled and shook his head. That girl's friendship with New Woman is indeed intended to please her, but it's entirely out of loyalty to stand up for her. After all, there are many ways to please, there is no need to use this very risky method. She really regarded New Woman as a friend, so she stood up for her. The girl looked slippery, but she was sincere in her heart. Situ Sho felt that his master probably didn't sleep well last night and couldn't see well. That dead girl Zhu Wuyu has a dark heart. It has nothing to do with Zhicheng. Elder Ni guessed his thoughts. If you don't believe me, just watch, she and New Woman will still be on good terms, and nothing will change because of the apprenticeship. You remember what you said as a teacher, as long as you treat each other honestly, your junior sister will definitely treat you well. There are only advantages and no disadvantages for you to make friends with her. Situ Sho didn't think it was necessary at all. He is a genius in Huifu Pavilion, even if he is not as good as that pervert Zhu Wuyu, he is also the pride of heaven, so why should he try to curry favor with her? Elder Ni said helplessly. Although our Langyuan is now in full bloom with raging fire and flowers blooming, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? It is better to have a few helpers than to fight alone. Being a teacher will not harm you, you must get closer to your junior sister more in the future. Among other things, if you learn more about her workarounds, your future journey will be much smoother. Elder Ni's painstaking words finally moved Situ Sho, nodded and said. The disciple remembered it. On the other side, Fang Shi found Mu Wenwen. She felt that it was necessary to explain to Mu Wenwen, after all, in Mu Wenwen's view, she was surrendering to the enemy. As a result, before she could speak, Mu Wenwen said weakly. Sister Wuyu, you don't need to say anything, I understand everything. You can blame my master for being slow-witted, but if he takes you as an apprentice first, nothing will happen to Elder Ni. Ugh. From now on, that guy Situ Sho will be your senior brother, so you will definitely have to talk to him, after all there is a difference between closeness and closeness. Fang Shi said with a smile. Sister Wenwen, brother Situ is indeed my brother, but you are my own sister. I can still tell which is closer, my sister or my senior brother. Mu Wenwen, who was originally listless, suddenly became paralyzed. That's right, we are half-sisters, Situ Sho is no match for me. After coaxing Mu Wenwen well, Fang Shi planned to appease the three masters, after all, this is the basic quality of being a Duan Shui master. Unexpectedly, Tao Xunglin from the artifact refining pavilion sent her a letter saying that Elder Shang asked her to go. Fang Shi counted with her fingers, there is no master of the artifact refining pavilion in the fish pond for the time being, so it's okay to go there. So, Pidian went to the refining pavilion. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he met the old man Chai who smelled of alcohol. Ever since being drunk by old man Chai, Fang Shi has not come to look for him again. The main thing is that this product is a bit guilty. After seeing old man Chai's abilities at the bottom of the sea, she thought of those corals. She guessed that 8 or 9 out of 10 of those corals belonged to old Chai. That would explain why he bothered her so much. In addition, Cohu said that old man Chai almost found out her identity, and she was even more uncertain. However, no matter what this guy thinks in his heart, he won't show it at all on his face. She bared her white teeth. Old man, I haven't seen you for a few days, you've become a lot more soppy. Your sleeves are all covered with oil, and the flies will slip when they land on them. Let's just say, can't you treat yourself with a cleanse? Old man Chai rolled his eyes, I'm in charge of you. Hurry up and respect me and order food and drinks, or you won't be allowed in. Fang Shi thought, TSK, who would have thought that this old scoundrel was a hidden boss. With a helpless expression, she gave old man Chai a wine gourd and a roast chicken, and then walked inside. Old man Chai shouted from behind, come find me in the backyard after finishing your work, and I'll treat you to something different. Fang Shi almost staggered. Different? Wouldn't it be the arm of the brachiopid monster? Fang Shi quickly met Tao Xunglin, and then came to see Elder Shang. Elder Shang got straight to the point, forging is only one part of refining a weapon, and another very crucial part is carving divine patterns. I called you here today just to test whether you have the talent in this area. Elder Shang didn't come on a whim, but since he discovered that Fang Shi was a genius forging, he noticed that Tao Xunglin's mood fluctuated. Confidence is frustrated and spirit is lost. Although he solved it, it was obvious that Tao Xunglin was in a dead end. The best solution is to let him see Zhu Wuyu's shortcomings. His idea was very simple, as long as he got Zhu Wuyu to carve the divine pattern, she would be a mess, and the apprentice's confidence would naturally come back. Fang Shi naturally didn't know this, and thought that Elder Shang had also taken a fancy to her and wanted to take her as his apprentice, so he tested her. The guy sighed. Ugh. Even the craftsman she is least good at has the elders catch up with her as an apprentice, she is really too difficult. However, in order to get more fish in the fish pond, she decided to perform well. Elder Shang briefly introduced to Fang Shi the common sense about divine patterns, and then began to teach her the most basic and simplest pattern. Solid pattern. Guan, as the name suggests, has the ability to be firm. There are several solid lines in each magic weapon, and other lines are also connected by solid lines, so if you want to learn to carve divine lines, you must practice solid lines well. Tao Xunglin practiced Guan for a whole year before starting to learn other divine patterns. Elder Shang was afraid that Fang Shi would not understand, so he explained it 3 times and demonstrated it 3 times, and then he said to Fang Shi, I'll give you half a month to go back and practice, and then come and find me. Although half a month can't complete the solid pattern, but if you are talented, you can at least finish half of the painting. Fang Shi blinked her eyes, Elder Shang, in a month or so, I will be kicked out of Langyuan. So, let's not waste time, I'll try it now. Elder Shang. Tao Xunglin. Some people really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Elder Shang thought it was good, the sooner she was frustrated, the apprentice could regain confidence sooner. So, nodded in agreement. Fang Shi didn't have an engraving pen, so Tao Xunglin gave her an engraving pen that he eliminated. After Fang Shi simply refined it, he began to carve solid lines on a forged part. Elder Shang and Tao Xunglin watched from the side. They can all imagine what will happen next. Not to mention solid lines, Zhu Wuyu can't even complete a curve. It may even end in failure as soon as the pen is written. Fortunately, the parts they took were low grade, so it wouldn't be a pity to waste them. Fang Shi didn't start writing right away, but recalled the texture of Guan and Elder Shang's carving techniques in his mind. Take a deep breath and start sculpting. Elder Shang is so optimistic about her, she has to work hard. For such a simple texture, at least you have to get a top grade one. In just the blink of an eye, Fang Shi drew a solid line. But she had seen some parts before, all of which were densely packed with divine patterns, so she felt that what Elder Shang said to ask her to draw solid patterns was to fill up the parts. So, continue to draw. A solid pattern followed by a solid pattern, spiraling down. Elder Shang and Tao Xinglan deserved to be masters and apprentices, both of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Stick there like two wooden stakes. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Closed black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 468. The demon god chased her to feed me. Elder Shang felt dazzled. Didn't Zhu Yu say that he only knew a little bit of forging before? Why is the divine pattern carved so proficiently? The key is that she has carved dozens of solid patterns, and they are all top grade at first glance. This piece of forging material is low grade, and that engraving pen is also very ordinary. How can she carve a high grade divine pattern? Originally, he wanted her to come over to show his timidity and restore his apprentice's confidence. It's good now, the only remaining confidence of the apprentice will probably be blown away. Not to mention the apprentice, he even thinks he is an old waste. However, he changed his mind. Maybe this Zhu Yu was hiding clumsy before, she was good at refining weapons before. Correct. It sure is. Her grandpa Zhu Qihun knew how to refine weapons, how could she not? Must have learned it early. When he was thinking wildly, Fang Shi stopped. The key is that they are all carved, and there is no place to carve. She put down the engraving pen, and said with a smile, Elder Shang, can you see how I am carving? This is my first time carving, and I have no experience. At this time, Elder Shang believed that Fang Shi would be able to do it before, so he said with some sarcasm. Your family has a long history, how could it be the first sculpture? That's why the foolish boy Xinglan really believed your nonsense, thinking that you didn't know anything about refining weapons before. Fang Shi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Do you suspect that I have learned how to refine weapons before? Not to mention I have learned it. Before that, I had never even touched an engraving pen. As for my grandfather, he cheated on the corpse for a short while, not to mention teaching me how to forge weapons, and he didn't even have time to tell me about his great achievements in Langyunyuan. Let me tell you the truth, if I knew how unpopular he is in Langyunyuan, I would never come here to dislike him. Elder Shang was skeptical of her words. Have you really never learned weapon refining before? Fang Shi looked sincere. I only learned a little about alchemy and talisman making at home, but I really didn't learn about refining weapons and formations. If you don't believe me, I will swear a poisonous oath now. Demon god, I, Zhu Yu, swear here, if I have learned how to refine weapons before coming to Langyunyuan, I will be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. Elder Shang felt that there was no need to swear any poisonous oath, but Fang Shi spoke too fast, and he couldn't stop it in time. However, this time, he believed that Fang Shi was completely talented. No, this can't be described as extraordinary talent, it's the demon god chasing her to feed her. She was born to be a good material for a refiner. He stabilized his mind and asked Fang Shi. Didn't you feel stagnant when you drew solid lines? Didn't you feel that it was difficult to control the strength when you output the magic energy? Fang Shi looked confused. No, it's simple and easy to carve out. That is, this piece of material is too small, otherwise I could still draw hundreds of lines. Elder Shang. He didn't dare to look at the apprentice standing beside him. He originally wanted to call Zhu Yu over to restore his apprentice's confidence, but now, the apprentice probably completely collapsed. Ni. Fang Shi continued to babble. I feel that compared with the heaven-level magic talisman, carving solid patterns is extremely simple. Elder Shang, don't we refiners have more complicated divine patterns? It's best to have a difficulty similar to that of the heaven-ranked talisman, otherwise it won't be fun to carve. Elder Shang was furious when he heard this. This girl's movies are too crazy. It is true that you are talented, but you are too ignorant. Do you want to carve a heavenly divine pattern? I let you carve. When your spiritual sense can't bear it, you will know what the price is for uttering wild words. Thus, Elder Shang explained to Fang Shi the carving technique of the winding 9 curved hidden pattern with his back molars gritted, and then began to demonstrate. The soul iron used for this carving is top grade, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand the heavenly divine pattern. Although it was just a divine pattern, it took Elder Shang half an hour to finish carving it. On the one hand, it is very difficult, on the other hand, Elder Shang wants to save some face, so he is very attentive. Not to mention, what finally appeared was the top grade divine pattern. Elder Shang was very satisfied, and raised his chin to Fang Shi. Come on. Didn't you say you are a genius? Then I don't need to demonstrate it to you several times. Fang Shi didn't do it right away, but took the engraving pen and sketched in the void a few times, feeling proficient, and then began to sculpt. Elder Shang watched from the side, and Tao Xinglan also watched with a dazed expression. Fang Shi carved very slowly at the beginning, much slower than Elder Shang's previous speed. However, at the third of the carving, her speed began to soar. To put it bluntly, this thing is not much different from a magic talisman, you can draw it with your eyes closed. In less than half an hour, Fang Shi finished the painting. However, she didn't stop writing and continued to draw. It took her less than 3/4 of an hour to create the second winding 9 twist concealment pattern, 1/4 of an hour for the third, and half an hour for the fourth. While drawing, she thought of Guan again, and thought, Elder Shang said that Guan can be used to connect different divine patterns, why not try it? So, she started cross-drawing solid lines again. Elder Shang is stupid. Leaving aside the heaven-level divine pattern, the key point is that the connection between different divine patterns requires a high degree of accuracy of the divine consciousness, and it must be practiced countless times. She will do it right away. After a while, Fang Shi put down the engraving pen. Because there is really no place to draw. Looking at those top-grade divine patterns, Elder Shang was speechless for a while. After a long time, He patted Tao Xinglin's shoulder. Teacher, we only compare ourselves with people, let's just forget about things that are not human. Tao Xinglin's eyes filled with tears. Master, you're right, I am narrow-minded. Fang Shi. Are your masters and apprentices sick? 818 novels. Who are you calling inhumane? But that's right, I'm a demon now. Elder Shang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the apprentice was thinking about it. Originally, I wanted to explain to the apprentice, but in the end it broke the apprentice. I didn't expect to hit the crooked and straight, and I thought about it when I collapsed. In fact, it is easy to understand. Originally, Tao Xinglin thought that he could reach Fang Shi by standing on tiptoe, but now that he can't even climb the ladder, he is not unwilling. Elder Shang looked at Fang Shi, but this time the little girl was holding a carving pen on a piece of soul iron. Drawing bastards. Elder Shang. Not to mention, Xiao Wonga's paintings are lifelike. The key is whose magic weapon has bastards painted on it. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 469. It is our blessing to be a junior sister with blood and no worries. Fang Shi noticed Elder Shang's gaze, so she stopped, and said with a smile. Elder Shang, I have decided that in the future, I will draw a little bastard on the magic weapon I refine. This is the only one, there is no imitation. Elder Shang. Of course there is absolutely no imitation, after all, everyone else is a normal craftsman, only you are talking nonsense. Fang Shi asked again. Elder Shang, what do you think of my talent for refining weapons? Elder Shang didn't want to speak out against his conscience, so he could only say, you are very talented, you are a genius in making weapons. Fang Shi covered her mouth with her hands. Really, is this true? Am I really a genius in making weapons? I thought I was a little trash. Elder Shang. Why so low? After Fang Shi's somewhat exaggerated performance, she asked Elder Shang with a smile. We hit it off, I'll accept you as my master. Elder Shang. Everyone accepts apprentices, but here you accept a master. Besides, it is true that you are talented, but you are about to be kicked out of Langyunyuan, why should I accept you? It's not like I don't have apprentices. Fang Shi persuaded him, Elder Shang, don't be too horny, I'm a hot commodity. Just now, Elder Ni of Huifu Pavilion accepted me as an apprentice. Before him, Elder Dead and Elder Zui of Alchemy Pavilion, and Elder Nangong of Jujian Pavilion of Tianshu Peak all accepted me as an apprentice. There are still a few elders queuing up holding small handkerchiefs. It is your blessing that you can jump in line. Elder Shang, you are talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Ni. His master is freshly baked, and it's still hot. Ever since he worshipped Elder Ni as his teacher, Fang Shi felt that there was no need to hide the matter of his apprenticeship. On the one hand, when the time is approaching, it will be easier for her to accept her master with a better reputation. On the other hand, she also has several masters now, even if someone wants to obstruct her, she has to weigh it. Elder Shang didn't believe Fang Shi's nonsense at all, but driven by curiosity, he sent a message to Elder Ni. Elder Ni, I heard that you accepted Zhu Wuyu as an apprentice. Elder Ni's reply arrived soon. Yes, I accepted Wuyu as a closed disciple, why did you suddenly ask about this? Elder Shang did not give up, and sent messages to Fang Shi's other three masters. All were answered in the affirmative. Elder Shang looked at Fang Shi with a complicated expression. Not only can you refine weapons, but you can also make talismans, alchemy, and swords. The key is top talent. You are really not alone. At this time, Fang Shi sighed, Elder Shang, twisted melons are not sweet, if you don't want to, forget it. I went to ask other elders, guess there should be someone who is willing to accept me as a disciple, right? If it doesn't work, I'll find Old Man Chai. It just so happens that we hit it off, and we can drink a little wine if we have nothing to do. As soon as the words fell, Old Man Chai's voice came from outside the door. Disciple, get out and drink with me. Fang Shi. Elder Shang. Fang Shi was dumbfounded. She just said that casually. Besides, Elder Shang, your refining room is not good. Why is there no isolation formation? She didn't know that Elder Shang had clearly opened the isolation formation, who knows how old Chai heard it. He was still a little hesitant to accept Fang Shi, after all, Fang Shi's grandfather was a bit troublesome. But now someone came to snatch it, and it was his incompetent junior, so this apprentice had to be accepted. He immediately roared towards the door, it's none of your business, get out. Old Chai muttered a few times, but there was no movement. Elder Shang took a deep breath and said to Fang Shi. Appreciate the teacher. Fang Shi poured a cup of tea with a smile, knelt down and offered it with both hands. Master, please drink tea. Elder Shang took it and took a few sips, then took out an earth-level defensive magic weapon and gave it to Fang Shi. It's not that Elder Shang is stingy, the key is that the heavenly magic weapon is too difficult to make. It's not just a matter of level, but also luck. Otherwise, the Juebao Pavilion would have been filled with heavenly magic weapons. Even an earth-level magic weapon is a rare treasure. Fang Shi saluted Tao Xinglin again with a smile, Wuyu has met senior brother. Tao Xinglin smiled uglier than crying, junior sister, please get up. Seeing Fang Shi tilting his head and looking at him, he had no choice but to give Fang Shi 100,000 magic crystals as a meeting gift. After paying homage to her teacher, Fang Shi approached Elder Shang to ask him about the general knowledge about refining weapons. Elder Shang has now thoroughly confirmed that she really didn't know anything before, and he has found the treasure. It's strange to say that he didn't like Fang Shi before, but now he likes it no matter how he looks at it. Even looking at Tao Xinglin was a bit an eyesore. Elder Shang does his own ideological work. Old Shang, we can't be that master who loves the new and dislikes the old. Although the kid Xinglin is a bit stupid, he is a great apprentice after all. Seniors and young are orderly, you can't be partial. It's just, sometimes I just can't help it. The same divine pattern, if he demonstrates it once, the little apprentice can complete it, which is still top grade. The big apprentice groaned and deflated and didn't understand at all. Elder Shang was afraid of getting angry, so he said to Tao Xunglin, Xunglin, go to the backyard to strengthen your forging skills. Tao Xunglin. Such a big refining room, can't accommodate me. He slumped to the backyard. When he was swinging the sledgehammer, someone came in and sent a message, Brother Tao, someone is looking for you. Tao Xunglin was a little puzzled, who is looking for me? At the door, I saw Situ Shou of Huifu Pavilion. Situ Shou smiled wryly, did Zhu Wu also become your junior sister? Only then did Tao Xunglin realize later that Situ Shou was Elder Ni's apprentice. Immediately, he looked at Situ Shou with a little more sympathy. Well, to be precise, it's the same fate. He grasped Situ Shou's hand. Brother Situ, don't say anything. It is our blessing to have Zhu Wu as our junior sister. A pair of troubled brothers became good buddies in an instant. Fang Shi was thirsty for knowledge, and Elder Shang also wanted to teach it all. By the time the master and apprentice recovered, it was already the morning of the next day. Elder Shang slapped his head. It's all my fault for being too impatient. Worry free, I'll ask someone to clean up a room for you, so you can go to sleep. Wake up, I will continue to teach you. Fang Shi was indeed a little sleepy, because it took a lot of consciousness to carve the divine pattern. So, fell asleep in the room. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. She stretched, and when she was about to eat something, Qian Kunban said, Master, Shanhei Chankan pen asked me to tell you that it is not only a talisman pen but also a carving pen. You don't need to use the defective product from before. Fang Shi was taken aback, and took out the Shanhei Chankan brush, which still looked like a seal brush. It's just that when she changed her mind, the Shanhei Chankan brush had already turned into a carving pen. Fang Shi suddenly smiled. She couldn't help but think of what Fang Shaoshan said back then. With this pen, you can draw the sun and the moon, mountains and rivers, and the universe. Although he is drawing cakes, this thing is really good. At this moment, the identity jade token trembled. Fang Shi probed her spiritual consciousness into it, and Elder Hua's voice came from inside. Get out of here. Fang Shi hooked her lips, hurry up, he is in a hurry. Elder Hua is really in a hurry. He was well informed and already knew that Fang Shi had worshipped Elder Ni and Elder Shang as his master again. He doesn't care about face anymore. Now I have to rank 6th, if I delay for a few more days, I guess I won't even be able to rank in single digits. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 470. Is it necessary to take another little 6? Before Fang Shi left, out of courtesy, she came to see Elder Shang. Elder Shang, Elder Hua from Juabao Pavilion asked me to come over. Elder Shang now has nowhere to show his master's enthusiasm, and just wants to pass on all his skills to the young apprentice, so he is a little unhappy. What did he ask you to do? Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Maybe you are anxious to accept me as an apprentice. Master, do you think I will accept him or not? I already have 5 masters. Is it necessary to take another primary 6? Elder Shang, get lost. Is this what people say? Forget about the other elders, anyway, this girl has a corresponding talent, why did Elder Hua accept her as an apprentice? Elder Hua himself didn't understand why he accepted Fang Shi as his apprentice. Is it because someone snatched it so it feels delicious? Before she could figure out why, Fang Shi jumped up. As soon as he came in, he smiled and said, Elder Hua, in Langyuan, the person I admire and trust the most is you. If you don't mind, accept me as an apprentice. Elder Hua was still worrying about how to open his mouth, but Fang Shi brought it up by himself. He figured it out now. The reason why he accepted her as his apprentice was because this brat was smart. This cleverness is the same as his. Elder Hua was very happy in his heart, but he took Zhou for a while before saying, Okay, since you insist on worshipping me as your teacher, I will accept you. Fang Shi quickly knelt down and offered tea. Master, please drink tea. Elder Hua took the teacup and took a sip. I don't know what's going on, this tea is much more mellow than usual, I drank it all. Then he gave Fang Shi a magic crystal as a meeting gift. Fang Shi. You are so cheap. Disciple, do you think master is stingy? Not also. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If you want to make a fortune, you still have to rely on yourself. Fang Shi felt that this was an excuse, and the old man must be angry with her because he didn't grab the top spot. It's not her fault. Who told him not to seize the opportunity himself? Disciple, my shoulders are a little sore for the teacher, if someone presses it, it will be fine. Teacher, this tea is a bit cold. Disciple, I feel a little hot for my teacher. Let's fan the wind. Ellipsis. Elder Hua looked at Fang Shi who was being manipulated by him like a small spinning top, and he was so happy in his heart. He was really in a dead end before. She should have been accepted as an apprentice a long time ago. If she is disobedient, she will be labeled as disrespectful to the teacher. He is beautiful, and the elder dead has arrived. Seeing that the precious apprentice was like a doormat, he immediately scolded Elder Hua like a dog. Not long after, the drunk elder arrived. He was more reserved, and explained a lot of principles to Elder Hua, which probably means that the teacher is not kind, so don't blame the apprentice for being unfilial. Immediately afterwards Elder Nangong, Elder Ni and Elder Shang also arrived. These 3 are not qualified as Hua elders, so they speak more politely, but it doesn't sound very pleasant to their ears. Elder Hua was so angry. He said, why is this girl so obedient? It turns out that she is shaking people. You are so good. Let your 5 masters clean up one of me. Ugh. If there are too many masters, masters are worthless. What made him even more speechless was that a bunch of old men started to be jealous. Disciple, you can go back to the alchemy pavilion tonight, and tomorrow morning you can learn the refining method of Tianqian Ningxian pill with your teacher. Teacher, you can learn Dan Fang at any time, but you have to strike while the iron is hot to engrave your divine patterns. You should go back to the refining pavilion tonight. Xiao Wu Yu, you haven't learned how to forge swords well since you became a master, so you will learn it with your brother tomorrow. Disciple, don't worry about them, symbols are the foundation of everything, listen to master, let's learn symbols first. Ellipsis. Elder Hua roared, your things are just icing on the cake, only cultivation is the root. Don't argue with anyone, she will have to follow me to learn the method of cultivation in the next few days. What greeted him was a meal of cursing and swearing. Fang Shi was drinking tea and eating snacks. So fun. After they had almost quarreled, Fang Shi started to serve water, and praised each of the 6 masters one by one. Each of them felt that they had a unique place in the hearts of the disciples. Fang Shi coaxed him well, and then said, Masters, learning ability is certainly important, but the most important thing now is how to keep my brother and I in Langyunyuan. So, I think, our team of masters needs to be expanded a bit. My next step is to conquer Liangyi Pavilion and Yushu Pavilion, what do you think? Elder Hua and the others. At this point, speechlessness is their lingua franca. Even Elder Zui, who advised Fang Shi at the beginning, felt that she was a little drifting. It is true that you have to learn more from teachers, but 6 of them are not enough. The key is that there are still 2 queues. Elder Fang of B Garden and Hall Master Ouyang of Central Law Enforcement Hall. Make enough for 8. The key point is that the elders of Liangyi Pavilion have their eyes higher than the top, and the recruitment of apprentices is very strict. So far, none of the 8 elders inside have confiscated a single apprentice. The reason is very simple, there is no candidate who looks good. There are some named disciples doing odd jobs in Liangyi Pavilion. As for the Royal Beast Pavilion, they are very willing to accept apprentices. Unfortunately, there are not many direct disciples in total. The reason is very simple, the way the Royal Beast Pavilion treats its disciples is rather rough and cruel. At night, it was thrown directly into the sea dozens of miles away from Langyunyuan. After half an hour, you can enter the Royal Beast Pavilion as a handyman. After an hour, you can enter the Royal Beast Pavilion as a registered disciple. After 2 hours, he can become the direct disciple of the Elder of Yushu Pavilion. If you give up during this process, you can ask for help, or you can use the beast repelling bell specially made by Yushuj. But accidents often happen, and some unlucky people lose their lives. Although Elder Hua and the others think that the young apprentice is very good, it is too difficult to enter Liangyi Pavilion and Yushu Pavilion. Elder Nangong said, Xiao Wu Yu, you don't need to go to the Liangyi Pavilion and the Yushu Pavilion to learn from the teacher, the few of us are enough. Although there are only 6 of us, we can at least persuade half of the elders in Donggang Yinyuan to intercede for you, which is enough for you to stay. The dead elders have the same meaning. Fang Shi shook her head. Masters, my unreliable grandfather caused too much trouble, at least, % of the elders in Langyunyuan are able to impress the 7 peak masters. Therefore, Liangyi Pavilion and Yushu Pavilion should still be visited. Besides, it is always good to learn more skills without overwhelming your body with too many skills. Elder Hua and the others were finally persuaded by Fang Shi. However, they unanimously decided to let Fang Shi go to Liangyi Pavilion first and then go to Yushu Pavilion. The Liangyi Pavilion is at most a mess, but if you go to the Beast Pavilion, you may lose your life. As a result, unfortunately, the elders of the Liangyi Pavilion retreated collectively, and Fang Shi could only go to the Beast Pavilion first. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 471. Yushu Pavilion occupies more than half of Kayang Peak's territory. Among them, the animal park occupies the largest area. There is a large lake dug out artificially in the animal garden, and there are many sea animals in it. Of course, Fang Shi didn't see the big lake, all this was learned from Elder Hua and others. She stood at the gate of the Beast Pavilion at this time, and said that she would participate in the selection of the Beast Pavilion. The disciple in charge of registration looked at her small arms and legs, and said, TSK. You really want to participate in the selection of our Beast Pavilion? Did you know that everyone who participates in the selection must sign a life and death certificate? Fang Shi nodded, I know. That disciple didn't say any more, asked Fang Shi to sign the certificate of life and death, and then said, our Beast Pavilion has 2 selection opportunities every month. Are you going to participate in today's selection or come back at the end of the month? Fang's eyes lit up. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day, let's do it today. The disciple nodded. Okay, then you go back and prepare, and come here before you hour. Fang Shi agreed, and went back to Juabao Pavilion. This place has become the contact point for Master Fang Shi. Hearing that Fang Shi was going to participate in the selection and assessment of the Beast Pavilion that night, the masters began to get busy. Teacher, you take this defensive magic weapon in case you need it. Teacher, take this defensive talisman with you, it can save your life in an emergency. Xiao Wu Yu, you hold this magic sword. Although it may not be able to be refined for the time being, it can also serve as a deterrent. Teacher, take these poisonous pills and antidote with you, if not, poison those sea beasts to death. Ellipsis. In fact, you can't borrow external force during the selection, and you are not allowed to use anything they gave Fang Shi. But in their view, it doesn't matter whether they pass the test or not, the most important thing is to save their lives. The baby apprentice hasn't even reached the magic pill stage, how can he be the opponent of those ferocious sea beasts? Isn't this a sheep into a tiger's mouth? It's a pity that those elders in Yushu Pavilion don't come in, let alone they help Fang Shi to intercede, they don't even have the qualifications to watch. Fortunately, every time the selection of the Royal Beast Pavilion will bring a magic weapon similar to the Shadow Stone to the candidates, and you can watch the synchronous screen in the Royal Beast Pavilion. So, when the time was almost up, Elder Hua and the others accompanied Fang Shi to the Yushu Pavilion. Fang Shi went to the side of the candidates for the election, while Elder Hua and the others went to the lake. Speaking of which, the Royal Beast Pavilion is also very interesting. They set up the light curtain by the lake. In other words, the sea beasts raised in the lake can watch the whole selection process. Most of these sea beasts were captured from the New Moon Sea, and they were very excited every time they saw the selection process. They wished that those disciples participating in the selection would be eaten by their own kind to relieve their hatred. As for the purpose of Yushu's doing this, it is also very simple. It is to let the disciples of Yushu know that Yushu's journey is extremely dangerous. Today, they may be prisoners, and tomorrow, they may kill you. Be awake all the time. In addition, it is also to deter the sea beasts in the lake. It's just that, apart from that bloody beast that frightened the sea beasts into convulsions, no disciple has been able to deter those sea beasts. It has enriched their amateur cultural life. Elder Hua and the others were there, so when they came, Pavilion Master Xe from the Beast Pavilion came to accompany them in person. As the master of a pavilion, Pavilion Master Xe is very well informed, and already knows about Fang Shi's worship of the 6 elders who are as teachers. He thinks Elder Hua and the others are probably crazy. Zhu Wuyu is destined to be kicked out of Langyunyuan, and you still accept her as an apprentice. Still willing to share this apprentice. You are so short of apprentices. Forget about those who didn't have any apprentices. Eldony and the elders' apprentices are also dragons and phoenixes. What are you doing in this muddy water? Now Zhu Wuyu actually came to participate in the selection of Royal Beast Pavilion. Do you still want to worship the elders of their Beast Pavilion as their master? Their Royal Beast Pavilion doesn't have such 205. At this time, Fang Shi had already followed the 5 elders from the Beast Pavilion out of the formation to protect the island. A total of 18 people participated in the selection this time. Although the selection of Royal Beast Pavilion is very risky, it is also a good opportunity to climb up. Therefore, there are quite a few people participating in the selection each time. It's just that most of them are outer disciples, and only occasionally inner disciples will participate. This time was no exception. Among the 18 people, there were 14 outer disciples, 3 inner disciples, and the little handyman Fang Shi. The 5 elders were obviously very optimistic about the 3 inner disciples, and they kept talking to them on the way. Occasionally, he would also speak a few words with those outer disciples. It's just that no one pays attention to Fang Shi. The news of Fang Shi's apprenticeship has not yet spread. Although she has done a few important things before, it has nothing to do with the beast. The key is that her cultivation base is there, let alone half an hour, maybe even half an hour. Fang Shi quite liked this kind of differentiated treatment. No one was beeping beside her, just to see the scenery. Although she also went out to protect the island before, but at that time she drank too much and was only concerned with absorbing the good things in the vortex, so she didn't have time to appreciate the scenery of the seabed. It just so happened to take a good look this time, take a one-day trip to the bottom of the sea, and take part in the selection assessment by the way. Fang Shi is not worried about the assessment at all. The reason is very simple. She has already summoned the violent moray eel with her spiritual sense. With it as an escort, no unscrupulous sea beast would dare to approach her. She can pass the test by sleeping on the bottom of the sea. Beautiful. After arriving at the assessment sea area, the elders placed Fang Shi and the others in different assessment areas. The disciples participating in the selection each received a jade medal and a beast-repelling bell. If you want to give up the assessment, you only need to crush the jade token, and the nearest elders will come to rescue. While waiting, you can use the animal repellent bell to drive away sea beasts. Of course, if you're unlucky, you probably won't be able to wait for the elders to come to rescue. The hit is a thrill. Within the light curtain of the Yushu Pavilion, the disciples participating in the selection were divided into several small screens. The other disciples were all waiting there, only Fang Shi was eating and drinking there, and even fed the small fish nearby with steamed bun crumbs. Elder Hua stroked his beard and said, Wuyu is a lively child. Elder Nangong nodded, yeah, this kid looks smart. Elder Drunk took over the words, not only is he lively, clever, but also kind, it's rare to have a heart like a child. Elder Shang echoed, yes, although this child looks naughty, he is sincere in his heart, he is a good boy. Elder Ni said with a smile. What's more important is that this child is determined and calm at all times. He is a material for great things. Dead Elder, you are right. Ellipsis. Pavilion Master Xe. Hard boast. Your conscience has run away from home, right? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 472, come on, dazzle her. After a while, the other contestants who participated in the assessment had already started to fight against sea beasts. Apart from some small fish and shrimps, Fang Shi didn't even see a single yellow rank sea beast. Elder Hua and the others were overjoyed. As expected of our precious apprentice, this luck is really great. Pavilion Master Xe has some doubts about what method Fang Shi used, but if she used magic weapons or charms, the invigilating elders should be able to find out. Is it really her luck? Soon, half an hour passed. Fang Shi had enough to eat and drink, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Even the sea beast audience in the Great Lake couldn't stand it anymore. Brothers, are you all blind? Why don't you come and deal with this yellow-haired girl? Come on, dazzle her. Little did they know, at this time the violent moray eel was patrolling the waters around Fang Shi with a few blue-blooded sawtooth sharks, and no sea beast dared to approach it at all. Violent moray is now so loyal to Fang Shi, it's not that it has been abused out of affection, the main reason is that after absorbing the good things in the whirlpool, it regards Fang Shi as its noble person. Protecting nobles is protecting itself. Of course you have to do your due diligence. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Those outer disciples all gave up, and only 3 inner disciples persisted. Well, there is also Fangxi. It's just that she doesn't seem to have anything to do with her persistence or not. Apart from eating and drinking, this guy fell asleep and fell asleep. He was really bored, so he took out his script and read it. After a while, the 3 inner disciples couldn't hold on any longer. Fangxi was the only one left. Pavilion Master Xe remained calm on the face, but felt a little troubled in his heart. If Zhu Wuyu really persisted for 2 hours, he would be able to become a direct disciple of the Royal Beast Pavilion according to the regulations. 818 novels. It's really a dog, shit, and luck. What if no elders are willing to accept her by then? At this time, the 5 elders who were invigilating the examination were also discussing this matter. The central idea was similar to Pavilion Master Xe's thought. Zhu Wuyu was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Lucky. Those disciples who participated in the election felt envious and jealous in their hearts. They also came to participate in the election. Why didn't they have such good luck? Especially those 3 inner disciples were going to be sour. At this moment, an outer disciple said in surprise, "Why does the seawater seem to be getting colder?" As soon as he said this, the others also noticed the abnormality. It is true that the seawater is indeed cooler than before. But I didn't care too much. Pavilion Master Xe on the side of the shadow transmission stone suddenly stood up. Not only him, but the faces of Elder Hua, Elder Zui and Elder Dead also changed. Oops, it's the 10,000-year mysterious ice algae that has sprouted. The others were dumbfounded. What do you mean? Pavilion Master Xe said, there is a magic plant growing on the bottom of the Sea of Moon, called 10,000 years mysterious ice algae, which germinates once every 10,000 years, and after 7 days it sets seeds and withers. When it germinates, the temperature of the surrounding seawater will drop sharply, and it may even freeze. After listening to it, everyone felt surprised, but they didn't think it was a big deal. Cultivators are very adaptable to temperature, let alone freezing, it doesn't matter if it gets colder. But Pavilion Master Xe's next words changed everyone's expressions. The 10,000 years mysterious ice algae has an associated sea beast called the obstacle sea snake. It is not only highly poisonous, but also able to hide its body. The most important thing is that they live in groups, with at least dozens of them in a litter. Once caught by them, there is almost no possibility of survival. The number of words in this chapter is small, the next chapter will be added, and it will be updated around 7 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 473 I guaranteed to make no grass grow around Lang Yinyuan. Pavilion Master Xe took a deep breath. Besides, once the 10,000-year mystic ice algae germinates in large areas, the seawater temperature in the New Moon Sea will drop as a whole. In this way, the sea beasts will also become manic during the day, and they will frantically attack the island guard formation. As soon as this remark came out, everyone immediately exploded. If there is only one sea snake that is obsessed with obstacles, it's nothing, they won't leave the island anyway. But if, as Pavilion Master Xe said, the sea beasts will attack the island guard formation, then it will be troublesome. The island guard formation is solid, but it can't withstand the crazy attacks of so many sea beasts for 7 days and 7 nights. Pavilion Master Xe had already summoned the 5 elders when he was speaking to everyone, telling them to raise the guard and return to Lang Yinyuan immediately. I gonna go see. Pavilion Master Xe was about to leave the island and go to the sea area where the accident occurred. Elder Hua and the others followed closely behind. Now even if the 7 peak masters came, they would not be able to stop them. If you don't hurry over, the apprentice will be finished. Although the apprentice has a lot of treasures on him, he can't deal with that confusing sea snake. Elder Ni sighed. He was all to blame for his incompetence as a master. If he can also refine the teleportation talisman like Elder Fang, the little apprentice will be able to get out of trouble. At this time, the 5 elders of Yushu Pavilion had a disagreement. Among them, Elder Pang and Elder Wen felt that they should send someone to take care of Zhu Wuyu, while the remaining 3 elders felt that it was unnecessary. Zhu Wuyu is several tens of miles away from us. Maybe she doesn't have 10,000 years mysterious ice algae there. Why don't you send her a message to let her go back on her own? After all, human nature is selfish. If an elder is sent to find Zhu Wuyu, their combat effectiveness will be weakened. Besides, it is customary to sacrifice a small number of people for the sake of the majority when necessary. When they were arguing, an outer disciple screamed, and his flesh and blood almost instantly turned black. Obviously poisoned. Even if I tried to save him, I couldn't. At the same time, everyone heard the sound of sharp teeth colliding. The disciple's body instantly turned into nothing. The 5 elders shot out almost at the same time, propped up the magic shield, and protected everyone in it. At this time, there was no need to argue anymore. Even if they wanted to save Fangxi, there was nothing they could do. She could only ask for blessings. Everyone stared at the surrounding seawater. Although the sea snakes can be invisible, as long as they move, the water will have ripples. But the bewildered sea snakes are very cunning. They are so suspicious that they stir up all the surrounding seawater, making it impossible to determine where they are. The magic energy shield consumes a lot of magic energy, and coupled with the frenzied bite of the confused sea snake, a gap appeared in the shield soon. Everyone had no choice but to attack the surrounding seawater indiscriminately. Although the method was a bit stupid, at least it could guarantee safety in a short time. However, they couldn't hold on for too long at all, and could only hope that reinforcements would arrive soon. Fangxi also received a summons from Elder Ni at this time. Because of the isolation of the island guards, only special communication symbols are effective. Therefore, Elder Ni stuffed Fangxi with a special communication talisman when he arrived. Elder Ni asked her to wait where she was. Anyway, she has a lot of treasures on her body, so she can wait until they rescue her. Elder Ni is not so fraternal, he doesn't care about the life and death of others, as long as his apprentice is alive and kicking. Besides, the little apprentice didn't even form alchemy yet, so even if she wanted to save people, she didn't have the strength. Fang Shi had just received a message from Elder Ni, and before he could reply, the violent Murray rushed over. Lord, Master, quick, come with me. Fang Shi. Why are you stuttering? Little Loach, are you worried about confusing sea snakes? The violent moray eel is about to die. That thing is highly poisonous. It can also be invisible, very difficult to deal with. Do you know why I am the only violent moray eel in the New Moon Sea? It's because my ancestors didn't believe in evil and resisted them, and they all died. I'm the only one left. Fang Shi looked surprised. So you are more than 1 year old. Then your cultivation is a bit slow. Violent Murray. Your focus is off the mark, okay. Besides, for sea beasts, my cultivation speed is already very fast, okay. Then it heard Fang Shi say. Little Loach, you are my demon pet, and your enemy is my enemy. I want to kill all those obscuring sea snakes to avenge you. Are you moved? Violent Murray, moved is moved, but there is no need for this. Are you going to die? Little Loach, I forgot to tell you, Master, I am immune to all poisons. The violent moray eel was stunned, but they can be invisible. It's really troublesome to be invisible, but I can attack indiscriminately. Smash it casually with a big brick of spiritual consciousness. Hitting one counts as one. As long as there is an abnormality in the water ripple, just make up the knife again. Jilei lying on Fang Shi's hair bounced slightly a few times. And me. If being invisible can escape the eyes of my lord Jilei, how can I bring down heaven's punishment? Fang Shi noticed Jilei jumping up and down. She was both surprised and happy. She really didn't expect that Jilei could be used as a radar. In this way, it saves trouble. It's a pity that Jilei can't communicate with her verbally. He can only point in a general direction, and it still needs to cooperate with the big brick of spiritual consciousness. Violent Murray originally wanted to take Fang Shi to find a corner to hide, but now he changed his mind. Asked Fang Shi to put it into the monster bag. It wants to watch Fang Shi avenge its family with its own eyes. Therefore, everyone outside the shadow transfer stone looked at Zhu Wuyu and the mid-stage berserk eel in shock for a moment, and then she put it into the magic beast bag. Don't you need a contract? Is it that strong? The sea beasts in the Great Lake were still having a carnival. Because of Pavilion Master Xy's words, they also heard it. The people of Langinyuan are going to be unlucky. Of course they're very happy. But this time, they all looked at the shadow transmission stone dully. They thought of a legend passed down from their ancestors. There is a demon named Blood-Biting Huan in Langinyuan. Every once in a while, he would go to the Sea of New Moon to have fun, and every time, the sea beast that transformed into a god would suffer. Fortunately, the demon was gone when they were born. Seeing this, the second generation of demons seems to have been born. After Fang Shi put away the violent moray eel, with a wave of her hand, her little boots ejected her out. She screamed and rushed to save people. Fang Shi thinks she is really a good person. Regardless of safety, sacrifice yourself to save others. Who can be as great as her? The island owners of Langinyuan may not have such awareness as hers. Thinking of the island owner, she suddenly thought of it, as if no one had ever mentioned the island owner. Is this what is going on? However, now is not the time to think about things. She quickly calmed down. Because of the radar of Geely, she doesn't have to worry about the sea snake of confusion attacking her. The speed of the little boots is not so fast. Fang Shi saw Elder Wen and the others in the blink of an eye. Elder Wen and the others are in a terrible situation at this time. All of them were as pale as ghosts. It is desperately attacking the surrounding sea water. Those confused sea snakes didn't approach them at all, but they didn't know it. Fang Shi actually didn't know either, but Jilei did. Just laughed like a fool. When Fang Shi saw its virtues, she guessed a bit. If you want to save people, the best way is to get rid of the bottom line, so she started to look around. Finally, she found that there were ice crystals in the sea water in one place. She swam over immediately, and sure enough, she found a clump of 10,000-year-old black ice algae that was slowly growing under the sand. The confused sea snake's attention was all on Elder Wen and the others, and it never occurred to anyone to steal the house. So Fang Shi dug down the clump of 10,000 years mysterious ice algae very smoothly. This thing is extremely cold, and it is easy to get frostbite if you hold it with your hands. Fang Shi tied it to one end of the rope and tied the other end to his waist. Then, with a yell, "Little loaches, look at me, look at me, look at me." When those confused sea snakes saw that the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae they guarded had been dug up, they became furious. Abandoning Elder Wen and the others, they rushed towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi considered that the scene at this time would be transmitted in real time, and immediately shouted with a righteous face. "Elder Wen, go away. I'll lead him away. Sacrifice one of me, happy thousands of families. Remember to tell my brother, let him tell him when he visits my grandfather's grave, that I, Zhu Wuyu, did not embarrass him or the Zhu family." After speaking, S.A. Yazi ran away wiping away tears. The seawater behind her seemed to be boiling, and one could imagine that there must be many obsessive sea snakes chasing her. Elder Wen and the sea around them calmed down. Elder Wen and the others propped up the protective shield tentatively, without any abnormality. The confused sea snake was really lured away by Zhu Wuyu. For a moment, everyone looked complicated. Especially those who did not agree to rescue Fang Shi before. From this day on, they wished they could sit up and slap themselves in the middle of the dreams. "I'm not human." Fang Shi sent a message to Elder Ni while running. "Master, tell the other masters not to save me. I'll go back to the island after I've had enough fun." Elder Ni and the others had just left the island at this time. There is no way, Lang Yinyuan is too big. He was dumbfounded when he received Fang Shi's summons, but he still told Elder Hua and the others. Everyone thought Fang Shi was messing around. But after thinking about it, that girl is smarter than a monkey, and she can't do stupid things. Could it be that she really has a way to restrain those confusing sea snakes? Even if you can restrain those confusing sea snakes, what will happen when the sea beasts riot? So he asked Eldony to send her a message, telling her not to be foolish, and to return to the island quickly. Soon, they received Feng-Shi's reply. Since the 10,000-year mysterious ice algae can cause sea beast riots, then I can clean up all the 10,000-year mysterious ice algae in the waters near Langinyuan. Masters, wait for my good news. I promise that no grass will grow around Langinyuan. Eldony and the others. At the same time, in the underground river, Old Man Chai drunkenly said to the brachiopid monster, "Go out and clean up those little earthworms, and bring me back the mysterious ice algae. Go back quickly, so as not to really cause a sea beast riot." Myriad Year's mysterious ice algae is a valuable item. Fortunately, no one knows this, so there is no need to worry about someone robbing him. It's all his. Finally, I can make up for the loss of the colorful enveloping coral last time. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 474, its huge body bent into a heart. The arm-footed monster is well aware of the virtue of the older mortal in front of him. If he can't complete the task, he will have to cut his arms and feet to serve the other party a drink. So, it has to give itself some leeway. My lord, other people in Langinyuan may also harvest the 10,000 years black ice algae in order to resolve the crisis. Besides, the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae only emerges once every 10,000 years, and it is guarded by the sea snake of obstacles. Fools also know that this is a good thing. Maybe someone will be there first. Before it finished speaking, Old Man Chai hit its big head with a wave of devilish energy. Shut your stinky mouth. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even if those idiots knew that the mysterious ice algae was a good thing, they would still be afraid of the sea snake and wouldn't act right away. When they have a meeting and study it, you should come back. Cut the nonsense and go. If you miss one clump, I'll cut off your wrist and foot. The brachiopid monster was in pain and angry, but he didn't dare to talk back, so he could only harvest the 10,000 years black ice algae aggrievedly. On the other side, Feng-Shi was walking with fish with a clump of 10,000-year-old ice algae tied around her waist. It's true that the sea snakes are powerful, but their speed is far worse than that of little boots. Feng-Shi ran for a while and had to stop to wait for them. Can you swim faster? Just like you still have the nerve to call yourself the guardian beast of the 10,000 years black ice algae. I think you are keeping her lonely. The snakes were so angry that they wreathed crazily, and the sea water was more lively than a boiling pot. Feng-Shi's pupils shrink slightly. This is the time. The big brick of spiritual consciousness smashed towards the area with the densest water splash. She spent a lot of effort on this big brick of spiritual consciousness, not to mention other things. She has drawn hundreds of bastards on it. It's fine if you don't make a move. If you make a move, you must hit it with one hit. In an instant, the confused sea snakes turned white like cooked dumplings. Because of the loss of consciousness, the effect of invisibility also disappeared. Feng-Shi knew that these obscuring sea snakes had only lost consciousness for a short time, so they had to be taken down immediately. She released the rampaging Murray. The rampage Murray used to be afraid of the venomous and invisible sea snakes, but now that these things have fainted, naturally they don't have such scruples. A burst of electric current was released, turning those confusing sea snakes into snakes. Feng-Shi put the dried snake into the storage ring, and muttered, "This thing doesn't seem to be very powerful, it just took care of a nest." Everyone outside the shadow transfer stone. Sea beast audience in the Great Lake. This cannot be described as strong. This is abnormal. How did she do it? Why are all those sea snakes turning white? It seems that they just stared at each other for a while. By the way, the violent moray eel looked at her for a while before she put it into the monster bag. Do her eyes have great powers? Correct. It must be the magic pupil. And it's not an ordinary magic pupil, it's a perverted magic pupil. Many people and sea beasts have planted a thought in their hearts, that is, they can't look at Zuguyu, otherwise they will be used by her in a daze. But this time, Cyclonus Murray was looking at Feng-Shi with admiration. It thought that there would be no day of revenge in this life, but it didn't expect that today it finally got its revenge. This is all because of the nobleman Zuguyu's help. Its huge body bends into her heart. Feng-Shi. She put the love eel into the magic beast bag and continued to search for the 10,000-year black ice algae. The difficulty is not great. On the one hand, the seawater near the mysterious ice algae will freeze crystals, and on the other hand, she has the radar of tribulation thunder. The obscuring sea snake relies on being invisible, and will not hide in the sand or aquatic plants, so it is easy to see. Feng-Shi soon discovered a clump of mysterious ice algae. Feng-Shi took out the dried snakes and started to twist the rope. Give me the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae, get out of here. Otherwise, you will end up in the same way. Those bewildered sea snakes didn't believe in evil, and rushed up in a swarm. Feng-Shi scolded her and ran away. When the play was almost done, he threw out the big brick of spiritual consciousness. The effect was immediate, and more than half of those sea snakes who were confused were turned white. However, there is still a small half that has not been recruited. And they're very cunning, they spread out and attack Feng-Shi from different directions. Now that those bewildered sea snakes are on guard, Feng-Shi's spiritual consciousness is not as effective as before. Violent Murray's heart rose to his throat. It seems that the nobleman is about to finish the game. Feng-Shi slowly took out a stack of magic talismans from the storage ring. Normally, the effect of magic talismans in water would be greatly reduced, and some magic talismans could not be used in water at all. But since Feng-Shi's pig puppet fell into the water last time, she began to think about this problem. Soon she thought of a solution. She drew two kinds of runes on a magic talisman. One is waterproof rune and the other is golem rune. When the two runes are activated at the same time, it can ensure that the puppet rune can be used in water. Of course, the puppet pigs with fire attributes should be avoided, otherwise it would be useless to release them. After Fang Shi activated the magic talisman of the puppet pig, a group of puppet pigs rushed out. They can't see the bewildered sea snake, so they randomly attack the surrounding sea water. Although it is a bit stupid, at least it can ensure that there are no confusing sea snakes around Fang Shi that can approach. Fang Shi took advantage of this vacancy and began to contract those unconscious sea snakes. There is one contract and one contract. Not one can be wasted. Anyway, she has strong spiritual sense, and there is not much limit to the number of contracts. By the time those comatose sea snakes woke up, they had become Fang Shi's magic pet in a daze. They want to fight, and even want to die. Fang Shi began to do ideological work for them. What is your purpose of protecting the mysterious ice algae for thousands of years? Isn't it just to eat their fruits to increase cultivation? I will give you good pills, the effect is much better than eating this thing. In addition, the people in Langyunyuan are not dead, they will definitely find ways to hinder the growth of the mysterious ice algae for 10,000 years, and in the end you won't even be able to get a fart. If you're unlucky, you'll be caught drinking medicinal wine. So, don't struggle, just hang out with me, and when I finish the task, I will let you go. You are still the most powerful cubs under the sea. In order to express her sincerity, Fang Shi immediately gave some elixir to these bewildered sea snakes. The effect is not so good. The confused sea snakes thought about it in an instant. It's better to die than to live. Why die if you can live? Open black lens bracket continue it, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 475 Six Masters deliver acceptance speeches. The reason why Fang Shi was able to make a contract with the misty sea snake so easily was due to many reasons. First, sea beasts have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid harm, and no one wants to die unless it is absolutely necessary. Besides, there is no mortal enmity between the two sides, so there is no need to keep dying. Second, the conditions proposed by Fang Shi can impress these confused sea snakes. Anyway, the final result is the same, and the process is not important. Third, Fang Shi's sea of consciousness is powerful, and there are still some thugs in it. The miscarriage sea snake weighed his own weight and dared not take any risks. Fourth, the little black ball is the spirit of chaos, and all living things have a natural sense of closeness to it, and Fang Shi is its owner, so it will naturally be blessed. Of course, the most important reason is that Fang Shi is courageous and dares to try. Don't talk about other people, just talk about these people in Yushu Pavilion. They never thought of the contract-obsessed sea snake. Not to mention so many contracts at once. After Fang Shi subdued these obscuring sea snakes, she let them persuade the remaining 10 or so companions. In fact, without their persuasion, the dozen or so sea snakes were already confused. Because Fang Shi's puppet pigs are inexhaustible, one after another. Although these puppet pigs look stupid, they have the advantage that they're not afraid of poison. Protecting Fang Shi from the wind and rain, there is no way for them to get close. So when they saw that the other companions had been contracted by Fang Shi, they agreed without much hesitation. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. If they fight, they're not opponents at all. Join if you can't. After Fang Shi contracted them, she led a group of confused sea snakes to start looking for the next target. Everyone outside the shadow transmission stone was dumbfounded. The sea beast spectators in the Great Lake were there, trembling. Too scary. She can even make a contract with a sea snake that is obsessed with obstacles. Also, contracted a litter. At this time, Pavilion Master Xe and the others finally joined Elder Wen and the others. This scene was also seen from their small transfer stone magic device. The dead elder laughed loudly. Zhu Wuyu, my apprentice. My apprentice. I'm just asking you, who else? Who else? Elder Hua curled her lips. You say that the apprentice is yours alone. Is it due to all of us that she is so good? Especially me, I did not give her much advice on how to behave in the world, so that she can gain a firm foothold in Langyunyuan. Elder Ni said with a smile. I don't take other credits, but those puppet pigs deserve my credit. If it weren't for my guidance, Wuyu's puppet pig would not be so brave and good at fighting. When he said this, he felt guilty. This thing was obviously created by the little apprentice himself. The key is that her puppet charms are not afraid of water. How did she do it? When the little apprentice came back, he had to ask carefully. Next, the drunk elders also delivered, winning speeches, one after another. Pavilion Master Xe looked at the group of people with red faces. He babbled and closed his mouth again. He was narrow before. There is indeed something about Zhu Wuyu. No wonder they rushed to accept her as a disciple. At this time, Fang Shi found another clump of mysterious ice algae. The bewildered sea snakes guarding the clump of 10,000-year-old black ice algae are confused. Because Fang Shi was followed by a string of obsessive sea snakes. What happened? How did those same kind get mixed up with the demons? Brain flooded. Fang Shi smiled and said, let's make a long story short, do you choose to submit to me or seek death? Choose yourself. Of course, those confused sea snakes would not choose to surrender, and the two sides fought. Fang Shi used the puppet pig to protect herself and watch the fun from the sidelines. She can only see the obscuring sea snakes in the contract, but not the obscuring sea snakes on the opposite side. But don't delay her cheering up the sea snake thugs. Give it to me, kill them, and I will give you a great achievement. These short-sighted idiots must despise you in their hearts. Only by beating them down can you show your wisdom. Little ones, go for me, I support you mentally. Ellipsis. Sea snake thugs. We have just signed a contract with you, otherwise we will poison you to death. If nothing else, I just want you to shut up. Fang Shi felt that the heat was almost ready, so she started to join the battle. When the big tiles were shot down, more than a dozen sea snakes of confusion turned white. Feng Shi contracted them methodically. One increase and the other decrease. Victory soon beckoned to Feng Shi. Except for the few sea snakes that died in the battle, the rest were also contracted by Feng Shi. Feng Shi still used the same rhetoric, coupled with the senior persuading him. These confused sea snakes in the new contract quickly figured it out. Anyway, I am not the only one who is ashamed. The contract is the contract. With 2 broods of bewildering sea snakes in hand, Feng Shi felt more confident. The rest of the process was smoother, and her army of sea serpents snowballed. I don't know how many 10,000 years of mysterious ice algae have been picked. Since this thing only comes out once every 10,000 years, it must be a good thing. Even if it's worthless, it's not bad for making ice drinks. As long as a small piece can get a bowl of ice-cold juice, it's delicious. At the beginning, Feng Shi just searched for Wanyan shrouding algae around Langyuan, but the surrounding ones were soon gone, and she led the army of sea snakes and started to go far away. The main one is that no grass will grow. At first she swam by herself, then she released the violent moray eel, sat on it, and waved her little hand. Sea snake army, the whole army strikes. Rampage Murray is simply stunning. 10,000 years ago, it was almost wiped out by the sea snakes, but now it has become their boss, magic pet. It can also be regarded as the indirect boss. The most correct thing to do in its life is to sign a contract with a noble person. Choice is greater than hard work. In fact, there were not many Wanyan shrouding algae in total, so when the sky was about to dawn, Feng Shi was swept away. However, she felt that it was not worthwhile to go back empty-handed after finally coming out. So, the sea snake army commanding her began to rob those sea beasts that turned into gods. As for their hiding places, they were all kindly provided by the violent moray eels. Although it has a high level of cultivation, there are also many god-forming sea beasts in the New Moon Sea, and they often compete with it for territory on weekdays. They are unlucky, and it is naturally happy. Its happiness is based on their pain. Feng Shi is still very civilized. Every time she treats her politely first and then fights, she says after meeting that she is a little tight and wants to ask for arms. Those sea beasts thought she was crazy. Are you a demon looking for our sea beasts for arms? Would you respect our sea beasts' reputation for brutality? Just when they were furious and wanted to go crazy, Feng Shi made the confused sea snakes show up. Seeing the mighty army of sea snakes, the arrogance of the god-changing sea beasts disappeared without a trace. Not only obediently donated the precious treasures of heaven and earth, but also respectfully sent Feng Shi out for dozens of miles. Let's go. Go now. Never come again in this life. The sea beast audience in the Great Lake stopped shaking, but passed out. Only a few god transformation sea beasts will suffer once the tricker one goes out, but the Suyu goes out once, and it's rounded up. All the sea beasts that turned into gods were cleaned up by her. Beast life is hopeless. Let's go to hell. At this time, the brachiopid monster also wanted to die. After it came out of the barrier, it managed to find a place of 10,000-year-old black ice algae, only to find that there was only a pit left. The 10,000 years mysterious ice algae has been dug away. Found another place, another pit. It's almost dawn. Not to mention the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae, it didn't even see a single sea snake. Its 12 arms and legs of different lengths trembled. It's over. The old man has to make me whole as an appetizer. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 476. All you can see is the country I laid down for you. The brachiopid monster panicked. It said that something as good as the Wanyan shrouding algae would definitely be taken first, and the old people still didn't believe it. This is all right, there is not a single clump left, and they have all been poached by others. The old man will not find his own reasons, he will definitely vent his anger on it. Not to mention stewing it in the whole pot, but also chopping off its 8 arms and legs. How to do. It thought about it or decided to take another turn, in case something slipped through the net. Turning around, it saw Feng Shi. Then she saw the group of confused sea snakes behind her. It was born with different pupils, so the invisibility power of the bewildered sea serpent is useless to it. At first, it thought that those obsessive sea snakes were chasing and killing Feng Shi, and thought, this little girl is quite capable of attracting hatred. To be hunted down by so many sea snakes. However, it soon discovered that those sea snakes seemed to be subordinate to the little girl. How is this possible? Immediately afterwards, it thought of a possibility. Those 10,000 years mysterious ice algae might have been poached by this little girl. Then, an idea popped into its mind. Black eat black. Rob her. But seeing the army of sea snakes behind Feng Shi, it gave up this idea. If there are more than a dozen nests of obscuring sea snakes, it still has hope of winning. There are hundreds of nests here. If it does it will die. Besides, the old and immortal don't let it see the light. If it acts rashly, maybe it will be killed by him. After some psychological struggle, the brachiopid monster returned to the enchantment. Old Chai was in a good mood. While humming an out-of-tune ditty, he was calculating how much money he could make this time. From time to time, I would take a sip of wine. Delicious. Seeing that the brachiopid monster came back, he rarely showed a smiling face. After going for such a long time, you must have dug up a lot of 10,000-year-old black ice algae, right? Is there 100 clumps? The brachiopid monster thought to himself, judging from the number of those confusing sea snakes, there are almost 100 clumps. Unfortunately, a clump does not belong to you. Seeing that the brachiopid monster was silent, Old Man Chai said, if you don't have 100, you don't have 100. It's not bad to get dozens of clumps. Take them all. The arm-foot monster took a few steps back, and then shook all the arms and legs back as much as possible, and then said in a low voice. I'm late, those 10,000 years mysterious ice algae were poached by a little girl named Zhu Wuyu. But this time, it won't foolishly say that it knows the little girl, or else the old man might suspect that they teamed up to cheat him. Anyway, the last time the little girl hid it in the pouch, the old man didn't know. Old Chai thought he heard it wrong, and stared at the bracket monster. What did you say? I followed your instructions to dig the mysterious ice algae for 10,000 years, but there were only pits left, and they were all dug away. I didn't give up, and when I expanded the search area, I saw Zhu Wuyu, and behind her was a group of confused sea snakes escorting her. Old Chai was stunned. It's that dead girl again. Last time I ransacked all my colorful enshrouded corals, and now I cut off the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae. Me and you are endless. Old man Chai was furious and swam towards the barrier. It disappeared in an instant. Brachiopod. He's gone. He's gone. Ha ha ha. I must have gone to find that little girl and forgot about it. Thank you, little girl. Even if the old man turned around and thought about finding it to settle accounts, his anger was relieved a lot, and at most he had to cut off 2 or 3 arms and legs. Thinking of this, the brachial monster couldn't help feeling sad. Is it worth its joy to cut off 2 or 3 arms and legs? I think it was originally the overlord in the Sea of New Moon, but now it has fallen to such a point. It's all the fault of that old man. Snort. The wicked have their own grind. The little girl is his nemesis. Just piss him off. But this time, Fang Shi, who was thanked by it, was patrolling the sea majestically. She said to the violent moray eel with her divine sense. Little loach, all you can see are the mountains and rivers I laid down for you. Violent Murray was so moved that he directly performed a fireworks show for Fang Shi with electric current. Ji lay above Fang Shi's head cursed angrily. Bad luck. You should save it for me to recharge. What a waste. This chapter has a small number of words, and the next chapter will be longer, and it will be updated around 7:30. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 477. Ji-Lei didn't think there was anything wrong with swearing. Anyway, it's a clone, and it's used too. Let yourself go. If it wasn't for the concern that the images would be sent out synchronously, it would have wanted to have fun. Ugh. Whenever you can see the light. It must be more attractive than the spiritual pet of the phoenix dog. Fang Shi didn't know that Ji-Lei was dreaming there, and he was tossing the army of sea snakes there, explaining to them the method of formation. What is the one-word long snake formation, the 2 dragons emerging from the water formation, the 3 talents infinite formation? Sea serpents never thought in their lives to have a parade show. She was almost tossing, and said to those confused sea snakes. I'm going back to the island, I'll come to you after I get the elixir ready. On weekdays, you all listen to what little Loach says, do you hear that? Violent Murray was once again very touched, the nobleman is so kind to it. It could die for her. The army of violent moray eels and sea snakes escorted Fang Shi to the entrance of the barrier. Fang Shi saw Pavilion Master Xe, Elder Hua and others from a distance. She was originally sitting on the rampaging Murray, but she felt the need to make a splash, so she stood on the rampaging Murray. Then, a huge force from nowhere knocked her to the ground, and she was still pressed to the bottom of the sea, eating a big mouthful of sand. Fang Shi's hands plainer and pedals are like a bastard. When the violent moray eels and sea snake army wanted to protect the Lord, Fang Shi had already got up from the bottom of the sea, and spit out several bubbles mixed with sand. Although she didn't see anyone, she felt that old Chai did it. Because Lang Yinyuan is the only one who is neither a thing nor a skill. Old man Chai, just wait for me. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Sooner or later I will let you eat sand too. Although the pretense failed, Fang Shi showed no embarrassment at all, and said to the violent moray eel and sea snake army. Do you know why I eat dirt? Because I want to let myself remember that this is the taste of home. This is the home I want to protect. Even if it means risking your life, you will not hesitate. You will come to inspect frequently in the future, and report to me any abnormal situation at any time, you know. Although Violent Murray and Sea Snake Army felt that she seemed to be out of her mind, they quickly agreed. The Violent Murray even ate a mouthful of sand to show its loyalty, and then spit out a sand bubble. Seeing it doing this, the Sea Snake Army had no choice but to follow suit. For a moment, there were bubbles mixed with sand all around Fang Shi. Fang Shi. It doesn't have to be. She waved her hand, let's all back down. The army of Violent Moray eels and sea snakes left. Violent Murray turned his head 3 times a step, rather reluctantly. The Sea Snake Army ran away like a slut. Now they just want to stay away from this female devil, and they don't even think about rescinding the contract. Fang Shi arrived in front of Elder Hua and the others, arranged her clothes, and saluted. Masters, my disciples fulfilled their mission and successfully passed the assessment of the Beast Guard Pavilion, and by the way, the crisis of sea beasts besieging the island protection formation was resolved. The corner of Pavilion Master Xe's mouth twitched. You used the word, by the way, very well. Elder Hua and the 6 were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Teacher, are you not injured? Disciple, you have lived up to what Master has taught you. You have performed very well this time. Very good, very good. Co Wuyu, are you exhausted? Come, eat a piece of fruit to quench your thirst. Ellipsis. Although Fang Shi has experienced this kind of scene where the stars are holding the moon, it feels weird to be surrounded by a group of old men. It was as if His Majesty the Emperor was surrounded by a group of old eunuchs. Fang Shi said a few words with a smile, and then started to take things out. 6 Masters, I didn't show any filial piety to you when I was an apprentice, but now that I have a promising future, I should make it up to you. Come. 5 clumps of mysterious ice algae per person. 2 dried sea snakes per person are used to make wine. There are also 5 treasures of heaven, material and earth. Elder Hua and the others really didn't expect Feng Shi to do this, and their eyes turned red. Feeling very relieved. It's not that their eyelids are shallow, it's mainly because of the apprentice's filial piety. They didn't refuse and accepted it. Anyway, sooner or later their family property will belong to the apprentice, so they should take care of it for her temporarily. As for a certain 3 masters' former big disciples, they selectively ignored them. Seeing this scene, Pavilion Master Xe and the others' eyes turned green. Especially the 5 elders in charge of the assessment. There is no doubt that Zhu Wuyu passed the examination of Yushu Pavilion, so the next step is to apprentice. Her performance is obvious to all, and she can no longer be described as a Beastmaster genius, she is born Beastmaster. If there is such an apprentice who can inherit the mantle, he will be able to wake up laughing in the grave in the future. Not to mention that this child is still filial, looking at those 6 old guys, they are going to laugh out loud. Now or never. While the other elders are away, quickly accept her. Just when the 5 of them were about to open their mouths, Pavilion Master Xe smiled like a flower and said, Borrelus, congratulations on passing the examination of the direct disciple of Yushu Pavilion. You are very talented in beast control, and you are very responsible. You are a good boy. Are you willing to worship the master of this pavilion as your teacher? The 5 elders of the Royal Beast Pavilion. Pavilion Master, you don't talk about Wood. You, the Pavilion Master, actually robbed us of our apprentices, doesn't your conscience ache? Pavilion Master Xe doesn't care about conscience-stricken matters, good apprentices are hard to come by, he won't let go of such a good opportunity. As for the words he slandered before, such as Elder Hua and the others who were insane to accept Zhu Wuyu as disciples, for example, there was no such 205 in the Beast Palace, he had completely forgotten it selectively. Anyway, he was just thinking about it at the time, and no one knew. After hearing Pavilion Master Xe's words, Feng Shi looked at Elder Hua and the others. Although Elder Hua and the others were sour and bubbling in their hearts, they still nodded for the sake of the apprentice's future. Only then did Feng Shi kneel down and kowtowed to Pavilion Master Xe, disciple pays homage to master. Pavilion Master Xe hurriedly clasped his hands together, disciple, get up. Then, Pavilion Master Xe also received a great gift package for apprenticeship. Elder Hua pouted. Hey, it's better to come early than to come at a good time. Someone is lucky. Elder Zui echoed, yes, this apprentice is well received, and he immediately became rich. Elder Ni said with a smile, don't say that, Pavilion Master Xe is an open-minded person, he takes more and gives more. Elder Shang hurriedly said, yes, Pavilion Master Xe is such a beloved disciple as Wuyu, this meeting ceremony must not be taken lightly. Elder Nangong followed suit, that's right, Pavilion Master Xe has a wealth of wealth and has a lot of good things, so naturally he won't treat Xiao Wuyu badly. Dead Elder, you are all right, I agree with you. Pavilion Master Xe. Good guy. Are you trying to run on me together? If I don't give away half of my net worth, you'll all have to say I'm picky. Pavilion Master Xe thought for a moment, and handed something to Feng Shi. Teacher, this is a trap beast urn, which can transform into the surrounding environment. As long as a monster enters its range, it can be trapped in the urn. Even if it is a monster that transforms into a god, it will not be able to break free for a while. This one is for you. The higher the level of monsters, the more vigilant they are, and it is difficult to catch them. But his new apprentice has a good mouth. It is easy to make the monsters submit. Feng Shi also thinks that this trap beast urn is very suitable for her. When encountering monsters that cannot be defeated, she can come to the urn to catch turtles, how good it is. She thanked her with a smile and put it away. Elder Hua curled her lips, just here. No more, we all gave her 100 million magic crystals. Pavilion Master Xe had no choice but to give Feng Shi another 100 million magic crystals. No way, who told him to be Shaoqi? Feng Shi happily accepted it. Otherwise, she won't do other business in the future, and just learn to be a teacher. The money comes so fast. Pavilion Master Xe and the others inquired about Feng Shi's specific situation in detail, especially the violent moray eel. I didn't see her contract at the time, so I put it in the monster bag. Masters, have you forgotten? Didn't I pretend to chase and kill a violent moray eel in Zanhuanhai some time ago? This is it. It is estimated that it is also frightened, and signed a contract with me on its own initiative. The contract of their family is quite special, it is controlled by the divine sense, and I say it is not very good, anyway, when I looked at it, I signed a contract with it in a daze. No one raised any objections to what Feng Shi said. The reason is simple, no one has ever contracted a violent moray eel. Feng Shi also recognized this point, because the violent moray said that it was the only violent moray in the Sea of New Moon. Therefore, she is not afraid of being exposed when she says casually. At this moment, Pavilion Master Xe asked a very crucial question. Teacher, you have contracted so many obscuring sea snakes, can the sea of consciousness bear it? No discomfort. Feng Shi blinked her eyes, it's okay, I think it's okay. As soon as the words fell, she bled from all 7 orifices and passed out. Elder Hua and the others immediately went numb. Those who fed the pill, those who took the pulse felt the pulse, those who stuck the magic charm stuck on the magic charm, those who took the magic weapon took the magic weapon. Pavilion Master Xe even fed Feng Shi half a bottle of animal blood. Many people had already gathered outside the shadow transfer stone, and they all saw the scene. Zhu Wuyu must have endured a lot of pain to contract so many obscuring sea snakes. She was afraid that her masters would be worried, so she pretended to be safe. If it weren't for her, our Lang Yinyuan would definitely be besieged by sea beasts this time. She is our hero in Lang Yinyuan. She really regards Lang Yinyuan as her home, otherwise she wouldn't have kissed the sand on the bottom of the sea before. Such a good person will be driven away. Where is the fairness? Where is the justice? We want to petition for her. Yes, we want to petition for Zhu Wuyu. Count me in. And I. Ellipsis. Open black lens bracket. See you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 478. At this moment, Fangxi in the shadow transmission stone woke up. Elder Hua and the others were all concerned about her situation, because there were too many people. Pavilion Master Xe couldn't even grab the sot. I could only stand on tiptoe and scratch my neck and shout. The 5 elders in Yushu Pavilion were exhausted for him. There was a delicate balance in their hearts. Fortunately, it was the Pavilion Master who didn't talk about martial arts and snatch the position of master, otherwise they would be the ones who were excluded. Seeing that Fangxi was safe and sound, the melon-eating disciples outside the shadow transmission stone cheered. At this time, someone said, "It's better to hit the sun than choose the day, why not write a petition now?" The melon-eating disciples expressed their approval with enthusiasm. Soon, the petition was written, and everyone signed and pressed their fingerprints on it. Zhang Wen, who fainted because his sister fainted, also woke up. Seeing that Fangxi was safe and sound, he let out a long breath. He clasped his fists at everyone, his voice choked. "I don't want to thank you for your kindness. On behalf of my sister, I thank you all, thank you, thank you." I couldn't continue because I was too excited. At first glance, he is an honest man who is not good at words. Hearing everyone's evaluation of Zhang Wen, Deacon Zhu from Long Yupon sneered in his heart. "Honest man. Do you know that when Zhu Wuyu fainted, he summoned me to say those words?" Seeing that the atmosphere was heated up, he became anxious and fainted, and fell down. "Don't even think about it. My sister is a genius, my brother will be a fool. The 2 scourges of the blood family are better than the other." Zhang Wen, who has hidden merit and fame, was planning there. The younger sister has already recognized 7 masters. When she returns to Xuanshnong in the future, her own master will definitely be beaten to death. Him. That's right. Based on his understanding of his master's eccentricity, he was reluctant to scold his junior sister, and would definitely take his anger out on him. Ugh. He endured a lot of things that he shouldn't have suffered. But for the sake of his junior sister, he was willing to do so. On the other side, Elder Hua and the others saw that Fangxi was fine, so they brought her back to the Beast Resting Pavilion. From a distance, I saw many people gathered at the gate of the Beast Pavilion. I don't know who shouted, "Zhu Wuyu, great job." This can be regarded as opening the floodgates of rainbow farts. "Zhu Wuyu, you are amazing. Zhu Wuyu, don't worry, we will petition you, and we must get the peak masters to agree for you to stay. Zhu Wuyu, I want to marry you." Ellipsis. Fangxi staggered. Everything else is easy to say, just marry me. But she was surprised to hear that everyone wanted to petition for her. It's really unintentional to insert willows into shades. So, personality is very important. It's not in vain that she ate a mouthful of dirt. At this time, Zhang Wen squeezed out from the crowd with a concerned look on his face. "Sister, are you okay? You scared me to death just now." Fang Zai's face was pale. "Brother, I'm fine, as long as Lang Yinyuan's crisis can be resolved, it's okay for me to get hurt a little." Her words once again deeply moved the Melanitas at the scene. Deacon Zhu from Long Yupon applauded first, followed by thunderous applause. Fangxi was quite flattered. "I just did what I should do, and I believe that anyone present would do the same." Seeing her humility, everyone had a better impression of her. Let's put it this way, from now on, these people see Fangxi through a filter as thick as a city wall. Pavilion Master Xe saw that Fangxi's face was still pale, so he asked someone to clean up a room in Yushu Pavilion for Fangxi to rest. In fact, Fangxi was fine at all, but for the sake of personality, he had to rest weakly. Zhang Wen took it for granted that this elder brother went to accompany him. The 2 brothers and sisters didn't say anything, they just looked at each other and smiled, everything was kept silent. After all, this is the territory of Yushu Pavilion, so it is better not to say some things. On the other side, Pavilion Master Xe and the others hurriedly came to see the 7 Peak Masters, told the story, and handed over the shadow transmission stone to them. The 7 Peak Masters were very anxious when they first heard that the 10,000 years mysterious ice algae had sprouted, and they even planned to alarm a few Supreme Elders. But unexpectedly, Zhu Wuyu resolved the crisis by himself. Just outrageous. Several people watched what happened with mixed feelings. When they saw the army of bewildered sea snakes behind Fangxi and the process of robbing the sea beasts that turned into gods, their emotions became more complicated. This girl can become the king and overlord in the Sea of New Moon. Her grandfather relied on strength to dominate in Lang Yinyuan. What did she rely on? Lipstick. It would be biased to say so. In addition to lip service, there is also courage and strategy. Wrong. It's not right. Other things can be ignored. Why did the group of sea snakes at the beginning turn white collectively? Only then did Elder Hua and the others remember this matter belatedly. Yes, why? Then, they thought of Fangxi's puppet pig and the violent moray eel that took the initiative to make a contract. What are these? It is also part of strength. It's just that Zhu Baihuan's strength is aggressive, like a blade out of its sheath, showing its sharpness. But Zhu Wuyu's strength is not obvious, like a hidden weapon, sneaky. The former is certainly dazzling, but the latter is destined to go further. The number of words in this chapter is small, the next chapter will make up, and continue add. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 479 has the apprenticeship reached this point now. After a while of silence, Elder Hua took the lead in saying, 7 Peak Masters, I have taken Zhu Wuyu as my disciple. It's not me, the master, who speaks for the disciples. Blood-devouring Huan is certainly not a thing, but the crime is not as good as his children, not to mention that Zhu Wuyu is just his god-granddaughter. Although Wuyu is naughty, he has a sincere heart and has made a great contribution to our Lang Yinyuan. Therefore, I implore the 7 Peak Masters to allow her to stay in Lang Yinyuan. Elder Zui and the others also spoke for Fangxi, but Elder Nangong thought of his great apprentice at this time, and brought Zhun Wen with him. Although Zhu Anfang is not as glamorous as Zhu Wuyu, this kid is a swordsman and has a very good heart, so he is a good material. Besides, he has a very good relationship with Xiao Wuyu's brother and sister, so it's not good to just leave Xiao Wuyu alone, let's keep him too. Elder Hua also helped to say a few words. Anyway, that kid ran to him a lot, and he was considered a half-disciple. The 7 Peak Masters. Only 2 months after Zhu Wuyu entered the island, he has worshipped 7 elders as masters, including a pavilion master. Who dares to believe it? When Fangxi worshipped the first 3 masters, they really didn't know. However, they have known since Elder Ni. But before they had time to react, Fangxi successfully worshipped Elder Shang, Elder Hua and Pavilion Master Xe as teachers. The speed of apprenticeship has caught up with the mushrooming. At this moment, someone came in to report that Pavilion Master Lu of Liangyi Pavilion begged to see him. Please come in. After Pavilion Master Lu came in, he first saluted the 7 Peak Masters, then nodded to the 7 Elder Hua, and then said, "Warrenless, the child is my beloved disciple, I came here to intercede for her. You guys also know that our Liangyi Pavilion has never accepted a direct disciple, and finally accepted such a single seedling, no matter what, we can't just watch her being driven out of Lang Yinyuan. I also asked the 7 Peak Masters to show mercy and allow her to stay in Lang Yinyuan." The 7 Peak Masters. Elder Hua 7. They even suspected that their memory had gone wrong. Pavilion Master Lu said that Zhu Wuyu was his apprentice. How do we not know? When did this happen? The dead elder had a straight temper, and asked Pavilion Master Lu with a cold face, "When did Wuyu worship you as his teacher?" "Why didn't I know?" Pavilion Master Lu said with a smile. "I'll see you soon, don't worry." Dead elder. Other people. Dare you accept disciples unilaterally? Can you still show some face? Pavilion Master Lu really doesn't want face anymore, this thing is dispensable, but Zhu Wuyu is a good apprentice, after this village, there will be no such shop. The Liangyi Pavilion has accepted some inner disciples, and wants to cultivate a few direct disciples from them. But one end counts another, and no one is promising. They're all idiots. It's hard to catch one now, so of course we can't let it go. He sighed and started to play the emotional card. Several, you also know the situation of our Liangyi Pavilion, 8 elders plus me, 9 of us have no apprentices. Formation is different from other skills. In addition to the requirements for spiritual consciousness and cultivation, it also needs to be proficient in talisman making and refining. More importantly, you have to have a brain. Formation, deception also. Without brains, no matter how high the cultivation base is, no matter how good the talent is, the upper limit is the same, and there is no way to become a top array mage. After waiting for so many years, we finally found Zhu Wuyu, a suitable candidate. Even if we are a little impatient, it is human nature. You say, right. Pavilion Master Lu didn't want to be so humble, but who made him one step too late? He only heard about Fangxi after he left the customs, so he hurried over, to ask for a title. Why didn't he go directly to Yushu Pavilion to find Fangxi? Because he knew that Fangxi had to ask Elder Hua and others to agree, so why not kill him directly? Besides, the attitude of the 7 Peak Masters towards Fangxi is still unknown, and his coming here can be counted as adding support to Elder Hua and the others. They were too embarrassed to refuse. He guessed right. Although Elder Hua and the others were bubbling with sour hearts, with the addition of Pavilion Master Lu, their chips were even heavier. After all, Liangyi Pavilion is the mainstay of Lang Yinyuan. Without Liangyi Pavilion, who will maintain the island protection array? Without the island protection formation, Lang Yinyuan would cease to exist. The faces of the 7 Peak Masters seemed to have opened a palate, very exciting. This Zhu Wuyu is evil. In order to accept her as an apprentice, Pavilion Master Lu even gave up his face. At this time, someone asked to see him again. Hall Master Ouyang of Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall. Hall Master Ouyang always had a smile on his expressionless face, which seemed weird no matter how you looked at it. After saluting, he said, "Warrenless, the child is my adopted daughter, I am here to intercede for her." Elder Hua and the others were somewhat skeptical about life. Pavilion Master Lu's unilateral acceptance of disciples is outrageous enough. This Hall Master Ouyang actually returned, and unilaterally accepted his daughter. Seeing you as serious and serious, I thought you were a decent person, but in the end you don't even want your face. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak couldn't hold back anymore, so he asked Hall Master Ouyang, "When did you accept her as a foster daughter? Why didn't you mention it before?" Hall Master Ouyang said with a smile, "You just entered Lang Yinyuan. When we met for the first time, she felt that I was exactly like the father in her dream. Although I have never married, but the moment I saw her, I felt very kind. After going back and forth, the relationship between our father and daughter became deeper and deeper. It's just that this girl is shy and won't let me mention it to others, so she hasn't made it public." Elder Hua and the others almost sprayed him with saliva. Nonsense. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. Shameless. The 7 Peak Masters are completely confused. 8 Masters, 1 father. What else? Will there be another relative in a while? Several people looked at each other, and finally, Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak said, "The matter is important, we have to discuss it carefully, you go back first." Elder Hua and the others couldn't push too hard, so they said goodbye and left. As soon as he went out, his eyes became black and blue. Especially Hall Master Ouyang, who was almost beaten by a gang. "We are all masters, why are you a father? If you want to be, you can only be a master, and be your Xiaojiu." Hall Master Ouyang is outnumbered, so he can only change from Godfather to Xiaojiu. Okay. Anyway, they are all in the same generation, master is master. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be a father, or else you have to call Zubawan your father, and you have to go to his grave. Returning to the Royal Beast Pavilion, I met Elder Feng from Bee Garden. You're back just fine. I want to take Wu Yu as an apprentice, she is willing to listen to your opinions. You should have no opinion, right? As Elder Feng said that, he stuffed each of them with a jar of honey from the blazing variegated bees. Elder Hua and the others. Has the apprenticeship reached this point now? On the other side, after a long period of silence, the Seven Peak Masters received another message. Thousands of disciples have signed the petition for Zhu Wuyu, and according to this trend, it is estimated that there will be more than 10,000 disciples tomorrow morning. What's even more outrageous is that in addition to this disciple petition, there is also a handyman petition, and hundreds of people have already signed their fingerprints. Zhu Wuyu has been subdued from top to bottom. It's only been 2 months. If she was given 2 years, one of the 7 of them would have to give up her position. Blood-biting Huin is the shadow of a sword, she is killing people invisible. They have every reason to suspect the blood-devouring Huin sent this granddaughter here to make things difficult for them. But it's kind of heartless to say that. Since Zhu Wuyu came here, he has done all good deeds and made great contributions. Especially the matter of the 1-inch rounding algae can be called the hero of Lang Yinyuan. The 7 Peak Masters had different opinions, and 4 of them, headed by Tianshu Peak Master Duan, agreed to let Zhu Wuyu brothers and sisters stay in Lang Yinyuan. Master Yu of Yuheng Peak and Kong Fang of Tianji Peak presided over a neutral attitude, and it didn't matter whether they stayed or not. Only Peak Master Du of Tiangshan Peak expressed strong opposition. I don't deny that Zhu Wuyu is a talent, even a genius. But the greater the ability, the greater the trouble in the future. Of course, we can't treat her badly even after she has made such a great contribution. As long as she puts forward a condition, we can agree to it. However, she cannot be allowed to stay in Lang Yinyuan no matter what. Duan of Tianshu Peak said with a wry smile, "I'll do, don't you think about it, if she is not allowed to stay in Lang Yinyuan, what will happen to her army of sea snakes? As long as she wants to, she can disturb the Sea of New Moon until it becomes restless." Du Fengzhu, I just said that she is not a law-abiding person. Maybe she took the sea snake army to blackmail us. At this time, Fang Shi, who was receiving the masters in the Yushu Pavilion, sneezed. Grandma is a bear, who is scolding me. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10 masters saw her sneezing, and immediately became nervous. Those who took the pills, those who felt the pulse, those who put on the talismans, and those who put on the formation. Zhang Wen who was pushed into the corner. Are you exaggerating so much? My junior sister just sneezed, not about to quack. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 480 How about I call blood invincible in the future? Fang Shi also felt that these masters were exaggerating. She quickly said that she was fine, and Elder Hua and the others were relieved. Immediately afterwards, it began, the competition for favor. At this moment, Fang Shi felt that being an emperor was not that easy, not to mention anything else. If a group of concubines were surrounded by chattering, it would be troublesome enough. Fortunately, her skills in serving water are excellent, making Elder Hua and the others feel that they are the most important one, and they're all smiling. The gentleman in the corner sighed to himself. Let alone 10, he can't even settle for 2. Fang Shi brought the topic to the 7 Peak Masters, and then said, Masters, do you think the 7 Peak Masters will agree with me and my brother staying? Elder Hua immediately said, there are so many of us interceding with you, I don't think it's a big problem. Elder Drunk and others also have the same opinion, and they all feel that the situation is relatively optimistic. Pavilion Master XE shook his head. The 7 Peak Masters didn't express their views immediately, and I'm afraid they didn't reach a unified opinion in advance. In addition, don't forget, there are 7 Supreme Elders. Even if the 7 Peak Masters agreed, they had to be consulted for instructions. The Masters of the 7 Supreme Elders had some relationship with Zhu Buwan, and it was not a pleasant relationship. I'm afraid things will have to go through some twists and turns. Elder Hua and the others were a little worried. I forgot about the 7 Supreme Elders. Fang Shi asked curiously, what's the relationship between their master and my grandfather? Pavilion Master XE hesitated for a moment, and after opening the isolation array, he said, Zhu Baihuan is a peerless genius born once in tens of thousands of years, and he can beat a lot of elders when he is teaching his disciples personally. When he was successful in his studies, he challenged the 7 Supreme Elders at that time, who are the masters of the 7 Supreme Elders today. At the beginning, he challenged 1 person at a time, then 2 people at a time, and 7 of them at the last time. What is embarrassing is that the 7 Supreme Elders teamed up to barely draw with him. Zhu Buwan uttered nonsense at that time, and all the 7 Supreme Elders vomited blood in anger. Not only that, he also occupied the Wei Holy Land where the Supreme Elders were, and drove the 7 Supreme Elders to teach in the Dharma Teaching Hall. What he said was that Lang Yinyuan doesn't support idlers. Since you are not worthy of the title of Supreme Elder, then go to teach and don't treat yourself as if you are full for nothing. Fang Shi. My good grandpa. You are really good at offending people. However, this reckless style is a bit handsome. Pavilion Master XE continued. Later, it was the island owner at the time who came forward, and this matter came to an end. The 7 Supreme Elders wanted to regain their status, and felt that the apprentices they had accepted before were too mediocre, so they carefully selected a group of young children from all over the demon race for screening, and selected 7 of them. That is, the 7 Supreme Elders today. So they must be very hostile to you, and things are a little tricky. After Fang Shi heard it, she blinked her eyes. We have an island owner in Langyun Abyss. Why hasn't anyone mentioned it before? Pavilion Master XE, why does this child's focus always go astray? Still, he explained. Back then, blood-devouring Huan poked a big hole in the island protection array, and the island owner exhausted his efforts to repair the island protection array, and died. Although everyone on the island later wanted to elect the island owner, there was still no suitable candidate, and the position of the island owner was left vacant over time. Fang Shi couldn't help but think of Old Man Chai. That old guy has such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't be the island owner who died in the day, right? Did Quiet Mimi cheat her corpse? Or was there another secret at the beginning? Thinking of this, she asked Pavilion Master XE, what is the island master's name? Yuan Wenchen. She couldn't help but nodded. What a good name, it sounds very domineering, comparable to my grandpa's name. How about I change my name too, instead of calling it Zhu Wuyu, how about calling it Zhu Wudi? Pavilion Master XE and the others. You just call blood shameless. Fang Shi was just joking, to liven up the atmosphere. Masters, don't worry too much. Even if the 7 Supreme Elders have some prejudice against me, they will not directly veto it for the sake of face. They will definitely put forward certain conditions or let me participate in some assessment. 818 novels. At that time, the soldiers will come to cover the water and soil. Today, our masters and apprentices gather together, don't talk about these annoying things, and the host, let's have a good time. Elder Ni said with a smile. Wuyu is right, the 7 Supreme Elders are also shameless people, they won't veto it all at once, we just listen to it. Besides, Wuyu also has an army of sea snakes. Others dare not enter the Sea of New Moon on weekdays, but she can enter at any time. Even if the 7 Peak Masters don't let her enter the island, it doesn't matter. Let's build a few houses at the barrier and teach her through the barrier. The dead elder sneered after hearing this. I don't think there is any need to go to such trouble, if they don't agree to Wuyu staying on the island, let the army of sea snakes mess up the Sea of the New Moon. I respect them, they are the Supreme Elders, if I don't respect them, they're shit. The drunk elder scolded angrily, shut up. At this time, he admired Pavilion Master XE's foresight very much, and opened the isolation formation in advance, otherwise it would be bad for the 7 elders to hear such outspoken words. The cultivation base of the 7 Supreme Elders has reached the peak level, even the suzerain of the Southern Longevity Sect may not be their opponents. Of course, the Longevity Sect must also have hidden masters, that's another matter. The dead elder also knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, but he couldn't hold back his face and stuck his neck. Am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Fang Shi said with a smile, Master, what you said is absolutely correct, as the Supreme Elder, you must consider the problem from the whole perspective and have a structure. If an unfair decision is made because of a little personal grievance, it would be a bit uncoordinated. The dead elder was stunned immediately. It has to be my apprentice. Speak to me all the time. Fang Shi changed the topic, Master, there are some words as long as our family knows clearly, we still have to be careful, lest misfortune come out of our mouths. The dead elder nodded hurriedly, I see, I will pay more attention in the future. The drunk elder and others. You just keep going. Only my dear apprentice can cure you, a stubborn donkey. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 481 You still have a good nose. Fang Shi said a few more words to cheer up the atmosphere, and then began to let people prepare the banquet. Most of the ingredients are good things she looted from the sea beasts of Huoshan. After Fang Shi consulted several masters, she also called Mu Wenwen, Situ Shou and Tao Xinglin over. Zhang Wen thinks this is good, otherwise he would be the only one hiding in the corner as a quail, and now he has a companion. After the 3 of Mu Wenwen arrived, Fang Shi gave each of them a big gift bag. Although it can't be compared with Elder Hu's apprentice gift pack, they're still very rare and good things. For once, Mu Wenwen felt that her master, Elder Fang, was out of his mind. As long as he is more flexible, he will also have a part in today's banquet. Fang Shi has no opinion on Elder Fang, Cabbage and Radish have their own loves, and she is not a magic crystal, so it is impossible for everyone to like her. Situ Shou and Tao Xinglin felt a little uncomfortable, feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles. Zhang Wen immediately went over to chat with them, plus Mu Wenwen is a heartless master, the atmosphere at their table soon became relaxed. When he was slightly tipsy, Situ Shou said to Zhang Wen, Brother and Fang, to be honest, I thought your sister was 120 times unpleasant. But now I am convinced. Convinced and admired. I won't talk about her ability, the key point is that she is interesting. I really didn't expect that she could still invite me and give me gifts. I always thought that I would never see money back. Tao Xinglin also said with a blushing face, I won't say anything superfluous, from now on, the affairs of junior sister Wuyu will be my affairs. Zhang Wen smiled and said a few polite words, looking like a good old man. Even Mu Wenwen felt that he was more honest than herself. When everyone was pushing glasses and changing glasses, an unexpected visitor came. The old man Chai walked in with 3 shakes, holding a wine gourd in his hand, and said drunkenly, Little girl, why don't you greet me if you have something delicious? When Fang Shi saw him, she thought of the mouthful of sand on the bottom of the sea. Old man, I was about to invite you, but you came unexpectedly. You still have a good nose. I found them from a mountain top. Must be smelling meaty bones, right? Old man Chai. Although I have no evidence, I suspect that you are calling me a dog. Elder Shang has always been displeased with his junior, so he immediately said with a cold face. What are you doing here? Get out of here. It's not that he doesn't love this junior, it's just that this incompetent thing is too embarrassing. His patience has long since run out. Old Chai acted as if he hadn't heard, squeezed between Zhang Wen and Tao Xinglin, picked up the chopsticks and ate, especially picking out the expensive ones. Especially for the ice porridge boiled by Wan in Shuanbinglao. His heart is bleeding. This is all mine. I eat hard. You can recover some losses by eating a little. Fang Shi talked with Elder Hua for a while, and then they came to Jun Wen's table. She poured a glass of wine for Old Man Chai and a cup of tea for herself, and said with a smile, "Old man, come, let me toast you." Old Chai was so focused on eating that he didn't even raise his head. Fang Shi was not embarrassed either. She took a sip of tea by herself, and said slowly, "Old man, have you heard about everyone petitioning for me? I heard that many people were moved by the scene where I kissed the sand on the seabed. You said, why did I do such a passionate thing at that time? I heard that this scene has been included in one of the top 10 touching scenes in Langyunyuan." Cough cough, cough cough cough. Old Chai almost choked to death. That's right, he did it. He wanted Fang Shi to make a fool of himself in order to vent his anger. Who knew that this girl had such a strong resilience and such a thick skin? She forcibly painted her own face with a layer of gold. He didn't get angry, but he fulfilled her good reputation. The more Old Chai thought about it, the more furious he became, and he gave Fang Shi a hard look. Seeing the 10 idiots at another table, their heads were buzzing. He sneered coldly, "Little girl, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. If you want to stay in Langyunyuan, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky." Fang Shi smiled and said, "The more difficult things are, the more interesting they are. I like to overcome some difficult problems. Besides, what's so difficult about ascending to the sky? As soon as the eyes are closed and the legs are kicked, isn't it the funeral?" Old Man Chai's eyes flickered slightly, and he always felt that there was something in this dead girl's words. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, everyone went back to the room to rest. Considering that the 7 peak masters might be summoned at any time, Elder Hua and the others also rested in the Beast Pavilion. The Royal Beast Pavilion occupies a large area, and there are plenty of vacant rooms. Fang Shi was a little stuffed, so he and Jungwen went for a walk by the lake. The sea beasts in the great lake trembled with fear one by one, and all dived to the bottom of the lake, not even daring to spit out a bubble. Fang Shi felt a little funny, and said to Jungwen, "These sea beasts interpret an idiom very well." Jungwen immediately said, "The bird of fright." Seeing the appreciative eyes of his little junior sister, Jungwen felt that he was awesome. Not to mention anything else, as far as the tacit understanding between him and the junior sister is, no one can match it. It's not that he's bragging, that group of masters combined doesn't have as much weight as him in the heart of the little junior sister. He has this confidence. They accepted junior sister as their apprentice, because they took a fancy to junior sister's aptitude. The relationship between him and his junior sister is much purer, there is no interest involved at all. In addition, the strong wind knows the strong grass, and the loyal minister meets the tough. The brother-sister relationship between him and his junior sister has passed the test of life and death. When Jungwen was writing a small composition in his mind, Fang Shi suddenly dragged him into the water. Jungwen was taken aback. Junior sister didn't drink too much, why did she start drinking like crazy? Not only was he startled, but the sea beasts hiding at the bottom of the lake were also startled. Why did the female devil jump in? Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi was heard shouting, "Sea beast army, escort." Those sea beasts froze for a moment, and one of them, the conspicuous Bao, swam to Fang Shi's side first. Seeing this, other sea beasts quickly swam over. Regardless of what tricks this female devil is doing, just be obedient. Soon, Fang Shi and Jungwen were surrounded by a large group of sea beasts. Fang Shi stood in the water and scolded. "Some people, just because they're old and disrespectful. I like to do some sneaky things when I have nothing to do. What a waste of his age. My grandfather is better, although he acts recklessly, he is above board and will never do such sneaky things." In the dark, Old Man Chai, who originally wanted to kick Fang Shi off the lake. She couldn't detect his approach in the sea before, but now she can detect it. How did she do it? In the end, Old Man Chai gritted his teeth and left. Halfway through, Old Man Chai found a suspicious point. Why did that dead girl suspect him? After thinking about it, I thought of a suspect. In the dark river, the monster with arms and legs is rejoicing that today is a day when the arms and legs are still healthy. Then, Old Man Chai came. The 12 arms and legs trembled suddenly. Did you betray me? Otherwise, why did that dead girl suspect me? How did she know that I was hiding my strength? Knowing that he couldn't hide it, the brachiopod monster took the initiative to cut off one of his own arms, and tremblingly told what happened last time. After finishing the calf, he must be hacked into a bear pole now. Unexpectedly, Old Chai didn't speak for a while. After a long time, he said, "You mean that the whirlpool appeared because of her?" "Ah, yes, she asked that Violent Murray to dance for her, and in the end, she broke the formation above the vortex in a daze." After a long time, Old Man Chai let out a long sigh and left. Not even the arms and legs cut off by the brachiopod monster. Brachiopod monster. If I had known earlier, I would not have cut it. Too much in advance. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 482, just a bit old. The brachiopod monster wants to cry but has no tears. It's easy to cut it off, but it's hard to connect it up. To be exact, this thing can't be connected. Fortunately, it has its own storage space, which can lock water and keep fresh. It will still be a refreshing and good food when the Old Man Chai comes next time. After it put its arms and legs into the storage space, it muttered in its heart, "The old man is a little abnormal." It seems that there is a lot of mystery in that vortex. But also, what comes out of it is all good stuff, it must be unusual. Forget it, these things are too brain intensive, it's better to sleep. At this time, Fang Shi and Jungwen had returned to their respective rooms. They did not tell Elder Hua and the others about this matter. Firstly, it was groundless, and secondly, although old man Chai was a bit wicked, he had no ill intentions towards them, so there was no need to expose him. Early the next morning, the 7 Peak Masters called Elder Hua and others over, including Feng Shi and Junwen. The eyes of the 7 Peak Masters all fell on Feng Shi and Junwen. The time spent on Feng Zai's body was obviously more. The little girl looks ordinary, but her smile is very pleasing. As for Junwen, he looks like an honest man. After looking at it for a long time, Duan Fengzhu of Tianshu Peak said, "We consulted the 7 Supreme Elders regarding the fate of the brothers and sisters of the blood family. What they meant was to let the brothers and sisters of the blood family compete with the 7 sons of Wei. If they win, they can stay. If they lose, they will be rewarded generously and leave the island within a limited time." The faces of Elder Hua and the others suddenly became ugly. The dead elder even wanted to curse. But thinking of the instruction from the precious apprentice, he endured it. The so-called 7 sons of Wei are direct disciples of the 7 Supreme Elders. They only stay in Wei Resort on weekdays and rarely appear in front of people. It sounds like they're young, but in fact they are all middle-aged, and all of them are in the middle stage of transformation. And let the brothers and sisters of the blood family fight 7 against 2. This is not to let them win at all. Elder Hua snorted coldly. 818 novels. There is a huge gap in cultivation between the brothers and sisters of the blood family and the 7 sons of Wei, and there is also a huge difference in the number of people. The brothers and sisters of the blood family have no possibility of winning. In this case, there is no need to compete. When March is over, let the brothers and sisters leave the island directly. Du Fengzhu of Tiangshan Peak immediately said, "It's so good, then don't compare." He felt that the move of the 7 Supreme Elders was very wise, and they directly told the brothers and sisters of the blood family to quit, saving a lot of trouble. Elder Hua and others were so angry that they were itching their teeth when they heard what Peak Master Du said. At this time, Feng Shi saluted and said, "Can the younger generation say a few words?" Du Fengzhu snorted coldly, "Say." Feng Shi sighed. "My brother and I didn't want to stay in Langyuan, but just wanted to fulfill my grandfather's last wish. His old man's reputation in Langyuan is not very good, so he wants us brothers and sisters to make more contributions to Langyuan. We did the same thing after we entered the island, not to mention that we did our best to die. But obviously, the 7 Supreme Elders didn't want us to stay. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the competition proposed by the 7 Supreme Elders was unfair. My brother and I had little hope of winning. It stands to reason that my brother and I should leave gracefully, and I will still be my blood demon saint when I go back, and my brother will still be Sheik. However, if I just shrink back like this, I will have no face to visit my grandfather's grave. There is no counselor in our blood family who is defeated without a fight. At the beginning, my grandfather was able to sweep away 7 Supreme Elders by himself. Although I am not talented, I am my grandfather's granddaughter at least, so I cannot embarrass him. I don't think there is any need to compare with the 7 sons of Wei. My brother and I will directly challenge the 7 Supreme Elders." Du Fengzhu. Everyone. Pavilion Master Xe's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Worry-free, don't talk nonsense. Children in every family really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Besides, it is impossible for the 7 Supreme Elders to propose such an obviously unfair competition. There must be something else hidden. Otherwise, if this matter spreads out, people will say that the 7 sons of Wei bully the small with the big, and win the few with the many, which is not good for the 7 sons of Wei's reputation. How will they convince the crowd when they take over as the Supreme Elder in the future?" Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak heard the words and said with a smile, "I guess we misheard. I will ask the Supreme Elder again." He still has a good impression of Feng Shi, and when Feng Shi came here, he lived in Tianshu Peak, so he felt a little close. In fact, he also felt that the decision of the 7 Supreme Elders was a bit petty, but with their identities in place, it was hard to say anything. Now it is time to pass the words through the mouth of Pavilion Master Xe, and see how the 7 Elders decide what to decide. After a while, Duan Fengzhu received a reply. "It's true that we misheard. The meaning of the 7 Supreme Elders is to test the strength of Lang Yinyuan's disciples by the way. So I want you brothers and sisters to find 5 more direct disciples to form a team, and then compete with Wei's 7 sons." Elder Hua and others thought, let alone find 5 more direct disciples, even if they find 50 more, it is impossible to win. Pavilion Master Xe knows that this should be the bottom line of the 7 Supreme Elders. They were determined to drive the brothers and sisters of the blood family out of Lang Yinyuan. Really petty. However, it may also be that the teacher's fate is too difficult. After all, the first 7 elders simply hated Zhu Bawan to death. Feng Shi also guessed this, and suddenly smiled. That's it. However, since it is necessary to have a familiar time for forming a team, can the competition time be denied after 10 days? After asking for instructions, Duan Fengzhu nodded, yes. Ellipsis. After returning to the Royal Beast Pavilion, Elder Hua and the others all looked resentful. Although they later agreed to let the brothers and sisters of the blood family form a team, adding 5 more personal transfers would have little effect, and there was no hope of winning at all. Pavilion Master Xe asked Feng Shi, "Who are you going to team up with?" Feng Shi said with a smile, "Naturally let my family do such a good thing, let my 2 senior brothers and sister Wanwan go together. Counting Situ Shou, Tao Xinglan and New Wanwan, you are only 5 people, what about the other 2? Feng Shi thought for a while and said, Tianshu Peak Xizun has a good character, and he should like this kind of challenging thing. I will invite him to try it later. Pavilion Master Xe nodded, Yizun is indeed a good candidate. What about the other one? Feng Shi smiled meaningfully, Old Chai. Puff. Elder Shang, who was drinking tea, spewed out the tea. Are you crazy? You are asked to find a direct disciple to form a team, what are you doing with that drunkard? Feng Shi blinked and blinked, isn't Old Man Chai a direct disciple? Elder Shang was stunned. Old Man Chai, as his younger brother, is naturally a direct disciple, because he does nothing and has no position, and now he is still a direct disciple. Just a little old. There is another chapter, about 10:30, some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 483 Senior Personal Disciple. Elder Shang was puzzled and said, even if he's a direct disciple, he's a poor man, who can't you turn to? Why do you have to turn to him? Fang Shi said slowly. An old man in a family is like a treasure. Although the old man Chai is a bit mediocre, he has a lot of knowledge after all, and he might be able to play a big role in critical times. Besides, even if it is replaced by other direct disciples, it seems that there is not much difference, right? Elder Shang thought it was true, whoever would have lost in this competition. He was very dissatisfied with the 7 supreme elders. The same is true for Elder Hua and others. That means you can't defeat them, otherwise they all want to usurp the throne. What a piece of shit. Forget it, if you lose, you lose. At worst, you will meet the little apprentice at the bottom of the sea in the future, and slowly figure it out. After the discussion was completed, Fang Shi jumped around looking for someone. She went to find Mu Wanwen first. After hearing this, Mu Wanwen agreed without saying a word. Sister Wu Yu's affairs are her affairs, even if she is sure to lose in the end, then she has to support her. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi found Situ Shou. Although Situ Shou felt that this competition was a one-sided bloody abuse, he still agreed. At any rate, the gold-swallowing beast gave him the money back, so he had to do his brother's favor. Coming out of Situ Shou, Fang Shi found Tao Xinglan. Tao Xinglan also fully agreed. Anyway, he had suffered a heavy blow from Fang Shi before, so it would be okay to let the 7 sons of Wei take another blow. Fang Shi came to look for Yi Zun again. Yi Zun was surprised to see Fang Shi. It was even more surprising to hear her coming. However, after thinking about it, he agreed. Although he knew that there was a gap between him and the 7 sons of Wei, he still wanted to see him. Only when you have seen the scenery at a high place can you be more motivated to climb up. Finally, Fang Shi came to look for Old Man Chai. The Old Man Chai was holding a wine gourd, lying in the yard basking in the sun drunkenly. Seeing Fang Shi coming, he raised his eyelids slightly. Grandpa, the Supreme Elder asked me to form a team with my own disciples to compete with the 7 sons of Wei. Can you make up the number for me? Old Man Chai. Make up. You know how to talk. He rolled his eyes. I asked you to find a direct disciple. Why are you looking for me? Fang Shi said with a smile, because you are a senior direct disciple. Old Man Chai. Get lost. No time. Go find whoever you want. 3 gourd wine. No time. 5 gourd wine, plus 10,000-year-old black ice algae. Old Chai jumped up. When will the competition be? Now. Fang Shi. You are richer than me. Fang Shi smiled meaningfully. Old man, these 10 clusters of 10,000-year-old black ice algae are not just the cost of forming a team, you have to be our instructor during these 7 days. Old Chai's eyes flickered. Let me be a teacher. Teach you how to drink. Fang Shi said leisurely, you can do it if you want, I have no objection. The eyes of the two met, and they both saw each other's foxtail wagging and wagging from each other's eyes. In the end, Old Man Chai still agreed, but the price was increased to clusters of mysterious ice algae. Fang Shi also agreed. It's just an installment payment. First give him 3 clumps as a deposit, teach him 1 clump a day, and give him the remaining few clumps after the competition is over. It's like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey pulling a cart, so energetic. Old Chai cursed a few words and agreed. Fang Shi immediately informed Mu Wanwen and others to go to Longyu Pond for training. Deacon Zhu and Deacon Qian of Dragon Fish Pond have already repaired the courtyard wall that was damaged by the puppet pig, and even expanded the area outside on purpose. It happened to be convenient for Fang Shi to use as a training ground. After everyone arrived, Fang Shi immediately delivered a speech. Everyone, I know that you feel that this competition has no chance of winning, and the reason why you agreed to join the team is probably to support my brother and me. I won't say thank you, see you later. Let's continue to talk about the competition, although in terms of book strength, we are indeed inferior to each other. But we also have our strengths. First, the 7 sons of Wei have been cultivating in Wei Shangdi all the time. Although they are much older than us, their experience are not as good as ours, not to mention lack of heart. Situ Shou and others. Although what you said is not pleasant, it seems to have some truth. In addition to cultivation, the 7 sons of Wei are cultivation, so they must be worse in dealing with the world. Fang Shi continued. Secondly, they think they are much stronger than us, so they will inevitably underestimate the enemy, and we can find opportunities from it. Situ Shou and others felt that this was also very reasonable. The so-called arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. Once they underestimate the enemy, there will be loopholes. Fang Shi went on to say. Third, they rely on their status and must be concerned about face. We are different. We have always had the mentality of the weak attacking the strong, so we don't have to worry about face at all. Shameless as much as possible. From now on, forget about the face. I'm shameless, I'm glorious. I am shameless, I am honored. I am shameless, I am invincible. Situ Shou and the others. In terms of shamelessness, we can't catch up with you even on horseback. They thought Fang Shi had finished speaking, but unexpectedly Fang Shi said again. Finally, and most importantly, we have a very good lesson, that is Mr. Chai. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Especially Tao Xinglan. Others don't know Old Man Chai's virtues, but as a nephew, he knows it too well. This is an alcoholic. Still an old trash. Junior sister Wu Yu asked him to teach them. Crazy. But his master said that he should listen to his junior sister in everything, so he had no choice but to hold back the words that came to his lips. Fang Shi smiled and said to Old Man Chai, "Master Chai, please say a few words." Old Chai took a sip of his wine and glanced at the crowd with drunken eyes. For some reason, Tao Xinglan and the others felt their scalps go numb, and subconsciously corrected their standing posture. Old Chai said drunkenly, "Since you let me be the teacher, you have to listen to me. Now run around the big lake for me. I won't let you stop and no one will stop." Fang Shi ran out first. Zhang Wen followed closely behind. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow. Tao Xinglan whispered to Situ Shou beside him. "The old drunkard asked us to run. Is his brain flooded? With our cultivation base, it is no problem to run 100 or 80 laps." Situ Shou also felt that Old Man Chai was fooling around, so he agreed a few words casually. When the two were talking, they felt that their legs weighed 1,000 katis, and every step was extremely difficult. They looked forward, and the 4 people in front were still running, which seemed to have no effect. The two had no choice but to grit their teeth and persist. After a while, they were already sweating profusely, panting heavily. On the second lap, Mu Wanwen in front also started to slow down. Yi Zun's clothes were already soaked in sweat, but seeing that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's pace was still the same as before, he took a deep breath and quickened his pace. On the third lap, Yi Zun's speed slowed down. On the fourth lap, Zhang Wen also slowed down. Only Fang Shi is running happily like a light and agile deer. Suddenly, Old Man Chai roared angrily. "Zhu Wu, take off those broken boots for me. You damn girl. If you're not careful, you'll take advantage of it. My colorful enveloping corals and my 10,000-year ice algae are all gone like this. My heart hurts so much. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 484, is it true?" Fang Shi looked innocent. "You didn't say you can't wear boots. I can't run barefoot, right?" She switched to a normal pair of boots, though. Tao Xinglan and Situ Shou, who were exhausted, looked at each other. They felt that it was time to find a sense of superiority. The only chance to crush the little junior sister has come. The potential of the two exploded, and they jumped out. Ideal is plump, reality is skinny. They were so excited that they slowed down after less than half a quarter of an hour. They really couldn't run. Looking at Fang Shi again, she still occupies the number 1 position, her footsteps are still so brisk, and she even hums a little song. Situ Shou gasped and said, "Old Chai was found by her, so maybe he will give her some preferential treatment." Tao Xinglan also thought so. The little junior sister is indeed powerful, but she is only amazingly talented in some skills, and her cultivation is far behind them. They were all so tired, how could she be fine? Mostly it was Old Man Chai who watched people order dishes with partiality. When Old Man Chai heard what they said, he was so angry. He was indeed eccentric, and he did treat Fang Shi preferentially. It's just that the coercion he exerted on Fang Shi was even heavier. As a result, the dead girl didn't seem to be affected at all. In fact, Fang Shi was still affected a little bit, and her sea of consciousness stings, but she is used to it, so she doesn't take it seriously at all. 2 hours later, Situ Shou, Tao Xinglan and Mu Wanwen were all paralyzed in place, unable to run anymore. Even if someone puts a sword on their necks now, they can't run anymore. Old Chai asked them to meditate immediately. Situ Shou was about to beep, but seeing Old Man Chai's cold eyes, he held back. It is said that this Old Man Chai is an old trash. Why does he look so perverted? What the hell? The 3 of them did not dare to raise any objections, so they could only meditate on the spot. 818 novels. In fact, Yi Zun had reached the limit of his tolerance, but when he saw the brothers and sisters of the Zhu family still running, he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. At this point, it's all about willpower. Zhang Wen was a little better than him, but he ran very hard, and his throat felt a little salty. Grandma is a bitch, isn't she going to vomit blood? But seeing that Yi Zun was still following, he could only grit his teeth and persist. I can't embarrass my little junior sister. Sworn to defend the second position. After another quarter of an hour, Old Man Chai asked Zhang Wen and Yi Zun to stop and immediately meditate. The 2 of them were eager to have a step down, so they stopped in a hurry. Now, Fang Shi is the only one left. Old Man Chai began to treat her a little bit, and all the coercion was exerted on her alone. Shi Hai's discomfort was secondary. The key was his legs. They only felt like they weighed 1,000 kilograms, and it took a lot of effort to lift them up every time. Fang Shi even suspected that these 2 legs had betrayed and refused to obey her orders. Even so, she persisted. Old Man Chai squinted his eyes and thought, this damn girl is quite resilient. Finally, Fang Shi couldn't run anymore, collapsed on the ground, and began to meditate as Old Man Chai said. Fang Shi was surprised to find that the meridian absorbed the magic energy much faster than usual. It seems that Old Man Chai really has 2 brushes. When Fang Shi and the others were cultivating, Old Man Chai sipped and drank there, and even caught a purple-finned dragonfish and roasted it with the wine. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhu looked at each other. Deacon Zhu was the first to say. Recently, the purple-finned arowana is in the mating period, and some male fish often die because of fighting, and even the corpses are eaten by each other. Deacon Qian nodded. Yes, there is no way to avoid this situation. After all, reproduction is a big deal, and occasional losses are normal. The main feature is a tacit understanding and tacit cooperation. Otherwise, what should I do? Even if they went to file a complaint, it would be fine if Old Man Chai kept his blood without worries, but they were definitely going to be unlucky. 2 hours later, Old Man Chai asked Fang Shi and the others to stop their cultivation, and then gave each of them a pill that gave off an unpleasant smell. Fang Shi swallowed it without saying a word. Junwen saw it and swallowed it. The others had no choice but to close their eyes and swallow it. After a while, Junwen and the others lost their eyesight and fainted. Seeing that everyone else had fainted, Fang Shi didn't seem to be in a good position not to faint, so she also pretended to faint, but her eyelashes were shaking and shaking. Old Man Chai. He stepped forward and kicked Fang Shi into the lake. Fang Shi poked her head out in the lake. Old man, it's not my fault, it's because your medicine is not effective enough, or you can give me 10 or 8 more pills. Old Man Chai was so angry that he threw the wine gourd out with his hands. Unfortunately, Fang Shi judged it in advance and ducked into the water. Old Chai was so angry that he hummed, "This damn girl is slippery, too difficult to deal with." After a while, Fang Shi climbed up and handed Old Man Chai a bowl of Wanyan ice porridge made from Wanyan black ice algae with a smile. Old Chai glared at her, but still took it and started eating. It's sweet and delicious, and the key point is that it's ice cold. This damn girl will enjoy it. Fang Shi saw that the expressions of Junwen and others were constantly changing, but they were basically negative emotions, fear, despair. Old man, are they trapped in an illusion at this time? Old Chai didn't say a word. Fang Shi knew that he was acquiescing, and was very curious about what kind of illusion Junwen they fell into, and sighed. Old man, why do you think I didn't get hit? I am so sorry. Old Man Chai. The next moment, Fang Shi felt a little trance. She was surprised to find that the dead ghost grandfather in the grave was standing in front of her. Zhu Bawan was dressed in a red robe, laughing wildly. My dear granddaughter, you are doing well. Just to disturb Lang Yinyuan, to slap all of them in the face. Come, give Grandpa a kowtow. Fang Shi frowned. Grandpa, why do you smile so wretchedly? A bit like Old Man Chai. The next moment, Fang Shi was kicked into the lake again. Old Chai was so angry. You are wretched. 18 generations of your family's ancestors are wretched. You can call me soppy, but you can't call me wretched. This is an insult to my personality. Fang Shi was also very wronged. She didn't see through the illusion just now, but she really felt that Zhu Baihuan's smile was a bit like Old Man Chai. If you want to blame it, you can blame Old Man Chai for not being able to weave illusions well. Lay on her. Thinking of this, Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. Weaving illusions is a special skill of the Sun tribe. How can Old Man Chai weave illusions? But after thinking about it, the Yan clan was separated from the Demon clan after all, and it is not surprising that there are related exercises in Lang Yinyuan. Fang Shi said a basket full of good words, and gave Old Man Chai a gourd of wine, finally coaxing Old Man Chai. She asked curiously, Old man, what illusion did they fall into? It's nothing, it's just being chased and killed by the 7 sons of Wei, resurrected after death, and then hunted and killed again. Isn't it interesting? Fang Shi nodded in agreement. It's really interesting. It's a pity I can't experience it, it must be fun. Junwen, who finally struggled out of the illusion. People say no. Continue at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 485 Is your grandpa alright? Old Chai was a little surprised when he realized that Junwen had woken up. Then he gave him another pill. Junwen. Before fainting, he heard Old Man Chai ask Fang Shi. What interesting method can you tell me? Fang Shi said with a smile. Although I mobilized them ideologically, they're still very afraid of the 7 sons of Wei, thinking that it is an insurmountable mountain. Now they are being chased and killed by Wei 7 sons again and again in the illusion, and they have experienced the fear and despair over and over again, and they will naturally become numb after more times. When he really confronts Wei 7 sons, he won't be timid. This move of yours is to put yourself to death and come back to life. In addition, no matter who is chased and killed again and again, there will be resentment in his heart. With this resentment, motivation will naturally come. They will definitely work very hard in the future, so as not to be rubbed on the ground by the 7 sons of Wei in reality. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she looked at Old Man Chai begging for praise. Old Man Chai snorted coldly. Only know one, don't know the other, pretend to be smart. I let them experience the illusion, mainly to let them familiarize themselves with the skills and moves of Wei 7 sons, so as not to be caught off guard. What you said is just incidental. When Fang Shi heard this, she was ashamed. You are right, I am narrow-minded. Ugh. She is so hard. For the sake of the old guy's self-esteem, he can only speak half of it. But Old Man Chai is really awesome. Isn't this equivalent to a simulated battlefield? As the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy, and win 100 battles. No matter how weak Junwen and the others are, they can still find some flaws in each other after several fights. Fang Shi was eager to try. Old man, you send me into the illusion too. I want to die too. Old Man Chai. I would like to send you in, but the key is that your spiritual sense is too strong, and you will soon see through the illusion and come out. But he couldn't hold back Fang Shi's soft-heartedness, so he had to let Fang Shi swallow 3 pills, and then weave illusions for her. Pills can relax people's consciousness, which is more conducive to weaving illusions. This time, Fang Shi deliberately made the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan not absorb the effects of the medicine. If anyone stopped her from dying, she would let her die badly. 5 spiritual roots. Die if you want. Stay away. Old Man Chai was sweating, and finally managed to let Fang Shi enter the illusion. Fang Shi saw Wei 7 sons in the illusion, but no matter how he looked at it, he still had the shadow of Old Man Chai. She wondered, could it be that the 7 sons of Wei were Old Man Chai's illegitimate son? She vaguely remembered that she was going to compete with the 7 Wei sons, but she can remember it after thinking about it carefully, and started to fight with the Wei 7 sons one by one in a daze. She used her little boots to run away and killed the red face in Wei 7 sons. She used all kinds of magic talismans to blow up the orange noodles in Wei 7 sons. She used poison erysipelas to kill the yellow face in Muwei's 7 sons. She pissed off the green face in Muwei's 7 sons with her mouth. Soon she discovered that the 7 sons of Muwei would come back to life after they died. So, she began to take turns to abuse blood again. Just by torturing and torturing, she gradually regained her clarity. Oh, so this is an illusion. And then woke up. She looked at Old Man Chai very sadly. Didn't you say that the 7 sons of Muwei in the Phantom Array? Why do I think they are the 7 wastes of Muwei? I have killed them 18 times. Old Man Chai. He was also helpless. Feng Zai's spiritual sense is too strong. Even if he forced her to fall into an illusion, the effect would be greatly reduced, and she would still have the upper hand. Feng Shi had no choice but to stop thinking about entering the illusion again, and wait for Junwen and the others to come out and ask. Old Chai took a sip of his wine, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Is your grandpa okay? Feng Shi glanced at him. It's good, lying on the grave is very comfortable. If you're bored, you can lie on the grave to get some air. The only bad thing is that the inscription on the tombstone is not objective, saying that the old man almost caused a catastrophe. Isn't this talking nonsense? Obviously, it has caused a catastrophe. When I go back, I will change it for him, so that he will die in peace. Old Chai kicked her into the lake again. You damn girl. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Feng Shi watched Old Man Chai pouring wine one gulp after another, thinking to himself, it seems that there is a story between him and Grandpa Shigi. Is it an irresistible friend or a lifelong enemy who cherishes each other? She said seriously. Old man, I was joking with you just now. However, my grandfather really cares about the inscriptions very much, and I came to Langyunyuan to see if there is any way to change the inscriptions. My grandfather was an unrivaled hero before he was alive, and he should have a good life after his death. It is already a great pity that I failed to be filial to him during his lifetime. Therefore, even if you do your best, you must help the old man fulfill his wish. I have to stay in this Langyunyuan, even if it hurts my head. Old Chai looked at her, but he didn't seem to be looking at her. It was as if he had seen that red-robed majestic arrogance again. After a long time, he said, if you want to win against the Muwei 7 sons, you have to rely on your own skills, and I won't make a move. Feng Shi looked at him with some surprise. Aren't you overestimating yourself? With your cultivation level, it's useless even if you make a move. Old Man Chai. The sadness in my heart has turned into anger. Slapping it with a palm, the lake around Feng Shi instantly formed a huge wave, lifting Feng Shi to a height of more than 3 feet. Feng Shi instantly felt the feeling of riding the wind and breaking the waves. So fun. If it wasn't for fear of scaring the purple-finned dragonfish, she really wanted Old Man Chai to take more shots. Old Chai looked at the smiling Feng Shi and felt powerless. Zhu Qihuan probably had his brain kicked by a donkey, and took such a thing as his granddaughter. Don't even give it to him for free. Feng Shi climbed up from the lake, and instead of talking to Old Man Chai, she walked aside, took out the introduction book on formations given to her by Pavilion Master Xe, and read it. Although she has worshipped Pavilion Master Xe as her teacher, she has no time to study now, so she can only take time to study by herself. Not to mention, formations are fun. In addition to the need for refining and talisman-making skills, the most important thing is layout and strategy. There are a total of 360 kinds of inherent formations in the formation, and the formation of these formations will be formed by combining these formations. But how to combine them to achieve the greatest effect depends on the individual's ability. She got into it quickly. Randomly picked up a wooden stick to write and draw on the ground. Suddenly, the lines on the ground burst into dazzling brilliance, and then Feng Shi was also shrouded in light. The Old Man Chai, who was still drinking in the distance, almost popped his eyes. Blessed by the devil. What did she do? The demon god blessed her. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 486. Old Man Chai is numb. Old Chai walked up to Feng Shi and looked at the lines on the ground. I was dumbfounded by this look. This is a formation he has never seen before. To be exact, I never thought of the possibility of combining these patterns. Logically speaking, there is no way to connect these patterns. How did she do it? Taking a closer look, she actually connected with a pattern that has never been seen before. In other words, this dead girl actually invented a new pattern. No wonder the demon god blessed her. You must know that the 360 formation patterns of the demon race have been used for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time someone has created a new formation pattern. Moreover, it is extremely rare to connect the array pattern, which will make it possible to combine many array patterns that could not be connected together. How did she do it? Did you have an in-depth study of formations at home before? Got advice from a senior? Then, he saw the book in Feng Shi's hand. Introduction to Formation. Old Man Chai. Don't tell him that this damn girl has never learned formations before. He doesn't believe it. Killing him can't believe it. He can't even invent new formations, so how could she, a dead girl who just started, invent new formations? Still let him live. With complicated feelings, Old Man Chai protects Feng Shi. Because he was so shocked, he even forgot to drink, and just stood there with a dull expression. The light on Feng Zai's body gradually dissipated, but she was still at the peak of the 9th level of condensation yuan, and did not form a pill. However, this is also normal. Forming a pill is a watershed, which is not so easy to cross. After a while, Feng Shi finished adjusting her breath and opened her eyes. There seems to be thousands of brilliance in the eyes, but when you look closely, they disappear suddenly. Old Chai thought he must be dazzled. What he is more concerned about now is, what's going on with this formation pattern? Did you invent it, or did your grandfather tell you? In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. After all, if it was invented by Zhu Qihuan, it is impossible for the demon god to bless Fang Shi. But he still wanted to fool himself. Fang Shi said weakly. I just drew it casually. The pattern is no different from the magic talisman. Since the magic talisman can be innovative, why can't the pattern be innovative? Just change it a little bit, it's so simple. This is not important, old man, you said that I have cultivated to this level, why can't I form alchemy all the time? Old Chai ignored her. His mind was full of what Fang Shi said just now. Yes, magic talismans can innovate, why do they stick to the 360 existing formations? They are all bound by rules and regulations. After a long while, he asked Fang Shi with complicated feelings. You really haven't learned formations before? No, I think it's too much trouble. However, I now find that this thing is very interesting, and many interesting formations can be combined casually. I just thought of another one, what do you think? As Fang Shi spoke, he began to draw on the ground. It turned out to be a new formation. Old Chai was about to speak when Fang Shi slapped his forehead. By the way, you can still draw like this. As he spoke, he drew a new formation. Old man Chai suppressed the shock in his heart. You. Old man, I thought of another one. Ellipsis. Old Chai was numb. Whatever. Draw if you like. Anyway, they are all new formations, not new formations, so there is nothing to make a fuss about. I don't envy or hate the dead girl's talent at all. I am normal. *M. 1000 for the first chapter, 3000 for the next chapter, estimated to be around 11:30. Since Yankang, I have been coughing, and my eyes are itchy and swollen. As a result, I went to test the allergens today. I am allergic to cat dander, and it is still very serious. The doctor asked me to send the cat away, but I was reluctant, and I wanted to work harder and think of some measures. In short, I felt very complicated and couldn't express it in words. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. *left previous home index next *right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 487 Fang Shi's eyes are shining. Old Chai looked at Fang Shi's stern look, and felt sour in his heart. In fact, it was entirely his unilateral pink eye disease. Fang Shi was already immersed in the joy of researching new formations, so she didn't think about it at all. She just wanted to share the joy of mastering new skills with Old Man Chai. It's a pity that Old Man Chai soaked in the vinegar jar. Sour and bubbling. He endured it, but did not hold back. Even if you invent 100 new formations, it's only on paper, you can only succeed if you engrave them on the formation disc. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Yes, father, you are so right. Talking about war on paper is not enough, I have to practice it in practice. I'm going to ask someone to help me buy dot matrix leaves. Fang Shi was about to greet Deacon Zhu when Old Man Chai snorted coldly. No need, I have it here, just give it to you. He couldn't wait to see how the dead girl was hid. No matter how talented you are, it will take a long time to draw a qualified array. Even the simplest 3-leaf array requires months of practice. While thinking about it, he gave Fang Shi dozens of blank formation leaves, and just as he was about to ask her if she needed a formation awl, he saw Fang Shi take out a formation awl from the storage ring. This formation cone is also transformed by the Shanhei Chankan brush. As long as Fang Shi moves his mind, it can freely transform between the talisman pen, the engraving pen and the array awl. Seeing Old Man Chai staring at the formation cone, Fang Shi explained. I got it by accident before, I thought it would be useless, but I didn't expect that I have turned into a magician now. Old Man Chai curled his lips, and he proclaimed himself a magician before he even curled his horoscope. This damn girl has a really thick skin. Fang Shi recalled how Old Chai carved the array leaves on the seabed before, and took a piece of array leaves to carve. It's a pity that because it was the first time to carve, the strength was not mastered well, and the array leaf shattered into 2 petals. Old Chai almost laughed out loud. However, he still pretended to comfort him. Little girl, don't be discouraged, it's normal. Being an array mage is not so easy, it needs thousands of practice. You have just practiced a waste of a formation leaf, it's too early. Fang Shi knew that he was reading a joke about her, but she didn't take it to heart, but pondered the reason for her failure in her heart. She picked up the Introduction to Formation, and flipped through it, recalling the details of Old Man Chai's carvings, and sketched in the void with the formation awl. Old Man Chai curled his lips like a ladle. This is cowardly, afraid to carve on the formation leaves. So, man, don't be too proud. No matter how good the talent is, it has to be down to earth, step by step. If you can carve a formation disc by just flipping through the book, there will be formation masters all over the world that day. Just as she was thinking, Fang Shi took a deep breath and began to carve on the blank array leaves. After a quarter of an hour, the carving of this formation leaf was completed. No cracks or cracks. Old Man Chai. It's just a leaf. If you have the ability, you can carve another piece. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fang Shi finished carving the second formation leaf. Old Man Chai snorted coldly, only 2 slices. The third piece is the key. Half a quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi finished carving the third array leaf. Old Man Chai gritted his teeth, so what if you carved 3 pieces? Exclamation mark. The most critical step is to connect the 3 array leaves together with the connecting array pattern. Without hundreds of thousands of exercises, it is impossible to succeed. Fang Shi didn't immediately carve the connecting pattern, but took out another book from the storage ring. Detailed explanation of connecting patterns. Old Man Chai. You know what you have learned and put it to use. After looking through it once, Fang Shi took the formation awl and gestured in the void for a while, and then began to carve connecting formation patterns on the 3 formation leaves assembled together. Suddenly, the patterns on the 3 array leaves flickered. Arrayed. Old Man Chai looked up at the sky silently. He seemed to understand why Zhu Bawan had accepted the girl as his granddaughter. Apart from other aspects, this dead girl is definitely a good material for a formation master. When he was in a daze, Fang Shi was already carving the 4-leaf array. When he came back to his senses, Fang Shi was already carving a 6-leaf array. Old Chai didn't want to talk anymore. He didn't want to suffer this torture again, so he kicked Junwen, who had woken up for the second time and pretended to be unconscious, into the lake. Junwen. Why am I always the one who's hurt? At this time, Yi Zan also woke up, but his face was very pale. After a while, the three of New Wonwen woke up one after another. His face was as white as a ghost. The body has been soaked in sweat. The sea of consciousness was throbbing even more painfully. Recalling what happened in the illusion, the body trembled unconsciously. There is certainly fear in this, but more is unwillingness. Old Chai gave them a kick and kicked them into the lake. Not to mention, being soaked in the lake water, the pores on the body are stretched. Quite comfortable. Half an hour later, Old Man Chai let Situ Shou and the others go ashore. Several people were tired and hungry, and collapsed on the ground. I thought Old Man Chai would let them go back to rest, but Old Man Chai actually asked them to get up and continue running. Situ Shou and others dared not speak out, so they had to follow suit. When Fang Shi was about to join the running team, Old Man Chai said, "You don't need to practice this, just follow me." Fang Shi didn't know why, but she still followed Old Man Chai. As soon as they left, Situ Shou and Tao Xinglan slowed down. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that they're lazy, it's that Old Man Chai's training is too intense. I can't take it anymore. As a result, the next moment, the two of them felt a stabbing pain in their consciousness, and hurriedly continued running. Situ Shou whispered to Tao Xinglan. Didn't everyone say that your uncle is an idiot? Why doesn't that seem to be the case? Tao Xinglan was speechless. It's already here, and you still use, seem. Fortunately, you are still a talisman maker. What about the brain? Did you get water in the lake just now? However, he also never dreamed that his master uncle has been hiding his clumsiness. Little junior sister insisted on pulling him to form a team. Did she already know about it before? How did she know? And NBBSP, at this time, Fang Shi had followed Old Chai to a secluded place. Old Man Chai took out a formation disc, and after it was activated, Fang Shi only felt a white light flash in front of his eyes. When he regained his sight, he was already in the dark river. Fang Shi's eyes were shining brightly. Teleport array disc. Or is it portable? Old Man Chai is really amazing. If you learn this, it will definitely be a good helper for running. Even if she doesn't need to run away, when she returns to Xuanchnong, she will install one in the courtyard of each senior brother, and she can flash into their courtyard to compete with them at any time. I don't know if the big brother and the others have cultivated well during her absence. Fang Shi suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and when she looked up, she saw the brachiopid monster not far away. The 13 eyes of the brachiopid monster are all round. How did the old man bring the small lost thief? You don't want to confront it face to face, do you? The first thought in Fang Shi's mind was, this big squid betrayed her. It's nothing. At this time, Old Man Chai said to her. Although you have mastered a lot of skills, your cultivation base is too poor, and your actual combat ability is not good. Let this trash be your sparring partner. When will you be able to get one of its arms and legs and then go up again? Fang Shi. Although the big squid is not particular, its cultivation level is not 130 better than hers. How can she be its opponent? Unless she summons the sea snake army in, she won't be able to defeat the opponent even if she is exhausted. Old Man Chai didn't care about these things. He sat aside, took a wine gourd and started drinking. Fang Shi and the brachiopid monster stared wide-eyed. To be precise, Fang Shi couldn't stare. After all, the brachiopid monster has too many eyes. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. I'll give you a clump of 10,000 years mysterious ice algae. Can you give me an arm and a leg? Old Chai sneered. You score the situation even if you want to be opportunistic. Although that trash has 12 arms and legs, they're all very precious. How could it be possible to give you one arm just because you gave it a clump of 10,000-year-old black ice algae? The next moment, he heard the arm-footed monster say in a low voice, okay. Deal. The brachiopid monster is overjoyed. The arm that it cut off by misjudging the situation before can finally be used for waste. It has not tasted the taste of myriad ice algae for a long time. I can finally satisfy my hunger. It and Fang Shi exchanged immediately, and both parties were very satisfied. Only the third party, Old Man Chai, was very angry. However, Fang Shi said with a sullen face. Grandpa, is my speed okay? Subduing others without fighting is just like me. Strength is important, but wisdom is also very important to win a competition. It's not that I said bad things about my grandfather behind his back, even though he is amazing and talented, but at most he is a general who charges into battle. I am different, I am a good material to be a commander. When she was blowing woody, Old Man Chai sent him over with a palm wind, and the creature was washed away by the waves dozens of feet away. Many seaweeds were also brought together by the huge waves, making Fang Shi into a rice dumpling. Fang Shi managed to clean the seaweed off her body, and said with a speechless expression. Old man, how can you turn your back on your face? That is to say, I have a thick skin, and someone with a thin skin would have had sex with you long ago. Old Man Chai, you know yourself well enough. The old man was a little depressed. He originally wanted the arm-foot monster to destroy Fang Shi's spirit, but in the end, she got the arm-foot without any effort. He couldn't do anything to Fang Shi, so he angered the brachial monster. If one of your arms is short, you will be unbalanced when you walk. Cut off another one. Brachiopid monster. What are you talking about? But he dared not speak out, and still cut off an arm and foot in a grievance. Fang Shi panicked because of the pain. Also feel a little sorry for it. So, before leaving, Fang Shi said to the arm-legged monster, I will bring some supplements to see you someday. The brachiopod monster's 12 arms and legs of different lengths are shaking again and again. Don't come here. Seeing you once, I will lose a wrist. We'd better never see each other again in this life. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 488, where to argue. When Old Man Chai and Fang Shi returned to the lake, Situ Shou and others were still running. Life is better than death. But compared to being killed again and again in the illusion before, it seems to be bearable. Fang Shi felt that since Old Man Chai said it was useless for her to run, she should continue studying the formation. Try to study several new formations against Huawei 7 Suns before the competition, and catch them by surprise. Old Man Chai couldn't help snorting when he heard her thoughts. The formations you have researched before are only the highest level formations. You want to deal with the Huawei 7 Suns in the mid-stage of fruition. Want to eat fart. However, in view of the previous slaps in the face, he didn't say anything, just rolled his eyes silently. Fang Shi didn't know what he was thinking, even if she knew, she didn't care. If she cared about these things, grass would probably grow on the grave. 2 hours later, the three of Situ Shou were paralyzed again. Zhang Wen and Yi Zun are gritting their teeth and persevering for the sake of unspoken competitiveness. If Old Man Chai hadn't told them to stop, they probably would have continued to climb even if they were climbing. Old Chai still asked them to meditate on the spot. This time the speed of absorbing magic energy is faster than before. Situ Shou said to Tao Xunglin secretly, this method is really good, but it's a bit useless. Tao Xunglin, you were right. Every time you run, you lose half your life. After the practice this time, Old Man Chai graciously gave them 2 hours of rest. Everyone didn't care about finding a place, and just lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Fang Shi's mind was also buzzing, and she also rested for 2 hours. When the 2 hours came, Tao Xunglin and the others were forced to run again by Old Man Chai. After finishing the training, they fell into an illusion and were kicked into the lake. However, Fang Shi was an exception. She has been pondering the formation by the side. No one disputes this. Zhang Wen is used to it, anyway, what the little junior sister does make sense. Yi Zun is indifferent, only thinking about how to surpass Zhang Wen. Mu Wanwen didn't want to waste her time thinking about it, so she could do whatever she wanted. As for Situ Shou and Tao Xunglin, two unfavored senior brothers, even if they have objections, they can only hold back in their hearts. Otherwise, let the eccentric teachers and parents know about it, and there will be no good fruit for them. I think back when they were single seedlings, Master loved them a lot, but now they have become poor little ones that no one cares about. Where should I go to reason? Seeing that Fang Shi had been tinkering for such a long time without any results, Old Man Chai felt a delicate balance in his heart. Geniuses are people too, and sometimes they don't work. Just as he was thinking, he saw Fang Shi put away both the formation leaf and the formation awl, and then took out a stack of talisman papers, apparently preparing to draw talismans. Old Man Chai gloated a little and said, discouraged, young people, you just don't have the resilience. You have to persevere to the end to see the light of day. Fang Shi glanced at him in surprise. I'm not discouraged. I'm just a little tired, so I draw a stack of magic symbols and take a break. Old Man Chai. Speak well and you can die, can't you? Let's not talk about drawing talismans as a break. What does drawing a bunch of magic talismans mean? A stack, you should be a ghost painting talisman. I'm really not afraid of the wind flashing my tongue. Before he finished his slander, Fang Shi had already drawn a magic talisman. It's still a magic talisman. Still top grade. Old Chai almost thought he was dazzled. So fast. Could it be that it was drawn before? He stared at it with rounded eyes, only to see Fang Shi relaxed and casually drew another earth-level magic talisman. Soon, there was a stack of earth-level magic talismans by Fang Shi's hand. Fang Shi yawned, and began to draw the pig character of the heaven rank. Although the puppet pig is a bit useless, it is not bad to have a sea of pigs tactic at critical times. She felt that the speed was a bit slow, so she took out an idle magic talisman pen from the storage ring, and began to draw with both hands at the same time. Old Man Chai's jaw almost dropped in shock. Although he knew that Fang Shi had worshipped Elder Ni as his teacher, he only thought that she had the talent for making talismans. It never occurred to her that her talent in talisman making was not inferior to formations. The vision of blood devouring Huan accepting his granddaughter seems to be a bit good. 2 hours later, Fang Shi drew a sack of magic symbols, and then continued to study the formation. Old Chai, whose face was swollen from the beating, still felt that it was impossible for her to develop a new high-level formation. This time he really bet right. The 10-day period is approaching, and Fang Zai's formation research still hasn't made much progress. During this period, Fang Shi drew a few more sacks of magic charms, and very generously gave Old Man Chai a sack. Old Man Chai. I have never confiscated so many magic symbols in my life. It wasn't just him, Fang Shi gave Zhang Wen and the others a sack of magic charms. You are already used to it. But it was the first time for Yi Zun and others. Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. It is rare for Situ Shou and Mu Wanwen, enemies who dislike each other, to have a sense of destiny. After all, they are also Lang Yinyuan's talisman-making geniuses. As a result, he was given a sack of magic charms. How can this embarrass them? The key point is that most of the sacks are filled with heaven-level magic talismans. Although the effect is somewhat discounted, they are not something they can draw. In a blink of an eye, it was the day before the competition. Fang Shi finally worked out a few formations, and ran to Old Man Chai to show off. Old Chai froze for a moment. Earth-level formation plate. You can actually carve an earth-level formation plate. Fang Shi blinked his eyes. Is the earth-level formation disc difficult? If it weren't for the lack of time, I actually wanted to get the heaven-level formation disc. Old man Chai. He couldn't bear Feng Shi's snarky look, so he snorted coldly. Do you think I'm praising you for being awesome? I'm saying you're stupid. The green face in the Seven Sons of Wei is the formation master. He can even carve a heaven-level formation plate. Your crap is useless to others. Feng Shi blinked her eyes. Look carefully. Old Chai snorted coldly. If you look carefully, you can still see the flowers. Having said that, he still looked carefully, and then his eyes widened. Don't say it, really don't say it. If you look closely, you can really see the flowers. This damn girl is full of flirts. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 489. Old man Chai really didn't expect that he would still be mistaken. The array that Feng Shi showed him could easily be mistaken for the existing array if he didn't look carefully. But she actually changed a few of the subtleties. These formations are pitfalls. A pit for burying people. The Seven Sons of Wei certainly wouldn't have thought that Zhu Wuyu and the others would be able to invent a new formation, and they would definitely be preconceived and break the formation according to the existing formation. At that time, instead of being able to break out of the formation, it will make myself fall into the trap. This damn girl is really hurt. Feng Shi put away the array with a smile, then called everyone together and said, It's called Wei Seven Sons over there. We have to come up with a name. What do you think should be called? Situ Shou and others spoke one after another. Some called Langyan Kijue, some called Qingyun Seven Sons, some called Tinjiao Kiji. Feng Shi didn't make a statement, but looked at Old Man Chai. Old man, what do you think is a good name? Old man Chai snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. Let's just call them Langyan Seven Wastes. In fact, that's what he said, but Feng Shi gave a thumbs up. Or it has to be you. This name is simple and straightforward, and it can also correspond to the other parties in action. It is a very good name. From now on, we will be called Langyan Seven Wastes. Old man Chai. No, you really intend to call it that name? Don't you feel ashamed? Situ Shou and the others thought Feng Shi was joking at first, but they found out that she was serious. And very serious. Situ Shou tried to make Feng Shi change his mind, but Feng Shi said to him, Brother, if you really don't like this name, then I can change the team's name to Langyan Six Wastes. What do you think? Situ Shou. Langyan Six Wastes, just drive me out of the team. Who are you threatening? As if I'm afraid of you. Junior sister, I thought about it carefully again. The name Langyan Chipai is quite good. It seems to be a vulgar name, but it is actually elegant. It is a rare good name. Tao Schwinglin and the others. You know how to open your eyes and talk nonsense. Feng Shi nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone has no objection to the name, let's choose the captain now. I suggest Mr. Chai. After all, he is a senior direct disciple. He has experience, so he will definitely be qualified for this position. Situ Shou and the others didn't know whether Feng Shi was telling the truth or trying to attract others, so they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Wen guessed what Feng Shi was thinking, and said along the way, I also think Mr. Chai is the most suitable. Not to mention anything else, during the few days he has been teaching us, our cultivation has improved a lot. When Situ Shou and others saw what he said, they all agreed. Old Chai hummed in anger. It would be embarrassing enough for him to participate in such a stupid competition at a young age, but now he still wants him to be the captain. Being the captain is fake, but being the target is real. This damn girl is really full of bad water. Seeing that he did not agree to be the captain, Feng Shi sighed. Since you don't want to be the captain, then I will reluctantly be the captain. But let's agree, since you have given me the position of captain, then you have to listen to me then. If you disobey your orders, the things I promised you before will not count. Old man Chai. This damn girl's words are all lies. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into her pit. He snorted coldly and said, I also have to put my ugly words up front. I'm not good at cultivation. If you want me to help you turn the tide of the battle, don't even think about it. After finishing speaking, he gave Feng Shi a warning look. Feng Shi just pretended not to see it. She asked Zhang Wen and others to rest in the room prepared by Deacon Zhu and Deacon Qian, to recharge their batteries and prepare for the next day's competition. Early the next morning, the 7 Peak Masters arrived at the meeting hall. The Holy Land of Inaction is a forbidden area. Feng Shi and the others must be accompanied by them if they want to enter. Besides, they also want to see the competition between the two sides with their own eyes. Soon, they saw Feng Shi and the others. Feng Shi walked in the front, holding a flag in his hand, with 4 large characters written on it, Langyan Seven Wastes. The 7 Peak Masters. Which song is this sung? Let's not mention the name first. The key point is that the team is discouraged when they look at it. Small and small, old and old. Old man Chai is still a drunkard, and he still drinks at this time. I don't know what Zhu Wuyu thought, but he had to join the team. It's not that they haven't paid attention to Feng Shi and the others' movements these days, but they just heard that they have been practicing by the lake, and they didn't do anything else. As everyone knows, Old Man Chai activated the Phantom Array at the beginning of the training. What outsiders saw was not the truth at all. Although Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak felt that Feng Shi and the others had no chance of winning, he still said something to boost morale. Feng Shi immediately expressed her determination. Peak Master Duan, don't worry, we are now fully confident of defeating the 7 Sons of Wei. Our slogan is, once the 7 Wastes come out, all the enemies will be destroyed. Duan Fengzhu, so ambitious. Du Fengzhu of Tiangshan Peak sneered, it's really overestimating what one can do. Feng Shi only thought he was puffing, and didn't even give him a look. On the contrary, Old Man Chai took a look at Master Du and took a sip of wine. At this time, Master Yu of Yuheng Peak said, it's getting late, let's go now. Everyone got up and left their seats immediately, and left the meeting hall. It's just that when going down the steps, Du Fengzhu didn't know if he was distracted. He staggered and almost fell into the mud. Old man Chai burped and said in surprise, "Is your leg newly grown? Why can't you even walk steadily?" Du Fengzhu's face was a little uneasy, and just about to get angry, Wan Fengzhu of Tianquan Peak glared at old Chai. "When you're drinking, you're going to be silly, so why don't you shut your mouth? If you talk nonsense again, see how I will deal with you." Master Wan Feng is also very helpless, who made him the elder brother of this old alcoholic. He didn't do anything else for half his life, but he was busy cleaning up the mess for this unsatisfied junior. Although Du Fengzhu was dissatisfied, but Wan Fengzhu said so it was difficult to say anything. He wondered in his heart, he didn't lose his mind just now, why did he stagger? What the hell? A quarter of an hour later, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Holy Land of Wei. It is said to be an entrance, but it actually looks like a very ordinary stone wall. Obviously there is a formation here. After a while, there was a wave of magic energy on the stone wall, and then an entrance appeared. The crowd rushed in. As soon as I entered, it suddenly became clear. There are many pavilions, terraces and pavilions, and there is even a lotus pond in the distance. Fang Shi thought to herself, the Supreme Elder and the others would enjoy it, no wonder her cheap grandfather occupied this place back then. Fang Shi said to the 7 Peak Masters, "Why is no one coming to pick us up? Let's forget about it, you are also Peak Masters after all. Even if the Supreme Elder can't condescend, the 7 sons of Wei should come to greet him, right? They don't even understand this basic etiquette, do they? Or are they thinking that they will become Supreme Elders in the future, so they don't take you seriously? Duan Fengzhu and others. You were clearly sowing dissension." But the 7 Peak Masters were somewhat dissatisfied. "That's right, let's forget about the 7 Supreme Elders, after all, their identities are there. But the 7 sons of Wei should come out to greet them anyway, it would be too arrogant and rude." Seeing their expressions, Fang Shi felt amused in her heart, you don't care if I am planning or plotting, as long as it works. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 490, you might as well call it Rainbow Noodles. It wasn't until Fang Shi and the others arrived near the lotus pond that the 7 sons of Wei flew over from the pavilion with their swords. They bowed their hands to the 7 Peak Masters, and Red Face among them said, "My master and the others have been waiting for a long time, all Peak Masters, please come inside." In fact, there is nothing wrong with this. However, the 7 Peak Masters were provoked by Fang Shi, and they felt uncomfortable. When I heard their words, I interpreted other meanings, thinking that they were using the elders to oppress others. Therefore, no one started to argue. Qi Mian was suddenly embarrassed. Apart from embarrassment, there was also some dissatisfaction. Although they don't have a position, they think they are no worse than the Peak Master. If they succeed the Supreme Elder in the future, they will be the supreme existence of Lang Yinyuan. Why do these Peak Masters show their faces? The other members of the 7 sons of Wei thought the same way, they were not as deep-minded as the 7 Peak Masters, and it showed on their faces. This time it confirmed Fang Zai's words even more. The 7 Peak Masters, including Du Fang Master, who wanted the Wei 7 sons to win, felt a little unhappy. At this time, Zimian from the 7 sons of Wei saw the big flag in Fang Shi's hand, and sneered. "Lang Yin 7 wastes, you guys are quite self-aware. If it weren't for the Master's order, we wouldn't bother to look at you, let alone compete." Fang Shi curled her lips. "Yes, we are indeed very self-aware, don't you do the same? 7 sons of Wei, isn't he just a mediocre person? It's red noodles, messy noodles, why don't you just call them rainbow noodles?" Zimian was immediately furious, and when he was about to explode, Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak said, "Let's go to the island in the middle of the lake as soon as possible, lest 7 elders wait in a hurry." After finishing speaking, he picked up Fang Shi's clothes collar and flew towards the island in the middle of the lake with his sword. Fang Shi said quietly, "Thank you, Peak Master." Peak Master Duan smiled but was speechless. Upon seeing this, several other Peak Masters each picked up a member of Lang Yin Kiwai and headed towards the island in the center of the lake. Master 1 of Tianquan Peak picked Old Man Chai, because he felt that no one would want to pick up this old drunkard except him. You can smell the smell of wine from a long distance, not to mention carrying it, it is no different from carrying a wine jar. Peak Master 1 warned, "Just compete well, don't get me into trouble, do you hear me?" Old Man Chai hiccuped, "I'm just a boss, what trouble can I cause?" Although Peak Master 1 felt that his words were a bit perfunctory, on second thought, with the cultivation of Wei's 7 sons on the table, even if his incomprehensible junior was acting as a demon, nothing would go wrong. After everyone arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, they greeted the 7 Supreme Elders respectfully. However, there are those who fish in troubled waters here. One was Fang Shi. While saluting, he looked at the 7 Supreme Elders. Old. So old. The eyebrows are white, the key is still very long. But yes, these few are as old as 10,000-year-old bastards. The other fisherman was Old Man Chai, who saluted extremely perfunctorily, and even took a sip of wine when he took the time. Several of the Supreme Elders frowned, but said nothing. They have already heard about this Chai Buyi. Back when his master was still alive, he had no choice but to take this ineffective apprentice. He didn't expect that after so many years, he was even more out of line than before. Zhu Wuyu didn't know why he chose such a person to form a team. It was really puzzling. Elder Tai among the 7 Supreme Elders said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the competition. This lotus pond is the examination room, and the 9 nasturtiums growing in it are not for viewing, but for accumulating Sumeru lotus seeds. Within 3 hours, whoever digs more Sumeru lotus seeds between the 2 of you will win. We need to remind you that there are bloodthirsty mud beetles hiding under the mud. On weekdays, they are in a dormant state, which is no different from death. But as the Sumeru lotus seeds mature, they also wake up one after another and become extremely manic. They will actively attack enemies as long as they are close to their sphere of influence. They are very similar in color to the mud, and they are very good at camouflaging. If you are not careful, you will be absorbed by them. Once they penetrate into the body, they will swallow the internal organs of the host in an instant, and even we will be powerless to recover. Therefore, if any of you don't want to compete, you can withdraw now to avoid being killed. After Elder Tai finished speaking, he looked at the Chi Waste team. Although one could see the apprehension on the faces of several of them, no one wanted to quit. He even found that Zhu Wuyu was a little eager to try. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Elder Tai paused for a moment. Since none of you want to quit, let the competition begin now. Fang Shi weakly stretched out her little paw. Elder Tai, I want to ask, do we win or lose in one round, or is this just the first round? There is more to come. Elder Tai smiled. Of course the outcome is determined by one round. If he didn't maintain his identity, what he wanted to say was that even if there were 100 games, you would all lose. Fang Shi nodded after listening, and then said to Zhang Wen and the others behind him. Did you hear that? One round determines victory or defeat. This saves a lot of energy. We just need to win this round. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wen waved his fist and shouted. Once the 7 wastes are released, all the enemies will be destroyed. Situ Shou and others felt that he seemed to have lost his mind. But this time we must unite as one. So, I can only. Shameless. With a blushing face and a thick neck, he roared. Once the 7 wastes are released, all the enemies will be destroyed. Old man Chai. Forget it, drink some wine to calm down. However, he still waved the wine gourd, which was considered to be in step with the team. Supreme Elder and others. Don't call Lang Yin Chi useless, just call Lang Yin Chi crazy. Why are they all so crazy? The 7 sons of Wei curled their lips all the time. Compared with these people, they are all inferior. At this time, Elder Tai said, let's begin. Everyone jumped into the lotus pond one after another. After jumping in, I discovered that the lotus roots of these 9 golden lotuses were actually suspended in the water, and the water below was still very deep. The first thing Fang Shi did was to chop some lotus roots, peel them and then took a bite. Crunchy, sweet and delicious. So, this guy said to Situ Shou and others. Let's not rush to find some Sumeru lotus seeds, let's pick the lotus root first. Situ Shou and the others. Are you putting the cart before the horse? But old man Chai 120 agreed. Yes, the little girl is right, the Sumeru lotus seeds can't escape, so don't worry. It's better to pick the lotus roots first. This thing is delicious whether stir-fried or cooked in soup. If you put some golden crystal glutinous rice in it, steam it and drizzle it with honey, it will be sweet and glutinous. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 491. Situ Shou and the others were drooling at what he said, and hurriedly started picking lotus root. Inside the gazebo, the 7 supreme elders and the peak master were observing the movements in the lotus pond. The area where the 7 sons of Wei was located soon seemed to be boiling, and it seemed that they had already fought bloodthirsty mud beetles. On the other hand, at Langyin's 7 wastes, the water surface seemed to be boiling, but the 9 golden lotuses were withering quickly. Elder Tai frowned. Did they hurt the lotus root of the 9 golden lotuses during their fight? Logically speaking, they shouldn't. There is still more than 3 feet of water below. Elder Tai Wu sneered coldly. It's probably because they are not the opponents of the bloodthirsty mud beetle, so they floated up as soon as they encountered it, and brought disaster to the lotus roots of the 9 golden lotuses. Others felt that what he said should be the truth. Elder Tai sighed. It's a pity that these 9 golden lotuses have been cultivated for 10,000 years to reach their current scale. Elder Tai Wu said, it's okay, I guess they won't be able to hold on soon, and they will naturally go ashore at that time. However, until the 9 golden lotuses on the side of Langyin's 7 wastes withered, Fang Shi and the others did not go ashore. Fang Shi took a piece of lotus root in his hand and gnawed it twice, then said to Old Man Chai. Take care of them, I'm going to set up the formation. She didn't care whether Old Man Chai agreed or not, she jumped out in a jerk, leaving only an afterimage. Old Man Chai. This damn girl runs really fast. He glared at Zhang Wen and the others. What are you still doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and find Zumi Lianzi? Situ Shou muttered, I've never heard of Sumeru lotus seeds, how can I find them? Old Chai said angrily. You haven't heard of it, but I have. Can't you use your brain? As long as you find the bloodthirsty mud beetle, don't you find the Sumeru lotus seeds? Although Situ Shou wanted to say that he had never heard of the bloodthirsty mud beetle, he still swallowed it silently. They soon sank to the muddy area. Yi Zun probed the depth with something, and then said in shock. It's actually more than a foot deep. Upon hearing this, Situ Shou immediately said. What the hell, how deep is a foot? Then how do you find Sumi lotus seeds? In the water, we have water-repelling beads to avoid being affected, but it will not work if we get stuck in the mud. Yi Zun and the others were also frowning. It's really tricky. Be it Zan Hu and Hai or Shore you see, the bottom of the water is full of sand, and this is the first time they have encountered silt. They were all helpless. Zhang Wen looked at Old Man Chai. Old man, what do you think we should do? Old Man Chai rolled his eyes. Cold salad. Zhang Wen. However, he could also see that Old Man Chai didn't intend to intervene at all. It is estimated that the most is to protect their safety. To say that Zhang Wen's brain is indeed much more active than before, he thought for a while and said. Why don't you try the magic sword? Use your spiritual sense to command the magic sword to explore the situation below. According to Elder Tai, those bloodthirsty mud beetles are very manic and will actively attack enemies when they are close to their sphere of influence. Once the magic sword is discovered, it will inevitably come out of the mud. This way, we can fight them in the water. There are many advantages over being in the mud. After killing them, we will find a way to salvage the Sumi lotus seeds under the mud. What do you think? Situ Sho and others felt that this method was feasible. Although they didn't have much talent in magic swords, as direct disciples, each of them had a magic sword. Old Man Chai didn't make a statement, but stepped aside, drinking on his own. Jun Wen saw that he didn't object, so he controlled the magic sword and got into the mud. Situ Sho and the others followed suit. After a while, Jun Wen yelled, "Withdraw." When Situ Sho and others heard the words, they immediately swam up quickly. The Old Man Chai's training for them in the past few days has obviously been very effective. Although they are in the water, their speed has also improved a lot compared to before. Just as they swam up, several black bugs emerged from the mud, each the size of a fist. They rushed towards Jun Wen and the others angrily. Yi Zun took the lead. He had let Zhu Anfang show his face just now. It was his turn this time. The great rock transformed into magic energy, waved its wings and drove those bloodthirsty mud beetles back. On the one hand, it was because of Yi Zun's solid cultivation, and on the other hand, his transfigured rock somewhat suppressed the aquatic monsters. Rumor has it that a coon turned into a peng. Coon is the top of the food chain in the sea. Jun Wen took a look at Yi Zun, and he was a bit capable, but unfortunately he was not as smart as I am. You are flawed. Those bloodthirsty mud beetles soon rushed up again, and this time Situ Sho and the three teamed up to repel them. The three of them finally felt that they looked better. They are all direct disciples, so they are somewhat burdened by idols. Who hasn't got a little competitive? At this time, Jun Wen said, "Situ Sho, let's set up an ambush first, and you make bait to attract those bugs." Situ Sho. I don't seem to have offended you, right? Why are you doing this to me? In fact, Jun Wen just picked one at random. Mu Wonwen is a girl, and he is too embarrassed to manipulate her. Yi Zun competed with him, so he might not be able to command. He felt that either Situ Sho or Tao Xinglan could do this, so he chose one at random. Although Situ Sho was dissatisfied, he still did it. Because he knew that if he offended his junior sister, her brother would be the same as offending the younger junior sister, and if he offended the younger junior sister, it would be the same as offending his master. He can't afford the consequences. Be a bait, anyway, he has a magic talisman to protect him, so my junior sister gave him a sack. As for why he didn't draw it himself, isn't that obvious? The level is not as high as the junior sister. Not to mention, although Situ Sho's brain is sometimes difficult, he is still qualified as a bait. Successfully lured a group of bloodthirsty mud beetles into the ambush circle, Jun Wen and they teamed up to kill these bloodthirsty mud beetles. Several people were very happy. This is the first time for them to work together as a group. Although there are some minor flaws, they're still very tacit on the whole. Old Man Chai took a sip of his wine, and these little bastards were pretty good. Although it is not as good as that dead girl, it is not bad. At this time, Fang Shi was sneakily burying a formation in the territory of the Seven Sons of Wei. She felt that the mud under the lotus pond was really good. It was just used to place the formation plate, without anyone noticing it. It was great. Wei's 7 sons were all focused on the bloodthirsty mud beetle, and they never expected that Fang Shi and the others would have the guts to come over and lay an ambush. After Fang Shi placed the array, she didn't leave immediately, but poked her head out of the water, and waved at the Supreme Elder and others in the gazebo. This area has been occupied by Lang in 7 wastes. The 7 sons of inaction have been abolished. Go out during the day tomorrow, update at PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 492 You know how to bury and eliminate people. The Supreme Elder and the others looked at the arrogant Fang Shi, all of them were speechless. They didn't believe her nonsense at all. Guessing that Wei's 7 sons were busy digging Sumi lotus seeds underwater, they didn't have time to talk to her at all. Fang Shi quickly retracted her little head into the water, and then the Supreme Elder and the others saw that the 9 nasturtiums in this area were rapidly withering. Elder Tai Wu snorted coldly. It is estimated that Zhu Wu Yu was targeted by the bloodthirsty mud beetle, and he is struggling to escape in the water. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak frowned slightly, somewhat worried for Fang Shi. However, after thinking about it, Elder Tai's previous description of the bloodthirsty mud beetle was exaggerated on purpose. Even if a bloodthirsty mud beetle enters the body, there will be no life-threatening danger in a short period of time, but it will only be a small punishment. Thinking about it this way, I am not so worried anymore. However, regarding the outcome of this competition, no matter whether it is Duan Fengzhu or others, they have already come to a conclusion. Langin Kiwai will definitely lose. Because the strength gap between the two sides is too great. At this time, Jun Wen and the others, whom they thought would definitely lose, finally dug up the first Sumeru lotus seed. Few people have never seen it before, and they are all a little surprised. This Sumeru lotus seed looks like a stone, pitch black. Old Chai urged, don't be lazy, hurry up and dig. Just when Jun Wen was about to repeat the old trick, Fang Shi came back. Jun Wen immediately handed the Sumeru lotus seeds to Fang Shi as if offering a treasure. Fang Shi took it and looked at it. As soon as she got it, the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan joined forces to give her a heart test. The meaning is obvious, they want to eat. Fang Shi, what a fart. This thing has to be kept to win or lose. However, if you can dig a lot, it's not impossible to hide it secretly. When Old Man Chai saw her eyes rolling around, he knew she hadn't held her fart well, so he curled his lips and said, although those arrays of yours are really interesting, if you follow your current mining speed, you still have to lose. Fang Shi asked Jun Wen after listening, brother, how did you dig just now? Zhang Wen danced and said what happened just now, and then looked at Feng Shi begging for praise. Not only him, but also Situ Shou and others. Although Feng Shi felt that their method was too stupid, in order not to hurt morale, she still praised them out of conscience. Zhang Wen and others were immediately excited and their blood boiled, and they were about to release the magic sword again to lure out the bloodthirsty mud beetles. Feng Shi waved her hand. Although your method is very pragmatic, but I have a more opportunistic method, let's let the pigs go. Zhang Wen and others were stunned for a moment, and then realized that the pig herding that Feng Shi was talking about was the pig talisman. It was rare for Situ Shou to encounter a question from his professional counterpart, so he said anxiously. Junior sister, the bloodthirsty mud beetles are all hidden in the mud. Even if the puppet pig can get in, the power will definitely be reduced a lot. Feng Shi nodded approvingly. Brother, you are right, the effect of the puppet pig getting into the mud will be greatly reduced. So, we're going to put 2 batches of puppet pigs. The first batch is the puppet pig vanguard, whose purpose is to lure snakes out of their holes. They only need to lure out the bloodthirsty mud beetles to complete the task. Then release the second batch of pigs and let them clean up the bloodthirsty mud beetle that came out. As long as the number of puppet pigs is large enough, we can meet our expectations. Situ Shou vaguely felt that the work of the puppet pig striker seemed familiar. Ha! Isn't that what he did just now? They call themselves pioneers, but in reality they're used as bait to die. Feng Shi immediately took out a thick stack of puppet pig charms, and after activation, colorful puppet pigs were released. Then, they got into the mud one after another. Feng Shi looked at those puppet pigs, and said to himself. Ha! These pigs are also rainbow-colored. Are they related to Away 7 Sons? Situ Shou and others. You know how to bury people. This chapter has a short number of words, so we'll make up for it in the next chapter, which will be around 11 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 493, Ocean of Pigs. Feng Shi murmured a few words, then took Zhang Wen and the others to swim up. Each held a thick stack of puppet pig charms in their hands. All is ready except for the opportunity. After a while, the mud seemed to be boiling, and several bloodthirsty mud beetles jumped out of it. Feng Shi curled her lips. The army of pigs, the whole army strikes. Zhang Wen and the others. Although we know you are talking about puppet pigs, why do you feel that you include us? Chusao belongs to Chusao, but the movements are very fast. Almost at the same time, thousands of puppet pigs were released. The bottom of the water has become a sea of pigs. Those bloodthirsty mud beetles never dreamed that one day they would be besieged by a group of pigs. It is true that the bloodthirsty mud beetle is powerful, but Elder Tai exaggerated too much before, and the number of puppet pigs is really too much. Feng Shi and the others quickly gained the upper hand. Feng Shi took out half a sack of pig charms and threw them out. The quality is not good, so the quantity is better. Anyway, this stuff is homemade, so use it casually. If it wasn't for being afraid of being too eye-catching, she could even find someone to engrave a pig badge, and once it was stamped it would be a piece. If it wasn't for the fear of revealing her identity, she would let out her small hand, it would be an automated production line. But this time, the Supreme Elder and the others all stretched their necks and looked this way, and saw that the water in this half of the area was almost turning into muddy soup. It can be seen how fierce the battle is below. Elder Tai frowned slightly. With Lang Yin phase cultivation level, the fight shouldn't be so fierce. Others have the same confusion. Although they could use their spiritual sense to investigate, they did not use their identities. Anyway, we will find out soon. At this time, under the water, Feng Shi and the others began to clean the battlefield. Soon Feng Shi and the others collected 58 Sumeru lotus seeds. Feng Shi felt that it was too little. So, with Zhang Wen and the others sneaking around, they sneaked into the territory of Away 7 Sons. As soon as he passed by, he saw the 7 sons of Away circling in circles. The old man Chai clicked his tongue twice, and the dead girl made several arrays. This maze is the simplest one, but Away Kizi still got the trick. It seems that there is no benefit to practicing behind closed doors, and there is no ability to discern or respond to changes at all. Seeing that Away 7 sons were trapped, Feng Shi had no worries and led Zhang Wen and the others to search for Zumi lotus seeds here. When they were fighting bloodthirsty mud beetles, Away Kizi came out of the maze. Situ Shou and the others suddenly panicked. To be honest, they are not yet mentally prepared for a direct confrontation with the Away 7 sons. More or less timid. But Feng Shi took the initiative to greet him. Come on, Rainbow 7 idiots. Hit me. The 7 sons of Away almost died of anger. Immediately rushed towards Feng Shi. Then, they entered the second formation set up by Feng Shi. King Yin from the 7 sons of Away gritted his teeth and said, I am very familiar with this formation. It is an omnipresent formation. I will soon find the eye of the formation and break out of the formation. Lan Mian sneered coldly, you said the same thing just now, but we were trapped inside for half an hour. King Mian's expression was a little ugly. I was careless, and I will definitely not do it this time. He felt that the miss just now was a great shame. He is a heavenly formation mage, and he was trapped by a small maze. If Master finds out about this, he must be punished. And that Zhu Wuyu is really hateful. When he breaks out, he must make her look good. Not to mention, it only took King Yin half a quarter of an hour to find the formation eye, and he broke the formation eye with confidence. Then, they were trapped in a huge cage. That's not counting, there are still wind blades shooting from all directions. Blue Face cursed while resisting the wind blade. King Yin, is this what you mean by familiarity? You're an idiot for boasting that you're a formation genius. The Blue Face blushed with anger, but he was powerless to refute. The first time can be explained in a general way, but this is the second time, and it has been tricked again. How strange. This is obviously an omnipresent array, how could this happen? Could it be a formation he doesn't know? Should not be. He is very familiar with all the ground contact formations, and there is no such formation at all. Could it be a new formation invented by the Langyan Seven Wastes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could they have such a formation talent? What went wrong? At this time, Fangxi and the others have already begun to experience the joy of harvesting. Seeing that the winning ticket was within her grasp, Fangxi secretly stuffed sumarina seeds into her mouth and fed 5 for free. Others didn't pay attention, but old man Chai saw it. He leaned over and stretched out his hand. Hush money. Fangxi. Is black eating on my head? You were so brave. However, she still gave Mr. Chai 3 sumaru lotus seeds. Seeing that old man Chai was not satisfied, he gave him 2 more coins. Old Chai didn't say a word anymore. He felt like he had opened the door to a new world. In the past, he would fix things by himself, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he was always cut off by the dead girl. Now that he has learned a lot, he will directly charge hush money or protection money in the future. Save time and effort and will not be idle. From now on, this damn girl will be his rake for money. Fangxi not only gave Chai old man 5 coins, but also gave Zhang Wen and the others 2 coins each. As the captain, of course you have to seek benefits for the team members. Situ Shou and Tao Shringlin looked at each other. Little junior sister is so kind. As long as she doesn't use bad water on them, she is the best little junior sister in the world. At this time, there was still half an hour before the end of the competition. Fangxi waved her hand. Go ashore. Zhang Wen and others immediately surfaced and went ashore. The Supreme Elder and the others were a little puzzled. Why did they come up here before the time came? Also, I guess I knew that I would lose, so I didn't take the risk. After all, those bloodthirsty mud beetles are very cruel. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak sighed silently. Although he also knew that Zhu Wuyu and the others had almost no hope of winning, he still looked forward to a miracle. Unfortunately, no miracles. Forget it, let's fight for more rewards for the Zhu brothers and sisters. After all, Zhu Wuyu has made great contributions to Lang Yinyuan. At this time, he saw Fangxi blinking at him. Duan Fengzhu. Does the kid have cramps in his eyes? Also, the water in the lake is relatively cold, it may be frozen. Ugh. If you lose the test, you lose, don't make any mistakes. Fangxi saw Peak Master Duan's sad face at first, and wanted to make him feel a little better, but after giving him a look, he seemed to be even more worried. Is this what is going on? Peak Master 1 of Tianquan Peak breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect his alcoholic junior brother to win at all, as long as he didn't act like a monster. Then I saw old man Chai wandering up to him, and gave him a storage ring, saying that he had prepared some good wine for him. Master Wanfeng said angrily, you think I'm like you, eating and drinking when I have nothing to do, such a worthless thing. Having said that, it is still necessary to probe into it. Although his junior brother is out of tune, at least he still has his senior brother in his heart. Then, he saw a lot of lotus roots and a sumaru lotus seed inside the storage ring. Master Wanfeng almost threw the storage ring into the lake. You son of a bitch. Are you giving me a present? You were trying to drag me into the water. Although he felt that the storage ring was very hot, he still put it away after careful consideration. What else? Is it possible to report that incompetent junior brother just because he killed his relatives? Leaving aside the matter of helping the relatives, the key point is that if the Supreme Elders find out about this matter, they will definitely be furious. In that case, things will become a big mess. So let's keep it a secret. Master One felt that several strands of his hair had turned grey again. However, he quickly thought of a question, isn't the sumaru lotus seed used to compete for victory? Why did the alcoholic brother give him one? Ah. He got it. The Langyan Seven Wastes felt that they must lose, so they greedily bought some sumi lotus seeds, which was not a loss anyway. This is simply too courageous. It must be the idea of his drunkard junior brother. After all, other young people don't have the guts, nor do they have such flamboyant guts. Old man Chai didn't know that he had been blamed, so he drank a little wine and used his spiritual sense to investigate the underwater situation. King Yin had already broken through the 8-faced formation, and then fell into another formation set up by Fangxi. Old Chai felt a little sympathetic to King Yin. King Yin has been played by Fangxi to the point of losing confidence, squatting on the ground and beating his head. How can you become a talent without experiencing setbacks and tribulations? Some people will never understand this truth. Old Chai withdrew his consciousness slightly, found a corner and fell asleep. Master Wan Feng's nose almost turned out of breath. Simply turn around and look out of sight. Fangxi asked Zhang Wen and the others to meditate on the spot to adjust their breath and recharge their batteries. Because she felt that the Taishang elders and the others would definitely not admit defeat easily, and there must be an extra match. Even if it was said at the beginning that the game will be won or lost, the stronger side always has the privilege to break the rules. In a blink of an eye, the 3-hour deadline came. The elders looked at the water expectantly. As a result, nothing happened. What about people? Could it be that he was too involved in digging sumaru lotus seeds and forgot the time? After all, it is a competition, and it would be bad if it exceeds the time limit. So, Elder Tai Wu said, the competition time is over, come up. Although it seemed that he just said a word casually, it actually contained cultivation and his voice could be transmitted directly to the bottom of the water. As a result, still no one came up. Elder Tai Wu frowned and shouted again, but still no one came up. So, he plunged his consciousness into the bottom of the water. At this look, the nose is almost out of breath. The 7 sons of Wei are killing each other there. It was a lively fight. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, Chapter 494. Some chapters I wanted to say a long time ago. Elder Taiwu didn't even say hello to the others, he just jumped into the lotus pond and dived into the bottom of the water. Only when they got close did they realize that the Wei Seven Sons had fallen into the formation. He is even angrier. This is nothing more than a phantom formation on the ground level. King Mian can't break through the formation and is still stuck in it. He taught a piece of trash to come out. That's right, he is King Mian's master, and also the elder who is best at formation among the 7 elders. Elder Taiwu became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he didn't even want to care about Wei Seventh Son and the others. He took a deep breath, and then he was ready to break through to save people. Then, stunned. This doesn't seem to be a phantom array. There are minor changes here, not many but enough to confuse people. No wonder King Mian got tricked. Where did this array come from? He didn't think Lang Yin 7 Wastes had this ability, let alone him, even he didn't have the ability to invent new formations. Could it be the blood-devouring who invented it, then gave Zhu Wuyu? The more Elder Taiwu thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. He snorted coldly, and began to break the formation. This formation is actually not difficult, but it is easy for people to misjudge. After a while, the formation was broken. Wu Wei's movements froze, and he looked at Elder Taiwu blankly. Elder Taiwu glanced at King Mian coldly. Useless thing. Come up with me. King Mian was ashamed, and wanted to defend himself but couldn't say a few words. The other 6 people complained to King Mian in their hearts, and blamed him for his lack of academic skills, which made him collectively recruited. What happened in the water just now, the other elders and the 7 Peak Masters also detected it with their spiritual sense. Different minds. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak remembered Fang Shi winking at him at this moment, and thought to himself, could it be that he misunderstood? Did the little girl want him to feel at ease? However, although the 7 sons of Wu Wei were trapped in the formation, they should have dug a lot of Sumi Lotus seeds before. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Others thought so too. But this time, Elder Tai said, both of you hand over the Sumeru Lotus seeds you have dug up. Wu Wei's 7 sons took out the lotus seeds they had dug up one after another, and there were 18 lotus seeds in total. Lang Yin Qifei had a look of astonishment on his face. Seeing this, the 7 Supreme Elders and the 7 sons of Wu Wei were relieved. It seems that the number of Sumeru Lotus seeds dug by the Lang Yin 7 Wastes was much less than them. Then, I saw Fang Shi slowly taking out Sumeru Lotus seeds, 1, 2, 3. The goods are also damaged enough, to take them out one by one. She likes to look at each other's anxious eyes. Elder Taiwu said angrily, take out as much as you have. Don't waste your time. Fang Shi nodded, okay, I'm mainly afraid of scaring everyone, so I gave everyone some buffer time. After finishing speaking, he took out the remaining Sumi Lotus seeds. There are 50 pieces in total. The old man Chai counted with his fingers there, and they dug 58 Sumeru Lotus seeds in their own area, and Sumeru Lotus seeds in the area of Wu Wei Kizi, adding up to. She gave him 5 coins and Tao Schwingelen 5 coins each, adding up to 15 coins. Dude, she intercepted 43 herself. It's so dark. When the competition is over, you have to ask for more hush money. Fang Shi originally didn't want to intercept so many, but Wu Wei's 7 sons were too useless. She actually only found pieces, so she was too embarrassed to take out too many. After all, you have to take care of the other party's face. She is such a nice person. When she was labeling herself a good person here, the scene was dead silent. Especially the 7 sons of Wu Wei, whose faces look like they have opened a dyeing workshop. A moment of blue and a moment of white, a moment of red and a moment of black. If you didn't know better, you would have thought they were parasitized by bloodthirsty mud beetles. The 7 Supreme Elders did not expect the 7 sons of Wu Wei to lose, and they lost so badly. What should we do now? Is this the end of the competition? Let the Zhu brothers and sisters stay in Langyunyuan. If Master and the others had spirits underground, they would definitely blame them. Elder Tai was heartbroken and said, it's unavoidably biased to determine the winner or loser in one game. Let's do this, 2 wins in 3 games. Although he knew that it would be embarrassing to go back and forth like this, but thinking of the Master's death, he could only let go of this old face. 818 novels. The 7 Peak Masters didn't expect Elder Tai to make such a move, but they couldn't say anything. At this time, Fang Shi sighed. Actually, there are some things I wanted to say a long time ago. Let's just say that in the first round of the competition, whether it is the environment of the Lotus Pond or the understanding of the bloodthirsty mud beetle, the 7 sons of Wu Wei have an absolute advantage. For us Langyan 7 Wastes, it is somewhat unfair. However, since it is a competition, there is no absolute fairness. It is understandable that Wu Wei's 7 sons are a bit of a host. But I didn't expect that the competition system could be changed. This is not a question of fairness or unfairness, but a question of integrity. Of course, I also believe that you, Elder Tai, have difficulties, and I can understand that. However, we were all seriously injured in the fight against the bloodthirsty mud beetle, and we urgently need some natural materials and earthly treasures to heal the wounds, otherwise we may not be able to continue the competition. Elder Tai. Other people. You are Chi Guguo's threat. How dare you, a little handyman, threaten Elder Tai? Are you bored? It's not that Fang Shi is bored with life, but she knows that Elder Tai wants to lose face. Besides, there are Old Man Chai and 10 masters. Sure enough, Elder Tai wanted to have a fit, but was stopped by Elder Tai. Originally, it would be embarrassing enough to go back and forth, but it would be too humiliating to argue with a little girl. Elder Tai said in a deep voice, in this case, I will reward you with some healing herbs, and continue the competition after you recover your strength. Fang Shi said with a smile. Since it's a playoff, let's add some prizes. How about betting on the fate of our brothers and sisters, plus, million magic crystals? Elder Tai just wanted to hurry up to the next competition, so he nodded in agreement immediately. Old Chai found Fang Shi more pleasing to the eye than before. After all, who would hate a money-loving little rake? Continued at 10:30, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 495. So enthusiastic. So hospitable. Elder Tai and the others took advantage of Fang Shi's rest to discuss the content of the next 2 rounds of competition. It's not to blame that their ears are piercing when they get on the sedan chair, the key is that they think that the round will be over. Unexpectedly, the 7 sons of Wei lost, and they lost badly. Of course, avoid other people when discussing. Soon, they negotiated. Half an hour later, Elder Tai announced the content of the second round of the competition. Peeling off silk and cocoon. There is a mulberry forest in the holy land of Wei, and there are some silkworms in it, and now it is time to break out of their cocoons and become moths. The silk moth has a special habit, that is, it will eat the silkworm cocoon as soon as it emerges from the cocoon. What the 2 sides have to do is to seize the cocoon, but not to harm the life of the moth. After all, it still has to keep it to continue laying eggs and making cocoons. After getting the silkworm cocoons, they have to peel off the azure silk on the silkworm cocoons one by one. Finally, the weight of the Tianjin silk is used to judge the winner or loser. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak frowned slightly. In the past, all the matters of stripping silk were done by the 7 sons of Wei. It can be said that they are already familiar with the job. Langyan 7 Wastes had never even heard of it. This competition is too unfair. It seems that the 7 supreme elders are very eager to equalize the score. Old Chai's mouth is about to turn into a dipper. But nothing was said. Fang Shi also didn't say anything. For the strong, never choose the content of the competition. You draw the Tao, I will go. Everyone soon arrived at Sangolin. Fang Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Because there are many mulberries hanging on the mulberry tree, it looks delicious. She thinks that the supreme elders are actually pretty good people. In the first game, 9 golden lotus roots and sumaru lotus seeds were prepared for them, and in the second game, mulberries were prepared for them. All delicious. So enthusiastic. So hospitable. At this time, Elder Taiwu closed the formation in the mulberry forest, and the cocoons hanging on the mulberry tree began to move. Wei Kizi had collected silkworm cocoons several times and was very familiar with the process. He immediately spread out to guard the cocoons where the silk moths were about to emerge. Fang Shi led Junwen and others into the depths of the mulberry forest. As soon as she pouted, the others immediately understood what she meant and began to pick mulberries. Mulberry is not very easy to pick, it will be broken if you are not careful. However, this is not a difficult task for a cultivator, as long as he can control the magic energy well. Situ Shou and Tao Shringlin looked at each other. Although they felt that Fang Shi was a little out of business, they didn't dare not listen. Old Chai jumped to the top of the mulberry tree, sat on the branch and ate mulberries while picking them. Anyway, there is a little rake holding money, so he just waits for the money. Fang Shi was observing the cocoons on the nearby tree. One of the cocoons is already moving, and it is estimated that a brocade moth will come out of it soon. Soon, the cocoon burst open. The brocade moth breaks out of its cocoon. It was about to eat the cocoons when it suddenly smelled spring. It doesn't matter whether you eat or not, reproduction is the most important thing. So, it abandoned the cocoon to find love. Fang Shi slowly put the cocoon into the storage ring. She was holding a round pill in her hand. Originally, this Warcraft version of Josejufuden was prepared for the purple-finned dragonfish. It's just that the purple-finned arowana is too delicate, so she plans to conduct experiments before using it on them. Didn't expect it to come in handy now. Soon, other silkworm cocoons burst open one after another, and all the brocade moths that flew out felt the call of love. Some became lingering directly, and some were unwilling to inbreed, and went to look for brocade moths in other places. Fang Shi effortlessly collected all the cocoons into the storage ring. The old man Chai, who was eating mulberries on the branch beside him, almost fell off. How did she do it? What kind of medicine for tigers and wolves did she take? A little girl is actually holding this kind of pill, really doesn't know how to be reserved at all. Fang Shi felt his gaze and turned to look at him. Old man, do you want this elixir? Could it be that you want to find a second spring? Old man Chai was so angry that his face turned green. As soon as she raised her hand, Fang Shi fell to the ground. Fang Shi got up and patted the dirt on her body. If you don't want to look for it, then don't want to look for it, what are you doing in a hurry? All my good intentions have been taken for granted by you. Old man Chai gritted his teeth, kind, your heart is black. Fang Shi felt that he was too idle, so she gave him a lot of blessings and let him work along with her. Old man Chai didn't want to do it. But thinking that if he wins, there will be million magic crystals in the account, he is reluctant to do it. Fang Shi found that these sapphire moths are quite particular about prenatal and postnatal care. Except for a few local materials, most of them choose long-distance relationships. They all flew towards the entrance of Mulberry Forest. However, this is not important, picking the silkworm cocoon is only the first step, how can we quickly strip the silk? It's a pity that you can't use a small sap, otherwise she can make it round by herself. If the brachiopid monster is here, that guy has a lot of hands. The brachiopid monster far away in the dark river sneezed, Grandma is a bear, who is planning on me? It's either the old man or the small damage thief. Not a single good thing. My arms and legs. It's okay to update. I am so miserable. Fang Shi thought for a while but couldn't think of any good solution, so she asked Old Man Chai if he had any good solution. Old Man Chai yawned. I've never done such a troublesome job, how can I know what to do? I think you don't want to be opportunistic, just peel the shreds honestly and forget about it. Seeing that he could not be counted on, Fang Shi took out a few silkworm cocoons for Junwen and others to try. Shredding is a delicate job, they never do it, and it makes a mess. At the longest, it was only about 2 feet long before it broke. Surely not. Situ Sho muttered, this thing is so thin and so easy to break, it's not human work at all. I think the Supreme Elder just didn't want us to win. Fang Shi interrupted him, what did you just say? Situ Sho thought he had said something wrong, so he repeated it nervously. Fang Shi rolled her eyes and said with appreciation, Senior Brother Situ, you are right, this is indeed not a job for humans. Fang Shi asked Junwen and the others to catch a few brocade moths who were in love, and then forcibly made a contract with them. These love-minded Tianjin moths were contracted by Fang Shi in a daze. Demonic insects are generally difficult to contract because they basically would rather die than surrender. However, these love-brained sky brocade moths are thinking about reproduction, and they have never thought of rebelling against it. Fang Shi fed them the antidote, and they regained consciousness. They were just about to fight to the death, Fang Shi said. As long as you peel the silk for me, I will set you free and give you some cocoons. Better to die than to live, why seek death? Tianjin Mo's intelligence was not very high, and he was quickly fooled by Fang Shi. Happily became a weaver. They are the ones who make the cocoons, and no one knows how to peel them better than them. After they peeled off the silk, they just needed to wrap the silk around a spindle. The main focus is relaxation. On the other side, Wu 7 sons are collecting silkworm cocoons. They're full of confidence. They're usually responsible for this work, if they lose this round, they will die. Their speed was indeed very fast. As soon as the sky brocade moth broke out of its cocoon, they knocked it out skillfully, and then put the cocoon in its bag. Just when they were going very smoothly, a lot of brocade moths suddenly flew out from the depths of the woods. Seeing the dead, prospective partners on the ground, each one's eyes were scarlet, and they rushed towards the 7 sons of Wu. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Closed black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 496. Is it easy for us to have a long distance relationship? The 7 sons of Wu were all stunned. Where are there so many brocade moths? Generally speaking, as long as the cocoon is removed, the moth will not attack people again even if it wakes up. After all, they have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid harm. But who can tell them what is going on with this large group of brocade moths? Why is it all like crazy? Don't let them think too much, the brocade moth has already pounced on it. Is it easy for us to have a long-distance relationship? I came all the way here, but the prospective partner was dead by you. What the hell are we talking about? The 7 sons of Wu didn't dare to kill, for fear of seriously injuring Chan Jinmo. Chan Jinmo didn't have so many scruples. Therefore, the 7 sons of Wu are very passive. He was unexpectedly forced out of the mulberry forest by the moth swarm. The 7 supreme elders who felt they had the chance to win. How is this going? Did the scorpion moths riot? If it was a riot, why didn't the Langyan 7 wastes come out? Elder Tai Si, who is good at controlling beasts, frowned. These brocade moths seem to have been poisoned by some kind of special poison. Second senior brother, do you know what poison pill it is? After finishing speaking, he looked at Elder Tai. Elder Tai had a suspicious look on his face. There are quite a few similar poison pills, but most of them can only be used on humans. It is also used on monsters, but generally speaking, it is ineffective against monsters. Where did they get it? Elder Tai's head was buzzing. He didn't care where the poison pill came from. The key was what to do in this round. But on second thought, even if Langyan 7 wastes had collected enough silkworm cocoons in advance, they still wouldn't be able to peel the silk, and they still had to lose. Thinking about it this way, I finally felt a little more at ease. At this time, those Tianjin moths who had been stunned by the Wu 7 sons also woke up one after another, so the love-brained Tianjin moths who besieged the Wu 7 sons went to find love. Wu 7 sons hurriedly continued picking cocoons. However, from time to time, brocade moths would fly over to harass them. Although the scale was not as large as before, it also delayed their progress. On the other side, Fang Shi's weaving team has begun to take shape. If she didn't want to leave some suspense for the Supreme Elder and others outside, she would be able to wrap the cocoon in the mulberry forest. Seeing that the situation was settled, she sat on a tree branch and ate mulberries happily. While eating, he dangled his little feet. Old man Chai. Are our positions reversed? He gave Fang Shi a hard look. Come down to work. Fang Shi pretended not to hear. Her little feet were shaking even more joyfully. Then, the tree fell. That is to say, Fang Shi reacted quickly, otherwise she would have to be under the pressure. She looked confused and then said, This has nothing to do with me. How heavy am I? How could I overwhelm the tree? There must be something wrong with this tree, and I want to touch porcelain. Old Chai and the others. Even if this tree becomes a spirit, it should not use its life to touch porcelain. At this moment, the fallen tree trunk split open. A silkworm cocoon several times larger than other silkworm cocoons was exposed inside. Before everyone could react, the cocoon split open, and a large golden yellow moth flew out from inside. The brocade moths who were working as weavers suddenly shivered and crawled to the ground. Not only them, but also those scorpion moths who were in love. Even some unbroken cocoons on the trees were trembling slightly. The big golden yellow moth didn't pay attention to these things, and looked at Old Man Chai with a pair of red eyes. Full of love. The reason is very simple. Old Man Chai felt that winding silk was too tiring, so he took a Juozi Duo food and to work there. Therefore, in the eyes of that big golden moth, he is very attractive, and he is its wishful husband. It began to dance around Old Chai. Fang Shi, wow, Old Man Chai's second spring is here. Please take a break, I will update these today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 497. Old Chai was confused at first, and then became angry from embarrassment. He flicked his sleeve, and the big golden yellow moth fluttered crookedly to the ground like a small leaf in the wind. However, it looked at Old Man Chai even more enthusiastically. You are indeed my destined man, so amazing. Old Man Chai was so angry that he directly stuffed the Jozijuo Fudan in his hand into the hands of Situ Sho, who was watching the excitement. Situ Sho. The older you get, the more wicked you are. The big fluttering moth glanced at Old Man Chai and then at Situ Sho, feeling confused. For a while, I was a little uncertain which one was its rightful husband. In the end, Situ Sho was chosen. After all this, young Fang Shi rolled her eyes and winked at Jun Wen. You know what he heard, he and Fang Shi attacked almost at the same time, and restrained the big fluttering moth. This was thanks to Old Man Chai getting it to the ground, otherwise it would have been difficult for Fang Shi and Jun Wen to succeed. Of course, this is also due to the fact that this love brain has been looking at Situ Sho obsessively. Fang Shi immediately began to forcibly make a contract with it. The big fluttering moth had already reacted at this time, desperately resisting, but it's a pity that its consciousness is too far behind Fang Shi. In the end it was contracted. It wants to die. I want to kill the fish and break the net. Fang Shi put the sword on Situ Sho's neck. If you are disobedient, I will kill your little gentleman. Situ Sho. No such bully. Junior sister, you are too much. As long as the master is not so biased, I will file a criminal complaint for anything I say. No matter what it thinks, the big fluttering moth feels distressed and doesn't resist anymore. A contract is a contract, and it is only a temporary contract anyway. Seeing that it was obedient, Fang Shi let it fall on her shoulders, and summoned a group of brigade moths, and then wandered around to look for 7 sons of Away. The 7 sons of inaction are spinning there. Although the first half didn't go smoothly, they still felt that they had a great chance of winning. After all, the 7 wastes of Langyun couldn't spin. While they were busy, they saw Fang Shi coming. A large golden yellow moth landed on her shoulder, followed by a group of golden moths. Red-faced blurted out, Emperor Moth. It turned out to be Tianjin Emperor Moth. You, where did you get it? Fang Shi curled her lips. This is not important, the important thing is that you are going to be unlucky. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, the brigade moths she brought over began to besiege the 7 sons of Away. Not only them, but the cocoons on the surrounding mulberry trees also began to burst, and the brigade moths inside quickly joined the battle as soon as they came out. King Yin said angrily, Zhu Wuyu, you are cheating. Fang Shi curled her lips. Which eye of yours saw me cheating? What does it have to do with me that you don't want to be seen? You guys play slowly, I'll go out to get some air. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she walked out of the mulberry forest with a big fluttering moth. The elder Taishang and the others heard the movement and were about to use their spiritual sense to investigate, when they saw Fang Shi coming out. They were all shocked when they saw the big fluttering moth. Although they knew that there must be a golden moth in the mulberry forest, they had never seen it before, and they did not expect to see it today. How do you see what this means? This day Jin Huangmo seems to be contracted by Zhu Wuyu. Can't you? It is very difficult for the devil insect itself to make a contract, let alone the Sky Brigade Emperor Moth. According to the ancient records, Tianjin Wangmo is very rebellious, and would rather die than be contracted. How could it be possible to be contracted by the blood worry-free contract? At this time, Fang Shi said with a smile. All the elders, all the peak masters, I just accepted such a little thing as a magic pet, and I came here to let you share the joy. From now on, people will not need to do cocoon harvesting and silk stripping in mulberry forest, just let the little moth lead his staff to complete it. Of course, you can't let these little guys work in vain, and you still have to give them some compensation. You don't know what they like, so just give them some magic crystals, and buy what they like. Everyone. Can they spend magic crystals to buy things? Is that what you want? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, and it will be updated at about 11 o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 498 almost late. The 7 guardian elders didn't show it on the face, but they were terribly aggrieved in their hearts. They have guarded the mulberry forest for so many years and have never seen the Sky Brigade Emperor Moth. In the end, they were not only discovered by Zhu Wuyu, but also contracted. Where should I go to reason? The key is that now that she has contracted the Sky Brigade Emperor Moth, what if she takes the entire Sky Brigade Moth group away? Wouldn't Brigade Silk go extinct today? What the Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak was concerned about was, you said this Brigade Moth can spin silk. Fang Shi nodded. Well, they're spinning for us right now. That speed is so fast, much faster than the 7 sons of Away. Ugh. I thought that this game would be unfavorable to us, and we would definitely lose, but I didn't expect that we were going to win. We, Langyin Kiwei, are so lucky. Duan Fengzhu. 7 Supreme Elders. Elder Taiyi's head was buzzing. If he lost this round, there would be no need to compete in the 3rd round. How to do. Originally, it would be embarrassing enough to turn 1 game into 2 wins in 3 games, but now it becomes unreasonable to turn it into 5 games and 3 wins. Otherwise, it doesn't count if the Langyin 7 wastes rely on external force. It seems a bit shameless. Just as he was scratching his head, Fang Shi said, I don't think 2 wins in 3 games is very enjoyable. It's better to win 3 out of 5 games, so that we can see everyone's true strength. For the first time, Elder Taiyi felt that Fang Shi was very pleasing to the eye, so he hurriedly climbed up the pole. Since you say so, let's win 3 out of 5 rounds. Fang Shi said with a smile, the lottery can't be million magic crystals, it has to be doubled. Elder Taiyi gritted his teeth. Okay. It doesn't matter if you have money or not, the key is to get your face back. Soon, it was time for the game to end. The amount of silk on both sides is very different. The amount of silk in the Langyan 7 wastes is dozens of times that of the Wei 7 sons. This is still the result of Feng Shi's intentional control, otherwise it would be even more different. Feng Shi got million magic crystals as she wished. Start distributing money on the spot. Give Situ Shou and the others 1,000 million magic crystals each, and keep the remaining 4,000 million for herself. Is there a problem with her getting more points as captain? If there is a problem, hold on. Everyone except Old Man Chai was satisfied. Especially Situ Shou and Tao Xuanglin. If the two of them hadn't carried the burden of being a direct disciple, they would have burst into tears. Old Man Chai was thinking in his mind how much hush money would be appropriate to ask Feng Shi after the competition was over. Not to mention anything else, for the sake of the competition, he will die at the end of the day. Got caught by a fluttering moth. What a shame. Seeing the beaming look of Langyan Qifei, the 7 sons of Wei's face turned green. They have never been so humiliated in their lives. Fortunately, the competition system has become a best-of-5 game, and they will get back their face no matter what they say this time. The 7 Supreme Elders went aside to discuss because they were not prepared. Feng Shi thought to herself, these 7 Supreme Elders are a bit shameless, but not particularly shameless. So, let them be very passive. If they are particularly shameless, they can completely let them fight one-on-one with Wei's 7 sons. There must be some fancy competition, so that she can take advantage of the loopholes. So, if you want face, stick to the bottom line. If you don't want face, then don't want it at all. Don't ask for it and don't want it again, you'll make a fool of yourself. The 7 Supreme Elders didn't know that Feng Shi scolded them for being stupid in their hearts. They discussed and finally discussed the content of the 3rd round of the competition. They are full of confidence that they will be safe this time. I don't know if it's because of the allergy medicine, I'm groggy, I won't post what I wrote later because it's too watery, I'll just post so much, sorry. Will be updated tomorrow at PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 499. Elder Tai announced the content of the 3rd round of the competition. Drumming and passing flowers. Feng Shi was taken aback when she heard the name, beating drums to pass flowers. It's pretty messed up. She would like to hear how to pass flowers by drumming. Elder Tai said. See the peach grove in the distance. Now is the season when the golden thread peach blossoms are in full bloom. The golden fairy peach is very special. It cannot be pollinated by bees and butterflies, it must be pollinated manually. Find the male flower and pluck it, then shake off the pollen on the female flower. Once pollination is successful, peach blossoms can bear fruit immediately. This is a flower. The drum is the Sansheng drum. This drum has no sticks. It can only be knocked with spiritual consciousness. The specific content of the competition is that after the first person beats the Sansheng drum, he immediately goes to pick the male flowers for pollination. After returning, the second person rings the Sansheng drum again, and then goes to pick the male flowers for pollination. Remember, each person can only pick one male flower at a time. Within 3 hours, the team whose peach groves bear more fruits wins. The difficulty of this competition is that, first, the male flower is very similar to the female flower, and it is impossible to find the male flower without experience or meticulous observation. Second, Jinxie and Taohua can't tell the difference between the enemy and the enemy, so once someone approaches, they will attack. In addition, their pollen is poisonous, and if inhaled, it can cause a trance. And it is impossible to find the male flower without experience or meticulous observation. Second, Jinxie and Taohua can't tell the difference between the enemy and the enemy, so once someone approaches, they will attack. In addition, their pollen is poisonous, and if inhaled, it can cause a trance or even a coma. Thirdly, if the spiritual consciousness is not strong enough, it will be as difficult to beat the 3 lives drum. The 7 Supreme Elders and Wei's 7 sons all felt that they were sure of winning. In terms of experience, Wei Kizi has been responsible for pollinating the golden peach, and can distinguish the male flowers in a short time. In terms of cultivation, they're far better than Langyan 7 wastes. In terms of spiritual consciousness, it is not at 130 that they feel that they are better than the 7 wastes of Langyan, not to mention that they often use the Sansheng drum to exercise their spiritual consciousness, so it can be said that they are very familiar with it. If they still lose this round, they might as well stop calling them the Wei 7, and just call them the Wang 7. On the side of Langyan 7 wastes, Situ Shou and the others were at a loss. Because Elder Tai said that each person can only pick one male flower at a time. This test is the average strength. No matter how much their captain thinks, it seems useless. Old Man Chai glanced at Feng Shi, thinking, dead girl, your wishful thinking has come to nothing, right? Feng Shi didn't expect that Elder Tai would add such a rule, otherwise she would be able to make it round by herself. Before she could think of any solution, Elder Tai called everyone outside the Talon. The middle part is divided into 2, with the 7 sons of Wei and the 7 wastes of Langyan occupying one side. The Sansheng drum is placed outside the peach forest. Elder Tai signaled for the start of the competition. On the side of the 7 sons of Wei, they stepped forward with red faces, calmly concentrated their minds, and hit the Sansheng drum with their spiritual consciousness heavily. The Sansheng drum immediately made a sound of thump, thump, thump. Then, he quickly entered the Talon. On Feng Shi's side, she let Zheng Wen appear first. Zheng Wen had practiced the method of attacking with the divine consciousness before, although he was a little nervous, but after a few attempts, he successfully beat the 3 lives drum. The elder Taishang and the others were a little surprised. Compared to Zhu Wuyu, this blood placement was not at all eye-catching, and they didn't expect that their spiritual sense was not weak. After Zheng Wen entered Talon, he was dumbfounded. In his view, all peach blossoms are the same, and it is impossible to tell which one is a male flower. Moreover, as soon as he approached, Tausha launched an attack. While avoiding, he had to protect himself with magic energy to avoid being poisoned. Just when he was at a loss, the identity jade badge trembled, and Feng Shi's voice came from inside. Brother, don't worry about him, just cut off a peach branch, and then slowly find out which one is a male flower. Junwen. Destroying flowers with hot hands, is it appropriate? However, the rules don't seem to say that it can't be done. So, Junwen directly cut off a section of peach tree branch, and stared wide-eyed to find out which one is a male flower. Supreme Elder and others. Elder Tai Chi, who was in charge of this peach grove, almost had his nose crooked out of breath. Normally, he would not even pick a peach leaf, but the Suan actually cut down a peach branch. The others didn't expect Junwen to do such a thing, and they were all dumbfounded. I heard that Zuba 1 thought it was too troublesome to pick peaches back then, so he just cut off the branches and carried them back. The old Zhu family really has a family tradition. Junwen looked there for a long time, his eyes were almost blind, and he couldn't find any male flowers. On the other hand, the 7 sons of Wei have all been passed on to the 5th person. Feng Shi sent a message to Junwen, brother, why are you so stubborn? If you can't find male flowers, just keep cutting. The Taishang elders love peach trees, so they will naturally tell you how to distinguish male flowers from female flowers. Junwen admires his little junior sister so much. In terms of harming people, my junior sister wants to be the second, no one dares to be the first. So, Kaka cut off another branch, and he even picked a branch with lush peach blossoms to chop. Of course, the peach tree would not be cut down so easily by him, but Junwen was also someone who had been poisoned by Feng Shi's big move, so it wasn't too difficult to avoid the attack of the peach tree branches. Elder Tai Chi was so distressed that he almost vomited blood. He gritted his molars and roared. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the peach blossom on the top of the first fork on your left is different from the others? That is male flower. Quickly take it off. Junwen took a closer look, only to find that the golden thread of the petals of the peach blossom was slightly undulating, so the difference between the male flower and the female flower is here. Junwen quickly picked off the male flower, and then began to pollinate the female flower. During pollination, the peach tree was quiet. A male flower can only pollinate 5 or 6 female flowers. Junwen soon finished his work, and Yazi ran back. After Junwen came back, he told Feng Shi and others about his discovery. Next came Yizun. Yizun had held back his energy for a long time. After a few tries, he rang the Sansheng drum and went to find Xinghua. Feng Shi bowed to Elder Tai Chi, and said with a smile, thank you for pointing us to the maze. Elder Tai Chi. He persuaded himself that even if Lang Yin Qifei knew how to distinguish male flowers, he should lose or lose. The fact is also the same. By the time the baton was passed to Old Man Chai, the 7 sons of Wei had already run back and forth 3 times. Old Chai took a sip of his wine and started beating the drums. The drum did not sound. He took another sip of his drink, and this time it finally sounded. Then he staggered into the peach grove. Master One of Tianquan Peak felt that he hadn't even seen it. His junior brother has not improved at all after so many years. From a small trash to an old trash. Old Chai took a while to find a male flower, and staggered back after pollination. He spent about the same time as Situ Shou. The main thing is to make up for the number. Then it was Feng Shi's turn. Feng Shi condensed her spiritual consciousness into a large brick and threw it at Sansheng drum. Duang's voice almost deafened everyone's ears. Feng Shi. I didn't try hard either. Open black lens bracket continue at 10:30 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 500 like a big white goose. Feng Shi felt that the quality of Sanshenggu was not very good. She only used half of her strength, and the thing rang loudly. If you use all your strength, how many knocks will it break? However, now was not the time to think about things. After beating the Sansheng drum, she entered the peach forest. Not to mention, the scenery inside the peach grove is really beautiful. She yelled at Junwen, brother, take a picture of me with a photo stone to commemorate. After finishing speaking, I started to make concave shapes there. Junwen readily agreed, took out the photo stone and started recording, looking for various angles. Supreme Elder and others. Does the old blood family specialize in producing lunatics? Even the old man Chai who always thought he was out of tune was shocked. Did the 2 of you forget that this is a competition? At this time, Feng Shi said to the surrounding peach trees, put some petals on me, let's cooperate. Those peach trees. If you say cooperate, how old are you? Seeing that they were not moving, Feng Shi took out from the storage ring a big mulberry tree. It was the mulberry tree where the golden moth was hiding. How can it be wasted for someone like her who has plucked too much? Exclamation mark. At that time, it was collected into the storage ring. Feng Shi carried the mulberry tree. You deserve to cooperate. If you don't cooperate, I will make no flowers left on your tree. Those peach trees. Supreme Elder and others. Feng Shi snorted coldly. I'll count to 3, if you don't obey me, I'll be rude to you. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, one of the peach trees began to shake its branches and leaves, and its petals rustled down. It doesn't want to, the key is that it is the closest, if it doesn't obey, it will be the first to suffer. As soon as it took the lead, the other trees also shook. Therefore, Junwen recorded this classic scene in the photo stone. Feng Shi carried a big mulberry tree on her small shoulders, and smiled brightly and brilliantly amidst the colorful falling flowers. After a while, Feng Shi said to those peach trees. I thought you couldn't understand human speech, but it seems you can. That's easy, you pollinate each other. As peach trees, you can't tell the male and female flowers apart, right? I am also doing this for your own good. The effect of cross-pollination is much better than that of the same plant. Some peach trees did not know if they communicated with each other, and they began to emit a strong fragrance, which was extremely poisonous. Fangxi blinked her eyes, covered her head as if she was going to be poisoned. The poisonous gas from the peach trees became even more vigorous. As a result, although Fangxi looked half dead, she stood there all the time, showing no sign of fainting at all. So, those peach trees began to unite with other peach trees to let them emit poisonous gas together. Fangxi is still standing. As a result, more peach trees joined in, including the peach tree on the side of Wei Seven Sons. At this time, it was King Yin's turn to pollinate. As soon as he entered the peach forest, he was surrounded by a strong poisonous gas. Although he used the magic energy shield, it was not strong enough, and he inhaled a big mouthful of poison gas unexpectedly. Choked all over, fainted to the ground. Qingyan and others hurried in and rescued him. Fortunately, the poison of golden thread peach is not strong. After giving King Yin the detoxification pill, he woke up. Seeing the dissatisfied eyes of Zimian and others, King Yin was angry and anxious. He felt that today was really unlucky. The formations I encountered were all new. I was bitten a few times by the golden moth in the mulberry forest before, and now I was poisoned by the golden peach. He gritted his teeth and got up. Because he didn't complete the drumming pass just now, he had to do it all over again. After knocking on the 3 lives drum with his spiritual sense, he continued to enter the talon for pollination. At this point, Fangxi had had enough. She threw the mulberry tree at one of the peach trees. Of course, she intentionally missed a few branches and only broke a few branches. Isn't it disobedient? Is it in need of cleaning up? Is it wanting to die? If you get in a hurry, I'll kill you all. Don't say you don't know how to pollinate. Didn't you still reproduce for so many years before the second idiot helped you pollinate? And let someone pollinate you specially. It's all a habitual problem. Hurry up, hurry up. Aggrieved, several peach trees reluctantly began to pollinate each other. Sometimes you can't reach it, you have to tiptoe enough. It can't reach it, so it pollinates itself. Otherwise, what should I do? This little devil is really badass. 7 Supreme Elders. The 2 idiots she mentioned are us, right? Can the golden thread peach tree pollinate by itself? Then what have they been busy with for so many years? Isn't he the second idiot? But obviously Master told them so. Fangxi started threatening other peach trees again. This time it was much easier. After all, there was already a precedent. After threatening all the peach trees in their area, Fangxi picked a male flower slowly, and then strolled outside the peach forest. She smiled and said to Zhang Wen and the others, "It's still 3 hours away, let's eat something to replenish our strength." After finishing speaking, he started to take out large and small food boxes, and warmly invited the Supreme Elder and Peak Master. "Come on, let's eat something together." The 7 Supreme Elders were all full of anger. This game is over again. They are puzzled. Why does Zhu Wu always think of opportunistic methods? Why didn't their 7 apprentices think of it? Waste. It's all rubbish. They found an excuse and went to the side to discuss countermeasures. Elder Tai Wu said, "If you want me to say, don't worry about shame, it will directly become 6 out of 10 rounds. Hasn't this already completed 3 rounds? The remaining 7 rounds are one-on-one competitions. I don't believe it, King Yin's cultivation base is so much higher than theirs and they still lose." Elder Tai Yi was a little embarrassed. It's a bit of bullying the little by the big, it's useless to win. Elder Tai Si said, "We are also doing this to fulfill Master's last order. I believe no one will say anything." Several other people also agreed, "Anyway, it's already like this, so don't ask for a fig leaf." Elder Tai Yi sighed, "Then let's do this." When they went back, Fangxi and the others were already toasting the 7 peak masters. For those who didn't know, I thought they were having a picnic here. Several Supreme Elders gritted their teeth, so you should be ashamed. There will be a time when you cry. Finally, 3 hours arrived. The 7 sons of inaction have become the 7 sons of powerlessness. At this moment, they felt as if they had punched out with all their strength, and it ended up hitting the pile of cotton. I'm suffocated and angry. At the same time, I was very unconvinced. It's all about Zhu Wu's opportunism, otherwise they would never have lost. However, Fangxi also said with a smile, "Do you feel wrong to lose? Didn't you think that the content of this competition is fair? If it is beneficial to you, you will selectively ignore it. If you lose, you start looking for reasons on others. Our Langyan 7 wastes are different, we have always found shortcomings in ourselves. So, even though our current cultivation is not as good as yours, we are destined to go further than you. We are the real strong." After Fangxi finished speaking, she stood with her hands behind her back. When Jun heard this, he also straightened his back. Situ Shou and the others quickly stood up straight. Old man Chai felt that they were too naive, so he took a sip of wine, and then held his head high, like a big white goose. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 501. I'm sure I'm going to lose anyway, so I might as well be tougher. The 7 sons of Wei looked like they had opened a dying workshop, and their sense of superiority and self-confidence began to waver. Chai Dabaye glanced at him, and his Dao heart began to waver. That's it. Even the little girl's hair can't match it. It's not that he cares about that damn girl, the key is that he's afraid of comparison. Although that dead girl is not very good, she is better than these 7 wastes. Elder Tai also sensed that the Dao heart of the Wei 7 sons was shaken, and frowned slightly. It seemed that a victory was urgently needed to stabilize their Dao heart. Originally, he was still a little hesitant. After all, the one-on-one competition proposed by Elder Tai was a bit invincible, but now he can't care so much. He was heartbroken and said, 3 wins in 5 rounds is still somewhat limited, let's directly change to 6 wins in 10 rounds. The next 7 rounds will adopt a one-on-one competition mode. For the sake of fairness, the two sides are not allowed to use any external force during the competition, such as magic talismans, formations, monsters, pills, etc. If one of the parties goes out of the circle or takes the initiative to admit defeat, the competition is terminated. Let's get started now. Fang Shi, you don't even want Erplian anymore, completely shameless. Okay, it can be considered an improvement. I know the truth of suffering at the cost of saving face. As a result, everyone saw Fang Shi showing a gratified expression. Everyone. Let's just say, what are you happy about? Situ Shou said in his heart, his junior sister has a really big heart. They have no chance of winning the next 7 innings. When the day comes, she and her brother will be driven out of Langyan Abyss. She wasn't in a hurry to get angry. Not only did he think so, but Tao Xuanglin and the others also thought so. Even old man Chai felt that things were not easy to handle. Among the 7 people, only he can win 1 game. The dead girl might win a game by taking bad water, but there is not much hope. After all, no external force can be used. As for others, there is no hope of winning at all. Therefore, the best result is a 5-5 tie. Only Zhang Wen looked confident. As the saying goes, believe in Fang Shi and gain eternal life. There is nothing in this world that his little junior sister can't do. If there is, it is also a matter of time. Sooner or later her junior sister will be able to do it. Although the 7 sons of Wei felt somewhat uncomfortable, they smiled a little at the thought of recovering the face that fell on the ground. King Yin was the first to ask for a fight. He was extremely unlucky in the first 3 rounds, and he didn't believe he would be unlucky again in this round. He pointed at Fang Shi, Zhu Wuyu, come and compare with me. Fang Shi curled her lips, you are not worthy of me, senior brother Situ, you go. Situ Shou. Yes, I offended you at the beginning, but you didn't suffer. We are both married brothers and sisters, won't your conscience hurt if you treat me like this? However, he didn't dare not to listen, so he could only bite the bullet and stand in the competition circle. With a look of disdain on King Yin's face, I'll let you do 3 tricks, do it. Although Situ Shou suffered one after another in front of Fang Shi, he was also a proud and arrogant master, sneering, no need. You should do it first. Grandma is a bear. Anyway, I'm sure I'm going to lose, so I might as well be tougher. King Yin was overjoyed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Situ Shou, so he took the lead. He is at the 4th level of Huishan, while Situ Shou is only at the 6th level of Demon Infant. The gap between the two is not usually large. He can beat him even with his eyes closed. However, after doing it, no matter whether it was King Yin or the others, they were a little surprised. Situ Shou actually hid very neatly. Occasionally, he can even perform some beautiful offensive moves. This Situ hunting is not bad. This is all due to his tempering in the illusion. No matter who chases and kills again and again, he will have some experience. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that in half an hour at most, Situ Shou will definitely be defeated. Situ Shou also knew this, so he pondered in his mind, would it be better for him to surrender or be kicked out? Which is more popular? At this moment, Fang Shi shouted, stop. He hurried to the side. King Yin also stopped hitting, frowned and looked at Fang Shi, what's the matter? Fang Shi sneered, King Yin, according to the rules, you can't use external force, why did you use poisonous powder to erode my brother Situ's devilish energy? Situ Shou suddenly cried out. I just said that I can't use my strength, so you were playing tricks. You were really despicable. King Yin blushed with anger, you're talking nonsense. I didn't use any poison powder at all. Fang Shi curled her lips, then do you dare to let me see your sleeves? I saw just now that the poisonous powder was released from the sleeves. King Yin was so angry that she gritted her teeth, walked up to Fang Shi, and took off her outer robe. Look for yourself, if there is poisonous powder, I will kill myself here. Fang Shi did not take his robe, but covered her mouth and said happily, oh, you are out of the circle. You lose. King Yin. Other people. Zhang Wen was the first to react, and gloated and said, my sister is right. According to the rules of the competition, whoever gets out of the circle first loses, so you lose. Situ Shou also realized that he was so happy that Bei couldn't find it. He actually defeated King Yin among the 7 sons of Wei. No matter how you won anyway. Junior sister is really wicked. However, as long as the bad water is not used on him, he is still very cute. King Yin was so angry that his face turned green. You guys are cheating and cheating. This can't be counted. Fang Shi clicked her tongue twice. Don't you even know that soldiers are not tired of deceit? If you fight against the enemy, is it possible that they will swear to you? King Yin gritted her teeth. Then you are using external force. Fang Shi laughed aloud. With external force. Is it okay if I talk to myself? There is no rule that we are not allowed to talk. It's you who insist on listening to me, blame me. Having said that, she looked at Elder Tai. Elder Tai, as the saying goes, you are willing to gamble and admit defeat. Do you accept the result of this round? Of course Elder Tai didn't want to admit it. However, he felt a little vain now that he had won 6 out of 10 rounds, and considering that he would definitely win in the next round, he said. Admit it, you won this game. King Yin wanted to say more, but was glared at by Elder Tai Wu, who choked back the words. Feeling the contemptuous eyes of Zimian and others, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. He never dreamed that he would be so aggrieved by losing. That Zhu Wuyu simply lacked 8 life virtues. Thanks to her for coming up with such an insidious method. Zimian pouted, walked into the competition circle, and said to Fang Shi and the others. Who of you will compare with me? Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 502 like a sword out of its sheath, showing its sharpness. Xi Mian and King Mian have always been difficult to deal with, and both sides want to overwhelm each other. Now that King Mian lost, Xi Mian felt that his chance had come. As long as he wins this round, King Mian will not be able to lift her head up in front of him in the future. He was full of confidence. Among the Langyan Seven Wastes, he is absolutely sure to win anyone who comes up. He won't make low-level mistakes like King Mian. Unless the competition is over, otherwise even if that Zhu Wuyu speaks out, he won't get out of the circle. Old Man Chai thought that Feng Shi would let him go. After all, winning this round would at least guarantee a draw, and they would have the initiative. But Feng Shi said to Tao Xunglin, "Brother Tao, this round, you go." Tao Xunglin swallowed. The junior sister absolutely loves him and Situ Shou. The dirty work must be theirs. Situ Shou made a mistake, so he will not be so lucky. After all, the trick just now can only be used once, and it is impossible for others to be fooled again. Either way, there is no shame in losing, just do your best. Xi Mian was more proud than King Mian, raised his chin and said, "I'll give you 3 tricks, let's do it." Just as Tao Xunglin wanted to refuse like Situ Shou, he heard Feng Shi say, "My King Mian gave up 3 moves, and you also gave up 3 moves. At least let me give up 5 moves." Xi Mian clearly knew that Feng Shi was aggressive, but he still sneered and said, 5 moves, let's do it." Tao Xunglin took a deep breath and launched an offensive. Not to mention, these 5 moves really forced Xi Mian back a few steps. Duan Fengzhu and the others were a little surprised. The cultivation base of these few people seems to have increased a lot. Xi Mian was also a little surprised, but soon calmed down. Even if he was a little stronger than he imagined, he was definitely not his opponent. Sure enough, as soon as he counterattacked, Tao Xunglin showed signs of decline. Defeat is only a matter of time. At this time, Feng Shi yelled again, "Stop, stop immediately, I have something to say." Xi Mian really stopped beating. He wanted to hear what she had to say. No matter how nonsense she talked, she couldn't fool him. Feng Shi still used the same rhetoric, saying that there was poisonous powder in Xi Mian's sleeve. Xi Mian seemed to be watching a monkey, and said coldly, "Zhu Wuyu, this trick of yours is useless to me. What other tricks do you have? Just use them." Feng Shi looked frustrated. "It seems you can't use the same method twice. You are indeed much smarter than King Mian." Xi Mian liked to hear this very much. Especially if it is said from the mouth of the enemy, it has more gold content. Feng Shi continued to babble, "Although you didn't use poison powder, I suspect that you used talisman treasures and the like. In short, you cheated." Xi Mian looked contemptuous. "Zhu Wuyu, that's all you have to do. No matter what you say, I won't be fooled." Before he finished speaking, he felt the evil wind coming from behind him, and instinctively drove him to jump forward to avoid the attack behind him. He turned around angrily, and it was Tao Xunglin who attacked him. Just as he was about to get angry, Feng Shi said with a smile, "Hey, you are out of the circle. You lost." When she was babbling just now, Zhang Wen winked at Tao Xunglin. Needless to say, through this period of contact, there is somewhat of a tacit understanding. Tao Xunglin instantly understood that Feng Shi was deliberately attracting Xi Mian's attention and creating opportunities for him to sneak attack. So, he quietly moved to the back of Xi Mian, and gave him a full blow. Xi Mian could only dodge if he didn't want to be seriously injured. Xi Mian was trembling with anger. "You guys are cheating, this is cheating, it doesn't count." Feng Shi pursed her lips. "We didn't violate the rules, so why didn't it count? If you want to blame yourself for being stupid. You have no cultivation and no brains." At any rate, King Mian was cheated for the first time, and it is understandable that he was tricked. As for you, you have already learned from the past and you are still being tricked. What does this mean? It shows that you are arrogant and conceited, and you are short-sighted. So, I take back my previous sentence. King Mian is much smarter than you, and you are the stupidest. Xi Mian's eyes were red with anger, and he passed out with a choked sound. Feng Shi shook her head. "I didn't say anything, just fainted. The psychological endurance is not good enough." Elder Tai almost fainted after he didn't come up. Why is it that the apprentices they cultivated carefully are more stupid than the other? She looks very smart on weekdays. In fact, this has nothing to do with being smart or not. The 7 sons of Wei have been practicing in Wei Resort and rarely interact with outsiders on weekdays, so they are inevitably a bit stupid. Especially when I met Feng Shi, the Civ spirit, it would be strange if I didn't get tricked. King Mian felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Xi Mian, didn't you call me stupid? Well now, you have also been tricked by Zhu Wuyu. Let's see if you still have the face to criticize me." He even thought that it would be best for the other people to lose as well, so that everyone would be the same, and no one would say anything. In an instant, he felt that this idea was too nasty, wishing he could slap his own 2 big ears. He must have been tricked by Zhu Wuyu. Thinking of this, he gave Feng Shi a hard look. Feng Shi didn't notice him at all, but was confirming the result of the 5th round with Elder Tai. Elder Tai gritted his molars and said, "The 5th game, you guys won." Zhang Wen raised his arms and shouted, "When the 7 wastes are released, all the enemies will be destroyed." Yi Zun and the others also shouted together. Situ Shou and Tao Xunglin yelled the loudest, almost breaking their voices. Today is the highlight moment of their lives. Old Man Chai didn't shout, because he thought this kind of behavior was too childish. It's just that the right arm has a mind of its own, raising the wine gourd and shaking it. He raised his left arm and pulled off his disobedient right arm. He glanced at Feng Shi and thought, this damn girl will definitely let him play in the next round. After all, if he wins this round, he has already won completely. In the end, Feng Shi said to Zhang Wen, "Brother, you go for this round. This round is for real, not for nothing." Zhang Wen instantly understood Feng Xi's intentions. This is a rare opportunity for actual combat. Even if you lose, you still gain. So, he said proudly, "Little sister, don't worry, I will do my best." This time, Wei-Wei's 7 sons fought with red faces. Among the 7, the one with the red face has the highest cultivation, the strongest strength, and the most stable one. So in the crucial game, he came to play. He also learned the previous lesson, and he didn't speak arrogantly when he came up, but he hugged Junwen politely. Please first. Junwen is not welcome, immediately recruit. The big sword transformed by the magic energy slashed towards the red face, and the red face resisted with the giant axe of magic energy. Qi Mian thought he could easily defeat the demonic sword, but after all, the opposite Zhu Anfang didn't even have the magic elixir cultivation level, and was 3 levels behind him. As a result, the devilish sword was only dimmed a little, and it bypassed the devilish giant axe and slashed at him. The red face quickly retreated the giant axe of magic energy, blocking the knife. Everyone watching the battle was very surprised. The previous Situ Shou and Tao Xungelin were in the middle stage of the devil infant, so it was reasonable to be able to deal with the 7 sons of Wei for a while. But this blood placement is only the 9th level of condensed energy, so it has such a strong fighting power. Does the old blood family specialize in freaks? However, as time passed, Junwen couldn't stand it any longer. Just when everyone thought the competition was over, Junwen summoned his magic sword. This magic sword was given to him by Elder Nangong. Although Junwen likes his heaven-shaking straight sword more, he also likes this magic sword quite a bit, and he even gave it a good name. Moving Earth. At the moment when Junwen called out the Earth Demon sword, everyone felt that the young man in front of them seemed to be a different person. It's like a sword out of its sheath, showing its sharpness. After struggling for a while, I still finished writing. It will be updated tomorrow at o'clock in the evening. Close black lens bracket. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 503 Sword Chi is like a rainbow, invincible. Elder Tai and others were a little surprised, because there were very few demons who practiced swordsmanship, and most of them used their swords to fly. Unexpectedly, this Zhu Anfang actually practiced swordsmanship. The posture is a bit interesting. Junwen did not take action immediately, but asked. Elder Tai, does it count as borrowing external force if I use the sword? Although he feels that there is little hope of winning, if he wins and the other party says that he borrowed external help, wouldn't it be a loss for Daffa? After all, he has been hanging out with his junior sister for such a long time. If he doesn't even have this sense of risk, then it will be in vain. Elder Tai immediately said, it doesn't count. It is a matter of course for a sword repairer to use a sword. If this is counted as relying on external force, then it cannot be justified. Junwen nodded, and then fought with Qi Mian again. With the magic sword in his hand, his offensive suddenly became fierce, and the transition between offense and defense was also very smooth. Duan Fengzhu and others couldn't help nodding. This blood placement is a good idea. Great potential. It seems that the blood family specializes in producing monsters. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that even if Junwen's strength has improved a lot after using the sword, he is definitely no match for Qi Mian. The huge gap in cultivation is like a ravine, insurmountable. Elder Tai and others judged that Junwen could last for a quarter of an hour at most, but as half an hour passed, Junwen still persisted. My hair was soaked with sweat, and I occasionally had to take a big breath to keep breathing smoothly, but my steps still didn't fall off, which showed that my basic skills were very solid. Even more rare is this resilience. Elder Tai and others felt somewhat disappointed in their hearts, because they understood that what the 7 sons of Wei lacked was this resilience. Of course, even if Junwen works hard to support, he will eventually lose. Everyone here knows this. Junwen himself is no exception. What he can do now is to use all the skills he has learned and gain practical experience. It is a rare and good opportunity to be able to confront a master like Qi Mian. He had to grasp it. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Junwen couldn't hold it any longer. He is not a person who digs into a dead end, and is ready to admit defeat immediately. There is no shame in being less skilled than others. Before he could say the word, admit defeat, he felt a warm current in his danshan, followed by a bulging feeling. Almost instinctively, he used a very subtle sword. The sword energy was like a white sword slashing towards the red face. Red face's demonic giant axe was instantly split apart, and the sword energy continued to attack him without weakening at all. Qi Mian couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and tried his best to jump to the side, and then avoided the sword energy. The sword energy was avoided, but it was out of the circle. Everyone was stunned. The place was dead silent. Junwen stared blankly at the magic sword that had returned to his hand. Even in the human race, when he used the straight sword big move, he would never be able to use such an exquisite move. Could it be that he is actually a demon? Is he the demon emperor's long-lost biological son? Immediately afterwards, he thought of the himself he saw in the realm of time and space. The sword energy is like a rainbow, invincible. A gentleman's sword is heard all over the world. For a moment, I was full of pride, not to mention the joy in my heart. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same. He was quite happy, but Qi Mian and others were dumbfounded. Elder Tai and others' heads were buzzing. Finished. It's over. Lang and Qipei has already won 6 games, and even if they risk their lives, they won't be able to change the competition system again. It was a foregone conclusion that the Zhu brothers and sisters would stay. Not to mention that I didn't fulfill the master's orders, but the key is that my face hurts. The carefully taught Wei-Wei's 7th son was stepped on the ground and rubbed hard by Lang and Qipei, leaving no trace of his face. In particular, the Taoist mind of the 7 sons of Wei has been shaken. If they cannot overcome this hurdle, their cultivation will probably stop here. Their hard work has been wasted. However, now that the matter has come to this point, we can only admit defeat. Elder Tai braced himself and said, "We have lost. There is no need to worry about the blood. The blood is in peace. You can stay in Langyan Abyss." Fang Shi thought to herself that these old guys still have a certain bottom line and are not completely shameless. How good she is. Although he was complaining in his heart, he said on his face. Thank you, Elder Tai. In fact, our Langyan Seven Wastes were able to win because we took advantage of a loophole in the rules, and it was somewhat opportunistic. If it were a real sword or a real gun, we would definitely not be the opponent of the Seven Sons of Wei. In the future, when we are successful in our studies, we will have a good competition. Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak also quickly handed over the ladder. Yes, Zhu Wuyu and the others were lucky enough to win. This is just a competition at home. If they go outside, their fighting power will be far inferior to that of the Seven Sons of Wei. Several other Peak Masters also echoed a few words. Logically speaking, the matter should end here, but some people are still unconvinced and want to regain their sense of superiority and self-confidence from other aspects. Orange Face raised his chin slightly and said, Zhu Wuyu, do you dare to challenge me? Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Okay, but you can't compare in vain, you have to be lucky. It seems to me that you don't have much money, so the first prize is 100 million magic crystals. Cheng Mian snorted coldly, 1 million is 1 million. After saying that, he took the lead in entering the competition circle. Elder Tai and others did not stop him. Because they also want to regain some face. Fang Shi slowly entered the competition circle. Wait for me for a while I warm up. After saying that, he started to gesture loudly. Zhengwen was still blowing rainbow farts to her. Look at how exquisite my sister's punching skills are. Even a god-level sea beast can't withstand her punch. Look at how powerful my sister's shadowless legs are. One kick can kill 10 unconvinced people. Ellipsis. Not to mention rainbow farts, but also took out the photo stone to record there. Everyone. Purely two little lunatics. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi finished practicing. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to Cheng Mian, I'll give you 3 moves, take action. Orange Face is happy. However, he learned the lesson from Zimian and the others and started taking action directly. Fang Shi dodged lightly. Sure enough, 3 tricks were given to Orange Noodles. Orange Nyan, I'm going to make a move, be careful. Maybe I'll send you out of the circle with 1 move. Orange Face thought she was just talking nonsense and took another move. Fang Shi turned the demonic energy into a calamity thunder and struck at Cheng Mian. Although Orange Face was a little surprised that she could transform the demonic energy into thunder, he didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there was a bonus to the tribulation thunder, it would be of no use if the difference in cultivation between the two sides was so huge. However, at this moment, his consciousness felt a twinge of pain. In a daze, the demonic thunder bypassed his demonic whip and struck him directly. He hurriedly dodged, and although he was a little embarrassed, he still managed to avoid this move. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Fang Shi had already reached behind him without knowing it, and the demonic energy struck him directly in the back of the head. In desperation, Cheng Mian could only jump forward and avoid the demonic thunder. But, out of the circle. Lost. Lost in 5 rounds. To be precise, Fang Shi defeated him in only 2 rounds. Orange Face also reacted belatedly at this time, and Fang Shi used the spiritual attack method. He never expected that Fang Shi would use this kind of attack method. After all, in his opinion, Fang Zai's consciousness was much weaker than his, and it was like hitting a stone with an egg. As a result, the stone broke into pieces. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 504 7 plus 1 is not. But the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 504 7 plus 1 is not as good as 1 blood worry free.